I'm really not the demon god's lackey. Chapter 83 to Chapter 161. Boom, in the rain, the god of rain, who was as huge as a mountain, fell to the ground. The splashes of water that were pushed away destroyed the houses. The area that was crushed by the god of rain was turned into fine powder. Billowing smoke and dust rose, but because of the majestic rain, it could only hover around the ground. In front of the corpse of the god, an elf was riding on a griffin, as if he was surrounded by white flames. The long sword in his hand was pointed diagonally at the ground, shining with a sharp light. He looked valiant and unstoppable. After the bloated and majestic god's body fell, half of it turned into water vapor, and the other half turned into lightning. The water vapor collapsed into a flood, and the lightning rushed up into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the god of rain, who had just been activating his own domain and bringing lightning and calamity with him, was completely annihilated into ether and returned to the illusory dreamscape. Splash, the flood that rushed towards the griffin automatically separated into two sides, and the water under the eagle's claws reflected the elf's handsome face. In the dark environment and the mythical scene of the god's fall, the elf was like a dazzling sun, emitting a dazzling radiance that shocked everyone present. The people from the Myrtle Tower seemed to have woken up from a dream. Section Chief. What should we do now? Do you want to continue? Calm. Arnold's voice came from the communication device. His tone was somewhat stagnant and hesitant, and he even swallowed his saliva. Winston stared at the elf and said in a low voice, "Everyone, stay on standby and act according to the original plan. Maintain vigilance and combat status. Contact the Truth Society and analyze this fellow's background." Yes. Winston ended the call and pulled out his sword. The battle was not over yet. In other words, this fellow who had appeared out of nowhere was the greatest danger at the moment. Judging from the scene just now, this fellow was very likely to be a creature from the dreamscape. Everyone present was an elite among extraordinaires, and they more or less had some understanding of the myths and legends of the ancient kingdom that were only passed down among extraordinaires. The reason why this scene was so impactful was partly because of the powerful strength displayed by the elf, and partly because this scene was simply a representation of the myths of the ancient kingdom. The moon elf king named Chandra, who looked directly at the gods, was the source of the Great Plague. He had once raised a flame in the darkness and opened up a bright land for his subjects. Although this legend ended in tragedy, his bravery and fearlessness were praised. However, everyone knew that it was impossible for the elf king named Chandra to be revived. He had already committed suicide with his sword 10,000 years ago. His soul was wrapped around the sword with resentment and turned into a curse. And that sword also became a famous demonic sword, killing every generation of its master. Since Chandra did not revive, there was only one possibility: someone had reawakened this ancient heroic spirit. Winston's pupils suddenly constricted. That demonic sword. That's right, that demonic sword should be in Yusefyu's hands. He took out his communication device. Yusefyu. You. But before he could ask, the other party was already speechless. Winston, calm down. I'm already on the battlefield. Yusefyu, who had rushed over, was standing on the ruins of one of the buildings. He held his communication device and looked at the mythical scene in the distance. His eyes were still filled with shock. Although he thought that the bookstore would definitely make a move, he did not expect it to be such a big move. He took a deep breath and said, "The demonic sword was just handed over a few days ago. It was a decision made directly by the elders. You don't have to doubt it. The one here is indeed Chandra. He has been talking in my mind for more than 10 years, so I'm very familiar with him." Winston was shocked as he grasped the key words. Handed over? Handed over to who? Number 0114 level file, the owner of number 0113, Lin Jia, Boss Lin. The owner of the bookstore? That's why I said just now, don't be so nervous. Phew, Winston let out a long breath and said, "Then what about now? Do you know what he will do next? And, how did he summon the Elf King? Wait, what is he going to do?" In the midst of the lightning and thunder clouds that had yet to dissipate, the crack in the dream world had yet to close. The griffin beneath the elf suddenly spread its wings and screeched in a different direction. The elf raised her sword in a certain direction. The edge of the sword was as sharp as her gaze. The adjutant suddenly shouted, "Star Destroyer cannon! Star Destroyer cannon!" "What?" Winston suddenly raised his head, and a dazzling light lit up in the darkness in the distance. The Truth Society was not cancelled? The Truth Society had indeed planned to cancel it temporarily and suspend the attack to observe, but at this moment, the full authority of the armory was still in the hands of Vice President Andrew. "Fire! That guy came out of the dream. That's a dream beast. The battle between dream beasts is not righteous. It's just the law of the jungle. Do you understand? This is an existence that is even more dangerous than before. What are you hesitating for?" Andrew refuted the objectors and threw out the analysis table in his hand, proving that the elf knight on the griffin was a real dream creature. At the same time, he gave the order to continue firing the Star Destroyer cannon. The Star Destroyer cannon, which had stopped accumulating energy, was fired again. A few minutes later, it was completely ready and aimed at the elf. Boom, a huge amount of ether energy gathered into a beam of light, bringing with it a destructive aura. It reached the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The elf raised his longsword, and his armor clanged. He frowned and looked into the distance, saying in a voice that only he could hear, "There's still a second stage? And it's a summoned monster? Forget it, I'll kill them both." He killed them as he said so. The Elf King held the longsword in his hand and rode the griffin into the air. The sword light was as blazing as fire, and from top to bottom, it slashed through everything and collided with the Star Destroyer cannon. Fire and light collided, and the high-energy ether formed a spherical force field. Large chunks of the ground were shattered and swallowed by the white light. The dazzling white light soared into the sky and shot into the pitch-black thundercloud vortex. A large amount of rain and cloud layers were evaporated, and even the air was expelled, forming a vacuum region. The clouds were broken, and a dazzling light shone through. The rain has stopped. A mechanical researcher in work attire was climbing up a ladder. When he saw the light in the distance, he said to the person beside him. This was a city within the city, located between the upper and lower city districts. It was called Machinery Transmigration, and it was a region specially opened for the research of truth theory. The entire city sunk to the center of the upper city district. It had a complex structure like an ant's nest, and there were countless factories and laboratories. The researcher beside him, who was holding a stack of documents, did not even raise his head. "Even if the sky collapses, it's none of our business. Let's do our job first." "That's true, beep, beep." The researcher climbing the ladder took out his communication device, and his expression changed. "Something has happened. The factory of the Mud Idol project has reported an attack." "What did you say?" The researcher holding the documents instantly suspected that he had heard wrongly. He looked up with a confused expression and asked, "What do you mean by an attack? Who told you not to bring your communicator?" "The factory of the Clay Idol project has reported an attack." The researcher quickly climbed down the ladder and repeated the report word by word. "Someone has broken into Machinery Transmigration. Factories 01, 07, and 13 have all been destroyed. Putting aside the stored materials and items, the third batch of semi-finished cyborgs and the newly refined batch of Philosopher's Stones are all there. Things are serious." He took a deep breath and said, "We have to hurry to the safe zone and gather. Factory 07 is not far from here. If the Philosopher's Stones that have not stabilized are detonated, this place will melt." The researcher holding the documents instantly turned pale and panicked. He pointed in a direction and said, "Maze, let's go this way. It's faster here." After Maze came down the ladder, he picked up the toolbox on the ground, nodded, and walked forward. As he walked, he muttered, "Sigh, it's such a pity. Those cyborgs are the most perfect batch so far. Although most of them are still in the embryonic stage, their vital signs have always been very stable. Their ether affinity has also reached an unprecedented 150%, as he muttered, he said, "Rick, who do you think is going to attack us? Taking advantage of the fact that we've put most of our strength and attention on the new Class 1 Dream Beast, this timing is too perfect." Rick picked up a few pieces of documents that had been scattered due to the panic and said, "Don't worry so much. Do you think you can make decisions for the higher-ups just because you're worried? Let's hurry up and leave first." If it really explodes later, we'll be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them heard a muffled bang. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. The two of them turned their heads in the direction of the sound and saw a heavy blast door falling from a high place. They could vaguely see the deformed appearance of the door. The door whooshed past their eyes, and then the sound of metal colliding with the ground came from below. This was the transition zone between the two main factories. It was in the shape of a hollow sphere with many passages in the middle. The moment the two of them subconsciously looked down, there was another boom from above. This time, the sound was even louder and fiercer. Thick smoke could be seen billowing out from the end of a horizontal passage not far away. In the blink of an eye, the smoke had already covered the upper level. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. It really exploded. Run. The two of them ran in a hurry. Midway, Maze's communication device suddenly beeped. Maze turned on his communication device and glanced at it. His footsteps froze. What happened? Rick opened a door and turned around to ask, only to see Maze's ashen face as if he had lost his parents. A bad feeling flashed through his heart. Maze trembled as he said, "The Ether Star Destroyer cannon has been destroyed." Rick's eyes went blank for a moment. Then, he rushed over and snatched the communication device. He saw the message on it. All personnel of all departments, please take note. The Ether Star Destroyer cannon has been destroyed. Immediately enter a Level 1 alert state. All personnel of Class D and above, please do not leave your posts. All personnel of Class A and P, please head to the safe zone as soon as possible. Not long after he finished reading, the communication device sent a second message. Attention all personnel of all departments. Then came the third message, which was exactly the same. Even though Rick was already in a state of shock, he could not help but ask, why are there 3 messages? Why? Haven't you read the notice format section in the factory's manual? Maze was expressionless. Seeing Rick shake his head, he said faintly, each notice can only be sent once for the same matter. Rick fell silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, which means, a total of 3 Ether Star Destroyer cannons were destroyed consecutively just now. Maze looked up at the dark sky, which had stopped raining but was still filled with darkness. He heard the sounds of collapsing coming from the factory not far away. He felt as if the sky had really collapsed. Boom, the steel frame of the building collapsed, and an explosion rang out. Raging flames leaped out from the charred building, licking the ground and walls. The entire place was filled with scorching smoke. The reagents on the ground were ignited by the flames, causing the combustibles in the surroundings to burn even more fiercely. One by one, the transparent glass containers on display had all been broken. Glass shards littered the ground, and light blue embryo culture fluid flowed out from within. The embryos in the fluid were pale and had lost all signs of life. Only some tubes used to inject dimensional biomass hung limply, still dripping with fluid. Quick! Check if there are any remnants of the Philosopher's Stone and eliminate all the traps. Then check if there are any injured or dead people. Make a judgment and save them as soon as possible. Bang! The door was knocked open, and a group of fully equipped scholars barged in. Their mechanical armor was pitch black and shiny, with half of it connected to the body and the other half exposed to the outside, making them appear cold and vigorous. They first looked around and checked to make sure that there were no abnormal ether waves. Then, they raised the firearms in their hands and started to deal with the fire and the casualties. Check carefully and report any discoveries to me. Don't leave out any traces. The person in charge of this factory was standing at the door. He looked at the tragic state of the laboratory with a grim expression. Someone had barged in and destroyed all the samples of the cyborgs. Reporting, 6 researchers have been found. 5 of them are dead and 1 is still breathing. They have been sent for treatment. Reporting, remnant ether traces have been found. Image analysis has been uploaded. Reporting, samples number 1374, 1383, 567, and 277 are missing. Experimental data has been uploaded. The expression of the person in charge changed, and he retrieved the 4 sets of experimental data from the database. The data of these 4 samples were all in the excellent category. 3 of them were from the third batch of experimental samples, and 1 was from the second batch. One of the samples from the third batch had the most perfect performance so far. It was clear that this intruder had a very specific purpose. The remnant ether traces were from the detonation of the Philosopher's Stone in the middle of the laboratory. With the level of security of the laboratory, it was impossible for an outsider to stand in the middle of the laboratory and carry out such an operation. In other words, the person who destroyed and looted the laboratory and was now being hunted might not be an intruder. He was an internal member of the Truth Society. Sigh, what a tragedy. The scholar who was transporting the injured looked at the bloody wounds on the stretcher and couldn't help but say, "Fortunately, we are only in charge of medical treatment. Working in such a high-risk laboratory is really terrible." The scholar in front looked back. Half of the injured's face was almost gone. He could vaguely make out that it was a young girl. "Yeah, she's half dead." The scholar in the back asked curiously, "Speaking of which, have you seen her before?" "I don't think I've seen a girl of this age in this laboratory before." As he spoke, he reached out to check the work pass hanging around the neck of the injured. Gee! A fair and slender hand suddenly pierced through his throat like a blade. The moment blood spilled out, the injured person jumped up. The moment the scholar in front of him turned around, the injured person's arms crossed up and down, twisting the scholar's neck. 2 stunned corpses fell softly. The injured in the scholar's white coat was as agile as a cat. He quietly opened the ventilation duct and went in. Only blood was left on the ground. Lightning flashed and instantly illuminated the outline of the dark fog. The huge god's corpse had completely disappeared in the darkness. The unknown object that launched a long-range attack not far away also stopped moving. Is this the end of the boss battle? Xianxia put down the sword in his hand and controlled the griffin to take 2 steps forward. The flame-like sword illuminated the area in front of him, but the area shrouded in fog was still quiet. The enemy that appeared in the end actually made him feel quite surprised and unprepared. The main reason was that the timing was very sudden. He had just immersed himself in this extremely realistic VR game experience. Candila's physical instincts and his soul as a sword spirit made the battle seem like a beginner's guide, and the difficulty had decreased by a considerable amount. Xianxia felt like he was an AFK, and the one that was really fighting was Candra. He only provided a bit of direction. Moreover, the god in this dream was clearly not the god that made Candila go crazy at a glance. Compared to the god in Candra's memory, this god that looked very powerful only had an imposing aura left. Remember, http://m9bkuj. According to Candra, a new god had appeared 10,000 years later and posed a great threat to his people. Therefore, he listened to Xianxia's suggestion and decided to help them with all his strength before he died. He wanted to face his past and challenge the god once again. He wanted to use a similar experience to make up for the regret of the past. Xianxia praised Candra for listening to his suggestion and correcting his mistakes. He also felt that his imagination was invincible in the dream. Just from the appearance of this boss, the pressure from its huge body was really off the charts, but its actual combat power was not that great. However, since it was a dream, it was reasonable no matter what. In the distance of the black fog, only the faint roars and noises that were like the sound of wind could be heard from the fog. Candra's voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of his heart with a trace of relief. "It's over. Thank you for your help. I have already fulfilled my last wish and used my remaining strength to protect my people and land. 10,000 years have passed, and everything is gone with the wind. This is all I can do. Escaping is always easier than facing it. If it wasn't for your guidance, I'm afraid that I would never be able to face my true side, my cowardice and despicableness. Thank you." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head to look at his hand that was holding the sword. His gorgeous and exquisite gauntlet was emitting a faint glow. His entire arm began to turn transparent, gradually turning into golden particles that dissipated with the wind. As expected, this was the ending. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. After all, Candila had died a long time ago. It was only because his resentment and unwillingness were wrapped around the sword that his soul hadn't been destroyed even after 10,000 years. From the memories that Xianxia sensed from Candra, before he went mad, he was indeed a worthy virtuous king. To him, it was indeed a blessing to be able to sacrifice all his remaining strength to protect his country again. However, because of his self-condemnation and cowardice, he didn't dare to face the past. Master Lin's chicken soup had an outstanding effect. Not only did it resolve the knot in their hearts, but it could even, to a certain extent, expiate the vengeful spirit that was attached to the sword. Although he died, he was finally able to return to his hometown and country. To him, this is probably the best ending. This dungeon can be considered to have been cleared. As Xianxia thought about this, he smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. Candila's body gradually disintegrated. Golden particles flickered with light and scattered in all directions. Wherever the light reached, the darkness would retreat. The soil that had been covered by the thick fog was exposed, and beautiful flowers swayed in the wind. 10,000 years ago, the country was flourishing. In the sky above the scorched battlefield, the remaining water vapor in the air turned into raindrops and fell. Smoke and dust filled the air and was slowly dragged along by the wind. The thick cloud vortex had been scattered by the massive ether energy that soared into the sky. The heavy rain that had lasted for more than a month finally came to an end. The elf riding the griffin was like a god of war, standing at the border between dream and reality. The tip of the sword reflected the huge crater and the ruins that looked like doomsday. This confrontation had only lasted for a few minutes, but everyone who had been paying attention to this battle had personally witnessed how the elf had taken on the Ether Star Destroyer cannons head-on and how he had destroyed all three of the Truth Society's Ether Star Destroyer cannons. The knights from the Secret Rites Tower were all dumbfounded. All of them were stunned for a few seconds. Even though Winston was still shouting through the communication device, "Stay calm and stay vigilant," some people near the border of the dream could not help but fall into a temporary state of panic and chaos. On the Truth Society's side, there was dead silence and chaos. Winston also understood that under such circumstances, the possibility of his orders being completely carried out was not high. Right now, his back and forehead were covered in cold sweat, and his palms, which were holding on to the communication device, were wet and slippery. Phew, he let out a long breath and looked toward the Candila King, who had walked out from the legends. Then, his pupils contracted as he realized that the elf's body had started to turn illusory, dissipating into light spots. Winston immediately sensed that the dream's area had shrunk, and the ether waves had started to weaken. Based on his experience, he judged that with the death of the god-level dream beast, the crack in the dream had started to close automatically. However, he still kept a close eye on the elf and did not let his guard down. Since he had dissipated on his own, it meant that he was indeed an ancient heroic spirit that had been summoned by someone, and that someone was giving orders behind the scenes to control his actions. The most likely culprit behind this was naturally the owner of the bookstore. He wondered if he would do anything else. Then, Winston saw that the elf, who was about to dissipate, suddenly seemed to have remembered something. He revealed a very bright and dazzling smile and waved his hand in front of him, saying, "You're welcome." He said, "You're welcome." Winston could not help but look in the direction of the elf's gaze. It was in the direction of the Truth Society, who had been beaten black and blue by him earlier. As everyone knew, "You're welcome" was used to respond to "thank you." In other words, this sentence meant, "No need to thank me for beating you guys to such a state. This is what I should do." Bang! Crash! The sound of someone hammering on the table was followed by the sound of a large number of things being swept to the ground. In the conference room, on the screen of the ether monitor, the scene of the elf smiling and waving his hand while saying "You're welcome" was very glaring. Andrew's face was about to become crooked from anger. He gritted his teeth, and his facial features were distorted. His whole body was trembling, and he was showing extreme anger. If the elf had just said "You're welcome," or if the Truth Society hadn't fired the Star Destroyer cannons, this matter would have stopped at the Candra King who came out of the legends and recreated the legend of the Godslayer step. Then it could have been explained by saying, "You don't need to thank me for helping you take care of the god-level dream beast." But in reality, there were traces of the collision of ether in the mess and the destroyed Star Destroyer cannons were still warm. Candra had waved his hand in the direction of the Truth Society with a smile and said, "You're welcome" in this situation. Other than taunting the Truth Society, he had no other thoughts. But the most important thing was that the legendary Candra King wasn't this frivolous in everyone's mind, so they couldn't help making some guesses. Was this movement summoned by the person behind the scenes? Was it the signal of the person behind the scenes? This made people think of a very terrifying thing. The person who was most likely behind the scenes hadn't even made a move yet, but the heroic spirits he summoned had already beaten the Truth Society to a pulp. Although it seemed like a one-time summon, who knew how much power the person behind the scenes had used to summon it? After all, from just now to now, there was only one strong ether fluctuation nearby. Does this mean that, to the person behind the scenes, this is insignificant? Andrew clenched his fist on the table, feeling an uncontrollable tremble from the pulling of his contracted muscles. This trembling reminded him that whether he was willing to admit it or not, a large part of his anger came from the fear in his heart. When the fear reached its peak, it turned into anger. Realizing this, his expression became even more twisted and dark, until the cold prompt in his ears woke him up from a dream. Because you have violated the relevant regulations, your authority has been frozen and you are in a waiting state. Please do not move around and wait in place. Andrew's eyes opened wide as he suddenly turned around. The door to the conference room was pushed open and a group of panic-grade scholars in black armor pointed their guns at him. The managers of the other departments came in and the vice president of the Truth Society came out. Andrew. Damon pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said, I think you know how big of a mistake you've made this time, and how much damage the Truth Society has suffered. Andrew looked at the young, newly promoted expert of the same level, took a deep breath, and revealed a smile that was no different from before. He said, I indeed made a mistake in my decision, but the basis and process of my judgment were all correct. The only mistake I admit is my judgment of the enemy's strength, and this mistake should be blamed on. He would never admit that his eagerness for quick success and the mental imbalance accumulated from the repeated setbacks of the bookstore issue during this period of time were the root cause of his decision-making mistake. Otherwise, according to his past habits, he would definitely be more cautious and meticulous. Damon shrugged his shoulders and said, You don't have to tell me these things. What you should be thinking about now is how to solve the follow-up problems of this matter. For example, the 3 planetary destroyer cannons and some other things that need to be explained. From what I know, you seem to have been tracking down that I-grade bookstore and are very hostile towards it. So what? Andrew frowned and had an ominous premonition. The ones who summoned the dream beast this time were the remnants of the White Wolf gang, right? What does it have to do with the bookstore? Damon looked at him and said, It seems like you still don't know. The Myert Tower just contacted us and confirmed that the one who summoned the Candor was the owner of the bookstore. Andrew's expression changed abruptly, as if he was struck by lightning. His face was filled with disbelief. Damon continued, Therefore, we have reason to suspect that you targeted the bookstore out of your own selfishness. Also, because of you, the owner of the bookstore, who was rated as friendly, took the initiative to attack, ultimately causing the Truth Society to suffer heavy losses. Andrew said angrily, Nonsense. He was halfway through his explanation when Damon interrupted him. I've said it before, these words are useless to me. Andrew glared at Damon with burning anger, but when he saw the teasing gaze behind Damon's glasses, he suddenly understood he wasn't the only one who was jealous of this young expert of the same level as him. Damon also wanted to pull him down. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Furthermore, he had really gotten himself into trouble this time. Andrew's face turned ashen, and he suddenly felt powerless. However, at this moment, a new message was suddenly recorded on everyone's communication devices. Machinery transmigration has been attacked. Andrew's gaze changed, and he stopped in his tracks. In a split second, he said slowly, I remember that when the level 1 alert is stacked, the person with the number A pending review status must retain his original position and continue to work under surveillance to ensure that all organizations can operate normally. Right? Vice President Damon. This boss Lin doesn't seem to have a good temper. After Winston gave the order to clean up the battlefield, he looked at the ruins in front of him and said to the communication device. If a barking evil dog suddenly barged into your place and caused trouble everywhere, trampling on the lawn, your temper would be bad too. Yusefyu's voice came from behind him. Winston turned his head and saw that familiar old face. He curled his lips and said, So, the god-level dream beast is an evil dog, and we are good dogs. Yusefyu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He revealed a hearty smile and said, "Hey, buddy, you think too much. You're just fleas." Winston took a deep breath and resisted the urge to punch this old buddy in the face. He sighed and said, "No matter what, this matter has finally come to an end." Xianxia looked at the clouds in the sky that were slowly dispersing and said, "But this matter is far from over." Their intelligence department had been tracking down the source of this magic mirror egg, but they had never found anything. The person or organization that released the monster into Nuajin was the real invisible enemy that was difficult to deal with. Winston looked at the face of the former glorious Grand Knight next to him. The eyes on that determined and weathered face flashed with a sharp light. He suddenly felt that he seemed to see the invincible holy flame again. Because of the huge water flow caused by the death of the god of rain, the flooded houses were like flowing rivers. Many building debris and garbage floated in the water, flowing rapidly along the entrance of the sewer. From time to time, they were blocked by the buildings next to them. Splash, a horribly swollen and twisted corpse was swept up by the water flow, revealing a face that still retained a crazed and worshipful expression. The old man in the old black suit put away his umbrella and squatted down. Behind the pitch-black iron mask, a cold light flashed in his snake eyes. He reached out and lifted Xianxia's corpse. "My guidance for so long was not in vain. What a perfect material." The Scarlet Sect and the White Wolf, from the moment they resurrected his disciple to assassinate him, in Wang Erda's heart, he had already prepared for their deaths. Boss Lin said it well. One should be steady, accurate, and ruthless in doing things. He could not give them any chance to rise from the ashes. After giving Xianxia the method of using life as fuel and the map of Nuajin's sewer, he watched them kill each other to the point of madness. In the end, they walked towards self-destruction without realizing it, and provided him with a lot of material. Wang Erda knew that he did not let down the expectations of the bookstore owner. When the battle on the ground ended, Jijishu had already led the rest of the people into the developed underground drainage system. With her strength, it would be suicide for her to be in such a battle. Although she would not be swept to death by the shockwaves, there was no need for her to take the risk. Naturally, she fled early. The White Wolf was dead. Her revenge was over. The god-level dream beast that Xianxia had called the God of Rain would naturally be taken care of by the Secret Ritual Tower and the Truth Society. Under normal circumstances, even a god-level dream beast would not be able to cause much trouble. She did not need to worry. If the Secret Ritual Tower and the Truth Society could not solve it, she would not have the chance to worry. But to her, there was something more important, which was to take over everything that the White Wolf had left behind. No matter how strong a new hunter organization was, it would not be able to establish itself quickly without the recognition of other organizations. She needed to borrow the White Wolf's legacy. The White Wolf had been able to stand tall for so many years not only because of their powerful members, but also because of the information, secrets, and connections in their hands. Of course, there was also the most important thing, the formula for the tainted blood from the Skycourt Wolf. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. The foundation of every hunter organization was the formula for the tainted blood that belonged to the organization. The dream beast's blood had a strong toxicity. Without the aid of a suitable formula, the blood would be poison. There were only two ways to obtain the formula. One of them was a primitive recipe passed down by the hunters of ancient times through the personal blind trials of countless people. This formula did not overly weaken the power of the blood itself. It could increase the power of the blood greatly, but because it was relatively crude, the side effects were more severe. The probability of not being able to survive the first injection was also very high. The other was an experimental formula created by a pharmacist. Through the accurate composition of modern equipment, the improved formula was safer and gentler, but at the same time, it sacrificed a part of its power. High-quality experimental formulas were very rare. Most of them were ordinary goods with an upper limit of level P. Many hunter organizations would use such formulas to cultivate a large number of peripheral members. Therefore, every original formula was extremely precious. At least, it was much more precious than the average experimental formula. Only by mastering a complete formula could they continue to produce hunters. This was the foundation. The main reason why the White Wolves could become one of the larger hunter organizations was because they possessed the original formula for the Skycourt Wolf's tainted blood. Although Spider had betrayed the White Wolves, if Jijishu had the formula for the Sky Wolf, then even if she said that she was the true White Wolf, no one would have any objections. Moreover, she also needed White Wolf's information to conceal her own source of information, so that she could use Ruean's soul more. The information he possessed would be more convenient for her. It's here. Jijishu looked at the narrow passageway in front of her. The surrounding walls were completely cracked, and the huge gap was pitch black. The faint sound of wind passing through could be heard. The grooves on the ground were filled with internal organs and pus, slowly flowing. The hunters stepped forward and opened up a path as fast as they could, entering the White Wolf's final stronghold. A strong stench of rotting corpses assailed his nostrils. Jijishu frowned. She simply blocked her sense of smell and followed in. The soles of her shoes felt sticky and heavy, as if she was stepping on a damp carpet. She lowered her head and saw that the ground was covered with bright red meat paste and other things. Looking around, there were piles of corpses, and a strange mixture of liquids was flowing down. Jijishu's eyes darkened. To be able to live here for so long, the White Wolf's hunters must have gone crazy. She walked in step by step and saw the incubator at the top of the dome in the middle. The huge device was completely broken and twisted, and the inside was filled with crazily growing crystals. Under the contrast of the flesh and blood below and around, it emitted a faint light. The smooth mirror in the middle was broken, and the color was as black as the abyss. It was the complete magic mirror egg. "Miss, the formula has been found." Kaiyi's voice sounded, and a lithe and sexy figure jumped down from the platform above, handing the box in his hands to Jijishu. Jijishu nodded and took the box. It looked ordinary, but there was a blood-red rune carved on the surface of the box. She tried to open the box, and found that it could not be opened. She frowned. This should be a light magus secret rune technique. Kaiyi suggested, let Mr. Haywood take a look. He might have a solution. The light magus that Ji Bonong had hired, Haywood, was a private magus hired by a noble. His position was simply that of a guest. Ji Bonong paid him, and Haywood helped him with his work. Jijishu would often consult him, but now that Kaiyi mentioned Haywood, Jijishu recalled a trace of doubt that had flashed through her heart. The brand of loyalty on Ruean's body was obviously a secret technique used to imprison one's soul. However, it did not restrict him, and he had already touched it in secret. If not, he would not have had so many opportunities to become the head of an intelligence agency. This meant that the Light Magi group was not necessarily safe and honest. It was far from the impression that these spellcasters gave others. Jijishu was still unable to use her iron will to pry anything out of Ruean's soul, so the situation was still unclear. If something as secret as the formula for the blood of filth was exposed now, the consequences would be unimaginable. She shook her head and kept the box, saying, let's go back and think about it. It's too dangerous here. Kaiyi nodded and did not think too much about it, saying, then I'll go search again. At this moment, another hunter ran over and said, Leader, I found a map. A map? Jijishu took a look and immediately understood that this was a map of the underground tunnels in Nuajin. This was also the reason why the White Wolf was able to move freely in the dense network of tunnels. Very good. Jijishu praised. With this, the newborn spiders had more bargaining chips. After the White Wolf's remaining belongings were taken away, the hunters began to set up special explosives, preparing to completely clean up the remaining magic mirror eggs. They were professionals at dealing with magical creatures in dreams. Jijishu looked at the damaged incubator above and confirmed, is everything in place? After receiving an affirmative answer, everyone quickly retreated. Behind them, an explosion sounded, and the entire tunnel node was destroyed. Even the dome above collapsed, and water gushed in. Asterisk boom. Rumble, asterisk number 277 did not have a name. Clay Fetus S277 was her serial number. It was printed on the back of her neck and came with a barcode to record her data. She was the 277th born sample of the second batch of experimental subjects of the Clay Fetus project. That was the significance of the serial number. Since the Truth Society's mechanical research project was launched, there had been a total of 3 batches of experimental subjects, with a total of 3,050 serial numbers. The first batch of 50 started with F, the second batch of 1,000 started with S, and the third batch of 2,000 started with T. Number 277 was one of the failed experimental subjects. However, number 277 did not feel depressed because of this, because these 3,050 serial numbers were all failures. Occasionally, she would hear a researcher in a white lab coat outside the transparent container complaining, "The intensity of the experiments is getting heavier and heavier. Every day, they collect data from morning till night. When will it end?" The higher-ups don't plan to allocate funds, and there's not much progress in the experiments. Sigh, because of the confidentiality regulations, I can only live in the laboratory. I'm going to die of boredom. Someone beside asked, "No progress? Didn't the data I compiled for the ether affinity already reach 200%? The researcher reached out and knocked on the glass in front of her. Through the light blurred by the culture fluid, his eyes were cold and condescending as he said, "Look, this is the best experimental subject so far. It's estimated that she can reach the highest affinity of 200%. However, the concentration of the philosopher's stone in her flesh and blood is too high, resulting in her lifespan being only about 1 year. 1 year. What will happen after 1 year?" Bang! The researcher made an explosion gesture and said with a smile, "The power of the philosopher's stone is gradually unable to be metabolized, and the ether affinity is getting higher and higher. In the end, the flow of ether cannot be controlled, and the experimental subject will inflate like a balloon. Therefore, if the next batch has any results, this batch must be destroyed as soon as possible. In a few days, the first batch of experimental subjects will be destroyed together." Therefore, number 277 knew that she only had 1 year left to live. The double isolation of the glass and the culture fluid caused everything outside to seem a little distorted. People came and went, and the lights flickered day after day. When all the lights in the laboratory were extinguished, leaving only the flashing automatic indicator lights, the surroundings were silent. Number 277 tried to touch the wall of the container. Her slender and white fingers gently overlapped with the reflection on the transparent glass, forming a pale and smooth oval. She had no fingerprints. The hard and cold feeling of the glass was so novel. It was completely different from the water flow and the needle. 277's heart suddenly had a trace of curiosity. He leaned forward on the glass and carefully looked outside. It turned out that there were so many different and unknown things outside. After a long while, she retracted her hand. The glass was unable to bear the burden of her strength. It made a small creaking sound and was on the verge of cracking. From that day onwards, 277 began to wait for the night. She noticed many details that she had never seen before, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. Her extraordinary hearing and vision allowed her to get the information she wanted in an instant. She knew the daily turnover and movement patterns of the staff in this laboratory. She also knew what happened in the other laboratories and factories. She also knew the structural map of the entire machinery transmigration. He also knew that someone was going to make a move tonight. He was among the group of scholars, chatting with the people next to him. At the same time, he tampered with the philosopher's stone in his hand. Then, at a certain moment, it exploded. The thunderous sound shook the entire building. Flames engulfed everything, and the glass containers all exploded. The fragments splashed all over the ground. At the same time, the person had already taken out the necessary containers and quickly left. 277 stood up from the ground and looked around. The flames rushed towards her, and the scorching temperature made her hair curl slightly. She had never experienced this before. Sharp pain came from all over her body. She almost suffocated when she breathed. Her whole body trembled, and her heart beat like a drum. She slowly took 2 steps forward. Her entire body was dripping wet, and her long hair stuck to her white and slender waist. Then she looked down at her hands. She used the ether to dry her body. Then she squatted down and took off the clothes and badge of one of the corpses. Boom! The corpse was thrown into the fire. With her help, it almost instantly turned into charcoal. She lay down and stared at the collapsed ceiling. Then she quietly turned to her side and curled up on the floor. she counted in her heart. 1, 2, 3. Bang, armed man broke through the door. The night wind blew past 277's ears, bringing with it a thick and cold humidity. The air was mixed with a large amount of blood. But for a normal person, they could only smell the smell of mud and other random smells after the rain. She shuttled through the huge city, like a cat, vigilantly avoiding strangers that she might meet. Her spacious white coat was blown by the wind. But in this quiet and noisy street, she could not help but feel lost. At the same time, her body temperature seemed to be rapidly rising. A glimpse of light in the dark street made her suddenly stop. Ugh, 277 jumped off the roof. Her body shook, and her vision began to blur. She suddenly saw a large amount of blood on her chest. Her body still needed to be injected with the liquid to maintain stability. Although it was possible to adjust on her own, it needed time. 277 did not finish her thought before her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. Xianxia rarely woke up in the middle of the night because of the interruption of the dream. He sat on the bed and looked at the long sword on the table beside him. Candra, Xianxia rubbed his forehead and stood up. The dream in his mind was vivid and the memory was very clear. If it was just the memory of the instant's dungeon that was very clear, then it was fine. But when he held the sword in front of Candra's chest, he could see Candra's life in that short moment. As he looked at the sword, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Xianxia sighed, "It must be because I haven't woken up yet. Go and wash your face." He walked into the bathroom and washed his face. He suddenly noticed that the rain outside seemed to have stopped, but it seemed like something else had happened. There were bursts of flames outside the window and all kinds of lively sounds came from far away. Xianxia had enough of this terrible weather. He went downstairs with a trace of pleasant surprise and opened the door. The fresh air after the rain hit him in the face, bringing with it a trace of coolness that cleansed his senses. The rain really stopped. Only the edge of the street still had water flowing. Xianxia took a deep breath. He felt refreshed and excited. As far as his eyes could see, there seemed to be a fire in the distance. Thick smoke surged into the sky. The tall buildings collapsed and the ground slightly trembled. Huh? He wanted to go out and take a look at the situation, but his sharp eyes suddenly noticed the figure on the ground not far away and the white clothes covered in blood. Bang! Xianxia kicked open the half-closed door of the bookstore and placed the girl in a semi-reclining position on a deck chair to check on the situation. He took out his communication device, thinking that he had picked up some trouble. But if he left it alone, it could lead to a more serious infection in the street where the water had just receded after the rain. He looked at the girl in a blood-stained white gown. Her long hair was wet and draped over her face. The part of her face that was covered was also stained with blood. Her skin, which was so white that it was almost transparent, was covered with all kinds of bloody wounds. The wounds covered almost all of her body and were directional. They were high temperature and were caused by blunt and sharp weapons. Based on Xianxia's experience, he could basically confirm that they were explosion injuries. Furthermore, from the wavy contusions on the girl's body and the peeling off of her skin, it was obvious that they were caused by shock waves. She should have been some distance away from the center of the explosion, Xianxia frowned. Explosion injuries were usually light on the outside but heavy on the inside. The strong shock waves had a high probability of rupturing internal organs, bleeding, and fractures. But the girl's wounds were relatively small, and the internal bleeding obviously wouldn't cause such a large amount of blood. Also, the blood on the white gown was splattered in a different direction from the wounds on her body. This meant that the blood should be someone else's. He remembered the URL, M9B Kuj. More specifically, he couldn't determine what the situation was. So his first reaction was to take out his communication device and call the hospital, but, beep, beep, he heard the busy tone in his ear. Xianxia sighed and felt that it was true. The fire was so big that it seemed that at least a dozen streets were affected. There would be too many casualties to save. At the very least, the hospital in this area would be flooded with calls. He put down the communication device and planned to try again later. The so-called communication device was the mobile phone of this world. As mentioned before, Azir's technological level was roughly the same as Earth's in the 1980s and 1990s. This was around the time that mobile phones were transitioning to flip phones. But the research on mobile phones in this world seemed to be progressing faster. The communication device basically looked like a normal flip phone. Of course, it wasn't something that the average commoner could afford. It was just like how the video store next door had a lousy television, which was enough for the store owner to brag about on the news every day. Those who could afford a communication device basically belonged to the category of the rich. Xianxia's communication device was a gift from a guest. Although Xianxia didn't know many people, the gaming industry in this world was relatively backward, and there wasn't even a built-in gluttonous snake. He didn't use the communication device much. However, Xianxia still carried it with him at all times in case he needed it. His caution proved to be correct. When Xianxia used the communication device to contact the hospital again, he heard the busy tone and noticed the tag on the girl's chest. He reached out and picked it up. Behind the sign was a faint white triangular mark, and the frame was an abstract Ouroboros. It was a logo that he had never seen before, Xianxia thought as he flipped to the front. When he saw the picture of a young man, he was slightly stunned. Because he was more focused on the wound and the clothes were highly stained, he didn't notice that the clothes weren't hers. He thought about the fire in the distance and the girl's clothes were still wet. She should be a victim who had just escaped from the explosion. But this was clearly a researcher's white coat that didn't belong to her. The large amount of blood also meant that she wasn't an ordinary victim. Xianxia analyzed the situation according to a normal person's logic. The clothes weren't the child's, but she shouldn't have put them on herself. The damage on the clothes didn't overlap with the girl's wounds. Obviously, she wasn't injured by the explosion while wearing the clothes, so she put on the clothes after she was injured. Who would be able to take off someone else's clothes and wear them after being seriously injured by the explosion? Even if she took off the clothes and wore them, she wouldn't have hung the name tag together with the clothes. So obviously, someone else put the clothes on her, and it should be the person on the name tag. As for why she was disguised and what was the purpose of the disguise, Xianxia couldn't accurately know the truth based on his own guesses. Oh, the girl's butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. Her expression was still a little confused and vigilant like a cub. Xianxia squatted down and reached out to touch her head. He tried to smile as gently as possible. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Don't move around. Your injuries are very serious. I'm trying to contact the hospital. The girl looked at the friendly smile on his face and quickly observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Her tense body relaxed a little. She instantly judged that this was a young single man who lived alone all year round. There were no ether fluctuations. He was an ordinary person. He probably thought that the blood on her body was his. In that case, it wasn't hard to gain his trust. She reached out to grab Xianxia's sleeve and whispered in a low and hoarse voice, "Don't contact the hospital. They want to kill me. I escaped." Xianxia was shocked. He lowered his head and looked at the thin and fragile body under the girl's clothes. He thought for a moment, and a very popular character in Detective Conan flashed through his mind, Aiuni. In his impression, Aiuni, who had escaped from the organization, had fallen on the road wearing an ill-fitting white coat. Could it be, it wasn't that the girl in front of him had shrunk, but that the cause of the fire was also some dangerous secret research? Combined with the girl's words, the matter seemed to be clear. The owner of the clothes, assuming that it was a secret researcher, had encountered a fatal danger, and it had happened very quickly. There was no way to escape the sudden situation. At the same time, this child was also at the scene. She had an unusual relationship with this person. And judging from the fact that the girl was only wearing a white coat, could it be? The plot was that a researcher was in possession of secret information. The villain organization threatened him with his family and wanted him to do something worse than a beast. In the end, the researcher did something in anger and detonated the bomb. Then, he didn't have long to live. He put the clothes on the child and let her run out to ask for help. Xianxia already had a sense of the scene in his mind. Why was the girl covered in wounds? Because there had been a struggle at the scene. Why was the girl soaked? This was to prevent her from being burned in the process of escaping. Why was she wearing someone else's clothes? Because she had encountered a terrible threat, the owner of the clothes had let her run out. The girl shook her head and kept staring at Lin Jia, as if she was begging him. Lin Jia cut off the communication device in his hand and sighed. He put the device back in his pocket and comforted her. Okay, I won't call anymore. But no matter what happened, I have to make sure that your body is okay. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries can't be seen. This is no joke. If your internal organs are damaged, it could be a matter of life and death. He then said with a serious expression, although I'm not a professional doctor, I can still diagnose ordinary injuries. If you don't want to go to the hospital, you have to give me a reason not to worry. So, can you cooperate with me and let me check your injuries first? Lin Jia looked at the girl in front of him with a very reliable and serious expression. He reached out and held the girl's cold little hand, tightly giving her warmth and strength. Sai, who told him to be so warm-hearted and kind, willing to help strangers through difficult times. If this child met someone else, she probably wouldn't be so lucky. This kind of terrible experience must have left her with lingering fears. He had to let her feel the warmth of the world. The girl looked at her hand that was being held and suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling in her heart. Her expression couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then she silently nodded. Okay, if you don't feel well, you have to tell me. Lin Jia reached out and pressed on some areas that might be injured and asked, do you feel any pain? The girl shook her head. He then roughly diagnosed the areas that might be injured. He felt that it was really strange. There were clearly traces of shock waves on the surface of her body, but there didn't seem to be any internal injuries. Instead, there were slight fractures. There really aren't any serious internal injuries, so you don't need to go to the hospital. But you still need to receive treatment. The girl looked at Lin Jia with a trace of confusion. But when she thought about the freedom she had just obtained, she clenched her fists. She couldn't risk being exposed, and the man in front of her couldn't be completely trusted. Lin Jia finished his instructions and said, is there anything else you want now? I'm going to the basement to get some tools to treat your external injuries. I'll be back later. It's cold. The girl's gaze turned to the door that wasn't closed. Ah, I forgot to close the door. Wait a moment. Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh. He slapped his forehead and turned to walk towards the door. The girl's gaze instantly turned cold. As she looked at Lin Jia, she half squatted on the recliner and tensed her body like a bowstring. As soon as she let go, she would shoot out from the bowstring. She would kill the young man in front of her as easily as a cat. Suddenly, her movements paused. Her gaze, which had followed Lin Jia's back, was attracted by the gargoyle on the counter in the same direction. The girl looked at the gargoyle's scarlet eyes and felt the enormous ether waves that were filled with coldness and hatred. Her back instantly arched, and a chill rose in her heart. This was the feeling of being targeted. That gargoyle was alive. Realizing this, the girl felt as if she had been startled awake from a nightmare. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. The ether affinity that hadn't recovered because of her injuries suddenly exploded. This place was full of life. Then, as her entire body stiffened, she looked again at Lin Jia, who was closing the door. A normal person, she had already flipped over half of the recliner, but now she flipped back over and lay down quietly and obediently. Lin Jia closed the door and turned around to see the girl curled up in the reclining chair in a very reserved and standard semi-reclining position. He could not help but smile. The way this child stared at the ceiling without blinking made him feel a little dazed. He felt a little like a penguin, cute and adorable, but without a head. Speaking of which, it seemed that ever since he moved this reclining chair up from the basement, he had not been lying down much. The two people lying on it just so happened to be patients. Coupled with the fact that the bookstore opened very rarely, at this moment, he felt as if he had a secondary job as a doctor. If he placed a bottle rack next to the reclining chair, it would look even more like it. However, although he had a lot of knowledge about Chinese and Western medicine, and even a lot of practical experience, there was still a big gap between his standard and that of a proper doctor. Part of this knowledge and experience came from the medical books he read in his free time, and the other part came from his field research experience in remote villages and primitive tribes all year round. Conducting research in such a remote place, especially when Lin Jia was researching ancient villages that had never been visited by anyone before, was a very dangerous thing to do. These places were often isolated from the outside world like the peach blossom spring. The geographical environment was very complicated. There were no maps, and there were no proper local hospitals. There was no guarantee of safety at all. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj. When Lin Jia was younger, he followed his mentor's team to many places for inspection and research. Although he was only able to help make notes at that time, he still gained a lot of knowledge. Sometimes, the team had to climb mountains to reach their destination. If they lost their footing and fell, they would at least break a few bones, and in serious cases, their lives would be in danger, not to mention the wild beasts that might appear along the way. In Lin Jia's memory, the scariest time was when there was a thick fog in the mountains. The fog had shrouded the entire team and reduced their visibility to less than 5 meters. Just a few meters away, in the blink of an eye, a living person had disappeared without a trace. At that time, the whole team was dumbfounded. Only he cautiously went over bit by bit to check. He found that a few meters away, they had already reached the edge of the cliff. Only the edge of the cliff was exposed to the slowly flowing fog. No one knew how deep it was. That person stepped on air in such a fog and silently fell into the abyss. Of course, this kind of situation only happened a few times. The main trouble they encountered was that they often encountered in the wild. Deaths and injuries were almost inevitable. The members who were willing to follow the investigation were aware of this. Over time, Lin Jia became very proficient in dealing with common external injuries and illnesses that could easily occur. But other than that, it was pointless to ask him about medical issues. Although he had read relevant books, medicine was a subject where true knowledge came from practice. Empty talk was meaningless. "Alright, wait for me. I'll be back soon to treat your wounds. Don't move around." Lin Jia smiled at the girl on the recliner. Seeing her nod obediently, he turned around and went to the basement. The young girl on the deck chair watched as his figure disappeared down the stairs, but she still didn't dare to move. When his spiritual perception, which had been sluggish and disordered due to his injuries, came into contact with the huge amount of resentment within the gargoyle, it was as if a switch had been turned on, and it instantly exploded. She could feel that the small bookstore was filled with nothingness, squeezing, breathing, wriggling, stretching, staring, and cruising. The neatly arranged bookshelves were like giant beasts lurking in the shadows. Every moment, there would be invisible gazes sweeping across her skin. It was as if there were countless people staring at her from the front of her face. Their hot breaths brushed past her cheeks. She was now completely creeped out. Her back was full of cold sweat, and her brain was completely stiff. Unimaginable, indescribable. What the hell was this? And all this frightening and shuddering seemed to be normal in the eyes of this young man. That gentle and warm smile instantly turned into a cold and treacherous warning. How scary. But why did such a scary guy want to save her? The young girl saw that Lin Jia had returned with a medical kit in his hand. Lin Jia walked to the young girl's side and opened the medical kit that he hadn't used for a long time to disinfect it. He asked casually, "Oh right, I still don't know your name." "I'm Lin Jia, Shuangmu Lin, Jia of Media. I opened this bookstore, but business isn't very good. I don't have a name." The young girl glanced at him. "I don't have a name." Lin Jia paused. Did she want to say goodbye to her painful past? After all, she looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. It was impossible for her to not have a name. Of course, it was also possible that she didn't want to reveal her identity. This vigilance of hers was like a kitten away from home. He couldn't help but think of the trauma her injuries had caused her. He looked at the expressionless young girl in front of him and suddenly felt a trace of pity. What a pitiful, strong, and stubborn child. The past is the past. Just pretend that everything in the past never happened. If you're willing to let it go, then the past is just a string of numbers. There's nothing to care about. The most important thing is always the present and the future. Lin Jia comforted her gently and reached out to treat the young girl's wounds. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it. The young girl nodded and lowered her eyes. Her gaze fell on the serious side of the man's face. Her past was indeed just a short string of numbers. The number 277 represented the unconscious life in the glass jar, not her. Xianxia disinfected and cleaned the wound. He applied some medicine and bandaged the arm. Then he did the same thing and treated all the wounds on the young girl's body. He had the young girl turn over and pulled out the towel the young girl had used as a pillow. He was shocked to see the large amount of blood soaking the towel. There was a bloody wound on the back of the young girl's neck. Because of the shock wave and the scrapes from the fall, there was a large patch of shocking blood red on her back. It made people's hearts jump. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and continued to work. When everything was done, he reached out to pat her head to comfort her. He said, "Do you have a life you want? What are your plans for the future?" The young girl looked at him cautiously and shook her head. Xianxia could see the confusion in her timid eyes. It was clear that the young girl who had just experienced a drastic change in her life still hadn't found her direction. Life coach Jia revealed a knowing smile. "Since it's like this, you should need a new identity. It just so happens that I'm lacking an assistant here. If you want to do it, I can at least guarantee that you'll be safe for a short period of time. It won't be too late for you to leave when you have new ideas." Although Xianxia was still an unregistered resident, he had a lot of experience. He could ask a former customer to help him forge an identity. "Assistant?" The young girl looked around with an expressionless face. "Bookstore assistant. It's a very easy job. It's not difficult. You just have to organize the bookshelves and help with the registration." In fact, Xianxia himself usually only had these two tasks to do. If he gave them to this child, he would be able to read his never-ending books in peace every day. It's just a simple job? Hearing this, the girl looked at the bookshelves around her. Her body tensed up subconsciously, and she pursed her lips without saying a word. Just by lying here, she could feel such a terrifying and heavy atmosphere. It was hard to imagine what these books, bookshelves, and the entire bookstore were. She didn't even dare to close her eyes now, because according to her current perception, once she closed her eyes, the creepy feeling would be infinitely magnified. At that time, the scene in front of her wouldn't be this dim and shabby bookstore in the dark. Instinctively, she didn't want to be in close contact with these things every day. Just thinking about it made her hair stand on end. But if she didn't agree, in a better situation, she would continue to face the pursuit of the Truth Society. Perhaps she could successfully escape, but the following days would still be full of uncertainty and confusion for her. Apart from the information she learned from the Truth Society, she knew almost nothing about the outside world. But if she couldn't get rid of the pursuit, perhaps her real life would only last for a few days before coming to an end. In a worse situation, if she refused, she might not even be able to walk out of the bookstore's door. The first website was M9Bkuj. Coma's an android who had just left the culture fluid and hadn't been exposed to such a complicated situation. The girl's little brain was now a bit blank. If she weighed it, the danger level of both sides seemed to be about the same. In fact, it seemed that staying here was the best choice. Provide a new identity, provide protection, and the price was, if you don't want to, I won't force you. You have your own plans, and I won't interfere. Don't be so nervous. Xianxia saw the hesitation and nervousness on the girl's face. He stood up and smiled. Don't think so much for the time being. Let's talk about it after you recover. Before you recover, I will still take you in. After that, whether you stay or leave, is up to you. He reached out and helped the girl up, put her hand on his shoulder, and gestured for her to lie down on his back. It's just that the new identity, or the subsequent troubles, will have to be solved by you. After all, I'm just an ordinary bookstore owner, not a charity. Solving some problems for customers within his ability, or turning into a life coach for psychological counseling, these were all long-term investments. He wanted to get closer to customers and make them trust him. Even if he didn't have a book he wanted to buy, he would think of it as he chatted, right? In other words, this was an equivalent exchange. However, the girl he picked up was different. She was not a stable source of customers and could even bring unpredictable dangers. No matter how kind and enthusiastic Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to help a complete stranger for nothing. The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly placing her hands on Xianxia's shoulders. She then climbed onto his back in a very jerky manner. Xianxia reached out to support the girl's slender thigh, carefully avoiding the wound, and walked towards the stairs. I don't have any extra rooms here. You can sleep on my bed first. I'll sleep on the recliner. I'll buy a new bed tomorrow. The girl stared at the back of his head without blinking. The warmth of the man's body pressed against her skin, giving her a completely different experience. So close, so hot. I can even hear your heartbeat. Xianxia went upstairs and opened the bedroom door. After taking 2 steps in, he felt that the girl behind him seemed to be nervous. Her 2 hands were tightly gripping the back of his collar. What's wrong? He turned around and saw the girl's gaze fall on the dream catcher on his bedside. He smiled and said, "It's pretty, isn't it? One of my old customers gave it to me. It's a local product that can make people have good dreams. It's called the dream catcher." Good dreams, was he referring to the abyss predator that was emitting an aura? When she was 277, she saw the same spider web fragments in the laboratory. They were placed in layers of protective arrays to protect them. It was said that they came from a type of dream beast called the abyss predator. They had the power to weave small dreamscapes and drag people into terrifying dreamscapes that were full of illusions to slowly kill them. And here, it seemed to be made into some kind of casting tool. This old customer. What kind of existence was he? But no matter how she thought about it, this kind of strange thing couldn't make people have good dreams. If it was tested to be effective, how did he know? Thinking of this, the girl's gaze was attracted to the long sword on the table. At this time, Xianxia also said, "And that sword? It's a souvenir from a customer. It's a symbol of the family's glory. It's very precious." Compared to the dream catcher, the longsword's aura was much more righteous. It was grand and magnificent, but the white flame-like brilliance was equally dangerous. The sword seemed to have been casually placed on the table. It was as if the owner of this bedroom was a knight who was skilled in killing. Even when he was sleeping, his weapon would not be far away from him. He could pull out the sword at any time and behead any intruder. On the surface, it looked like he had placed her in his bedroom, but in fact, this was a blatant warning. Xianxia felt that the girl behind him seemed to be more nervous after hearing his explanation. He thought that she might be more afraid of the new environment. He put her on the bed and took out his spare clothes from the closet. He handed them to her and said, "Don't worry, no one will hurt you here. If you feel scared, just call me." The girl took the clothes and silently thought, there really isn't any person here. She raised her head and asked without any rhyme or reason, "Human? Is the temperature of a human's body this high?" For the time being, she would just treat this man as a human. "Hi." Xianxia laughed involuntarily. He touched her forehead with his hand and said, "You're too cold. This is a sign of excessive blood loss. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket at night." He pulled the blanket from the side and said, "I only have things for myself here, so I'll just put up with this for now." After putting on her clothes, the girl lay down and obediently covered herself with the blanket. She looked at him with a pair of black eyes, like a chick that had just hatched and wanted to imprint the first image she saw into her mind. Xianxia put away the sword on the table to avoid scaring the little girl. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to say, "Since you don't have a name, do you want to give yourself a new one?" The girl nodded. "Do you have any ideas? If not, I'll help you come up with one." Xianxia looked at the sky outside the window. The dark clouds that had covered Nuajin for a month had finally dispersed, revealing a trace of the bright moon. "Moon, how is it? From today onwards, your name is Moon." Xianxia settled Mon down and went down from the 2nd floor. He went out to check if there were any obvious traces left at the scene. Thanks to the puddles on the street that had not completely receded, the blood stains were all washed away. Xianxia checked the surroundings out of caution. Overall, there should not be anything particularly noteworthy. The child had escaped without any hesitation, and there was no sign of anyone chasing after him. Fortunately, the street itself was remote enough, and there were not many people living there. No one else noticed what had happened here. After the popularity of the large-scale gas explosion case died down, people's curiosity was satisfied, and the street became more deserted than before. It was a mess, and no one wanted to come here. Xianxia came back. He took down the blood-stained white coat hanging on the recliner and prepared to get rid of it. At the same time, he dialed the one and only number left on his communication device. The number was not saved, but it was left by the first customer he received when he first came to Nuajin to open the bookstore. It was also because of that customer that he got rid of his identity as an illegal resident, and allowed the bookstore to have the legal qualifications to operate properly. He also provided him with a lot of help. And this was only in return for Lin Jia's advice and recommendation of a book. Although at that time, Lin Jia was just casually comforting him and habitually feeding him chicken soup, according to the other party's attitude, it seemed to be a conversation that was enough to change his life. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. Moreover, Lin Jia did need help the most at that time. Therefore, the other party was grateful to him as if he was his savior, and Lin Jia chose to accept it. In fact, if not for this, Lin Jia might not have linked the recommendation book to psychological counseling as often as he did now. However, to him, it was indeed a happy thing to be able to develop two interests together. This number was said to be on standby 24/7. No matter how much time had passed, no matter when Lin Jia needed help, as long as he used this communication device to call, he would definitely get a reply. And as long as there was a reply, he would do his best to help Lin Jia solve the problem. However, Lin Jia hadn't fought even once in the past 3 years. On the one hand, he didn't want to trouble others. After all, in his opinion, the other party's help in solving the problem of illegal immigrants was enough to make up for the debt of gratitude. On the other hand, it was true that he had not encountered much trouble. In the 3 years since he had transmigrated, he had opened a bookstore and brought warmth and care to his customers every few days. His life had been very smooth. However, now that he had recruited a new employee, he had to provide her with conditions that would allow her to work in the store with peace of mind. Although the girl who had just been given a new name had not clearly stated her decision, in reality, Lin Jia was already certain that the child would definitely stay. He had never made a mistake when it came to psychological control. The call was quickly connected. An unfamiliar voice came from within. It belonged to a female and was very respectful, but also somewhat cold. It was as if one could imagine a serious head maid. "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello." Lin Jia thought for a moment and dug out the source of this unique voice from his distant memory. He said, "You are the maid who took Cherry back at that time." "Yes, you can call me Bella. It's my honor to be remembered by you. I followed the master's order and have been waiting for your call for 3 years. Do you want me to help you wake the master up?" "No, no need. Let her sleep." Lin Jia finished taking care of the clothes and walked out of the basement. The sky outside seemed to be a little bright. Unknowingly, almost half a night had passed since he woke up and settled down the girl he had picked up. He then cleaned up the traces in the bookstore. However, it was difficult to clean up the bloodstains on the recliner, so he chose to give up temporarily. However, since the old recliner was stained with some dark bloodstains, it wasn't too obvious. Bella still maintained a very professional tone. She said, "Okay, then I will tell the master when she wakes up. Do you have any orders? According to the agreement, all your requests will be our first priority." She was still so exaggerated, maybe it was because she came from a business background, so she attached great importance to promises and gratitude. Her attitude was also exaggerated in the beginning. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, it didn't change at all. If one thought about the interval of 3 years, it could be said that her attitude was even worse. "I saved a little girl of unknown origin. Well, you can check the fire in the area between the 20th and 50th streets. I need to give her a new identity to cover up. Please wait for a moment." Bella was silent for a moment. It seemed that she was checking according to Lin Jia's words. Then she said, "I understand. But this is a little troublesome. You may have to wait for a few days. Please forgive us. We will send someone to serve you at that time." Lin Jia nodded and then sighed. He said, "Hearing your familiar voice, I feel like nothing has changed even though 3 years have passed." Bella said blandly, "It's true that nothing has changed for you. But for us, these 3 years have been earth-shaking changes. But there is one thing that hasn't changed. Our gratitude and admiration for you have not changed. our master has been missing you. He hopes to listen to your teachings again. But you haven't contacted us, so our master doesn't dare to take the initiative to ask you. If you don't mind, I represent our master to ask for your permission to visit you again. Hearing her say this, Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. However, he didn't want to cause trouble for her, but why did it seem that he had let her down? How could she still expect others to cause trouble for her? Alas, he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. He said, of course. You are welcome to visit my bookstore at any time. Just like 3 years ago, I also look forward to meeting Cherry after 3 years. After Bella said goodbye to him respectfully, Xianxia hung up and shook his head. He still felt that this little girl valued him too much at that time. It was not a good thing to worship and even deify an imperfect person at such an immature age. He had to have a good talk with her the next time she came. Xianxia put away the communication device. It was almost dawn outside. He wanted to go out and buy another bed, but the TV in the video store next door was on as usual. It reported the unfortunate news that the nearby shopping mall was temporarily closed. His gaze fell on the small electric saw placed in the corner, and he thought to himself, it seems that I have to do it myself again. Bella put the communication device back into the pocket of her maid uniform and tidied up her clothes. She stood up and glanced at the large amount of documents on the table in front of her. Then she pushed the chair away and walked out of the room. Thump, 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 Bella's leather high-heeled boots stepped on the corridor. The sound was crisp and the interval was the same, making people feel that her appearance and her voice were the same. Her dark gray hair was neatly tied up, and she wore a white lace headscarf. She wore a very traditional black dress with a neatly ironed white collar and sleeves, and a white apron with lace edges as well. His deep facial features were accentuated by his stern expression, and his slightly high cheekbones gave him an even more domineering temperament. She was a dutiful, capable, reliable, and somewhat unreasonable head maid. In fact, her status was far more than a maid. After serving the Chapman family for 3 generations, she was already an inseparable part of the family's property. This long-established family believed in nature. It was one of the oldest Druid families and one of the major shareholders of the Elm Tree Chamber of Commerce. Cherry Chapman, her current master, was the most competitive heir of the family and one of the 3 branch presidents of the Elm Tree Chamber of Commerce. No one knew how she had turned from a mixed-blood illegitimate child into a powerful figure with countless fans in just 3 years. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Khomeini people said that she had the power to control people's souls through verbal communication. Therefore, she was called the Witch of Chapman. But Bella, who had personally brought Cherry back to the Chapman family as her most trusted assistant and maid, and who had watched her grow up, certainly knew the hidden secret. She had even just spoken to that secret. Knock, knock. Bella stood straight and knocked on the door of the most distinguished master in the house. Then she folded her hands on her belly and waited respectfully. Soon, a young voice came from the room, sounding sleepy and confused. Bella? Come in. What's the matter? Creak, Bella gently opened the door and walked in through the thin and invisible ether defense membrane. There was plenty of space in the spacious bedroom. The soft bed was covered with various pillows, and gorgeous woven curtains were hanging down. The coffee table and sofa were placed on the white wool carpet, and the Chapman family emblem was hanging on the wall in pure silver. The girl who was sitting up on her bed, no, perhaps she could be called a young girl. She looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, young and beautiful. She had short, snow-white hair, including her eyelashes and eyebrows. Her silver eyes were like gems, flowing with a hazy and mysterious luster, forming a sharp contrast with her delicate dark skin. Cherry Chapman was a hybrid of a human, a druid, and a night elf. Although she looked like a little girl, she was actually over 100 years old. It was obvious that she was not awake yet. Chapman's witch rubbed her eyes with her small hands, yawned, and sat on the edge of the bed. Her 2 legs dangled, and her toes could not even touch the ground. She was only wearing a thin white spaghetti-strap nightgown, revealing her delicate collarbone and steel-like figure. She looked particularly petite in the soft and fluffy pillows. Bella took 2 steps forward, lifted the hem of her dress, and bowed. Good night, my master. Cherry puffed out her cheeks. I'm not feeling well at all. I just want to sleep. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. Bella straightened up, handed over the communication device, and said, I'm reporting to you about Mr. Lin's call record. What? Cherry was stunned. She looked at the head maid's serious eyes, then suddenly jumped off the bed, and screamed, he contacted me. The girl lay down on the bed again, and plunged into the pillows. She rolled left and right, hugging one of the pillows, and screamed silently with a red face. She bit the corner of the pillow and murmured, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Bella's eyes were solemn, and she maintained an elegant posture, looking at her young master who was holding her face in a daze. Forgive me for being blunt, but you look like a little girl who has just fallen in love and received a call from the person you like for the first time. You don't look like a person in power. As a professional maid, of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. After Cherry calmed down, she sat up with an expressionless face. She reached out her hand to take the communication device. While checking, she said faintly, what did he say to you? Unfortunately, a few strands of hair on her head, which had been ravaged, betrayed her. Bella said, Mr. Lin wants us to fake the identity of a girl he has just taken in. According to my investigation and the information Mr. Lin has provided, this girl could be related to the invasion of the dream beasts in Nuajin, and the attack on the Truth Society's mechanical transmigration. We need to send someone to investigate to know the details. Cherry's eyes suddenly changed. She looked at the communication device in her hand. Girl, isn't there something wrong with what you're focusing on? Bella continued, please forgive me. I just sent a request to Mr. Lin without permission. Cherry looked at her, her facade of expressionless face instantly cracked. She cried out again and held the communication device helplessly. You, how could you do that? You have overstepped this time. Cherry's voice became softer, her eyes drifting. She whispered, did he agree? Bella smiled. He agreed, and said that he would welcome you. Ah. Chapman's which clutched her chest, as if she had been shot by a demon hunter. She lay on the bed, panting, and looked at the ceiling. Mr. Lin's request must be fulfilled. Gather all the information that has happened in Nuajin and give it to me. When the auction is over and the business of the Chamber of Commerce is settled, I will arrange a time to visit Mr. Lin. She narrowed her eyes and said, also, Congreve has been too close to the light wizards recently. Yes, I will send someone to investigate. You don't need to worry too much. His little tricks won't affect your position as the successor. Caution is the parent of safety. This is what Mr. Lin taught me. Cherry smiled and then sighed. It's been 3 years. Bella took the communication device and also remembered that 3 years ago, when she had picked up Cherry, who had run away from home from that shabby bookstore, the girl had looked at the owner of the bookstore with eyes full of light. Previously, she didn't know why Cherry had such an expression. But 3 years later, she could not help but be shocked by the power and terror of that ordinary-looking man. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her soul tremble. Colin shivered and looked at the wall in front of him with a face full of fear. It was as if he could see through the wall and see the scene in the bookstore next door. The sharp sound of an electric saw came through the wall, as if it was very close. He could almost imagine that the sharp teeth of the saw were shining with cold light, spinning at high speed and throwing out blood, flesh, and translucent glands, covering the whole wall in a mess. Fresh blood flowed down the uneven walls, dripping into puddles. The electric saw was getting closer and closer, and was almost in front of his eyes. Woo-woo. Mommy, save me. Colin did not dare to turn off the TV next to him, as if the noisy voices were his last courage. He was trembling with tears and snot running down his face, curling up into a ball. When he saw the screen of his second-hand communication device lit up, he hurriedly rolled and crawled with both hands. Listen to the moon will give you mercy and peace. Your prayer has been accepted by the Dome Church. I will go and investigate. During this time, do not act rashly. If you find anything strange, please use the following formula to make holy water. Spray it at the corners and door of the house every day, and pray with the corresponding incantation, encrypted, lost effect after reading. Formula: 5G evening primrose, 3G shadow flower, 1G pearl, 0, 1G refined salt, 0, 02G gold leaf, 500 milliliters water, mix and squeeze juice. Incantation, sniff 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 sniff. Vincent. Of course, Xianxia didn't know that his neighbor was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and was even more mentally devastated. Moreover, he was going to hire a professional to eliminate the demon. But even if he knew, he would probably laugh it off, or even persuade the other party not to waste money, and use his warm words and reliable image to dispel the other party's misunderstandings. At this moment, Xianxia was using a chainsaw to cut the wood taken from the basement, preparing to make himself a bed to sleep on. Although it was called a bed, it was actually a wooden frame nailed out with a piece of wood, very simple. But fortunately, his technical class was passable, his hands-on skills weren't weak, and there was no lack of tools in the basement, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to make such a bed. In this way, he still tossed and turned for a full 3 hours, and the outside was already bright enough to see the street clearly. Although the weather was still gloomy and humid, and the sky was very dark, the damn rain that lasted for a whole month finally stopped, and it was enough to make people feel relieved and happy. Sawing the wood was just the beginning, and assembling it was also a physical work. Phew. Finally done. Xianxia put the hammer and nails in his hand aside, looked at the finished product in front of him with satisfaction, and moved his shoulders and arms. The first website was M9Bkuj. Calm but unexpectedly, it's not very tiring, much easier than I thought. Xianxia was a little strange and habitually wanted to touch his chin, but then he realized that his hands were now full of small wood shavings. With a look of disgust, he patted his hands, looked at the mess on the ground, and sighed, I still have to clean it up myself, do you need help? A girl's voice came, and Xianxia turned his head to see Mon, who just got a new name not long ago, standing at the corner of the stairs looking down. A few strands of hair fell on her white cheeks, and there was no emotion in her dark eyes. May I? Mon? Although taking in an assistant was to share some of the work, now that this assistant had just been revived, its durability was a little low, and Xianxia was very worried that the mess he had to clean up later would not only be the wood shavings on the ground. Mo nodded, then tilted his head and thought for a moment. He raised his arms and bent his joints, making a strong posture. Xianxia looked at the little girl's slender arm that was exposed from her sleeve and the bandage that he had personally wrapped around her arm. She looked miserable. Coupled with his serious expression that seemed to be saying no problem at all, it was even somewhat inexplicably funny. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, then help me clean up the debris on the floor. The brooms, dustpans, and garbage bags are all behind the counter. Be careful, don't, Mon immediately said, I won't break it. Xianxia covered his face and sighed, I believe you won't. What I'm saying is, be careful not to aggravate your injuries. You must always put yourself first, understand? He said seriously, a broom can be replaced by thousands of brooms, but you only have one. Mon put down her hand, she wanted to refute that according to the researchers, she could be mass-produced. But when she met Xianxia's serious gaze, she suddenly realized that there might be some difference between the two meanings. Very different. It was hard for her to describe or explain this feeling, but it was as if she felt the temperature that she felt on Xianxia's back again. The temperature of a human. Mon slowly nodded, looking at Xianxia, who turned back with satisfaction and continued to toss his newly made bed, and then moved it upstairs. What a strange man. He obviously felt so scary, but in this kind of normal time, he seemed like an ordinary person, just like her judgment at the beginning. But now, she definitely wouldn't believe in such an illusion. Mon carefully walked to the corner of the counter and looked at the bookshelves that were still full of indescribable inspirations that made her hair stand on end. She then took out all the cleaning tools she needed to clean the bookshelves. She had seen the person in charge of cleaning in the laboratory do these before, so she knew how to use them. After the initial awkwardness, she slowly got used to it. When Xianxia moved the bed halfway up the stairs, he reminded her, you can call me boss or store manager in the future. Mon readily followed his advice, boss. Xianxia placed the bed in the bedroom, looking at his original bed, the sheets and quilt were neatly arranged, he couldn't help but sigh at how sensible this child was. He laid out the spare bedding, took a deep breath, looked at the light coming in through the window, and felt that everything was better. After that, Lin Jia went downstairs and cleaned up the scene with Mon. Then, he led the girl around the bookstore. Finally, he took a shower and opened the store for business. I feel that there probably won't be any customers today. Lin Jia sat behind the counter as usual, casually flipping through the register, and suddenly said, "Oh yes, you also need to record the information of the future customers, the time they borrowed the books, and the books they lent out. Take a look and familiarize yourself with it," he said as he handed the register to Mon. The girl took it stiffly, looked at it silently, and then fell into silence. "What's wrong? If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Lin Jia, who was amiably preparing to guide the child, didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. It wasn't until he finally finished a series of stuttering conversations that he realized that his newly recruited assistant didn't have any common sense. No, it wasn't that she didn't have any common sense, to be precise, she didn't have any systematic common sense. The knowledge she had now was seen from others, and she lacked systematic education. The most simple and direct trouble was that she was illiterate, but she could understand higher-level words, such as some philosophical and mathematical terms. Lin Jia rubbed his temples, feeling that this matter was giving him a headache. What kind of environment did this child live in? Mon looked at his expression, pursed her lips and said, "I can learn." Lin Jia felt that the girl was a little frightened and uneasy, so he adjusted his expression and gently comforted her. "It's good that you want to learn. You are very smart, and it won't take long for you to learn these things. I'm not in a hurry now. When you learn them, your injuries will be almost healed, and it won't be too late to help me then. How about this, you read the books first, and compare them with what you have learned before. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Lin Jia stood up, thought for a moment, and took a phonetic version of the children's encyclopedia and a children's dictionary from the bookshelf, and handed them to Mon. The cyborg girl stared at the key to the door, general knowledge and basic runes on the book cover, and subconsciously took a step back. Lin Jia thought to himself, "Are you serious about taking half a step back?" He looked at the book in his hand suspiciously. "I didn't take the wrong book." Then he felt that this children's version might have hurt the other party's self-esteem, so he showed a kind smile and said earnestly, "You can't be fat with just one bite. Don't despise these two books for being elementary, this is the foundation, you know? There's still more to learn in the future." "I don't mind." Mon was at a loss for a moment. She didn't know what these two books were, but they emitted an aura that made her subconsciously take a step back. Were they really books that could be used to teach general knowledge? But in fact, compared to the creepy feeling she had when she faced the entire bookshelf, the two books in front of her were actually a lot more normal. Or rather, the aura would attract people and make them have the desire to open the books and explore. But this feeling was enough to make Mon wary. This meant that the two books had the power to affect people's minds just by being placed there. Therefore, she took a step back. But the man in front of her said, "This is the foundation, there's more to learn in the future." This greatly impacted Mon's weak knowledge that she had learned in the laboratory, as well as her own instinctive resistance. Lin Jia's expression was so matter-of-fact, his gaze was so righteous, and even his tone had the aura of a former university lecturer. The kind of carefree and strong sense of oppression that said, "Students, this is a very simple question, who wants to answer? If no one raises their hand, I'll call the roll." Could it be that this is really the foundation of knowledge? 1 second to remember http://m9bcoj. Mon hesitated for a moment, then put down the register in her hand, looked at teacher Lin who was smiling at her encouragingly, and reached out to take the two books. The moment she held the books in her hand, she felt a tremor from her soul. Lin Jia touched her head, very pleased, and said, "That's right, don't resist learning. Although it's painful, it's very useful. It's a never-ending and easy-to-reach ladder of improvement. Also, don't look at it with an arrogant attitude. A house can't just have a roof, it also needs a solid foundation and layers of bricks to form a complete and solid house. This house will be the strongest fortress in your heart when you face all difficulties in the future." He continued, "These things that you will never lose will be your biggest support. Other than these, there's nothing else. Only your wisdom can make you always confident when you're down, and stay clear-headed when you're successful." Lin Jia looked deeply at the girl in front of him, reached out and pressed her shoulder, and said emotionally, "This is your true strength. What he was saying now was not chicken soup, but his own understanding and creed. His life after transmigrating was completely different from his life before transmigrating. There were some difficulties that he could not tell others, but he had overcome them one by one. Until now, he had managed to run the bookstore in an orderly manner. He did not rely on his mouth, but more on the skills and knowledge that he had mastered in the past. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Remember, everything you obtain is not for nothing. Your efforts now are for the future. At some point in time, you will have more choices, understand? Mon seemed to understand but not quite. With a confused expression, he nodded his head and said, I'll learn it well. Teacher Lin retracted her hand in satisfaction. She then said with certainty, the last kid who borrowed a book from me was around your age. He fell in love with learning on the spot and immediately bought a few books home. The effect was very good, so you don't have to worry about not being able to handle it. He took a much higher grade book than you, so there's no problem at all. He said earnestly, let me tell you, as my assistant, you can read these books for free in the bookstore. It's really a great deal. Mon was already stunned by Teacher Lin's words. He could only nod his head instinctively like a chicken pecking at rice. Everything Teacher Lin said was right. Xianxia cleared his throat and said, okay, go read. There shouldn't be any customers for the next 2 days. Learn these basic things first. I'll check on your progress at any time. Don't be lazy. Mon moved the chair that belonged to the customer to the back of the counter and began his learning career. The process of learning was easier than expected. Because the cyborg girl did not have any systematic knowledge before, there was no process of overturning to overturning. She just broke down her previous knowledge a little and soon merged it with the new knowledge that was instilled into her. The girl occasionally raised her head to look at Xianxia, who was reading by himself. She thought to herself, he was right about one thing, key to the door, general knowledge was indeed all about the basics. But the breadth of this foundation was a little too wide. The scope included almost all the basic subjects, skills, cognition, and instincts of all humans and non-humans. Among the non-humans, there were animals, plants, and supernatural creatures. If Mon was not a blank slate, the moment he saw the contents of this book, he would have been shocked into a fool by the huge amount of heterogeneous information flow and then reshaped into an unknown existence. Even for him, it took him about an entire day to struggle out of it. Mon found a way to store knowledge. He built a memory palace in his mind and put the overly complicated knowledge into it, leaving only the parts that he had digested. When he needed it, he could get it from the memory palace. This way, it was much easier. As for the other book, Basic Runes, if it was the basics, it was the basics. It was just that this basics belonged to the light wizards. According to the knowledge that Mon obtained from the memory palace, these runes were the source of power for light wizards to cast spells. Dark wizards used language as their power, while light wizards used words as their power. Correspondingly, dark wizards used incantations and light wizards used runes. However, in order to display the power of a light wizard, individual runes were definitely not enough. The most important thing was to use runes to combine them. Teacher Lin's focus was on the literacy part. What does this word mean? Teacher Lin took a primary school language textbook and flipped to the literacy section. He pointed at a word and asked. Student Mon raised his hand, the light and flame of the burner. Teacher Lin's expression froze. He looked at the word fire that he was pointing at and felt that his student had jumped from primary school to middle school. There seemed to be something wrong, but there was nothing wrong with it. Cough cough. What about this? He pointed at the word lightning. Light of thunder. Student Mon raised his hand again. This? He pointed at the word origin. Student Mon pondered for a moment and said confidently, the origin of all things. Teacher Lin put down the textbook and sighed, Student Mon, you have learned well. It seems that you have completely grasped it. He reached out and handed over the register. I can rest assured that you will be the bookstore assistant's duty. Mon nodded and took it with a serious face. She roughly understood why she had to learn these things. The boss must have seen her fear of the bookshelves and the books on them. If that was the case, she would not be able to receive customers properly in the future. That was why he had to train her first to let her adapt and improve her ability. Yes, he was really thoughtful. Xianxia revisited his career as a teacher. On the third day of teaching with Mon, he finally realized that it wasn't that he was good at teaching, but that this student was too smart. How smart was she? In these 3 days, Xianxia watched her go from being completely ignorant to mastering almost all the common Chinese and English words. She didn't just gain knowledge from the encyclopedia. Xianxia had left various documents that were used to study Azir's cultural environment. She also used them as learning materials. Xianxia didn't know how she was able to deduce 10 things from one case. He only gave her an encyclopedia. Maybe she was a real genius. In addition, the speed at which she learned various skills could literally be described as a sponge absorbing water. On the second night of taking her in, she helped Xianxia rearrange the bed that he had assembled. It changed from a bed that looked like it had been moved from a primitive tribe to a normal wooden bed. Xianxia's spare clothes that she was wearing had been changed into a woman's shirt that was suitable for her figure, as well as some other clothes made from other fabrics. She cleaned up the bookstore. Although it still looked gloomy due to its dilapidated state, at least it looked much cleaner than before. However, when she saw the rose that Xianxia had planted, she hesitated for a moment and stared at the flower for a long time. She then mentioned that she wasn't good at taking care of plants. This made Xianxia feel a sense of reality. He sighed in relief. Finally, there was something that this child didn't know. At this time, he felt that as a parent, he finally had a skill. The first website was M9Bkuj. Xianxia walked over and deliberately turned the flower that he had personally raised to show it to the front. He modestly said that this was his outstanding work. It was an elegant and beautiful red rose that perfectly matched his taste. Although he didn't know why, Mon's face became a little blank at that time. She looked at him and then looked at the flower. In the end, she nodded and said that it was beautiful. In that case, it should be a sign of admiration. That was what Xianxia thought. Mon even learned how to cook almost 300 kinds of home-cooked dishes by himself. He replaced Xianxia and made him experience the feeling of home that he had not felt for a long time. Mon, on the other hand, became the pillar that supported the family on his own. If not for the fact that Xianxia was certain that Mon wasn't lying at the beginning, he would have suspected that he had been tricked. However, if she had already grasped all of this, it would still be inconceivable. Xianxia could only use the word genius to explain. Fortunately, he had seen many geniuses, so this level was still acceptable. After all, sometimes, geniuses were really unreasonable. As a 24. Before he transmigrated, he was only 21 years old. He was an ambitious young man who had published 5 books and dozens of related papers. He was studying for a doctorate and had a high probability of becoming an associate professor within 3 years. He was a model of success at a young age, a genius in the eyes of others. But from his point of view, he only thought that his memory and comprehension were far superior to ordinary people. Coupled with his family background and a very good mentor, he was able to achieve such achievements. After seeing those real geniuses who subverted common sense and made people doubt their lives, Xianxia felt that he really couldn't be called excellent. Especially, he was often ridiculed for not knowing a single thing about science and engineering. Although in fact, it was not that bad, Xianxia had no choice but to give up when others used his own profession to feel superior. Therefore, Xianxia accepted the fact that he had randomly picked up a peerless genius. The world was so big, the possibilities were endless. It was also a good thing to have an almost omnipotent assistant, wasn't it? However, Xianxia's good mood didn't last for a few days. On the third day of taking in Mon, when Xianxia opened the door for business in the morning, he suddenly found a police cordon outside. Directly administered by the Central District. He squinted his eyes and saw the words printed on the yellow police cordon. This meant that the law enforcement here was the highest police station directly under the Central District. Under normal circumstances, the highest police station was the personal guard of those in power in the Central District and would not be easily dispatched. Obviously, the only reason they could be here now could only be because of the huge fire a few days ago. Xianxia had been hearing all kinds of news about the fire from the TV next door for the past few days. The fire was not far from where he lived, but it was not as thrilling as the gas explosion last time. It was about 1 or 2 blocks away. The severity of the casualties was definitely worse. The specific cause of the fire was still under investigation, but 2 sources of the fire had been identified. One was a sewer node tens of kilometers away, and the other was rumored to be an experimental base in the central district. It seemed to be man-made. It was no wonder that the higher-ups were angry that such a thing happened under the nose of the central district. What's wrong? Mon popped his head out from the side and peeked out to take a look. Xianxia reached out and pressed her back. He whispered, "Let's go back. The central district has sent people to investigate the fire. They're probably here to track down the criminals." "Have you learned the information about the Supreme Police?" Mon nodded. Xianxia half closed the door when he turned around, looked at the girl in front of him, and said, "When someone comes to investigate later, try not to speak, and don't be afraid." He reached out and held his assistant's hand, and said softly, "I'm here for everything." Mon nodded, then thought for a moment, and said, "Their main purpose should not be to look for me." "That means there is still a possibility that their purpose is to look for you." "It seems that Mon is finally willing to take the initiative to reveal something to me," Xianxia smiled, "but you are still an unregistered resident, you don't want to be taken away, right?" Mon's injuries had mostly recovered in the past few days, but the wound on the back of his neck and half of his face was a little deep, so he was still wrapped in bandages, covering most of his appearance. From the outside, he looked just like an injured ordinary shop assistant. She had recently learned how to hide her ether waves. She did not know what the truth would characterize her fleeing behavior at that time, or whether it actually did not discover that the one who escaped was actually an android. But even if the Truth Society really came to investigate, their main purpose should be to look for the guy who took away the 3 precious android samples, and the main purpose of these Central Police Station police officers should be to appease the people. However, Xianxia was right, her biggest problem now was not in the extraordinary domain, but that she was an unregistered resident. Ding. The bell on the door rang, and the sound of boots knocking on the ground was particularly crisp. 3 police officers in dark black double-breasted uniforms walked in. The leader looked about 20 years old, with a young appearance, a hooked nose, common brown hair, and blue eyes. He looked around when he came in, then looked at Xianxia behind the counter and said, "It's the highest police station in the central district." "It's the highest police station. Have you seen anyone suspicious recently?" The young man who walked into the bookstore was Sander Ryan, a level 3 superintendent of the Central District Police Station. Although there was no difference between the Central District and the Upper City District, the Central District Police Station was naturally a level higher than the peripheral police stations, and even their words were tougher. The Central District Police Station represented the will of the big shots in the Central District, and those who could work there were either very capable or more or less had relatives. As a result, the police officers dispatched from the Central District Police Station were naturally arrogant. Although they were not arrogant, at least they never served the people of the Upper City District. They served the rulers and nobles of the Central District. They only obeyed their orders. Of course, they were not very patient with the ordinary civilians or even the poor in the Upper City District. Especially for Ryan, who came from a noble family and had his own family business, he was even more indifferent to the task in the Upper City District. What was more, people with his family background actually knew a little about the inside story. This incident could not be investigated or solved by the police station. Their task was only to represent the toughness, importance, and efficiency of the Central District and appease the people of the Upper City District. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. In other words, it was just a formality. 12 hours ago, Ryan was still talking with his colleagues about which club to go to for fun tonight and which ball to go to next week to hunt for girls. In the blink of an eye, he had to rush to the dirty and damp Upper City District. It was really boring to do this kind of thankless work that didn't even have any performance. Ryan only wanted to finish the task as soon as possible and then go home to take a hot shower to get rid of the dirt and dust on his body. He felt that he was almost out of breath. Surrounded by the damp and turbid air, he looked like a popular food in the Northern Highlands called. Yes, Xianxia. Oh, damn the task. When he was promoted to level 1 superintendent, he would not have to run back and forth on this street like a shepherd dog with too much energy. By the way, is this the street where the gas explosion happened? When he came to this street, Ryan was attracted by the miserable situation on one side. One side of this street looked dirty and dilapidated while the other side was completely in ruins. The yellow police tape fluttered in the wind. Two of his subordinates replied, "Yes, the New Aujin Daily reported this incident half a month ago." Half a month ago? Ryan raised his chin, naturally filled with a sense of superiority. It's still the same even now. The efficiency of the upper district is just as bad. The two police officers from the upper city district looked at each other. They were smart enough not to mention that the ruins had attracted a lot of media coverage in the past half a month. In order to satisfy the demand for entertainment news in the central district, the reconstruction project had been delayed again and again. It wasn't until recently that the reconstruction project was contracted by Luo Orkai that they finally started to work again. In other words, the people in the central district were the ones who caused the low reconstruction efficiency in this area. Of course, they naturally kept the matter to themselves, in case they pissed off their immediate superiors. If that happened, they might not be able to keep their clothes. Let's go. So to speak, the only thing that needs to be investigated on this street is the row of shops next to us, Ryan said in satisfaction. This way, the job will be much easier. In fact, the job was indeed very easy. When they were sent to the upper city district, they were all looked at with respect and fear. Fearing that they would be found out, the people who were being investigated all served them carefully. After a simple question, they immediately told Ryan everything about their families. Ryan was so flattered that his ears almost popped out. The most hilarious one was the owner of a music store. He nervously said that he felt that the owner of the bookstore next door might have been replaced by something evil. The owner of that store is an evil spirit. He can pass through walls and do horrifying things with his telepathic thoughts. The middle-aged man named Colin said in a low voice as if he were telling the truth. He said in a shivering voice, "A few days ago, I heard him sawing human bones and flesh with a chainsaw. It was horrifying. He was even grinning hideously. I felt that he could kill me at any moment," one of the officers said jokingly. "Then you should find a church to solve your problem." "I've already done that." His eyes bulging, Colin shouted at the three idiots who didn't believe him, "The priest is on his way. He'll come to help." Okay. Just wait for the priest to come. That's the end of our questioning." Obviously, the officers thought that it was a joke. Ryan had been alarmed at first, but when he asked Colin what evidence he had, the guy had no idea at all. It was all based on his imagination, and he yelled that he must not see it, or he would be met with misfortune. It made him wonder if the owner of the music store had something wrong with his head. This is the quality of the people in the upper city district. Ryan shook his head when he came out with his subordinates. Then, he looked at the bookstore nearby. There was no telling if it was because of Colin's nonsense, but at this moment, Ryan sensed an indescribable attraction from this shabby store. It was from the bell on the door and the window next to it that seemed to be forever covered by dust. Ryan walked in while talking about his routine. The owner of the bookstore who was sitting behind the counter was younger than he had imagined, but to his surprise, there was a clerk next to him. She seemed to be a young girl with bandages on her face and body, as if she had been wounded not long ago. As I recall, the owner of this store is the only one registered. Ryan had the basic information of the store in his hands and asked with a probing look. The owner of the bookstore nodded and said matter-of-factly, "She's a clerk that I've just hired. Alas, business has been busy recently. I can't manage everything by myself." "Is that so? Can you provide her ID card or household registration certificate? We need to do a registration. It's a bit troublesome." The owner of the bookstore seemed hesitant. "She's the daughter of a relative of a friend of mine who just moved here from the central district. I think you know that it's very complicated for a declining noble family to voluntarily turn into a civilian. It's still being processed. All the documents have been handed over." "Oh. I've heard about that before, but what about the wounds on her body?" "We'll have to talk about the reason why her family has declined to this point." The owner of the bookstore cleared his throat, as if he were about to tell a long story. The two police officers stood before the counter vigilantly, but their eyes were attracted by the bright roses. Ryan walked in and inspected the bookstore while he said, "Speaking of which, your neighbor seems to have a prejudice against you. He thinks that you're an evil spirit." The owner of the bookstore seemed surprised. An evil spirit? I didn't expect him to have such an opinion of me. I even helped him before, but I didn't expect him to misunderstand me so deeply. It's really strange. Just think about it a little and you'll understand. How can I be an evil spirit? Ryan paused and suddenly saw the dark, mottled bloodstains on the recliner. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head abruptly, only to see that the two police officers seemed to be frozen in place, and the roses on the counter were like layers of flesh blooming, filled with spiral-shaped fine teeth and stacked eyeballs. The owner of the bookstore smiled behind the counter. "I'm a living person. I'm a living human being." The owner of the bookstore was all smiles. He looked at the three police officers gently, with a hint of helplessness at being misunderstood. Ryan swallowed subconsciously. The chill spread all the way from his spine to his numb scalp. The picture that defied common sense in front of him made him feel that his brain was churning violently. He felt that his skull had been pried open, and his brain was being stirred by something. His pupils constricted, and he felt nauseous. He felt that his vision was twisting and spinning, and all he could see was the smiling face and the rose with its mouth open. After an unknown amount of time, the smiling face of the owner of the bookstore gradually blurred and faded away. The mouth that was full of sharp, dense teeth grew larger and larger, and the blooming flesh was close to him. The elongated mucus and the wriggling eyeballs gradually occupied his vision and enshrouded him. Everybody was staring at him. Ryan's last consciousness was struggling crazily. "You're not a human being at all. You're talking nonsense. Is this what a human being looks like?" In his trance, he even saw the horrified faces of the two police officers next to him and sensed the same fear in their hearts. It was as if there was a tube between them. While absorbing their thoughts, it mixed these things together to form a cup of special drink, causing the three of them to have a brief illusory convergence and overlap of their thoughts. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Calm, panic, fear, desperation, confusion, shock, hysteria, they were all intertwined and dissolved. But the feelings that were beyond the senses of human beings only lasted for a brief moment. Then, they began to be absorbed. In his trance, he heard the sound of chewing and swallowing. His consciousness was caught in the confusion and broken senses, and a sense of emptiness arose spontaneously. The club, the ball, and the instinctive desires began to disappear. The rank, the family, and the nurtured desires followed closely behind. Ding. The bell at the door of the bookstore suddenly rang again. "What are you doing?" The unfamiliar voice of the young man was strong and experienced, with a hint of interrogation. It shattered the invisible barrier like a hammer. The chaos in his vision seemed to be pulled back and turned into a flower of flesh and blood. Then, it shrank back into the appearance of a common rose. "Kacha." The sound of glass breaking was heard. Ryan's stiff limbs and brain immediately regained their senses, and the world in front of his eyes became normal again. However, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He abruptly took 2 steps back, panting violently as if he had just survived a disaster. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled thuds, his 2 subordinates who were standing in front of him fell to the ground. They trembled as they retreated. Their pale faces were filled with despair. That kind of expression was as if he had completely lost all hope in life. From his eyes, there was a kind of confusion, losing focus. While shaking their heads and retreating, they simultaneously made a series of actions such as crawl out, stand up, and run out. At the same time, they mumbled don't come over as if they were sleep-talking. Seeing that, Ryan felt that his mouth was dry, and cold sweat the size of beans was popping up on his forehead. It wasn't an illusion, the 3 of them had almost been eaten by that strange flower, but why did his subordinates seem to be in a worse condition than him? While thinking, Ryan suddenly felt that his chest was burning. He took out the necklace that he had been wearing since he was a child, which was said to be a family heirloom. It was a metal plate that had been engraved with an unknown language. At this moment, the words on it were black and hot as if they were burning. Then, they quickly disappeared from the metal plate, leaving only the smooth surface. Crack, after a vague cracking sound, the metal plate was broken into halves and completely scrapped. Holding the family heirloom pendant, Ryan was dumbfounded. When he looked at the owner of the bookstore, he felt that he had seen a devil or an evil spirit. Oh my God! The owner of the music store was telling the truth. No. No, no, no. The guy was 100 times, no, 10,000 times more horrifying than an evil spirit. A flower that he raised could eat people. Ryan felt that part of himself had been eaten, but he couldn't tell which part exactly. He only felt that his life from now on was going to be seriously changed. Panicked and confused, he didn't notice the young man who walked into the bookstore and questioned him, which happened to interrupt the flower's progress of eating people. It was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a black coat and trousers that were convenient for his movements. His facial features were deep, and he had the gentleness and sharpness of a marble statue of a hero. He seemed to carry a natural sense of justice, and awe-inspiring brilliance was beaming out of his eyes. He stopped the 2 police officers who had fallen into a trance and were only focused on running outside. He knocked them unconscious very quickly, then steadily placed them against the wall, and then stood up again. His series of actions and his image were too glorious. He was almost exactly the same as the savior who appeared at the last moment to save everybody in the dramas and movies. Ryan immediately had the feeling that he was saved. But after his mind froze for 3 seconds, he realized that the young man before him was somewhat familiar. He was very familiar, and the more he looked at him, the more familiar he was. Ryan pondered for a while, and as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his muddled consciousness, he finally remembered, wasn't this the young lieutenant who had just been promoted in recent years, cum laude? Yes, he remembered that the young man's name was cum laude. It was said that he was a civilian who started from scratch and was continuously promoted purely based on his own abilities. It happened that the rulers of the Central District decided to put the Upper City District in an important position and needed publicity. He was at the peak of his career. Ryan subconsciously thought of the various social occasions that he often hung out in. Sooner or later, he would get to know this kind of young talent through his background, and then, he saw the savior in his eyes, the young senior lieutenant, glance at him vaguely, sighed, and then turned to the evil spirit and bowed respectfully. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Harry cum laude, and I'm currently serving as the first-class lieutenant of the Central District. I'm a disciple of the Yusefu. My teacher asked me to say hello to you. Thud. Ryan finally couldn't take the shock and fainted on the spot, falling to the ground. Lin Jia's mouth twitched. Looking at the 3 police officers who were lying crookedly on the ground, he asked worriedly, "Are they okay? How could they be so scared after bumping into their superior?" He couldn't help but mutter, "They're too timid." Cum laude maintained his smile and looked at the slightly trembling Rose that seemed to be burping secretly. He thought to himself, how could you be more ignorant than my teacher? But cum laude, who had long been used to dealing with his teacher, said very calmly, "It shouldn't be a big problem. They just need to rest for a few months, and it's just the right time to give them a holiday. Please don't worry too much about their physical and mental health." Since his superior had said so, there was really no problem. Lin Jia relaxed a little and sighed in relief. He looked away and said, "It's good that you're fine." Not at all. Cum laude knew very well that there was a huge problem with these 3 guys, not to mention recuperating for a few months. They might not be able to regain normal consciousness for the rest of their lives. From the looks of it, the 2 police officers who had been knocked out by him would probably maintain a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts and reduce most of their desires to the point where it was close to none. The member of the Ryan family, Xianxia, was slightly better, but cum laude was not sure which part of him had been absorbed. This was because he had interrupted them in time. If he had come a little later, the 3 lying here would be 3 walking corpses. The exceptionally beautiful rose on the table was a supernatural species called the seed of desire that had been domesticated by the ancient elven kingdom. It did not have a fixed appearance and could take on a variety of plant forms according to the wishes of the grower. But in essence, it was an extremely aggressive creature that fed on desire. Because it had an intelligence level close to that of a puppy, it was often kept as a pet. The first website was M9 Bikuj. It gradually became stronger as the desire to devour increased. The lower and upper limits were related to the bloodline cultivated by the seed of desire. For example, the rose in front of him was definitely of an extremely high cultivation level. Cultivation did not know about this ancient species. Other than scholars in this field, there were very few people who knew about these ancient species. This was the important information that his teacher, Xianxia, had specially instructed him when he came to visit. In order to prevent him from accidentally offending the bookstore owner or being unintentionally harmed by some of the items in the bookstore, the former glorious Grand Knight had really worried about him. In fact, Cultivation did not become a victim. Instead, he became an eyewitness. When he learned that the Central District's highest police station had decided to conduct a large-scale investigation, his heart skipped a beat and he hurried over. But he did not expect to be too late. The Mai Tower did not set up restrictions in this area because they did not want to disturb the bookstore owner's behavior and make him unhappy. According to the behavioral analysis of evaluation expert Caroline, an investigation under normal circumstances would not make the bookstore owner emotional. He had a good temper. However, Cultivation, who was in the system, knew very well what the highest police station was like. That's right. In the world of extraordinaires, Cultivation was the terror-level knight of the Mai Tower, the disciple and assistant of the Xianxia, and the deputy chief of the intelligence department. In the world of ordinary people, his identity was a young talent who had relied on his own ability to gain an important position in the central police station. He was a rather famous first-class inspector. Relying on the convenience of this identity, it was much more convenient for him to gather information for the Mai Tower. Although he didn't know what the police officers had done to offend the bookstore owner, it was fortunate that the bookstore owner only treated them as toys. It only allowed the seed of desire to devour their desires without causing any other harm. Claude was alarmed once again, sounding the alarm to himself. Although the bookstore owner's evaluation was friendly, a god-level character could no longer be speculated by human thoughts and morals. His well-meaning joke, like now, when he seemed to define his actions as scaring them, could have an indelible effect on ordinary people. In the face of such an existence, what they could do was very limited. However, as a knight of the Mai Tower, this was their duty. Even if it was limited, they had to do it, even if it was just a little guidance and persuasion. Cultivation looked at the bookstore owner and said, "If they were rude in any way, I apologize on their behalf." Xianxia waved his hand. "It's not a big deal. They were just interrogating as usual. It's just that my assistant's ID card is still on the way, so they asked a few more questions." Cultivation turned to greet the girl who had been standing silently by the side. He secretly noted that the bookstore now had a new assistant. As for the detailed questioning, the bookstore owner had made it very clear that the ID card is still on the way. It was clear that he didn't want to ask about it. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the three people on the ground. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't do anything to the disciple of the Xianxia. This was a new potential customer. However, Xianxia was a little surprised that the disciple of the Xianxia was actually a level 1 lieutenant of the central police station. However, when he thought about the long sword that the Xianxia had given him, he knew that he was definitely not an ordinary retired military officer. It was very reasonable that he had a disciple with a higher position. Mon took the initiative to pour hot water for the two of them. He pushed one of the cups to Klein, who was sitting outside the counter. Xianxia saw this and nodded. He felt that he didn't pick up this assistant position for nothing. He didn't have to do everything personally. He finally looked like a proper boss. Xianxia drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. He cleared his throat and said, "Speaking of which, you should be looking for me for something else, right? How's the Xianxia doing recently? He seems to be a lot more relaxed after he handed me the sword that day." Since he was a disciple of the Xianxia and had introduced himself to represent his teacher to greet him, then generally speaking, he must have been sent by the Xianxia. For some reason, Xianxia felt like he was forcing a child to visit him during the new year. Cultivation took the cup and thanked Mon. He then nodded and said, "Teacher asked me to express his gratitude to you. Recently, he has been feeling better than ever. There are even signs of a breakthrough." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Then I have to congratulate him. It's really not easy to have a breakthrough at this age." He didn't expect the Xianxia to see through things so quickly. It was really difficult to improve one's state of mind without some experience. It seemed that giving up the sword had really enlightened him. Kulauda immediately said, "Thanks to your help, the security level of Nuajin has also improved a lot." Since the owner of the bookstore didn't even show himself that day, then he probably didn't want others to know. Kulauda carefully probed, but in fact, he was already certain in his heart. After all, the only thing that could be related to the ancient elven king was the magic sword Kandra that the Xianxia gave to Lin Jia. Lin Jia blinked. What did the security level of Nuajin have to do with him? Then he thought about it again. The Xianxia used to hate evil as if it were his enemy. After his guidance, now that his skills have improved greatly, he must be doing his duty to fight crime again. But this time it shouldn't be because of responsibility, but because of interest. So he smiled and said, "Not at all. The one who really put in the effort was the Xianxia. I just guided him a little." As expected, Kulauda got the answer without any suspense. The one who put in the effort that day was indeed the owner of the bookstore. He used the magic sword that the Xianxia gave to him as a casting tool and then summoned the ancient heroic spirit to complete the feat of killing a god. That was why he said that the one who put in the effort was the Xianxia. The owner of the bookstore was indeed humble and low-key. Kulauda sighed in his heart. Then he took out a thick stack of paper documents and placed them on the table. He said the main purpose of his visit this time. "Last time, you said that you wanted information on the lost ancient language. Teacher personally sorted it out from the database, but because it was too old, the research progress of these documents is very slow. There aren't many reference materials, only some rubbing of the original text of the ruins. I hope it can help you." Azir ancient lost languages information. Lin Jia's eyes lit up. Previously, when Xianxia gave him the ancestral sword, he was interested in the inscriptions on the sword, so he mentioned it to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately offered to help him find the information, but he did not expect the results to come out so quickly. Xianxia was indeed reliable, that was why such a steady old man could raise such a naughty child like Melissa. Family education was indeed a major problem in human history. After all, parents were not born parents, they had to learn slowly. Lin Jia reached out and took the stack of information. Flipping through it, he immediately knew that Kulauda was not lying when he said that the research progress was slow, he was even euphemistic. This thick stack of information was basically all records and rubbing of the original text. The research information of later generations was only a few thin pieces of paper, and there was no pattern. It felt like several different groups of people had done research on different parts of the text. However, no matter how he looked at it, there were no results, only guesses and inferences. The real translation was only a few words. Lin Jia only confirmed one thing after a few glances, and that was that most of these writers and translators were not professional scholars, but should be the people who excavated the ruins. It was not that there were no scholars among the excavators, but these documents were messy. It felt like they had casually written down their thoughts not long after obtaining these rubbing, and then put it aside and did not continue. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. Assuming that the person who wrote these things was a later generation scholar, Lin Jia thought that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to stop abruptly, unless he encountered some unexpected situation. Otherwise, it could only be described as extremely bad professional quality. But other than these fragmented research records, the remaining rubbing was about 30 pages. It could be said to be unexpectedly rich, making Lin Jia feel very gratified. Lin Jia tidied up the documents and put them on the counter. He looked at Kulauda and smiled. "I've troubled you to make a special trip. Do you want to rest for a while and read some books? I can recommend a few books to you." Kulauda had already expected the bookstore owner to say something like this. He glanced at the bookshelves hidden in the shadows behind Lin Jia. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said cautiously, "That's right. No, thank you for your kindness, but I still need to deal with these 3 reckless fellows. I won't be able to enjoy my rest for the time being." Kulauda gestured at the 3 police officers lying on the ground, indicating that it was not that he did not want to sit down and read, but that he did not have the time. His refusal wasn't because he didn't know what was good for him, but because he was following his teacher's instructions. Although he knew that the books in the bookstore were not simple, and he also knew that the owner of the bookstore was powerful, he had to consider whether he could accept the gift from the owner of the bookstore. The teacher's daughter had just entered a state of uncontrollable learning due to the books from the bookstore. If the teacher hadn't forcefully stopped her, who knew what would have happened? Fortunately, he only fainted due to lack of sleep and food. Even so, he had to stay in bed for an entire week. Moreover, there seemed to be some slight changes in his personality. Although according to his teacher, Melissa's benefits were far greater than the cost, he still couldn't help but feel fear. Therefore, before he came over, his teacher specifically told him that if the owner of the bookstore recommended a book to him, he could try to decline. If he had to accept it, he had to be cautious. He had to ask about the use of the book, open it in the presence of the owner of the bookstore, or bring it back and study it with his teacher. He absolutely couldn't read it on his own, or the consequences would be unimaginable. That's a pity, we can only wait for the next time. Although Xianxia felt that it was a pity, he also expressed his understanding. He looked at the 3 police officers lying on the ground and shook his head, but to be honest, this is the worst batch I've ever seen. The central police station really needs to raise the recruitment standards and overall quality of the police officers. This batch? Cultivation keenly grasped the keyword, which meant that the owner of the bookstore had contact with the central police station in history. It seemed to be new information, so he secretly noted it down. He nodded, "You're right, I'll give my opinion to the higher-ups. Also, if you have any other needs, you can contact me at any time. This is my communication device number." Of course. Xianxia said as he added a new number to his communication device that he hadn't used for a long time. Cultivation looked at the communication device that the owner of the bookstore took out. There was a lush symbol of a tree on the back. From the known information, this bookstore had always been under the name of the Tree Merchant Guild, and it happened to be 3 years ago. 3 years ago, it was when the mixed blood of the Chapman family was brought back. If one didn't know about the existence of this bookstore, then Chapman's, which was indeed an unsolved mystery. But if one thought about it, they would immediately understand. It turned out that the influence of the owner of the bookstore had started 3 years ago, and in these 3 years, who knew how many chess pieces had been placed? Claude felt his throat tighten. Fortunately, there were not many people, including Wilde, who knew about the existence of the bookstore. At least, the group of people from the Truth Society were still in the stage of not knowing anything about it. This was a good thing. The Mai Tower's decision to block the news was too timely. Otherwise, the Truth Society might face a split. Hopefully, they wouldn't choose to court their own death. The Mai Tower had already given enough warnings. Oh, right. The owner of the bookstore suddenly raised his head and interrupted Cultivation's thoughts. The latter quickly sat up straight. "Do you have any other orders?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at the Yusefyu disciples' expression. They were about the same age, but the other party treated him like an elder. It was really strange, but when he thought about how he knew the other party's teacher, this feeling of dislocation seemed reasonable. "Don't be so nervous, I don't eat people." Xianxia joked to ease the atmosphere, then smiled. "How's Melissa recently? Has she been studying?" "I mean, your teacher's daughter came to arm wrestle with me a while ago, probably because she had a fight with the Yusefyu, so she bought some teaching materials from me. Now that I think about it, that level of difficulty might not be suitable for her. It will be hard for her to learn. I hope she's okay now." "She's really tired. She's been lying in bed for a week. As for whether you eat people, I think the 3 fellas lying on the ground should have a deep understanding of it." Cultivation criticized in his heart, then said, "Thank you for your concern, she's addicted to studying. Although she's not feeling well, her improvement is obvious." Xianxia said, "That's good, tell her to balance work and rest for the best results. I'll pass on the message." Cultivation sighed in relief. Since the owner of the bookstore had spoken, Melissa should listen. "If you don't have any other orders, I'll take my leave." After getting the owner's nod, he stood up and nodded to Mon, then carried the 3 unconscious officers out of the bookstore. Xianxia smiled and bid farewell to Cultivation. He watched the door of the bookstore close again, and his gaze returned to the thick stack of documents on the counter. Since he transmigrated, he rarely came into contact with these things. Ancient ruins, remote villages, etc., visiting them, sorting out information, and the busy life of running around in the past seemed to have been separated from his memory for a long time. Except for a period of time when he had just transmigrated, in order to integrate into the local life, he had a general understanding of Azir's history and customs. He had never done anything related to his profession again. Oh, the matter of helping the elf lady reshape the family emblem was one, but it had not officially started, it was only in the preparatory stage. The specifics would have to wait for Doris to come back from her family and sort out the relevant information for him. In short, after all, he was unfamiliar with this world, and there was nothing he could study even if he wanted to. Now, Culada had brought some good things. Xianxia stretched out his hand and gently stroked the paper, his mood getting better and better. Since the disciple of Xianxia was a level 1 lieutenant commander, and had already told him about Mon's identity, he believed that before the identity of the Ing Tree Chamber of Commerce was delivered, there would not be anything like today to worry about. This was the advantage of having a wide network of contacts. Sure enough, he still had to carry out his habit of instilling chicken soup for the customers. He had to cast a long line to catch a big fish, so that he could continue to develop. Squeeze. No, recycle the resources of every customer to achieve a win-win situation. The first website was M9Bkuj. Calm, what are these? Mom came over and looked at the information Xianxia was stroking. His gaze was like a cat that curiously stretched out its claws while its owner was working. The android girl, who was curious to begin with, because of the rapid absorption of a large amount of knowledge, realized that she had no knowledge, and began to thirst for more knowledge. A document related to the lost ancient language of Azir, which is the language used to inscribe the sword inscription on the sword in my bedroom. Xianxia pressed his index finger against her forehead and pushed her away. Slightly. He pretended to be serious and said, "This isn't something you should be reading. You haven't learned to this level yet. Be careful that you don't get dizzy and faint on the spot like those 3 guys just now." Mom covered his forehead with his hand and muttered, "Oh." He recalled the feeling of his mind being reshaped and subconsciously took a step back. However, because Xianxia mentioned the sword inscription, she subconsciously recalled the sword inscription she had seen before. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that there was a connection between the words on the document and the sword inscription. Through those indescribable words, she vaguely sensed the spirit of a destroyed civilization that lived in it for tens of thousands of years. The wreckage of an entire era and countless incomplete streams of information flashed before her eyes in an instant. Even if it was just a moment of inspiration, it was enough to make people shudder. Mon was stunned for a moment and realized that this was indeed not something she could see. Just by looking at it, she already felt some hallucinations. If she stared at it for a long time, she didn't know what would happen. She quickly picked up the tea set and ran to the second floor to wash the cups. "Remember to help me get the sword and the documents on my desk," Xianxia shouted, then looked at her slender back and sighed. Is it necessary to be so scared? A child is still a child. Although she is very talented, she is still afraid of learning. If one day she can take the initiative to learn, then she will have really grown up. At that time, not only the bookstore, but I will also have an assistant for my research. Xianxia shook his head slightly and looked at the yellow police tape outside that was still trembling in the wind. He expected that in such a situation, there would probably be no customers, so he walked over and closed the door. The sign on the door was turned to the side that read "Resting." He returned to the counter and sat down. He turned on the desk lamp and adjusted the light. Again, he carefully read all the documents. The order of the documents organized by Xianxia was based on the original text and the corresponding research records and related literature. In total, the original text had 21 pages, the research records had 15 pages, and the related literature, there was only the name of a book. It was obvious that no one had studied this text. Xianxia first read the documents written by the predecessors. There were only 2 researchers named Pritchett Hall and Trollope Rupert. The original text had 4 different parts. Rupert studied 3 parts related to history, which Xianxia called Religious Fanaticism, Rise of the Kingdom, and Revenge of the Same Form, while Hall studied the remaining scattered customs. After eliminating many meaningless remarks, there were mainly 3 useful pieces of information. First, these words were found in a ruin excavated in the lower city. The ruin belonged to the second epoch of Azir era, which was the kingdom of Elferts during the period when there was no fire. What was recorded in the book was also related to that lost period of history. Second, the general content of the research by the 2 scholars was surprisingly consistent with the scene Xianxia saw in the dream. It included from the worship and panic caused by the arrival of God to the rapid rise of the kingdom of Elferts. In the end, the last king of Elferts challenged the god, but in the end, he was destroyed along with the kingdom. There were also customs such as holding a ceremony in the White Hall when one came of age and wearing a laurel crown by the king. It was completely the life of the elf king Kandra that Xianxia saw in the dream. Third, the book was called The Dark Age, The History of the Rise and Fall of Elferts. It was currently kept in a scholar organization called the Truth Society. However, the two scholars did not have access to it. The information was also private research. Xianxia rubbed his temples. He felt that things were a little unexpected. Was it a precognitive dream? Or was it simply déjà vu? However, everything that happened in the dream was still clear in his memory, and this information couldn't be fake. At first glance, he could tell that the sword inscription was an ancient language of Azir. It was because when he was collecting information about Azir, he had seen similar words and had a little impression. Most of the information was provided by the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce, so it could not be fake. It seemed that only by getting the history of the rise and fall of Elferts could he further understand what was going on. Xianxia put down the information and found that Moan had put the sword aside. He picked up the long sword and looked at the shiny blade that was as smooth as a mirror. His eyes fell on the inscription on the sword ridge. Since he saved Moan, in order to not scare the children, he put the sword away and did not look at the sword carefully. At this moment, after a few days, he stared at the sword for the first time since he woke up from the dream of killing the god. Suddenly, the familiar feeling surged in his heart again. Naturally, he understood that the inscription on the sword said, "At the end of the long night, you are the light." He also understood the meaning of all the inscriptions. What Hall studied was not a custom at all, but the ceremony of the Holy Sword transmission. As if a switch was turned on, Xianxia felt the existence of Kandra again. The reflection on the smooth sword suddenly turned into the blonde and blue-eyed handsome elf king. The last ghost of Elferts, the gift before it died, his pure soul. The phantom on the sword flashed and disappeared. On the bright surface of the sword, Kandra's reflection disappeared without a trace like a reflection of the moon in the water. But Xianxia was sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Then, a ghost, he leaned back slightly and calmly turned the sword. He looked at the sword inscription on it again, and the inexplicable sense of familiarity increased. Some information naturally appeared in his mind, as if he should have known it in the first place. For example, this sword should have been inserted in the sword pool in the middle of the hall with the white dome. For example, it was the holy sword of Elferts, and together with the crown made of laurel branches, it formed the symbol of royalty. The last time he woke up from the dream, he looked at this long sword and had the illusion that he had used it to fight on the battlefield and had a sword skill that was tempered thousands of times. At this moment, this illusion was no longer an illusion, because he had even mastered an unfamiliar language that he had never come into contact with before without a teacher. Xianxia knew that there might be a more reasonable explanation for this situation, such as acquired scholar syndrome. But he had not been knocked out by anyone recently, so he was sure that his brain was intact. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com, and to suddenly master a language, one must have learned or come into contact with this language before, so his current situation was not suitable. Xianxia suddenly remembered that Kandra had given him something back then. The laurel crown. His gaze fell on his wrist, but he didn't find anything strange. That's right. If there was, I would have discovered it a few days ago. Xianxia touched his wrist. He didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or regret. But, does this mean that I accidentally expiated him in the dream? Combined with Kandra's performance back then, he should be a ghost attached to this sword because of his obsession. It was not a simple dream like I thought at the beginning. Maybe this holy sword of the Elferts kingdom became the ancestral sword of the Yusefu family after being passed down for a long time. Or maybe their family had a mission to protect this sword and not let the ghost harm the world, but they had already forgotten. After it passed to me, Kandra had the power to affect dreams. But he was quite friendly. No matter how deep his resentment was, after such a long time, there was probably not much left. The last bit of his obsession was cured by my chicken soup. Xianxia looked at the sword in his hand and pondered, the most important thing that Kandra gave me in the end was neither the holy sword nor the laurel crown, but his life that I experienced in my dream. This ghost from the ancient era chose this method to pass down everything in the kingdom. The only problem is how much of the dream is real and how much is fake. Xianxia remembered the process of Kandra learning all kinds of knowledge and swordsmanship from the court teachers when he was young. But some of the divine spells, and the part where he challenged the gods in the end were vague. Did this mean that Azir once had a mythological era, but now there was no trace of it with the extinction of those ancient kingdoms? Or perhaps, these things were all hidden away? Xianxia touched his chin. It seemed that he had to get the history of the rise and fall of Elforts. But where was the scholars' organization that he had never heard of? Colin carefully took out the prepared holy water and sprinkled some in the four corners of the room and the door. Smelling the faint fragrance of the holy water, he took a deep breath and silently chanted an incantation. He stretched out his hand and drew an arc from his forehead to his right arm and then to his chest. This was the prayer posture of the dome church, symbolizing the protection of the moon. Thank the moon. After Colin finished doing all this, he trembled and let out a long breath. He felt much better, both physically and mentally. Thanks to Father Vincent's holy water formula, he had been sleeping much better for the past few days, and the anxiety in his heart had also lessened a lot. Colin's face twitched slightly. The only drawback was that it was a little expensive. But it was all worth it. How are those idiots now? They didn't listen to my advice and even called me a lunatic. I'll let you have a taste of my power later. Colin looked out from the gap in the window of the shop and complained bitterly. He had a complicated feeling of hope and schadenfreude. He hoped that these three fellows with the word look down in their eyes would be dealt with, and he also hoped that they could really solve the current situation. If the few police officers from the central police station could use their arrogant nobility to get rid of the evil spirit next door, then he could even be a lunatic for once. They had guns. Guns, get rid of that terrifying evil spirit. Don't let him be afraid anymore. Colin quietly lifted the blinds and looked at the door of the shop next door. However, he saw the door of the bookstore open, and another handsome blonde young man walked out, carrying the three police officers who had just walked into the bookstore. They hung their heads, not knowing if they were unconscious or caused by other drugs. The blonde young man had a very righteous temperament, and at the same time, there was a kind of power in his gestures. Colin had seen such people before, but they were all on TV, so he was sure that this young man must also be from the Central District. However, when the young man carried out the three fellows who looked like they were on the brink of death from being tortured by the evil spirit, the expression on his face was actually respectful. God, how can the people from the Central Police Station be like this? How can they have such an attitude? Their people are injured, and they don't even ask about it? He must be under control. Colin shivered and suddenly put down the blinds. He took 2 steps back and desperately sprinkled holy water on the window. Moon, please protect me, listen to my prayers, give me peace. Father Vincent, where are you? Come and save me. Vincent was on his way here. He looked at the address on the communication device again, and confirmed that he only needed to walk another 6 kilometers to reach his destination. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As it happened that the new apostle of the parish was taking office, the priest of the parish had to go and receive the teachings and baptism of the new apostle. He missed a lot of requests for help, and could only give instructions in the form of text messages. Fortunately, he rushed back now, and there was still time to carry out the exorcism. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry. I hope this time it's really evil, and not a simple mental problem caused by lack of sleep. He would receive about 4 or 5 requests for help from the parish every month, but the real evil was usually only 1/10 or even less. Therefore, he had already developed the habit of letting the people who asked for help prepare the holy water first. The exorcism effect was real, but the main effect was to improve the quality of sleep. The effect was so good that many people who asked for help felt that the evil had disappeared after 2 or 3 times, and greatly praised Father Vincent's exorcism ability. Vincent might not be the most powerful priest in the parish. After all, he only had the ability of abnormal, and he was not the type who was good at fighting. But he was definitely the one with the best reputation and the biggest reputation. There were many reasons, but the most important was that he always asked the helpers to first prepare a special version of holy water and spray it at home every day. His colleagues were often angry that they had solved the source of the supernatural incident quickly and effectively, but the people who asked for help were not as grateful as they thought. They even suspected that they were fooling them. Usually, they would try to explain, but it was usually to no avail. The more they talked, the angrier they got, and in the end, they would leave on bad terms. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bother to interact with these stupid ordinary people and would just fling their sleeves and leave, leaving behind a cold impression. Strangely, the latter had a higher positive rating than the former. Over time, not many people were willing to talk nonsense with the helpers. Vincent's method of holy water first had greatly improved the efficiency. First, he let the helpers prepare their own holy water. Not only did it avoid some false reports, but it also gave the helpers a psychological comfort. It could also have a temporary restraining effect on the real evil. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Of course, it was not that no one could imitate this simple method, but no one could achieve the effect that Vincent had. Obviously, his colleagues often only imitated the surface and did not grasp the essence of it. For example, they did not know that his holy water formula had been improved. Normal holy water only required 4 ingredients: evening primrose, shadow flower, refined salt, and water. But in the formula he gave, he added 1 g of pearls and 0.02 g of gold leaf. The original holy water was all relatively common plants. After combining with the incantation, it could have the effect of exorcising evil. Although it was cheap to say so, it was really cheap. After a long period of experimentation, it was concluded that the holy water could be used by the general public. Of course, the cost that the public could accept was fully considered. But obviously, the general public did not understand this intention. They only thought, can such cheap holy water really be effective? Is this guy just brushing me off? And so on. Therefore, Vincent decided to add something more expensive to the holy water. Of course, he would not mess around. The amount of pearls and gold foil was very small. If the other party really had financial difficulties, then he would tell the other party that removing these 2 materials would be equally effective, but the effect would be slightly weakened. It was not a big problem. If that didn't work, he would say that he could pay for the cost of the holy water and that it was his responsibility to exorcise evil for the people of the parish. For them, this amount of money was nothing, but they could often receive the tearful gratitude that their colleagues were looking forward to. It could be said that the final effect of these minor changes was unexpectedly good. This brought him many benefits. For example, if the people encountered something unusual, the first person they would contact would definitely be Father Vincent. This increased his performance by a lot. But it also brought him some trouble. For example, some of his colleagues were quite critical of him, and occasionally, he would receive commissions that were far beyond his ability. Even though Vincent was the priest with the best reputation in the parish. After all, he was only at the abnormal level. Although the bottom of the pyramid in the APDI classification system was already in existence beyond the knowledge of ordinary people, it was still far from those true extraordinaires. It was not a problem to deal with some evil spirits and low-level dream beasts, but if he encountered high-level ones, then he could only ask for help. Sometimes, if he made a wrong judgment, his life would be in danger. There are always 2 sides to everything, just like the moon has alternating light and dark. This is a revelation from the dome. Vincent always sighed like this. Among all the extraordinaires, only the lower levels of the church were allowed to show their abilities to the general public. Of course, this was because the church needed faith, but it was inevitable that Nuajin would be disturbed by dreams. Some big incidents needed to be covered up to prevent the people from panicking, but small incidents did not need to be. Therefore, a small fry like him had a reputation that far exceeded his own ability. The real upper levels, those great existences who saved Nuajin at all times, were always unknown. When Vincent rushed to Street 23, the sky was already close to dusk. The red sun in the clouds dyed the sky a faint orange-yellow. The ruins on the side were illuminated and cast a large black shadow. The uneven outlines of the ruins were like the backs of some kind of giant beasts. The yellow warning line that was hastily pulled up was a little messy. It was rustling in the wind, constantly trembling. Dusk. It was the time of the devil. He cautiously stopped at the entrance of the street. The street was extremely quiet, which made him feel a little uneasy. Many things had happened in this area recently. Although he missed it because he went to receive the baptism, he still heard about the two most famous incidents. However, those were the affairs of the big shots, and had nothing to do with him. I just need to do my job well. I hope that the thing that made me rush for these few days is a true evil spirit. Otherwise, I will definitely add some new tricks to the holy water formula of this person who asked for help. Phew, I can't think like that. Vincent let out a long breath, pinched the bridge of his nose, and suppressed the inexplicable irritation that surged in his heart. He didn't know what happened recently, but he was more irritable than usual. Some of his thoughts simply lost the benevolence and tolerance that a clergyman should have. Even the teachings and baptism of the new great apostle couldn't calm him down. Perhaps after this matter is resolved, I should rest for a few days and focus on praying to the moon. He straightened his clothes, first using a text message to contact the person who asked for help, Mr. Carl Collin, who owned a video store. Then, he knocked on the back door of the video store. The door opened a crack, and a person with bloodshot eyes could be vaguely seen looking out. Then, the person suddenly opened the door and threw himself at Vincent. "Oh, the moon above, Father Vincent, you are finally here. Hurry and save me." If it wasn't for this lump of human figure making such a sound, Vincent would have already released a divine spell. As he pushed away this bloated and greasy lump of fat, he tried to maintain a gentle tone and said, Shoo, my dear child, you don't want to alarm the evil spirit next door, do you?" Colin hurriedly nodded and kept quiet, full of excitement. With snot and tears running down his face, he received this priest who was wearing a black priest robe. He looked a little tired, but still had a pair of solemn and trustworthy eyes. "So, I have a general understanding of the situation. You are saying that just today, he hurt 3 police officers from the central police station, and even controlled the mind of another one? The holy water didn't work, and it even made him worse? If what you said is true, then I need to be more prepared. We will carry out the operation tomorrow night. Today, I need to stay with you temporarily." Colin hurriedly nodded. "No problem. If there is anything else that needs to be done, I will definitely cooperate. As long as you don't do anything, it will be the best cooperation." Vincent sighed and reached out to close the door, cutting off the sound of Colin's chatter about the horror of the evil spirit. It felt good to be alone in the room. These guys who don't know anything are really troublesome. He touched the sweat on his forehead, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. He exhaled the misty smoke. The next day, Vincent, who had been meditating all night in a praying position, opened his eyes. He opened his hands, and the sacred dome emblem in the middle of his palms was slowly withdrawing the faint moonlight. He stood up and removed the ether enchantment that he had set up around him. The ether that had enveloped him immediately dispersed in all directions like a gentle breeze. The simple meditation enchantment was made up of 3 parts. The first was the array that he had drawn with holy water under his feet. It had evaporated as his meditation ended. The wet marks on the floor were slowly disappearing, leaving only the faint fragrance of shadow flowers. The second was the energy source that maintained the enchantment. Under more formal circumstances, it would usually use a casting tool that had the spirituality of the moon, such as a pure moonstone. But now that he had come in a hurry, he could only use the ether that he could control. The third was the sacred dome emblem in his hands. It was a bridge that connected his soul to the moon. The standard pattern on the silver sacred emblem was a simple crescent moon with ripple-like lines. These lines looked simple, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the ripples were all complicated and dazzling incantations. Every clergyman of the Dome Church would have a sacred emblem that belonged to them. The first website was M9bkuj. On the one hand, it was a symbol of status, and on the other hand, it was the best medium for meditation and casting. Everyone's sacred emblem was formed when they first joined the church, and their consciousness communicated with the moon during the first baptism. It was a perfect casting tool that was almost 100% compatible with them. The efficiency of meditation is much lower than usual. The time taken to meditate is almost 3 times longer than before. There are distracting thoughts during meditation, and I even hear strange murmurs. There are also flashes of images? Vincent frowned. He once again felt that strange sense of irritation. A nameless anger seemed to be suppressed in his heart. What's wrong with me? He subconsciously put away the sacred emblem, and then took out a pack of cigarettes. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it with his eyes closed. Phew, it was as if he could only calm down when the smoke was hovering in his lungs and in front of his eyes, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were removed. Even the restless ether had been tamed, and it began to flow regularly again with the puffs of smoke. It was a soothing experience. It was as if he had returned to the first baptism. The old priest who presided over the ceremony used his old, rough, but warm and powerful palm to gently press on the young boy's head, and then used an extremely gentle force to guide him into the water. We will be servants of the moon for the rest of our lives. We will worship the moon, serve the moon, love the moon, and fear the moon. We are with the moon. We are born on the bright side and die on the dark side. The moon completes a cycle of alternating light and darkness. The cycle of life and death. The dead will be reborn. We have received the blessings and blessings of the moon, but at the same time, we will never be able to look directly at everything above the dome until death allows us to rise into the sky. The old priest's voice was calm and steady. The ripples in his memory flickered and rippled in his vision when he was young. As he sank, he saw the moon reflected in the water. The taste of childhood was like the water of the baptismal bath flowing through her fingertips, soft and warm. Since then, he had never seen the real moon again. When Vincent came back to his senses, he had finished smoking an entire cigarette. There was only a cigarette but between his index and middle fingers. He was stunned. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, and he shivered. How could it be? He saw the moon in his memory? That was impossible. After the baptism, all the images and impressions of the real moon should have been erased from his memory. No, that was a reflection in the water, not the real moon. Vincent muttered to himself, panting heavily. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and flowed down his temples. Following that was palpitations, panic, confusion, and fear. He knew that he was lying to himself. All the images related to the real moon should have disappeared from his soul long ago. No matter how much they loved and longed for the moon, they could never look directly at the real moon. This was the clergy of the Dome Church. But what is going on now? How can I see the moon under the water? Is my faith not pious? Or is it the moon's punishment for me? Vincent's expression was almost twisted. There was anger, confusion, fear, and uncontrollable ecstasy. He stared at the holy emblem in his hand, somewhat intoxicated. So, that is the real moon. The priest was sweating all over. Because of fear, the clothes on his back were soaked in the blink of an eye. Trembling, he reached out to take out another cigarette. As the smoke rose, he suddenly crushed the cigarette and the box and threw them on the ground. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it!" Bang! 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 Father! Father! Father Vincent! What happened to you? The sound of the door and the voice of the music store owner came together, stopping Vincent's movements. Colin shouted outside the door, "I have prepared the things you asked me to prepare. What should we do next?" Vincent took a deep breath, squatted down to pick up the cigarette, and said as calmly as possible, "I'm fine. I'll be right there." He opened the door. Colin was still talking about the horror of the evil spirit next door, but it made Vincent feel a sense of familiarity and reality. He followed Colin to set up and check the enchantment, the device for exorcism, and the array in the house to make sure that everything was correct. In the meantime, he had tried to use ether to contact the bookstore next door, but he did not find anything useful. "You mean, you have been shouting outside the door for about a minute?" Vincent said with a frown. "I swear. I'm not lying." Colin hurriedly swore. "I shouted outside for a while. Seeing that no one responded, I knocked on the door directly." Phew, Vincent pinched the bridge of his nose. He felt that things were more serious than he had imagined. He did not realize that he had fallen into an illusion at that time. Vincent shook his head, but the most important thing now was to help Colin solve the problem. His problem could be solved after this matter was settled. That night, Vincent put on a black blindfold, brought all his exorcism tools, opened the door, and pushed open the door of the bookstore next door under the moonlight and the night sky. Ding-ling, welcome, may I ask? Xianxia raised his head and looked at the customer who was fated to enter the store today. But before he could finish his words, he was slightly stunned as he looked at the blindfolded man in a priest's robe who pushed open the door. A blind man? And a blind priest at that. This role was supposed to guide others, but it was played by someone who was supposed to be guided. Needless to say, there was a hint of philosophy in it. Is there anything I can help you with? You can buy, borrow, or read books. It's not a big deal to rest your feet. Xianxia's tone became gentler, and he showed a warm smile. He reached out and quietly stopped Moan, who wanted to guide the man to sit down. He made a shushing gesture to him and said, "Are you a priest of the Dome Church?" Vincent instantly stopped in his tracks. He had intended to test the waters first, because according to Colin, the bookstore was still operating as usual. If the owner of the bookstore was indeed an evil spirit or was affected by supernatural creatures, then at least under normal circumstances, he was still normal and did not show any abnormalities. This was the same situation he had dealt with in the past. Some spirits who had committed suicide and remained in the human world would repeat their actions without knowing that they had died. There were also some evil spirits who could only affect their hosts under certain circumstances. Because they were not strong enough, they could only weave traps like spiders and deceive people to death. According to Colin, nothing strange had happened before this. It was only last month that he had asked the owner of the bookstore next door to turn on the power switch that something strange had happened. Therefore, Vincent made a temporary assumption that during that period of time, when the god-level dream beast was being nurtured, the cracks in the dream world had increased, causing some low-level dream beasts to run out. They had hidden themselves in advance, using the god-level ether waves to conceal themselves and escape the attention of the secret ritual tower and the Truth Society. He had not sensed the presence of spirits, so it was more likely to be the work of dream beasts or other extraordinary creatures. Vincent had come fully prepared, but he had not expected an accident to happen at the first step. The other party was more awake than he had imagined. He remembered the URL, M9B Not only did he not show any signs of being possessed, but he had even determined that he was a priest of the Dome Church. However, this bookstore indeed gave off a very strange presence, and he had felt traces of ether waves when he had walked in. This meant that there had been an extraordinaire or an extraordinary creature active here. For example, the gargoyle on the counter had an extremely cold aura of a vengeful spirit. Vincent instantly felt that he had found the culprit. Colin's request for help was not groundless, but the direction seemed to be wrong. There was nothing wrong with the owner of the bookstore, but with the decorations or the bookstore itself. However, the situation now seemed a little dangerous. When he had come fully armed to exorcise the spirit, the other party had suddenly asked if he was a priest of the Dome Church. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed to be a warning. Then, perhaps he had been bewitched. Vincent's mind spun quickly. He remained vigilant and calmed himself down. Clearing his throat, he walked over and sat down. He said, "Yes, I'm working on a project in this parish." As he spoke, he carefully observed the other party's expression. Although the clergy of the church had to be blindfolded at night to prevent them from seeing the moon, they would also receive the unique vision granted by the moon, the eye of the moon. Apart from being able to see things blindfolded or in the dark, they could also see the other party's physical condition. However, when he looked at the owner of the bookstore, the other party was a completely ordinary person. Since the problem wasn't with the person, there must be something else that Colin didn't know. The bookstore owner might also be a victim. He could try to persuade the other party to leave this place first, and then remove the spirit of the gargoyle. Work? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The priest in front of him seemed to be the more conscientious type, and he could clearly hear that there was a hidden meaning in his words. It was as if he had something to say but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Since he said that he was working and came to his shop with a purpose, it should be about his work. Then, what was the priest's job? Obviously, he was in charge of the believers in the area, carrying out missionary activities, presiding over mass and weddings, praying for the dying, confessing, dying sacraments, and exorcising demons. Xianxia felt that a priest who suddenly came over couldn't be here to preach, and the rest didn't seem very likely. Then, he thought of what the police officer who came in to investigate said. The owner of the music store seemed to have treated him as an evil spirit for some reason. Xianxia suddenly understood and showed an amused expression. It's Colin, right? He treated me as an evil spirit, so he hired someone to remove me as a ghost? No wonder he hesitated to speak. Colin actually treated him as an evil spirit because of his misunderstanding, and even specially invited a priest. This really made people not know how to feel. Vincent's expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, he controlled himself in time and didn't reveal any flaws, but the silver holy emblem that he had been secretly holding in his hand almost slipped out. He actually knew? Xianxia looked at the subtle expression on the priest's face and felt that he could already empathize with him, experiencing the feelings of awkwardness and difficulty, but not being able to directly say it out loud. This Colin was really a little too much. He invited a priest all the way here, and in the end, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the police officer's tone, Xianxia guessed that Colin must have firmly believed that Xianxia was an evil spirit. This priest was probably also very distressed, so he wanted to find him, the other party involved, to discuss countermeasures. Xianxia sighed. Actually, this is simply a huge misunderstanding. Although I don't know why he thinks so, I'm obviously just a very ordinary bookstore owner. I have flesh and blood, and I like to help people. Also, I helped him before. He looked bitter and hateful, then thought of something, and said with a very firm gaze, "That's right, the few police officers who came here 2 days ago also heard Colin's nonsense. I also explained to them, and they can testify for me." The 3 police officers had clearly been lying down when they left. Vincent's expression became even uglier. "Look, father." In order to prove his innocence, Xianxia took the gargoyle that had been on the side all this time. He said with a smile, "At that time, I didn't have time to tell the 3 police officers that this was a local product that one of my customers gave me. It's a gargoyle, used to scare away evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. It's a must-have to guard a house. If I were an evil spirit, how could I put a gargoyle on the counter like this?" Vincent's eyes widened, and his vision suddenly zoomed in on the gargoyle in front of him, and they were looking at each other. The bookstore owner took his hand and pressed it on the gargoyle. "Father, you can touch it. The craftsmanship of this gargoyle is also very good." He could almost clearly see that the evil eyes that were blooming with blood-red light contained the souls of hundreds of people who had died tragically. The souls of the dead were constantly wriggling and roaring as they stretched out their sharp claws. Xianxia took the gargoyle back and pushed the flower pot over. "And the roses that I personally planted. Look at how beautiful they are. I'm definitely a person who loves life." Vincent didn't have time to pull his hand back, and it touched the roses again. He felt his hair stand on end, the petals felt like flesh, and they were full of sharp teeth. There were also moist, wriggling, and blood-covered spherical objects. They were like eyeballs. "Enough!" Vincent shouted subconsciously. Then, he jerked his head back and retracted his hand. Clang! The sound of metal falling on the table rang out. Vincent suddenly realized that the holy emblem in his hand had fallen. "Enough? Oh. Now I can use this sufficient evidence to explain the situation to Colin." Xianxia picked up the holy emblem, smiled, and handed it over. He said slowly, "Father, you dropped something." Gulp. Vincent could clearly hear the sound of his own saliva swallowing from his throat to his ears. At that moment, the surroundings were frighteningly quiet. He looked at the silver holy emblem in front of him and the smiling face of the bookstore owner. He did not dare to take it. He was wrong. He was terribly wrong. The problem was with the owner of the bookstore, not the bookstore or the other supernatural creatures. Vincent had seen the creation methods commonly used by dark wizards in the church's library. There were at least hundreds of souls imprisoned in the gargoyle. They were its core driving force, which gave it great power. He could almost feel with his intuition that if the gargoyle came to life, he would definitely die. In the eye of the moon, each of the souls was a supernatural when they were alive. They had all died in extreme pain and resentment. they had been half fused into an individual. After gathering a huge amount of energy, they were trapped in the gargoyle and became the will of the gargoyle. This was a skill that only high-level dark wizards knew. The dark wizard who made the gargoyle must be extremely cruel and ruthless. He must be an executioner who killed people like flies. Remember this, http://m9bcoj. Combat. No matter who made the gargoyle, the owner of the bookstore who owned it must be at least an annihilation-level supernatural being. The creepy rose made Vincent feel like he was facing an abyss. It was like a greedy mouth that wanted to swallow something. Once it was swallowed, there was no coming back. Vincent's fear of the rose was far greater than that of the gargoyle. "What's wrong, father?" Xianxia was a little surprised as he looked at the blindfolded father who didn't move. He was puzzled as to why the other party didn't take it. But on second thought, the other party was blind. It wasn't good to leave it hanging in the air. So he placed it on the table and deliberately made a soft sound as he said, "Then I'll leave it here." He then said casually, "You don't look well. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Vincent forced a thin smile on his face. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Trembling slightly, he said, "Perhaps it's because of the lack of sleep. I haven't had a good night's sleep on the way here." His gaze fell on the sacred emblem on the counter, and he swallowed the sorrow in his heart. Right now, the only casting tool they could use was already in the hands of the other party. When he said that he would take it himself, it was definitely a threat and provocation. Sadly, as a priest who was not good at fighting, without the help of the holy emblem, Vincent did not even dare to try to retrieve the holy emblem that was placed there. A trace of despair had already surfaced in his heart. He couldn't help but give up on himself. What exactly did this bookstore owner, an absolute high-level powerhouse, want? Xianxia said, "Sigh, this is a big problem. Colin has gone too far this time. I don't know how such a misunderstanding happened. He has really caused trouble for others. But it's better now. Please tell him the truth. I'm not an evil spirit. I hope he can resolve this ridiculous misunderstanding as soon as possible," he said with some hope and helplessness. "You may not be an evil spirit, but you are definitely an existence even more terrifying than an evil spirit," Vincent screamed in his heart. His throat was tight, and his whole body was trembling slightly. It was not that he was so timid, but in the continuous tension, that feeling of palpitations and panic suddenly surged up again like a shadow. He could not describe this feeling, but he could tell the difference between it and his own emotions at the moment. This was a feeling that was more like a physical feeling than a psychological one. Along with the sweat on his back and forehead, the heavy breathing that made his lungs twitch slightly, the accelerated heartbeat, the slight wetness at the tip of his nose, and the fear that made his skin itch and numb like ants. And the illusionary sparkling white light in front of his eyes. After being lured and magnified by his current emotions, it became uncomfortable. It was more intense than what he had felt in the past. It made his muscles tense, and there were even signs of spasms. Breathe, breathe, too short and too fast. Heart and lungs are very uncomfortable. I want to smoke. Vincent's fingers twitched involuntarily, and he coughed heavily twice. He quickly reached out and took out the crumpled pack of cigarettes from his chest. Then, he pulled out one and wanted to light it up, as if he was grasping at straws. A strange eagerness made him temporarily forget about the owner of the bookstore who was staring at him covetously. He stared at the cigarette in his hand and nodded. I will explain it to Colin. I believe that he will have a new idea about you." When he saw the cigarette, he could not help but sigh in relief. His mind started to work again. The owner of the bookstore probably wanted to hide his identity from his neighbors. As long as he agreed to help, he would not be killed. But would the secret ritual tower and the Truth Society not care about such an existence? Did he need to report it to the church? Click. Click. Vincent was thinking as he spoke. The match trembled as it was struck twice, but it did not light up. At this moment, Xianxia reminded him in a low voice, "Father, smoking is prohibited in the bookstore." Vincent was shocked because the tone was very strict. It reminded him of the experience of being reprimanded by the old priest in the divine arts class when he was young. "Sorry." He helplessly put away the cigarette and looked up to see the owner of the bookstore looking at him with a terrible expression. His helplessness instantly turned into panic. Vincent's limbs went weak and his scalp went numb. "I'm very sorry. I didn't know, You just couldn't control yourself, right?" Xianxia crossed his arms and supported his chin. The smile on his face had completely disappeared. He said word by word, "Have you been feeling uneasy recently? Sweating in your sleep? Emotional fluctuations? You often tremble uncontrollably? You feel that your breathing is suppressed, your body spasms, and you especially desire." Xianxia reached out and pointed at the cigarette in his hand. "Smoking?" The expression on his face changed from Vincent's abnormal trembling and panting to a serious one. He looked at the priest sitting opposite him again. From the moment Vincent entered the bookstore, he had already noticed that his mental state was not very good. However, he had thought that it was just a simple bad state due to lack of sleep or heavy work pressure. However, as the conversation went on, he frequently got closer to observe his various subtle behaviors. Until now, when Vincent took out the cigarette, he was basically certain. The priest in front of him was a drug addict, however, he did not realize it himself and looked very confused. This meant that he was very likely being framed. Vincent stared blankly at the cigarette in his hand. Xianxia's gaze was deep as he asked meaningfully, "Father, where did the cigarette in your hand come from? Addiction? This cigarette has a problem?" Vincent suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Xianxia, who had a very serious expression on his face. Then, he subconsciously shook his head hard. "Impossible." Xianxia was not surprised by the priest's reaction. To be able to make him accept the problematic cigarette without realizing it, and not notice anything wrong even after experiencing withdrawal symptoms, the source of the cigarette was definitely someone he could trust. However, because of this, it made people feel even more disappointed. It did not matter if he accepted the cigarette from someone else or bought it from a store. For something like this to happen, it was extremely black-hearted. Others are hell. You can never know what others are thinking, so no one can be completely trusted. Xianxia kept his hands crossed and supported his chin. He slowly said, "Nothing is impossible." "Priest, can you answer a few of my questions first?" "How could I not answer?" Vincent said silently in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Xianxia did not wait for him to answer whether he could or not. Instead, he asked, "Where did your cigarette come from?" Vincent first looked at the cigarette in his hand and hesitated. Then, he opened the hard packaging. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Come in the middle of the remaining few cigarettes, a silver tree crown pattern could be vaguely seen on the white inner paper. Although the transaction of transcendent items was confidential, since the other party was at least an annihilation transcendent, there should be no need to keep it a secret. Banyan Tree Merchant Association. Vincent closed the cigarette box again and took a deep breath. "I bought this from Banyan Tree Merchant Association. It is called Holy Moonbrain. It has only been sold recently. It is only experimentally provided to selected clergymen in the church. The seventh apostle has already approved its effects. He thinks it is indeed helpful for meditation and strengthens the connection with the moon. Because of this, when his meditation efficiency dropped recently, he only thought it was his own problem. He never suspected that the cigarette had a problem. For clergymen, obedience was also a compulsory course. The apostles had jurisdiction over the priests. They were third-level clergymen and represented a part of the moon's will. They had absolute authority. But now, after being exposed by the owner of the bookstore, Vincent suddenly had a trace of doubt. Could there really be a problem? Vincent shook his head again. But that's impossible. There has never been a problem with the reputation of the Sap Tree Merchant Guild, and the apostle himself said that the other priests I know all said that the effects of the brain of the holy moon are very good. It seemed that he was the only one who had symptoms of discomfort. Xianxia Chamber of Commerce? Xianxia was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to hear this familiar term from the priest's mouth. But it wasn't hard to understand. The power of the Xianxia Merchant Guild could be seen from the fact that they could easily provide fake identities in Nuajin. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Luo Air's resources, it was still a giant business organization. To use a modern analogy, Luo Air Resources was a giant enterprise that could produce all kinds of products, and Xianxia Merchant Guild was Taba. On such a sales platform, it was not surprising that items specifically for clergy of the church would appear. If it was the Xianxia Merchant Guild, Lin Jia could understand why the priest in front of him trusted the quality of the cigarettes unconditionally. Even if he didn't know Cherry, the Bamboo Tree Chamber of Commerce was a very famous and reliable shopping platform. Moreover, to the other side, there was an apostle's personal confirmation and other examples. But the symptoms on the other side were real. It seemed that this matter was more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Jia thought for a while and asked, I said, nothing is impossible. I will ask the Xianxia Merchant Guild, but now, the most important thing is you, priest, who are you willing to believe? Believe the church, or believe him? Vincent understood the meaning of this question in an instant, and fell into silence. The bookstore was quiet again. Vincent wanted to pray for the moon to give him peace, but found that the holy emblem in the priest's hand had no reaction. Subconsciously, he wanted to take out a cigarette and light it up, but he stopped halfway through his action. Vincent smiled bitterly and looked at the cigarette in his hand. He had to admit that something was wrong with him. When he saw the cigarette, he felt that extremely uncomfortable feeling again. Without the interference of his thoughts, his senses became clearer. His skin felt like it was full of ants, itching unbearably. Even his internal organs started to itch faintly. This was a kind of, how obvious, how terrifying this feeling was, but he couldn't doubt the church. The education he received didn't allow him to doubt the church. I don't know. I really don't know, please guide me. Vincent bent over and put his hands through his hair in agony. He pinched the cigarette box and flattened it. Lin Jia sighed, feeling like he was looking at old Wang from 2 years ago. At that time, Wang Erda was also in a painful moment. Because of the collapse of his beliefs, he felt lost and almost walked on the path of self-destruction. But luckily, he walked into this bookstore and met Lin Jia, a warm and kind person who was willing to help others. Now, his life was back to normal. But compared to old Wang, the priest in front of him might be in more pain. To make a clergyman doubt his own church, even if it was just a member of the church, was a bit cruel. But, the pain of independent thinking was unavoidable. If there really was a problem within the Dome Church, it would be cruel to let this priest, who was willing to come for the sake of the people of the parish, who was willing to take care of them, and who chose to tactfully agree to Colin's request to come here first to be exorcised. Lin Jia comforted him, relax, everything else can be put aside for now. We can investigate later. The most important thing is your current physical condition. You don't usually smoke. He analyzed, according to what you said, your colleagues aren't abnormal. In fact, it's the opposite. They should be smoking more frequently, but under the comfort of the brain of the holy moon, they're acting normal. How do you feel now? Vincent raised his head and calmed down. He took a deep breath and described, finally saying, I saw the moon in an illusion. This is something that shouldn't be possible. It was indeed impossible. A blind person seeing things was either a dream or an illusion. But to reach this point, it did seem a bit serious. Stop using the brain of the holy moon. It might make you act strangely and alert the enemy. Find something else to do to divert your attention. Lin Jia stood up and took the Braille edition of If You Give Me 3 Days of Light from the bookshelf. This book is suitable for you. Maybe you can see something different from before. Vincent stared blankly at the book that was burning with white flames and emitting light as if it had exploded in an instant. It was indeed very different. In the vision of Vincent's Eye of the Moon, the moment the book left the bookshelf, it burst into a blazing light. It was as dazzling as the sun, almost illuminating the entire bookstore. The owner of the bookstore seemed to be holding a flame or a small sun in his hand. The blazing flame seemed to be able to directly feel the power contained in it. Coupled with the smile on his face, a powerful divinity emitted from the inside out instantly shocked Vincent's heart. The priest of the Dome Church could not help but stand up with a swoosh. He was all too familiar with this feeling. Every time he meditated and prayed, when his soul resonated with the holy emblem, his mind sank into the ether domain of the moon. Every time he received the blessings of the moon, he cast divine spells to heal the wounded or eliminate evil. Every clergyman of the Dome Church had such power in their body, making them extraordinaries who were different from mortals. The divine power of the moon that came from above the dome, bestowed upon the devout, but it was clear that the divinity and power emitted by the book in front of him was even more intense, aggressive, and surging with vitality. It was as if a large amount of divine power of the moon had been highly condensed and suddenly ignited. Vincent could clearly sense that the two were of the same origin. What made him feel a little terrified was that he vaguely felt that the two powers did not come from the same source, but from one of them and the other. As for who came from whom, Vincent had wanted to force himself to ignore this perception. But the eye of the moon did not miss any abnormal phenomenon in his vision. In the midst of the blazing light, another faint light source appeared. Vincent looked over subconsciously, and his eyes widened instantly. He almost wanted to tear off his blindfold. The other light source that was emitting a faint light, as if it was responding to the divinity in the book, was his holy emblem, yes, the silver holy emblem that belonged to the domed church, with the outline of a crescent moon and ripples, was emitting a soft light due to the illumination of other divinity. Vincent watched as his holy emblem became brighter and brighter, even brighter than when he usually meditated or cast divine spells. Although it was very inappropriate, he stared at the sacred emblem, deeply suspecting who the owner of the sacred emblem was. Thinking of how the sacred emblem never left her hands, and how she would even wear it when she slept, she felt an inexplicable sense of betrayal. At the same time, because the sacred emblem had fused with part of his soul, Vincent immediately felt a warm and vigorous energy surging in his body. This energy was powerful and unstoppable, instantly calming down all the discomfort and anxiety in his heart. Vincent instantly relaxed, feeling his entire body in a daze. It was as comfortable as soaking in hot water after a busy day. It felt like home. There was no barrier between the divine moon power and the divine moon power. In fact, the divine moon power was like a river flowing into the ocean. As his body relaxed, his heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying thought almost uncontrollably appeared in his mind. Could it be that this is a true God? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the fear that completely overturned his previous understanding and the chill that came from his back made his scalp numb, and he couldn't help but shudder. Vincent's body stiffened, and his mind buzzed with Xianxia's words, "Who are you willing to believe?" The meaning of this sentence was probably not as superficial as he had thought. The owner of the bookstore was not asking about the brain of the sacred moon or who to believe between the church and him. Instead, he was asking what he would choose to believe when he saw this different situation that completely overturned his understanding. What was even more frightening was that Vincent swallowed hard. The moon above, forgive him for his blasphemy. He must have been bewitched. Otherwise, why would he absurdly think that the power in that book was the source of the divine moon power? In the long dark night of my life, the books that I have read and the books that people have read to me have become a huge, glorious lighthouse that has shown me the deepest channel of my life and soul. Xianxia read the original text from If You Give Me 3 Days of Light and handed the book over with a smile. He then said, "The blind must have a clear heart, and reading books is a very good way to keep the soul calm and clear. Books are the steps for human progress and also the path to education. They can calm people down." This is the autobiography of Helen Keller, unquestionably a great woman, and it tells the story of her life. How did a person who was born blind and deaf gradually find hope in life? How did she view everything with a positive and optimistic attitude? How did she live a more dazzling life than most healthy people? Xianxia felt that this was the best book to give to a blind person. Vincent looked at the book, and the shock in his heart had not yet dissipated. Because of the sentence, "My life is a long dark night," he had another thought. A long dark night. Could it be referring to the second era of the ancient times, the era without light or fire? He had originally guessed that the other party was at least an annihilation-grade master, but connecting the sentence and the divine power in the book, could it be a god-level immortal that had lived for tens of thousands of years? Vincent was terrified as he thought about it. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and now it was even colder. When he said that he was blind, was he mocking the people of the domed church for not being able to see the true God and blindly worshipping an empty shell? Every sentence of the bookstore owner seemed to have a deeper meaning. He deeply felt his own contempt, and it took him a while to understand it every time. Like an ignorant child standing under the foot of a giant, he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Xianxia continued, "Actually, the only thing you need to believe in is yourself. Read this book and make your own judgment. You need to find your true self, walk out of the darkness and singleness, use the eyes in your heart to see the truth and embrace the light. He signaled for Vincent to take the book. Vincent stared at the book and slowly reached out his hand to take the book with both hands. The white flame-like light receded and finally formed the title of the book on the cover, revealing the book's true appearance. The words on the book seemed to be some kind of ancient cuneiform script, made up of dots and other symbols. In short, Vincent should not have understood it, but when he touched the words, the meaning of the words naturally appeared in his heart. The Holy Bible of the Sun. That was the name of the book. The light of the moon came from the sun, so the divine power of the moon came from the Holy Bible of the Sun, Vincent thought in his heart. But no one had ever believed in the sun. After the first era, light, fire, and the sun had all disappeared in the dream. Azir had entered the second era without light or fire. If the sun was the true god, then what was the moon now? Vincent grew up in the Holy Roland Monastery located on Nuajin's 4th Street of the Dome Church. This was the second largest monastery of the Dome Church in Nuajin's upper city area. It had a complete education system. The monastery took in talented orphans, nurturing the most outstanding priests and nuns for the Dome Church. When these children grew up, they would be the manpower needed for the various parishes. At the same time, they opened up a real orphanage, placing those children who didn't have talent to begin with or were eliminated during the teaching process. After clearing their supernatural memories, they would receive a normal education. As an extremely orthodox priest who came from a proper school, Vincent could definitely be considered knowledgeable. What he learned, apart from the field of theology, also included all types of knowledge. One of the most important links was Azir's history. Compared to the blurry history that ordinary people knew, Vincent systematically learned about the ancient past that was actually hidden by the extraordinary individuals. Until the end of the Second Era, when the High Wall of Fog was built, this was an era that completely belonged to legends. The Dome Church was born in the Third Era, believing in the moon, obtaining power from the connection with the moon. They believed that the moon was the only god that survived from the beginning of the world, still residing in the dream world. Meanwhile, the sun, at the beginning of the Second Era, was extinguished in the dream world, directly leading to the beginning of the Second Era, as well as the extinction of the giant race. Before today, Vincent had always believed this as well. The sun and the moon were two different gods. Remember this in a second. http://m9bkuj.com. Even though there might be a connection between them, it wasn't that close. After all, even though the sun was extinguished, the moonlight was eternal, still shining down on the world, giving believers power. Until now, he saw with his own eyes that his sacred emblem resonated with the radiance released by this book named Sacred Sun Scripture, to the extent where it even danced in joy, like a river flowing into the sea. He felt the divinity overflowing from this book bring him unstoppable warmth and power, completely eliminating the irritation and discomfort in his heart, moreover vaguely controlling his own divine power. He then thought about the sacred moon brain in his hands, this supernatural item that was acknowledged by the seventh apostle as helpful in meditation, strengthening the connection with the moon. There might be a problem with it. Vincent felt his mind in a mess at this moment, feeling extremely confused, not daring to open the book in his hands. However, his heart was already continuously growing doubts. What exactly went wrong? What should he do now? Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked at the only person who could guide him at this moment. Under the dim light, the owner of the bookstore revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, don't be confused. Father, you will find the answer in your heart from this book and find the light that belongs to you. At the same time, all your questions will eventually have answers. As long as you are willing to search for them, if you have the will and determination, I will also help you." In this case, the victim was the priest in front of him. Whether or not he wanted to participate in the investigation depended on the other party's opinion. The Dome Church's influence wasn't small, and it was their own faith. Xianxia wouldn't find it strange if the other party chose to give up because of their own interests and safety, or even betray them for their beliefs. However, this was only Xianxia's psychological bottom line. From his current observation, the priest in front of him was not such a person. On the contrary, his expression was one of struggle and confusion, but he clenched the book in his hand tightly and had no intention of putting it down. This meant that he had already made a decision in his heart, he just needed someone to be the guide. Although he was a priest who often acted as a guide, but when his own faith was shaken, he also needed other guides to help him. Xianxia was the guide he was looking for. Mysterious, powerful, with ulterior motives. Vincent silently recited his impression of the owner of the bookstore in his heart, guessing the other party's motives. If the owner of the bookstore was really a long-lived species that had lived since the Second Era, at least, until now, he must have personally experienced that legend, or perhaps he was a member of that legend. Then he had existed even longer than the Dome Church. The sun was extinguished, the giants died. Until the rise of mankind, he had seen it all with his own eyes. He must know the truth about the moon and the sun, and this holy scripture of the sun was proof. The owner of the bookstore gave this book to him and asked him to search for the light. Could it be? He wanted to use this opportunity to set things right in this distorted history. Vincent was shocked by his own bold idea, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would such an important person pay attention to an ordinary priest like him, and even deliberately lead him here? That's right, the request from the owner of the video store next door must be the result of the owner of the bookstore. Through such a natural and secretive method, he led him here, then talked to him, and gave him this crucial book. It was almost like he was controlling fate with ease. Vincent secretly took in a breath of cold air. These important people were really terrifying. In this situation, if he refused, he always felt that if he didn't become part of the soul of the gargoyle, he would become fertilizer for the roses. Only now did he understand that the few moves just now were actually a pre-warning. Thinking about it, there was only one way to go. Moreover, at this moment, there was a strong feeling of confusion in his heart. He really needed an answer. What was the situation behind all of this? His faith, was it the ashes of the sun, or the false god that stole the power? Why did the church allow the circulation of hallucinogenic addictive drugs? Accepting this holy scripture of the sun meant accepting a part of the truth. The priest slowly exhaled, holding the holy scripture in his hand. He said in a firm tone, "I understand. I am honored to receive your help. I want to know the truth. This is my only wish." Xianxia nodded. The determined priest in front of him did not deviate from his judgment. "You can have this kind of awareness. It proves that you have a direction in your heart. Very good." He continued, "But you still have more to do. If you want to know the truth, you have to rely on yourself." After all, Xianxia did not have a deep understanding of the Dome Church. It was better to let them decide how to fight on their own land. But now the matter involved the Xianxia Merchant Guild. It seemed more tangled and complicated, but in reality, there was another way to solve it. Compared to letting the priest investigate with him alone, it was actually more convenient. After all, according to Xianxia's understanding of Cherry, she was not this kind of person, which meant that there was a mole in the Xianxia Merchant Guild who damaged the reputation of the guild. He believed that Cherry would be interested in this. Xianxia supported his chin with both hands. "I will ask Cherry, what is going on with this batch of Xingyu brains?" Cherry? Keely Chapman. Since the topic involved the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce, Vincent easily thought of one of the three branch chairmen of the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce. Chapman's which Cherry Chapman, who had risen like a legend and was now a hot new female dignitary, was Chapman. In fact, under normal circumstances, the extraordinaries at the bottom would rarely know about other forces. Those who weren't famous usually had to do with strength. The stronger the strength, the more famous the extraordinaries would be. As a priest who often received commissions to remove spirits and meditated hard every day, Vincent didn't have any gossip or entertainment activities. He knew even less about those big shots. However, because the Withering Tree Merchant Guild was controlled by the Druid priests, the Dome Church would pay special attention to the Withering Tree Merchant Guild even though the number of Druids was small and the threshold was high. They rarely carried out large-scale missionary activities, but as a church, and a church with cooperation, the Dome Church would pay special attention to the Withering Tree Merchant Guild. Especially, Cherry's rise was too legendary. Her mixed-blood illegitimate background was also very controversial. Therefore, even Vincent knew the name of this new branch chairwoman. Xianxia was about to explain Cherry's identity when he noticed Vincent's slightly changed expression. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? You know this child too?" "I know. Is it the one from the Chapman family?" Vincent asked cautiously. After getting an affirmative answer, he couldn't help but lean back slightly. The owner of the bookstore called Cherry this child. However, although she was rumored to look like a child of 11 or 13 years old, she was actually more than 100 years old. Her website was M9bkuj. Among the night elves, this age was of course nothing. But compared to humans, it had already exceeded the lifespan of a normal human. Especially now, these long-lived species were no longer living carefree in the forest, which led to a slower state of mind. This 100 years old was a genuine 100 years of experience. Otherwise, even if Cherry had the power to manipulate people's minds like the rumors said, she wouldn't be able to occupy a place in such a huge organization like the Withering Tree Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that his previous guess was true. The owner of the bookstore was definitely a long-lived species. Moreover, the owner of the bookstore seemed to be very familiar with Chapman's witch. He said something like ask her very casually, and his attitude was even somewhat intimate. This meant that he could contact Cherry at any time and ask her to investigate and do things for him, even if it was related to the internal affairs of the Bamboo Tree Chamber of Commerce. Vincent had a better understanding of the influence of the bookstore owner. He said cautiously, Miss Chapman is very powerful. I have heard of her name for a long time. Her achievements in the Oak Tree Chamber of Commerce in recent years have left a deep impression on me. Well, she is really very powerful. Obviously, the priest did not have much experience in praising people. Although he wanted to praise Chapman's witch, who had an unusual relationship with the bookstore owner, he could only use a few words to praise her. It made him blush inexplicably with shame. Logically speaking, a priest had the responsibility of preaching and enlightening the believers, so his eloquence should not be too bad. However, Vincent was not good with words, so he often let the nuns and other priests do the work. Usually, when he came out to exorcise the souls, he didn't need to speak much. He would communicate clearly through text messages first. I hope the owner of the bookstore can see through my real thoughts under my dull appearance, Vincent prayed in his heart. Haha, not at all. She is obviously still an immature child. She used to cry endlessly when she bought books from me. However, she is indeed a talented little girl with character. She has probably grown up a lot now. Recalling the first time he saw Cherry, the stubborn and beautiful little girl, Xianxia could not help but show a slightly soft smile. He smiled like a parent who heard others praise his child's good grades. Vincent let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Cherry was also one of the customers of the bookstore. However, she had a good relationship with the owner of the bookstore. But crying endlessly, was this really the right word to describe Chapman's witch? He felt that he had heard something incredible. After Xianxia recalled, he restrained his expression and continued, in short, I will let Cherry investigate the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild. After you go back, pay attention to other people who used the same cigarette as you. Their dosage, reactions, similarities, and, you try to get in touch with the seventh apostle. Tell him about your abnormality, don't hide it. Vincent hesitated for a moment and said, won't this alert the enemy? Xianxia smiled and said, what you need to guard against is the adverse reaction of revealing that you stopped using the drug. If they provided the brain of the sacred moon to many priests, you will not be the only one with abnormality. Don't worry, there is no way to avoid this kind of thing. In the end, their purpose is not to kill you, but to make you addicted. If you show honesty, they will not suspect you and will only continue to try to pacify and brainwash you. On the contrary, if you show hesitation and try to hide something, it means that you have sensed something wrong and no longer have absolute trust in them. Do you understand? Vincent hurriedly nodded and said, understood. Very good, it's late, father. Xianxia finally said humorously, don't let my good neighbor wait too long. He is still waiting for the results of your exorcism. If you spend the night here, I'm afraid he will call the police. He said in a low voice, if there is anything wrong, record it in your mind and tell me the next time you come. Keep your will, and you will have the light. After Moan helped to register the information and paid the deposit for the books, Vincent hurriedly left respectfully. When he stood at the entrance of the bookstore, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. When he touched his forehead that was full of sweat and almost wet the blindfold, he finally loosened his tightly clenched fists. It was really too scary. This was definitely the most thrilling and exciting process of exorcism he had ever experienced. And now, he should think about how to pacify the poor Mr. Colin who accidentally discovered the abnormality of his neighbor. Vincent was looking at the book in his hand with a bitter smile when he suddenly heard a slightly hoarse voice of a mature woman behind him. "Father of the Dome Church?" He turned his head vigilantly and saw a tall woman coming out of the darkness. She had a pair of iron-gray eyes and a black cane in her hand. There was a spinning blood-red diamond-shaped earring on her ear. The smell of blood and the gloomy coldness on her body was almost as terrifying as facing the countless wraiths among the gargoyles. Vincent's instinctive alarm bells rang loudly. A hunter. A powerful hunter who might be even higher than the panic grade. This unique smell of blood was not caused by killing too many people, and the blood could not be cleansed, but came from the other party's own scent, the scent of tainted blood that only hunters had. In the vision of Vincent's Eye of the Moon, the other party was like a furnace of blood. The boiling, scalding, and highly invasive blood surged in the container, letting out a roar that sounded like a roar. It was filled with a terrifying threat. It was like a beast in human form, making one's hair stand on end. Danger! 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 Vincent's instincts were frantically warning him. He felt like he was a prey that had been targeted in the forest, and the survival instinct that was engraved in his genes had been awakened. The priest stood stiffly on the spot, his throat feeling like it was being choked. He had difficulty breathing and felt dizzy. He instantly realized that the side effects of the holy moon brain that he had suppressed due to the shock had appeared again, and it was even more serious. His arms were covered in goosebumps. Vincent's heart was filled with despair, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He seemed to have left in a hurry, and left his holy emblem in the bookstore. As a non-combatant priest, he did not have a medium to strengthen communication. The other party's level was higher than his, and she was a hunter known for her madness. The battle had not even started, but it seemed to have ended. Vincent panicked for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he still had an item that could be used as a medium. It was the Holy Scripture of the Sun that he had just obtained from the bookstore. He remembered the website, m9bkuj.com. Although this was not the medium of the Orthodox Church, the holy emblem resonated with it, proving that the two were of the same origin. Moreover, the holy emblem had shown submission to it, so it might work. Vincent clenched his teeth and gripped the book in his hand, preparing to inject the holy power of the moon. "Don't be so nervous, priest." At this moment, the man on the other side chuckled hoarsely and walked over, but not toward him, but toward the bookstore. "I don't have any hostility. I'm just a little curious about the new customer. As a customer of the bookstore, we should get along well. Otherwise, Mr. Lin will be unhappy." "A customer of the bookstore? Other customers?" Vincent was stunned. The other party had already walked past him, and he could vaguely see that she was holding 2 books and a box in her hands. The sound of her cane hitting the ground was very crisp. "The books are not bad. Seems like Mr. Lin thinks highly of you." This was the only sentence that came from the wind. Vincent came back to his senses. It turned out that he had unknowingly injected his divine power into the book. The Holy Scripture of Sun was emitting a dazzling light that others could not see in the vision of the Eye of the Moon. The warm power passed from his hand to his body, calming the abnormal state on his body and spontaneously forming a white barrier of light. Was it really possible? Vincent's expression was complicated as he retracted his divine power. The light on the book dimmed, and the barrier disappeared. This time, he was truly using his own body to feel the connection between the two. He was stunned for a moment and looked back at the blurry figure in the bookstore. He hesitated for a moment and felt that it would be too embarrassing if he went back and said that he had left the holy emblem behind. He didn't think too much about it before, but there must be many other customers like him in this bookstore. Now that he was a hunter, then there might be wizards, knights, or even people from other forces. It seemed to be very easy for the bookstore owner to manipulate some things. "Forget it, I'll get it the next time I come. Anyway, there are no missions apart from this one. I've decided to take a break before this." Vincent comforted himself as he put the Holy Scripture of Sun into his priest robe and went to the music store next door. Jijishu did not care much about this little episode. She pushed open the door of the bookstore and walked in. Although she was curious about what this priest of the Dome Church experienced in the bookstore, his strength was too weak, and his reaction when he saw her was like a scared mouse. Other than the book in his hand, he seemed to be just an ordinary priest of the Dome Church. She quickly lost interest in it. Perhaps the owner of the bookstore had the intention of training this priest, just like she did in the past. But now, Jisoo was busy trying to gain a foothold for her forces as quickly as possible. The dome church was of no help to her, not to mention a priest who was only at the abnormal level. But during this process, she felt the same feeling Wang Erda had when he met her at the entrance of the bookstore. There was a strange sense of evil. They were originally unrelated people, but because they became customers of the bookstore, there was a subtle connection. As someone who had experienced it before, it was inevitable that she would feel like a senior to this new customer. Maybe I can call him a book friend? Jisoo joked in her heart. Lin Jia was picking up the holy emblem on the counter when he looked up and saw a familiar figure walking in. He showed a surprised smile and greeted, "Eh? Miss Ji, long time no see. Have you finished reading the books?" "Mr. Lin, long time no see." Jisoo nodded respectfully and handed over the 2 books in her hand, Blood and Beasts and Iron Will. "Although there is still a long way to go before I can understand everything, with my current level, it is too difficult to understand everything. Plus, the 1-month borrowing period is up, so I might as well return the books first." Jisoo carefully said, "Can I borrow these 2 books later?" "Who wouldn't be happy to have a returning customer?" Lin Jia smiled and nodded. "This is very good. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you can master these 2 books and understand everything in them, it will be a great benefit for you. It will benefit you for the rest of your life. Many people read a lot of books in their lives, but in reality, they don't understand anything." Jisoo nodded and agreed. She only had a preliminary understanding of the 2 books, and now she was almost at annihilation class. If she could master them completely, it was hard to imagine what kind of level she could reach. Jisoo looked inside the bookstore. Since the incident with the magic mirror egg not long ago, this was the first time she had returned here after a few days. The bookstore had not changed much. The only difference was that there was a young girl beside Lin Jia. After Lin Jia took the books, he did not register them himself. Instead, he gave them to the girl and said to Jisoo, "Mon, my new assistant." "Assistant?" Jisoo looked at the girl and narrowed her eyes. Her aura was very special. It was not like a human. Instead, it was like a cold steel plastic product. She nodded and said to Mon, "Hello." Mon also nodded. "Hello." Jisoo turned her head and put the box in her hand on the counter. She said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, I have completed my revenge. Thank you very much for your guidance, but there are still some problems that need to be dealt with. I want to ask for your help to open this box." Lin Jia's eyes fell on the square brass box with all kinds of strange patterns engraved on it. She finally relied on her own determination to take revenge on the scumbag. This box was a problem in the future. Could it be that there was a love token inside? Or maybe it was a photo or something like that? Is this what he left behind? Lin Jia asked as he moved the box closer to observe. Is this something he left behind? Lin Jia sized up the brass box in front of him. This was a cube that was about 20 centimeters in length, width, and height. It was quite heavy, and every surface was engraved with complex and mysterious patterns. The top surface was concave into a square shape, and the 8 corners were embedded with rubies about the size of a fingernail. They seemed to form a whole body, and locked the box. It was undoubtedly very exquisite, and had a unique exotic charm. It looked very expensive, and was very suitable for Jisoo's status as a rich person. Indeed, someone who could scum a young lady like her was no ordinary person. If it was as Lin Jia had guessed, and the box contained a token of love, or a picture that this scum had deliberately left behind as a threat, then this box was equivalent to a safe. To make the safe look like a treasure chest, this guy was quite arrogant. Lin Jia had a subtle look of disdain on his face. Jisoo saw Lin Jia's expression as he sized up the box, and when she saw that there was a trace of disdain in his eyes, she immediately felt uneasy, and her hands tightened around her cane. Oh no, could it be that the seal on the box was too simple? If that was the case, wouldn't her actions of looking for the owner of the bookstore be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Remember this, http://m9bkuj. Kamshi didn't understand the runes of the light magi, but since Elise had locked the original formula for the Sky Wolf's tainted blood in this box, it meant that he was very confident in the box's safety. This was the foundation of a hunter's organization. This man who had single-handedly made the White Wolf one of the most famous hunters' organizations in Nuajin would definitely not be careless in this aspect. Although he had been tempted by the magic mirror egg a month ago, and his mind had gradually fallen, he had lost his rationality, and finally became a blind and crazy martyr. But in reality, before that, Xianxia was an absolutely calm and composed person who was adept at scheming, far-sighted, and steady. Jijishu had been in White Wolf for a long time. If she wasn't satisfied with the organization, she wouldn't have joined. Because of Ji Banong's support, she had enough other choices. Xianxia was once a perfect leader and schemer. This could still be seen when he was only affected by the magic mirror egg for a week. At that time, he used Kaji's death to escape, and then joined forces with the Crimson Society as a shield. He also planned to use Charles's corpse to assassinate Wang Erda. Jijishu had found some clues in the last underground stronghold, enough for her to piece together the general truth. Xianxia did these three things secretly and quickly, except for the third thing, which was suddenly discovered for some reason, which led to the rapid destruction of the Scarlet Sect. Of course, Jijishu knew that there was probably some secret behind this. After all, Wang Erda was a customer that the owner of the bookstore called Old Wang. But as the influence of the magic mirror egg deepened, he was gradually swallowed by the bestial nature of the tainted blood. He no longer had the ability to think. His subsequent madness and defeat seemed to have been destined. In short, Xianxia did not forget to bring the formula with him when he was at his craziest. It could be seen that he valued the formula a lot. For a person who valued the formula so much and was originally cautious and confident, the rune seal on the box was definitely not simple. Jijishu thought about it again. Maybe it was not simple for them, but for the owner of the bookstore, it was not necessarily so. She quickly lowered her head and said, "Well, this is his relic. Maybe it's insignificant to you, but it's a very important step for me. Please help me with this. I will repay you with everything I have." Relic, Xianxia secretly twitched the corner of his mouth. Forget it. The grudges of these rich people would probably involve cement pillars filled with corpses. A person who dared to deceive the young lady of a giant monopoly company probably already knew what his ending would be. To be honest, it was already very impressive that he could struggle for a few rounds. She hoped that when he left, he would sincerely repent. There's no need for everything. This box is quite interesting. Moreover, I don't need your so-called repayment. Xianxia smiled and said, "I guided you because you needed guidance." This sentence was indeed true. At the very beginning, when Jishu did not expose her name, he still helped her solve her problems. I misspoke. Sorry. Jishu nodded in shame. Her fair face was a little red. In fact, she regretted it as soon as she said this. Wasn't everything she had now given to her by Mr. Lin? Saying that she wanted to repay him was too unappreciative. She should have given everything she had in the first place. There's nothing to apologize for. Just remember to come and read often. Xianxia shook his head and went into the process of talking to her. He felt that it was better to chat with her first. He temporarily put the box aside and signaled Mon to take care of it. However, he was more curious as to why this young lady specifically asked him to open the lock. On one hand, it was because she trusted him. On the other hand, it seemed that there weren't many people she could trust. Oh right. Xianxia thought about it and remembered that Jijishu's subordinate who ran away in the middle of the conversation. That guy seemed to have gone back to report the young lady's rebellious behavior. Even her subordinate dared to report to his face. This young lady was far from as free as he imagined. She was still living under her father's shadow. Under such circumstances, there was indeed a lack of people she could trust. She should be in deep conflict with her family now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met a scumbag. Especially Ji Banong. He didn't know if Ji Banong talked to her or something like that last time. Xianxia thought about it and simply asked, "Your father, did he talk to you?" Jijishu's eyes widened. As expected of Mr. Lin, he even knew this. She nodded. "He looked for me a while ago, but he clearly still treats me like a child. I've already grown up." Xianxia could hear the pride in her voice. He smiled and said, "Then it seems that you've successfully convinced him." "Congratulations." Jijishu said, "Yes, I've successfully convinced him to stand on my side. He said that he would find time to talk to you personally about more sales channels for the bookstore. Please forgive me for acting on my own initiative and giving him some suggestions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me continue." Lin Jia blinked. "Wait, young lady, what exactly did you talk to your father about?" This was like a small retail store suddenly being told that the richest man has taken a liking to you and wants to cooperate with you. It was King ridiculous. Although it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it was definitely troublesome. There wasn't any real room for cooperation. At most, they could just cheat. Oh, no, pull in some investments. However, it was still the young lady's kind intentions. Lin Jia nodded. "Alright, I understand." Although he said that, he couldn't help but look at Jijishu helplessly. He shook his head and sighed. "You need to nurture some people you can trust. You can't always look for me for these kinds of things." Jijishu felt that the owner of the bookstore was looking at her as if she was a child doing something unreliable. She opened her mouth. Could it be that the opening of this box was really that simple? Although she could find a magus who was supported by her family to open this box, however, ever since the death of Rat Ruyen, she had discovered that the loyalty brand of this underground informant had been removed. She began to suspect that there was a traitor amongst the light magi who sold the method to remove the brand. She had no choice but to come to the bookstore. Kacha. The two of them suddenly heard the sound of a mechanism turning. They turned their heads at the same time and saw Moan holding the box in his hands. His hand was placed in the middle of the box. The box was divided into 4 parts and opened up like flower petals. The top 4 corners were the apex of the flower petals, and the edges were about 30 degrees apart. In the middle of the box, Moan was currently twisting the top part of the box, which had sunk in. It had now become a lid, which Moan picked up. The young lady was expressionless, but there was a hint of astonishment in her eyes. She looked at the two of them and put the lid back in embarrassment. "Oh, I accidentally opened it." "Accidentally? Opened it?" Jijishu was stunned, and she could not help but stare blankly at the open brass box. In the instant that the ether waves dissipated, there was still a tail left. The entire box seemed to have unlocked a layer of invisible shackles, and the luster on the surface changed slightly. Like an illusion, a blood-red viscous liquid seemed to overflow from the opened box, emitting an evil aura. However, it was only a momentary daze. In the next moment, all she could see was a faint red glow from the box. Lin Jia was also a little confused. He had just handed the box to Moan for the time being. How could she have opened it without looking at it for a few minutes? However, after thinking about it, this child had been extremely curious about everyday things ever since he had saved her. She wanted to touch everything she saw. Now that he had given her a box that looked like a Lego toy, it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there was no return. In addition to her perverse learning ability, it was not strange that she could open the box's lock. So be it. After all, Miss G's request was to open this box. There was no difference between him opening it and his assistant opening it. However, this child had touched other people's things without permission, and it was left behind by a scumbag. Perhaps it was a dark history used to threaten Jijishu, and he still had to apologize properly. The web address was M9bkuj. Calm under the gazes of the two, Moan pushed the box forward until it was in front of Lin Jia. He then quickly put his hands behind his back, like a child who had been caught doing something naughty. He looked at Lin Jia with a guilty conscience and said softly, "I only wanted to try." "You just wanted to give it a try, so you opened it after trying, right?" Even if the runes sealing the box were simple, the number of runes that covered the box was not small. Only a light magus who was proficient in runes could do that. Could it be that this young lady was actually a light magus who was proficient in runes? Jijishu thought of this and was no longer suspicious. On the contrary, she felt that it was only natural. As expected of Mr. Lin's assistant, Jijishu nodded secretly. Yes, how could someone who could be an assistant in a bookstore be simple? While she thought it through, Lin Jia pushed the box to Jijishu. He smiled apologetically and said, "She's just a child who doesn't know any better." "I'm sorry." She's not very mature yet. Although she's talented in some areas, she still lacks common sense. I haven't taught her how to interact with others. Mon blinked and nodded solemnly. Yes. So, by touching it like a child, you mean opening the rune box that he lazy carefully hid? That's even scarier than trying, Jijishu cursed inwardly, but then she changed her mind and her gaze changed. From Linjia's words, she understood that this girl who seemed to be a light magus was actually taught by Mr. Lin. Moreover, she wasn't mature and lacked common sense. Coupled with the feeling she had just now, could it be, Jijishu's heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying thought popped up in her mind. However, because it was too terrifying, she could only suppress her thoughts and not dare to think further. She forced a smile and said, "It's all right. Mr. Lin is someone I respect and trust, and so is your assistant. There's no need to hide these things." Lin Jia shook his head, thinking that it was no wonder this young lady had been trashed. She really didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. Although the person she trusted was his teacher Lin, and the person who had caused her to trust him was obviously himself, this didn't stop him from thinking that she had exposed some of her weaknesses too easily. In fact, he and Miss G had only met 3 times. Even if he was trustworthy, the people around him might not be. Lin Jia looked at Jijishu, and habitually crossed his hands to support his chin. "I remember telling you before that others are hell. In fact, I often say this to others, but not many remember it. In the end, they all pay a heavy price for it. I hope you don't repeat the same mistakes. Think carefully about how you felt when you were betrayed. I will punish Mon. You should also be more cautious. After all, these things are your secrets. However, you won't lie to me. Everything about me is exposed to your eyes, so there's no need to be cautious." Jijishu was filled with reverence and even felt a little wronged. However, since Lin Jia had spoken, she could only obediently lower her head and say, "I will. Thank you for the reminder." However, the strong indeed had their own principles. Mr. Lin didn't even glance at the contents of the box. But perhaps. No, in fact, he didn't care. It was just a primitive formula. An existence like Mr. Lin should be used to these things. Jijishu thought to herself, then turned her gaze to the open brass box in front of her. The inside of the box was lined with black velvet. The center was sunken, and there was a crystal reagent tube about 10 centimeters long. The top was sealed with a cork. Inside the tube was a blood-red liquid. The bright red viscous blood kept surging inside, clinging to the reagent tube as if it was alive. It shone with a gem-like luster. Set off by the black velvet, it was even more dazzling. Through the refraction of the transparent crystal, the surrounding brass decorations were reflected in a thin red color. It was so beautiful, so moving, and so tempting. This was the primitive formula for the tainted blood that contained the power of the dream beast. Bang! Jijishu's heart beat with the frequency of the blood's contraction. She felt an instinctive tremor from her bloodline. This was because the tainted blood she had came from the sky wolves. That was why she felt this way. This meant that the primitive formula in front of her was genuine. Phew, Jijishu stared blankly at the reagent tube in the box. She heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that she and her new hunter organization had their own foundation. They had the primitive formula and replaced the original sky wolves. They were the orthodox. Jijishu's biggest worry was solved. She felt much more relaxed. Then, she turned her gaze to the side of the box. In the gap between the brass decorations and the black velvet at the bottom of the box, there was a folded white letter. It was all crumpled up. Jijishu stretched out her hand to take out the letter and smoothed it out. She realized that there were 2 of them. They were both secret letters to Helizi. Out of caution, Jijishu did not immediately check the contents of the letters. Since the box had come from a light magus, it was possible that the 2 letters were the same. If there were runes on the letters, she would have fallen into a trap. The runes of light magi were like the books in the bookstore. They contained the power to affect one's consciousness and even soul with just one glance. She looked at the 2 secret letters in her hands, her expression solemn. Under the dim light of the bookstore, she fell into deep thought. For Helizi to place the original formula in the box meant that these 2 letters were extremely important, perhaps even as important as the formula. However, the original formula of the tainted blood represented the foundation of a hunter's organization. It was the source of all the hunter's power. Jijishu thought from the perspective of a hunter and the founder of a hunter's organization. No matter how she thought about it, there was nothing that could compare to the original formula in the heart of a hunter's leader. Moreover, these were just 2 letters. What made Jijishu even more curious was that if they wanted to keep it a secret, they could have just destroyed the 2 letters. There was no need to hide them in the box. Xianxia, as a hunter who was close to the level of destruction, could not possibly be so forgetful that he had to constantly flip through the letters to remember the contents. He had no choice but to find another way to store them. If someone had purposely cast a spell on the letters, no one would be able to do something so stupid as to make people forget the contents of the letters in the blink of an eye. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. This would only greatly increase the chances of the secret being leaked. Jijishu was suspicious, but as she thought about it, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and it became stronger and stronger. Unless this letter was the source of the original formula, her heart thumped wildly, and she subconsciously licked her dry lips. She glanced at Xianxia and found that he had already picked up a book and was no longer paying attention to her. Since the owner of the bookstore did not do anything, did that mean there was no danger? Jijishu nodded to herself, taking this as Xianxia's tacit approval. She then read the contents of the letters, and her expression became more and more unsightly. There was a gap of 30 years between the 2 letters. They came from the same place. The letters all had the same light red watermark, a symbol consisting of a long sword in the center and intertwined spirals of flames. To the same person. Xianxia had just become a hunter 30 years ago. 30 years later, Xianxia had become the leader of the White Wolves. Xianxia used to be very famous among the hunters. On one hand, it was because the White Wolf under him had gradually developed over the past 30 years and had a strong momentum. On the other hand, it was because he himself was a person who had both strength and intelligence in his hands. Although he continued to fail later on, it could not erase his former glory. Most importantly, he had started from scratch. He had started as a nameless hunter without any background. He had accidentally obtained the original formula and worked his way up to where he was now. However, many people, no one ever knew where his original formula came from. Most people called it a fortuitous encounter. After all, it was a long time ago. If one did not ask the person himself, it would be difficult to know what had happened at that time. No one really cared about such a small detail. However, Jijishu finally understood where Xianxia's original formula came from. 30 years ago, this letter and the original formula were secretly sent to Xianxia. The letter said, "Accept it, and the deal between us will be established. From now on, there will be an incomparably powerful hunter organization rising. You will no longer be a useless person who can only hide in a corner and be slaughtered by others. You will be someone else's chopping board. We promise that there will be no problems with the formula, and no one will find any problems. You only need to do one thing, inject the tainted blood and obtain your power." Xianxia, this name, whether it will be buried in the dust of history and trampled on by others, or shine its own light and become a star, the only one who can decide, is you. Similar bewitching words filled the letter, each sentence hammering the heart of the poor teenager who had just become a hunter 30 years ago. From everything that had happened, Xianxia had obviously agreed to the deal and become the leader of the White Wolves. But there was no free lunch in the world. In this letter, there must have been a hidden price. That was why the mysterious organization had given the formula to Xianxia. This is the root of everything. The real origin of the White Wolves. Jijishu's eyes were deep. An organization that could give the original formula to a worthless hunter must have unimaginably scary power. She had never seen the symbol on the letter before. That meant they had hidden it very well. As for the other letter, it was sent recently. The content was very simple. The demon mirror egg will be expelled from the dream on Street 27 in 7 days. Get it, and you will have the chance to level up to Annihilation class. Jijishu's pupils shrank. The information about the demon mirror egg had come from there. At the time, Xianxia had not gone to deal with the demon mirror egg. From the beginning, he had wanted to get it. He wanted to use it to level up to Annihilation class. However, he probably didn't expect that the moment he came into contact with the magic mirror egg, the ending of his story would be changed. This mysterious organization must have asked Xianxia to do other things in the past 30 years. They had raised him step by step, and in the end, they had led him to destruction. Xianxia had only put this letter and the first letter in this box. Did he know what would happen to him in the future? Was that why he kept these 2 letters and hoped to expose the organization? No. Instead of saying he wanted to expose them, it was more logical to guess that he wanted to drag them down with him in his desperation. Jijishu thought of Xianxia's last moments in the rain. He had raised his arms like a madman. It was hard to imagine what he had been thinking at the time. In the gap between clear-headedness and madness, he realized he was just a puppet on strings. He was a pitiful bug whose fate was being controlled. All he could do was run toward the giant rain god. Xianxia was respectful, so he did not look at the contents of the box, but he could see the change in Jijishu's expression. The disbelief, the realization, the fear, the pity appeared on the woman's face. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He felt like he had figured out what was going on in his head. The B***starred who had set his sights on Miss G was not a simple man. A gang crime? Mr. Lin showed that he was a life teacher, a chicken soup master, and a master of relationships. He put down the book and asked with interest, he is a pawn that is being controlled by someone. There must be a deeper chain of benefits behind him. Is that right? It looks like your revenge is not over yet. Xianxia felt that his conjecture couldn't be any more reasonable. First, her expression of disbelief meant that the contents of the letter were beyond Jijishu's expectations. What would a woman who had already filled a scumbag with cement expect from a letter left behind by a scumbag? There were only 2 possibilities. One was that the scumbag had dirt on him, and the other was that he confessed and said that he loved her. Miss G must have thought of both the good and the bad. If it wasn't even these 2 possibilities, then there must be a deeper and more complicated story behind it. Then, realization dawned on her. This meant that Jijishu's doubts had been answered, and the truth behind these secrets was logical. Next was the most important part. Fear and lingering fear. Why was she afraid? Naturally, it was because she saw the real conspiracy in the letter. It was a conspiracy countless times more terrifying than meeting a scumbag. It was so terrifying that if she hadn't retaliated in time, there would have been very serious consequences. If it could make Miss G feel fear, then it definitely wasn't a relationship problem. The lingering fear was even more severe. The impact of the matter had definitely risen to a level beyond a personal level. Then, to Miss G, only her father, Ji Bonong, and Luo Er's resources could reach this level. Remember this, http://m9bkuj. There was no doubt that pity because the scumbag hadn't had time to realize his conspiracy before he was swiftly and decisively killed by Miss G and filled with cement. So, at the end of all her emotions, there was also a lingering feeling of relief. This series of emotional ups and downs matched Xianxia's conjecture. Even so, some of the doubts in Xianxia's heart were answered. Who would be so bold as to make a move on the miss of Luo Er's resources development, and in the end, betray this relationship without knowing what was good for him, causing Jijishu to walk into the bookstore in the rain with a dejected expression? With this reasoning, the matter was very clear. This wasn't a betrayal at all. It was an organized and premeditated fraud and even murder. In reality, that scumbag's real target was Ji Bonong. Behind him, there was a scumbag gang that had planned everything. What they really wanted wasn't sex, but wealth. And it wasn't just a small amount of wealth. It was likely that his appetite was so great that he wanted to make a move on Roar's resources. Xianxia felt that Luo Er had monopolized the market for too long, which caused some other companies to be dissatisfied. Therefore, they wanted to use Jijishu as a breakthrough point, and Jijishu's reaction directly confirmed his guess. Eldest Miss G nodded solemnly. Yes, this organization has an unimaginable amount of power, and they hide it very well. Xianxia is probably just a chess piece in their hands. Just imagining them toying with a person's life in the palm of their hands is enough to make me feel afraid. But things will only be more terrifying than I imagined. I'm afraid I still have a long way to go for my revenge. But this time, it's no longer just about me. She folded the 2 pieces of paper again and put them back into the box. His gaze fell on the tube of scarlet liquid. With the original formula in her hands, her power could be considered to have been truly established. That scumbag's name is Xianxia? Xianxia couldn't help but pick up his teacup and take a sip. Also, from the sound of it, this guy wasn't just being used by others, but was completely molded into a tool. No wonder eldest Miss G showed a pitiful expression. However, it was no longer just one person. This meant that Luo Air's resources would make a move on this organization. Xianxia thought about it. This kind of business war was a blind spot in his knowledge. He could only remind her, tell your father to be careful. Since you think this organization is scary, then they should also be a threat to Luo Air's resources. Don't be careless. The other party won't care about their methods. He sighed inwardly. From emotional disputes to corporate conflicts. Things were getting more and more interesting. Thank you for your reminder. I will. Xianxia's words made Jishu's expression turn serious. She should indeed remind her father about this matter. She was now climbing up the stage of extraordinaire step by step. She represented Luo Air's resources behind her. She might face a competition with other established powers. It was no longer a small matter like before. If she wasn't careful, it might affect Luo Air's resources. Especially now that this organization was in the dark, and they were in the light. No one knew how many extraordinaires like Xianxia were secretly groomed by this organization to work for them. She still hadn't thought it through thoroughly. Fortunately, she still had Mr. Lin. Jishu was secretly glad that she could come to the bookstore on that rainy night. At the same time, she suddenly had a thought that couldn't be ignored. Thinking about it carefully, Mr. Lin's methods were somewhat similar to how this organization groomed Xianxia. They were both secretly helping him and then giving him a mission. Could it be, Mr. Lin was living here in seclusion, setting up arrangements, and secretly manipulating things, all for the sake of competing with this organization that she had never heard of? Both sides had secretly engaged in countless battles without anyone knowing. The most recent one was the hatching of the magic mirror's egg. Obviously, the bookstore owner had won in the end. Jishu's heart was beating wildly. Looking at the box in front of her, she felt that she had learned of something terrifying again. If everything was Mr. Lin's plan, could this original formula be her reward? Xianxia's words interrupted her thoughts. By the way, since you're here, I have one more thing to ask of you. Jishu hurriedly said, it's my honor to be able to work for you. It's like this. Xianxia cleared his throat and deliberated. I have a guest named Burton Ackerman. He recently lost his job and is in dire straits. Perhaps you can provide him with a new job. Jishu was stunned at first, then she realized what was going on. The hunter who was rumored to have accepted the mission to assassinate Wang Erda as the basis for his advancement to the destruction grade, the Pale Night Watchman Burton Ackerman? The Truth Society had just released the news that Ackerman had given up on Wang Erda's mission a few days ago. This hunter, who had not been very famous in the past, had become famous almost instantly, but most of it was not a good reputation. Many people thought that this guy was a coward who had run away from the battle, but some people had heard that Wang Erda was not that badly injured and still had the power of an destruction grade. They thought that he was a wise man with foresight. Anyway, among the hunters, Ackerman's name was completely famous. Was the unemployment that the bookstore owner was talking about referring to giving up on the mission, but Wang Erda was a guest of the bookstore, which meant that Mr. Lin was behind all this, to call this unemployment. Mr. Lin was really humorous. It's my duty. Or rather, I'm very happy to provide him with a new job. Jishu would be stupid to give up on an annihilation-grade hunter. This time, her organization had the original formula as its foundation and a high-level combat power who could control the situation. As expected of Mr. Lin, he had considered everything. Okay, then give me a suitable address. I'll contact him and ask him to go find you. Xianxia nodded and sighed in his heart. As expected of Miss G. Rich people were so straightforward. She did not hesitate to provide a job. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, you should go back. It's quite dangerous for you to be out alone at night. After settling the matter, Xianxia was ready to close the shop and send the customer out. Of course, he was not asking her to leave. If it was during the day, he would have been more than happy to chat with Miss G. After all, she was a super big customer. Even if she did not buy it herself, she could still introduce a few friends to him, such as Miss Doris. The problem was that when Vincent came, it was already close to 9 o'clock. After chatting for a while, it was already 10 o'clock. If Jijishu came again, it would be almost 11 o'clock. Usually, he would have closed the shop and gone to bed at 11 o'clock. He put down his teacup and looked at the sky outside. He felt that he was lying. It was not early at all. It was almost midnight. This lady was indeed brave. As a young and beautiful woman, she dared to come to such a secluded area at night. The security here was not particularly good. If that's the case, I'll go back and wait for Mr. Ackerman. Jijishu nodded. Although she was now a hunter who was close to the destruction grade and could be called a champion, the people who came to the bookstore and had various ideas about the bookstore were all old and powerful. For her, it was still very dangerous. The website of the bookstore was m9bkuj.com. If the original recipe was not so important, she would definitely have brought her trusted aide. Jijishu stood up and packed her things. She closed the box and prepared to leave. Xianxia felt his sleeve being pulled. He turned his head in confusion and saw Mon's clear and bright eyes looking at him. She then turned to look at the box on the counter. Her eyes were fixed on him. Xianxia immediately understood that the child was interested in the box. It was beautiful and shiny. She could not help but open the box as she was playing with it. She probably liked it. Boss Lin was a little embarrassed for a while. Although this kind of ex-scumbag's relic would most likely be destroyed and buried in the cement, the value of the box itself should be quite high. He pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. Wait, my assistant seems to like this box a lot. I wonder if I can. Before he could finish his sentence, Jijishu hesitated for a moment before putting the box back down. She was very willing, and even a little impatient. She took out the item inside and pushed it over. No problem. Thank you. Xianxia didn't know how to feel, so he could only smile. In that case, I don't have anything of value to exchange. Is there anything you want in the bookstore? Jijishu was stunned for a moment before ecstasy filled her heart. She suppressed her excitement and looked around the bookstore. Without the seal of the brass box, the presence of the original formula leaked out. It would attract people who wanted it. Space Wolf was an Annihilation class dream beast. The dirty blood it produced was of a very high level. It could even attract Annihilation class elites. She thought this was the second test of her ability from the owner of the bookstore. So, even if she considered the danger, she still chose to hand over the box. Maybe it was her decisiveness that made the owner of the bookstore like her, so he gave her a chance to lower the difficulty. She had to take advantage of it. This time, Mr. Lin was talking about the items in the bookstore. That meant it wasn't just the books. Other things were fine too. Although the books in the bookstore contained infinite mystery and power, they couldn't increase her power in a short amount of time. Plus, she couldn't determine how much the books could help her. Jijishu first thought of the gargoyle, but the gargoyle's power was only panic class. That meant she only had an assistant of the same level. To her, the help she could provide was limited. She pondered for a moment and turned her gaze to the red rose that she had been very concerned about but didn't dare to look at for too long. She hadn't seen the rose on the counter before she came. It must have been added recently. The beautiful rose, which had been in a budding state, seemed to notice her gaze. The petals trembled slightly, revealing an eyeball. It glanced at her with greed and malice. Jijishu felt a chill run down her spine. She vaguely felt a strong threat to her soul. But when the threat came, the iron will, which had been floating behind her quietly and generated by her soul, blocked her with its countless tentacles. It immediately blocked the feeling. This flower was so terrifying. She couldn't resist it with her current strength. She had to rely on the enhancement of the iron will to barely block it. However, she could feel that the flower didn't really want to attack. It seemed to be pranking her to scare her. But on second thought, wasn't this the best help? Phew, Jijishu pointed at the rose in the pot on the counter. I want your rose. Can I? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Rose? She didn't want a room full of books and a well-made gargoyle. She wanted his rose. What did she mean? He wasn't thinking too much. In all aspects, this pot of roses was the least valuable in the bookstore. Moreover, the meaning of roses had never changed from Earth to Azir. However, he was the one who said it. Jijishu wanted the rose, but she was the one who was at a disadvantage. Xianxia naturally agreed and handed the flower pot to her. However, looking at the other party's back as she closed the door and left, a happy smile appeared on his face. Boss Lin crossed his hands and supported his chin. Looking at the empty counter, he fell into deep thought. His smile gradually disappeared. Central District, Mechanical Transmigration. Andrew stood in front of the part of Factory 01 that was being rebuilt. After the magic mirror egg incident, he used the emergency regulations to temporarily keep his position, but the price was that he was under surveillance. He had to supervise the work here and look for clues about the attacker. He couldn't participate in other decisions. In this attack, a total of 3 factories were destroyed on a large scale. 01, 07, and 13. 01 was the factory for bloodline drug experiments. 07 was the factory for the clay idol project. 13 was a storage warehouse. The common point was that the explosion caused by the detonation of the Philosopher's Stone came from the inside. Recently, only these 3 factories needed the Philosopher's Stone, which made it more convenient for the mole. The mole must still be on the move. However, they had greatly reduced his power. It was undoubtedly suicide. No, maybe the mole was at the top. He paced and looked coldly at the low-level scholars who were working on the reconstruction. A sound came from the alchemy product in his ear, the miniature long-distance communication earpiece. It made him stop and his expression changed. President, the people of the solipsistic faction already know that this group of lunatics who plunder knowledge for fun are very interested in the bookstore. Andrew's expression became extremely gloomy. He had cancelled this order some time ago. Someone had intercepted his cancelled order. Xianxia pondered for a while and sighed. He stood up and was about to close the shop when he suddenly saw the silver emblem that he had placed on the counter. He had been too engrossed in the conversation and had forgotten about the emblem after placing it on the table. The priest did not mention it either. Now that the flower pot was gone, the emblem suddenly became very dazzling and shone with a soft light. TSK, Father Vincent left in such a hurry that he even forgot to take the holy emblem with him. Xianxia reached out and picked up the emblem. He looked at it. The emblem of the Church of the Dome was very exquisite. It was cool to the touch and the simple design and the wavy patterns made people feel at peace. This religion had been popular in Nuajin for so many years. It was indeed very sophisticated. If I had found it earlier, I could have gone next door to find the priest. But after chatting with Miss G, he did not come over for so long. He probably really forgot about it and left. Looks like I can only wait for the priest to come over next time. But such a valuable thing, I can't just leave it around. Xianxia looked at the emblem in his hand and turned to look at Mon. His gaze fell on the box in her arms. Wasn't this a coincidence? He had just obtained a safe that could be used. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. This child treated the box like it was a treasure. She probably would not lose it. He placed the emblem on top of the box and told Mon to take good care of it together with the box. When the priest came back, he would give it to him. As I said, this is your punishment. You must take good care of it. Okay. Mon nodded and put the emblem back into the box. She closed the lid and stared at the runes on the box in a daze. When she looked up, Xianxia had already closed the door and returned. When he passed by Mon, he patted her head and said, "Go upstairs and sleep. When the people from the Tree Merchant Guild come over, your new identity will be settled." "Oh right, I have to ask them to help change the layout of the second floor and give you a bedroom." Xianxia smiled at Mon as he walked up the stairs. "When you have time, think if you want to add more furniture. It's a waste not to take the wool that's readily available." The last sentence was whispered by Boss Lin, but Mon heard it clearly. The androids pondered for a moment before nodding with a serious expression. Furniture, wool. the boss wants a wool carpet. Obviously, she still didn't have a good grasp of the new slang. Xianxia really wanted to renovate the second floor. He had always followed the original layout of the bookstore and did not make any major changes. Originally, it was quite comfortable for him to live here, but it was different with one more person. The space on the second floor was not big. The bedroom and kitchen took up more than half of the space, mainly because the bedroom also functioned as a study at the same time, so it occupied a relatively large area. The remaining space was originally reserved for him to take time out to exercise every day. Now that the bedroom was given to Mon, he placed the wooden bed that he had painstakingly pieced together in the gym area. In addition, the sword was also moved here by him. But it was not a good idea to go on like this. Since he had found Cherry some time ago, he might as well make full use of her. Xianxia first said goodnight to Mon, who followed behind him, reminded her to remember to change her dressing, and watched her close the bedroom door before he went to sleep with peace of mind. Mon closed the door and stood in the same place until there was no movement outside. Only then did he walk to the bedside and put the box in his arms on the bedside. There was a medical kit on the table beside the bed. She took off her clothes, and the white and slender girl's body was covered with bandages, which looked shocking. The bandages fell to the ground in circles and piled up together. Mon used a wet towel to wipe off the remaining ointment on her body, treated the wounds, and then applied new ointment and rebandaged them. The main wounds were the large abrasions on her back and the barcode on the back of her neck that she had destroyed with her own hands. The remaining small wounds, such as the ones on her arms and face, had already healed. The amount of bandages had decreased a lot. She dressed and carefully lay on her side on the bed, curled up, and hugged the brass box tightly in her arms. The boss said to keep it safe. Mon looked down at the invisible rune seal on the box. She was able to open the box, and there was a certain element of luck. She had learned most of the runes on the box, and it was not difficult to understand them, but the way they were connected to each other was not something Mon had learned. So she was telling the truth, she just wanted to try. However, the cyborg's recently overloaded brain still had inertia, and in the state of overclocked thinking, it allowed her to understand something beyond the surface. Through the flow of the deep ether, she directly found the core of the rune seal, and was able to open the box at once. Now, Mon decided to try to break the seal of the box with what she had learned. But in fact, this was as ridiculous as trying to deduce the mass energy equation after mastering all the basic formulas. After a few attempts, Mon understood that although the current situation was countless times simpler than that, at least, it was impossible to achieve in a short period of time. Mon huddled in the corner, her brain stopped working. Because she was trying to cross levels, her thoughts were in a mess. She looked up in a daze and saw the end of the dreamcatcher feathers hanging down in her field of vision. She was so sleepy. She closed her eyes, and inside the brass box, the holy emblem emitted a faint glow, like moonlight. Could the cyborgs also have dreams? Mon could now give the answer, yes. She was standing on a calm water surface that stretched as far as the eye could see. Circles of ripples spread out under her feet, ruffling the night sky and shattering the stars reflected on the water surface. The dark sky across the Milky Way and the water surface were almost indistinguishable, giving Mon the illusion that she was walking in the night sky. Mon calmly raised her head and walked forward. There were only bright stars in the night sky, and there was no trace of the moon. Because the moon was right in front of her. Mon stopped and looked at the woman standing on the water surface. The woman had long black hair that was like a waterfall, and a black veil covered her shoulders. She was wearing a long black dress, and the layers of the dress were dignified and gorgeous. The silk shawl on her shoulders and arms was faintly condensed like the night sky, and her hands were also wearing black gloves. She was like a mourner, only her ivory white skin was soft and plump, and her rose-red lips were full and moist. There was a gorgeous difference from her black body. Her eyes were dark and deep, and when she lowered her eyelids, they were beautiful and sorrowful. Hello, my appointment from 10,000 years later, my name is Wapu Jaisai, welcome to my dream. The woman elegantly lifted the hem of her dress and introduced herself. Wapu, Mon blinked, looking a little confused and wary. It was obvious that the basic knowledge she had received from the key to the door did not include any information about the original witches. These ancient legends and secrets were beyond the scope of basic knowledge, and even most extraordinaries did not know about them. Even those with a background like Jijishu only knew bits and pieces of it. Only long-lived species like Doris, who had lived for a long time and had a high status, could understand these things and ensure that she would be fine. However, her family was originally the invitee of Wapu's night, and they believed that the Silver Lady still existed in the dream and would protect them when they woke up, so it was not strange. However, other extraordinaries had different attitudes and opinions about these ancient secrets, but the general consensus was that they did not believe in them. After all, after such a long time, these secrets were fragmented, and some of them were even regarded as taboo and heresy. For example, the Church of Pestilence did not acknowledge the existence of the first witches and condemned them as heresy. On the other hand, the Church of the Dome believed in the moon, but none of their dogmas had anything to do with Wapu's night. They completely separated the two and became independent existences. Even if they believed it, they had to admit that they did not believe it. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Comas for our little classmate Moan, he was even more confused about terms like invitee and Wapu's night. He had no idea at all. Wapu's night seemed to have expected this situation. She let down her skirt and moved her feet lightly. The water under her skirt rippled, and her voice was as melodious as a nightingale's. Lovely child, you do not know my origin and name. I am Wapu's night and day, the bellringer of dusk. The sun and moon are my eldest son and daughter, and the stars and lakes sing my praises. I bless all things that are new in the alternation of day and night, and I make a promise with all people of magic, whoever calls to the sun is my love, whoever swears to the moon is my bell, whoever I love will not be harmed by darkness and chaos. She chanted like an aria as she walked towards Mon. The girl wanted to dodge to the side, but the next moment, the other party disappeared like a phantom, and the voice appeared behind her. His gloved hands rested on Mon's shoulders as he approached the back of the girl's neck. Seeing the scar on her neck, he returned to his normal tone and softly said, I like children who yearn for freedom. I am not one of your people. Mon realized that he could not get rid of the other party. He turned his head and said, What do you want to do by pulling me into your dream? The cyborg girl, who was lacking in knowledge, did not realize that Wapu's words just now were enough to subvert the traditional understanding of the original witches. The Wapu division wasn't just in charge of the night, they were also in charge of an even wider area. Day, night, and dusk represented her authority over the alternation of day and night. The sun, moon, stars, and lake water represented her subordinates. Her rank was far above these things, and she even dominated them. And the range of her believers, from what people now generally thought of as night elves, to all things and people with magic power. Compared to the moon and the fog wall, Wapu division, as an original witch, was clearly more like a real god. Wapu division was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, You are the one who entered my dream. That was why she called the other party the Promised One, following the promise she made 10,000 years ago to come and seek protection, even though she now had less than a tenth of her power left, and the world did not remember her name. Mon was also stunned. Then, he remembered that before he fell asleep, he saw the feather in the dream watcher out of the corner of his eye, and instantly understood. She had obtained the free dream that was captured by the dream watcher. And the medium should be the holy dome emblem that she kept in the box. She remembered the conversation between Xianxia and Father Vincent, and connected it to Wapu division's words just now. Soon, she found the contradiction in it. Mon asked, Are you the moon? Wapu division patted her head as if she was a favorite pet and said with a smile, I'm not, but the moon is also my cute child, just like you. Mon thought back and looked around, It's not here. Wapu division looked at the horizon in the distance. When the darkness swallowed everything, I buried it with the sun. Mon said, But the Church of the Dome, they still believe in the moon, but they don't dare to look at it directly. Wapu division's smile gradually disappeared, and she stared deeply at Mon. That's a fake, the real moon is not afraid of the eyes of believers. Afraid? False beliefs will cause people to go insane. It's afraid that its identity as the deceiver who usurped power will be exposed. That's why it made people swear to never look at it directly. How detestable. If I still had power, I wouldn't allow it to continue doing such foolish things. But unfortunately, I can only exist in this dream now. WAPA Division suddenly looked at Mon and said, "You may be my chance?" Mon blinked her eyes. WAPA Division pinched her cheeks and said with a smile, "Good child, you have a soul as pure and flawless as water, like the most malleable vessel. Are you willing to accept this dream? I will give you my remaining power, and you will replace me as the master of this dream." Mon asked cautiously, "What do you want me to do?" WAPA Division smiled, "Kill the fake moon." Colin sat in his seat for hours, from late at night to early in the morning. Even when the sun shone into the music store, he still felt his limbs were cold and his body was trembling. He waited anxiously for half the night, and finally opened the door to welcome the priest who had returned from exterminating the evil spirit, hoping to hear the good news from the priest that the matter has been resolved, the evil spirit next door has dissipated. Although, in this half a night, he did not hear any fighting or screams from next door, nor did he see any abnormal phenomenon, such as a large amount of blood splashed on the window, or a dazzling white light in the room, to prove the intensity of the battle. But the priest's face was a little pale, indicating that the situation was indeed dangerous. However, things did not go as he wished. He did not wait for the news of the matter being resolved, but instead he heard, "You misunderstood, the owner of the bookstore next door is completely a warm, kind, and normal person who is willing to help others. Even Father Vincent was controlled by the other party, hell was empty, and the devil was in the human world." Colin's fear reached its peak, and it suddenly turned into anger. These people, why did they not believe him? The music store owner opened the door with a sullen face, and finally decided to go next door to face the devil. Even if it meant death. He also wanted to expose the other party's true colors. Colin, the brave man who had angrily gone to the devil's den to prove himself, had just taken a step out of the shop when he hurriedly retreated back. Of course, it was definitely not because he was suddenly afraid. It was because he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring along the exorcism tool. If he went there just like that, he would simply be courting death. He was not a fool. Even if he was going to die generously, he had to first expose the true face of the devil. Boss Lin still did not know that in just half a month, he had changed from an honest man to an evil spirit in the eyes of his neighbors, and then to a devil. His status was slowly rising. Colin twisted his fat body, sticking his butt out as he rummaged around, muttering, "Where's the holy water? Where's my holy water again? I remember there's still a little left." After Father Vincent left, Colin was angry and scared. In order to vent his emotions, he almost smashed his beloved television. As for the other things, naturally, they were not spared. They all became the garbage heap on the ground at this moment. The holy water given by the priest bore the brunt of it. If not for Colin's caution, the glass bottle used to hold the holy water was still considered sturdy. If he wanted the holy water now, he would have to reconfigure it, or lick the holy water on the floor clean and turn himself into a holy exorcism tool. Ah! Found it. He raised the bottle in his hand. There was still about 1/5 of the holy water left in the transparent glass bottle. The first website was m9bkuj.com. The owner of the video store had a steady personality. He sprinkled the holy water around the room and the door 3 times a day, so the consumption of the holy water was naturally very large. Colin was a little hesitant. With only this little left, will it be effective? Even if I want to anger this devil, I have to hurt him first, right? It was really difficult for him to use the brain that was usually responsible for resting to think about problems. At this moment, he suddenly saw something shining on the ground by his feet. Colin bent down and picked it up to take a look. It was a thin coin, about 2 knuckles wide. He seemed to remember that he had kicked the sofa against the wall in anger. He seemed to have heard the sound of metal falling to the ground. This coin might have been stuck in the gap between the sofa and the wall. Because of this kick, it fell down and rolled into some junk pile. Now, because of his messy search, it slipped out of the pile of junk. No matter how much Colin tried to fish in troubled waters, he was still a businessman. He recognized that the coin in his hand was not a coin issued by the Central Bank of Nuajin. A normal Nuajin coin had an abbreviated silhouette of the entire city engraved on the obverse, while the reverse was engraved with the value of a few coins ranging from 1 cent to 1 yuan. The thickness of the coin was about 1 millimeter. The banknotes also came in a complete set, and they had unique anti-counterfeiting methods. On the other hand, the coin in Colin's hand was even thinner and very light. There were 3 simple concentric circles drawn on it, and in the middle was a vertical spindle pattern. It looked ancient and had a hint of mystery. This coin looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. This feeling is really strange, Colin muttered to himself as he looked at the coins in his hand in confusion. Soon, he remembered where he had seen it before. This coin was their family heirloom. When he was young, his father, old Colin, hadn't passed away yet. He was the previous owner of this shop, and he often took out this coin to show him, and told him stories about it. Colin's memory was already blurry, and he only remembered that it was some lucky coin with magic, and that their family's ancestors had relied on it to make a fortune. But because he was naughty and mischievous, he didn't know where this coin was, and old Colin even beat him up. But at that time, their family had been reduced to running a video store. This coin had more of a symbolic meaning, and at least it proved that their Colin family had once been glorious. As for the so-called lucky magic, if it was useful, would Colin still be guarding such a rundown video store to pass his days? And I've even become neighbors with a demon. After he finished his recollection, Colin angrily held the coin in his hand, holding the holy water in one hand and the coin in the other. His originally slightly cowering thoughts were replaced by the anger in his heart. Although he didn't know whether the legend of this coin was true or false, Colin naturally thought that it was more likely to be false. But it was better than nothing. Bring it. He hoped that the ancestors of the Colin family would bless his descendants. Anyway, whether I go today or not, this demon definitely won't let me go. It's better to end it directly. I've had enough of these days of being on tenterhooks. I don't want to continue to wait and continue to be neighbors with a demon. If one day this demon wants to eat meat, he'll make a move on me. This feeling is terrible. It can't get any worse. Colin swore to add to his anger. He gathered his courage and once again walked out of his store. He rushed straight to the bookstore next door, holding the holy water and the coin high, and kicked open the half-closed door of the bookstore. At this moment, in Colin's imagination, he seemed to be the most powerful warrior in the world. He straightened his chest and even thought of his lines. Demon, don't underestimate humans. But the scene after he kicked open the door was different from what he had imagined. There were customers in the bookstore at this moment, and there were quite a number of them. They were all together, about 5 or 6 people standing in front of the counter, and seemed to be chatting with the owner of the bookstore. Because Colin kicked open the door with a bang, this group of people, including the owner of the bookstore, turned to look at him in unison. What? Colin, who had died bravely, was stunned, and recognized the identity of these people wearing dark green jackets with giant tree patterns. They were the largest commodity transit and transportation organization in Nuajin, the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. Edmund pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and looked up at the shabby bookstore without a sign. He turned back and said, "This is Mr. Lin's residence. You must be careful. Don't touch or look around. Our task is only to try our best to satisfy Mr. Lin's request, and help him make his ID card. This is also the owner's wish." The 5 people behind him were all Cherry's subordinates in the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. They said in unison, "Yes, Mr. Butler." Yes, the leader of this team was Cherry's butler, who was absolutely trusted like the head maid, Bella. He looked about 50 years old, with gray hair and a beard above his lips. He wore a decent suit and white gloves, and looked very reliable. Edmund took the lead to enter the bookstore, and closed the door behind him. The bookstore had just opened for business today. The owner of the bookstore was sitting leisurely behind the counter, reading a book, and a delicate and small girl holding a brass box was meditating. Xianxia heard the noise, put down the book, and looked up. He saw the prints on these people's clothes, and said, "People from the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Edmund put his hand on his chest and saluted, "Hello, I'm Edmund Chapman, Miss Cherry's butler. It's my pleasure to serve you." Xianxia was very satisfied with the efficiency of the Tree Merchant Guild. Of course, he felt that this efficiency was mostly due to Cherry. It had only been a few days since he had called Cherry. Now, she had sent her housekeeper over. It could be seen how much this little girl cared about his kindness in the past. Yes, she was a good child who knew how to repay kindness. "Hello, Butler Edmund. Xianxia stood up and pulled Moan over, patting her shoulder. This child needs a new identity, one that is legal and clean. Edmund said respectfully, "You can call me Edmund." He then bowed to Moan and said, "Our master has already conveyed your request to us. Your wish is our wish." "Alright, stop playing." Xianxia asked Moan to put down the box and cooperate with the ID. "Oh." Moan put down the box reluctantly, obviously engrossed in her research. Edmund's gaze was attracted to the box for a moment. The runes on the box must be a complicated seal set by a light wizard. Who knew what kind of dangerous supernatural item was sealed inside, and this kind of thing, the owner of the bookstore actually treated it as a toy for this girl to play with. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. The next moment, he became alert again and quickly shifted his gaze back. "Don't look, don't touch." His master's warning rang in his heart. This bookstore is indeed not simple. Although Edmund was shocked, as an experienced butler, he naturally would not show his emotions. He only paused for a moment before he regained his composure. Edmund asked two people behind him to come out. One of them had a camera, and the other had a strange and complicated device. Azir's ID was also a card, but it had extraordinary means that ordinary people did not know about. The real identity was registered on the Truth Society's Ether network. Even if ordinary people wanted to forge it, it was impossible to do so. But the Tree Merchant Guild could. When the ID was first printed, the Truth Society's mechanical science had just started, and their technology was far from enough. It was the Druids who helped to contact the remaining dwarven craftsmen to make the machine. Unlike Luoer, which had a monopoly on the development of resources, Tree Chamber of Commerce was best at investing and networking. Even the righteous knights from Mei Tower, who abhorred evil as their foes, had more than half of their funds sponsored by Tree Chamber of Commerce. Of course, even if they had the ability, the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild would not blatantly forge identities. They must have come secretly and rarely used them. Unless someone at Cherry's level asked directly. Next, all he had to do was to collect information about the appearance and the ether flow in the deeper layers. After making some slight modifications, he could print the card on the spot. Xianxia looked at them and couldn't help but think of himself 3 years ago. Steward Edmund spoke again. "Master is currently busy with the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, so he can't come in person for the time being. To express his apologies and gratitude for your help back then, he specially prepared a gift for you. I hope you'll like it." "It's fine if you're here, but you don't have to bring gifts." Xianxia smiled from ear to ear. "Since it's from Chile, I'll like it no matter what it is." The old steward also smiled. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll pass on your message. I'm sure Master will be very happy to hear it." He asked another follower to come over, and the follower carefully handed over a small black box in his hand. Edmund was also very cautious. He took the box, put it on the counter, and slowly opened it. "This is..." Xianxia's gaze fell on the box. He reached out and moved the box closer to him, carefully examining it. "An ancient coin?" There was an ancient coin about 2 fingers wide in the box. It was engraved with 3 concentric circles and a vertical spindle pattern in the center. Edmund nodded and explained, "This is a coin that has been passed down since the First Era. We call it the coin of misfortune. Legend has it that it was once transformed by the eye of the god of fate. It has powerful magic power and a long history. This coin was very valuable. As a powerful casting tool coveted by countless wizards, it should have been auctioned in the branch of the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild as the final item of the next auction. However, as the chairman of the branch of the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild, it was too easy for Chile to seek private gains. She immediately removed this item from the auction warehouse with the reason that it was not completely eliminated from danger, and replaced it with another item on the auction list. This coin indeed had 2 sides. It could be used to cast powerful causal spells, but at the same time, it could bring misfortune to the caster. If the caster was too weak, it was possible that he would be directly killed by the backlash. Usually, even touching the coin could bring misfortune, so Edmund and the others were very careful. After all, when this coin was discovered, its owner, a destitute magus, had accidentally knocked over the petrification potion that he had refined and petrified the lower half of his body. After that, he lost his balance and was stabbed in the throat by a stalk of iron thorn grass that was placed at the side. His innocent disciple had also slipped and fell after being frightened, and ended up together with the magus. It sounds interesting and has a lot of research value. Recently, I want to know the history of Azir from the first era to the second era. Xianxia took out the coin and observed it in his palm with great interest. He did not forget to say to the old steward, "Thank Chili for me. Such an antique must be very valuable." Cough cough, the value was not important. The most important thing was that it had a long history and rich cultural content. When Edmund saw Xianxia take out the coin with his bare hands, his expression changed instantly. It was as if he saw Pandora's box being opened. However, when he heard Xianxia's casual words, he coughed twice and regained his composure. After all, he was a powerful wizard who was highly respected by his master. A little misfortune was not worth mentioning. Look, he didn't even want to use it as a casting medium. This coin was just a tool to learn about ancient history. However, according to legend, this misfortune coin must be combined with another lucky coin to become a complete coin of fate. Edmund said, "As long as you like it." "Oh right," Xianxia said, "I have one more thing to ask for your help." "Go ahead." Xianxia told Edmund about his idea of renovating the bedroom and the second floor. Edmund naturally said that it was a small matter and that he would do it immediately. Xianxia was in a good mood after solving two of his biggest worries. Looking at the coin in his hand, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "The goddess of fortune should have two eyes. Since there is a coin of misfortune, there should be a coin of fortune." Bang! Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of the door being kicked open. A fat and huge figure rushed in with his arms raised. "Ah?" Colin looked at the ferocious Tree Merchant Guild members who were glaring at him, and his aura suddenly withered. He had the courage to face the demon, but not the Tree Merchant Guild. He still owed the Xianxia Merchant Guild $10,000. This demon was indeed vicious. He actually controlled the people of the Tree Merchant Guild. "You win." Colin laughed dryly and hid the holy water behind his back. Then he shook the coin in his hand and slowly moved over to put the coin on the counter. He was sweating profusely and said, I came to thank you for turning off the power switch for me last time. You really helped me a lot. This is my family heirloom. I'll give it to you." After Colin finished speaking, he immediately scrambled out of the room. Only the people in the shop were left looking at each other and then at the coin on the counter. Edmund's eyes almost popped out. This coin was exactly the same as the misfortune coin in Xianxia's hand. Wasn't this another lucky coin? The goddess of fate should have two eyes. Since there is a coin of misfortune, there should be a coin of fortune. Xianxia's words were still echoing in Edmund's mind. And before he finished speaking, the coin of fortune had delivered itself to his doorstep. This was definitely not a coincidence. Ordinary people might believe that there were coincidences and accidents in this world, but the further one walked in the realm of transcendence, the more they understood that everything in the world could find the karmic threads between them. When one reached the level of gods, one could feel, see, and even manipulate these karmic threads. It was indirectly equivalent to controlling the fate of others. This was also the reason why gods were called gods. They had powers that could not be understood by common sense. They were invisible and indescribable. For example, the god of rain, who was born from the magic mirror egg, could manipulate the power of thunder. It was his own power. He did not need any spells or mediums. He only needed to think about it and hit the clouds with the hammer in his hand to produce thunder and lightning that contained terrifying destructive power. He had plucked the karmic threads related to thunder and lightning and given the concepts of rain, thunder, and lightning to himself. The power of other gods was the same. It was difficult for ordinary transcendents to understand, so they were unparalleled gods. But it was certain that there were no coincidences in this realm of mystery. Remember, http://m9bkuj. What was more, what was in front of them now was the legendary coin of fate that had split into two. This was irrefutable evidence. From the first epoch until now, the number of times the coin of misfortune and the coin of fortune had merged into one could be counted on one hand. And each time, it would not last more than a year before the holder disappeared or met with misfortune, and the coin in his hand would split again. These two twin coins had the same root and origin, but they were like the same poles of magnets. Every time they came together, they would immediately repel each other, causing some unpredictable consequences. In fact, until now, not many people wanted to merge them together. As long as one of them was obtained, it was already a very powerful casting tool. However, the most disgusting thing was that these two coins looked exactly the same from the outside. If one wanted to distinguish them, without the previous owner's verification on the spot, one could only rely on practice. In short, combining all these facts, Edmund could be sure that it was the power of the bookstore owner that made the lucky coin appear here in the next moment. Regardless of whether he had predicted that the gift they would bring would be the coin of misfortune, or whether he had already arranged for that person to hand over the coin of fortune, this coincidence was just the tip of the iceberg. It was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Xianxia looked away from the door in surprise. He picked up the coin that Colin had put on the table and compared it with the one in his hand. He found that they were exactly the same. Thinking of what Edmund had said just now, his heart moved. Was this the lucky coin? What day was it today? Cherry had sent someone to give him a coin of bad luck as a gift. Then Colin had sent another coin of good luck as a thank you gift. He briefly explained how he had helped Colin turn off the power switch. Of course, he skipped the process of Little Black's help. Then he looked at everyone's expression as if they had seen a ghost. He shook his head and laughed. It seems that I'm still very lucky. The coin of misfortune can't take away my luck. Fate is really a magical thing. This may be fate. I've always been a romantic who believes in fate. When it was raining heavily, he had specially prepared a cup of hot tea for a guest whose existence he didn't know. It was enough to show that Xianxia was romantically poisoned and a bit of a hipster. And when Jishu entered the store, it undoubtedly deepened his poisoning. He felt that sometimes life was so interesting. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one could understand his state of mind. Fate my ass, what an exaggerated acting. Several people in the Jishu Chamber of Commerce had the same idea. Who would directly send a family heirloom after helping someone turn off the power switch? There must be something fishy about it. The owner of this bookstore was very bad. Xianxia was full of curiosity as he stacked the two thin coins together. He didn't know what special material these two coins were made of, but they instantly stuck together and became a complete coin with two sides. He played with it over and over, happily saying, "It seems that I've got the complete coin of fate, Steward Edmund." Yes, everyone saw how the two coins dramatically reunited again. You're really lucky. Edmund was a wily old fox. When flattering such important people, of course he had to go along with their thoughts. After calming down, he immediately praised with a smile. Xianxia put the two coins back into the box. At this moment, he remembered that Colin's expression wasn't quite right just now. He also seemed to have run into some kind of trouble, so he said, "Colin seems to have encountered some kind of trouble." Edmund withdrew his gaze from the upgraded coin of fate and asked, "Do you need us to go check on the situation of that gentleman just now?" Although according to his guess, the trouble that this video store owner called Colin had encountered was most likely related to the owner of the bookstore. Now that he mentioned it, it was either for them to help deal with the aftermath or to silence him. Since someone was willing to help, Xianxia was naturally happy. He said, "Some time ago, he mistakenly thought that I was an evil spirit. Now that he's giving me his family heirloom, it should be to make up for it. I originally thought that he was lazy and gluttonous, but now it seems that he's not a bad person. If we can help him, we'll help him." Edmund wiped the sweat from his forehead. He smiled and nodded as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, it was because he offended you that he was directly tricked into handing over the coin of fate." These god-level fellows were indeed unpredictable. This bookstore owner's bad taste probably included teasing mortals. The old steward first ordered 2 of the remaining 3 people to go to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to see how to modify the layout more appropriately, and the other to follow him to the next door to check on the situation. The door of the video store next door wasn't closed properly. It seemed that they were quite frightened. Out of politeness, Edmund knocked on the door as a reminder, and then led the others in. "Mr. Colin?" What?" A voice that wanted to cry but had no tears rang out. The fat man was hiding behind the sofa, shaking with his butt sticking out. Edmund glanced at the information handed over by his attendant and said, you seem to have borrowed $10,000 from our Chamber of Commerce. It's almost time to repay it. He knew it. This devil would definitely use this to toy with him. Not only did he want to kill, but he also wanted to destroy his heart. Anger rose from Colin's heart. He couldn't be afraid of this. He wasn't even afraid of death. How could he be afraid of this? He, Colin, also had a backbone. He suddenly jumped up and said, "You estimate it. How much is my store and these goods worth?" Edmund didn't keep up with this guy's train of thought, but since he said that he would try his best to help, then he would help. The total was about 30,000. Can I use this store to pay it back? Yes, you can. Although the estimate is this, when the actual transaction is done, the price will definitely be lower. Do you have any trouble that you need to solve? Edmund originally wanted to waive the loan, but he didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn and insist on paying it back himself. He had quite the moral integrity. It seemed that the bookstore owner had a good eye. No trouble. None at all. Colin suddenly felt refreshed. He felt that he didn't have any burden at all. He laughed like a madman and said, "I'm free, ha 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 ha. Now I'll pack my luggage and leave. I'll never come back." He packed up as he said, because most of the things had already been sold by him. So he tidied up a little and went straight out the door. "What should we do?" the attendant asked with a confused expression. Edmund thought for a while and suddenly realized that the bookstore owner had taken away this guy's lucky coin, which might cause this guy to encounter misfortune nearby. So he let them come and scare him away to avoid a certain risk. But he didn't know why, but when he looked at the mess in the video store, he actually felt that the bookstore owner's actions might be to annex the other shop's territory. What else can we do? Go back and tell Mr. Lin about this. The old butler sighed. After Xianxia heard this, he felt that his next-door neighbor was really a sentimental person who left as soon as he said he would. He actually didn't see it before. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that the neighboring shop was empty. Edmund felt that he understood the true meaning and handed the deed he had just received to Xianxia. "If you need, we can also help to renovate the neighboring shop. We'll listen to you." While Moan and the others were busy, Xianxia went to the video store next door that had been abandoned by Colin. Of course, it was now owned by Xianxia. It was not that he did not go out, but he rarely went out. Otherwise, his daily food and research materials would not appear out of thin air. Did Colin ransack this place before he left? But he seems to have sprayed his store with perfume. Xianxia was speechless as he looked at the messy interior of the store. He pushed the door open and walked around the various debris on the ground. Looking around, he had a panoramic view of the general layout. To be able to open a store in such a good and quiet area, and the popularity of the business was comparable to his bookstore, it was naturally not a big store. The entire store was one size smaller than his bookstore. There were shelves in the middle and all four sides, causing the entire space to be very narrow and crowded. With Colin's figure, it would be difficult for him to walk between these shelves every day. No wonder he always likes to sit on the sofa and watch TV. Xianxia thought to himself as he browsed through the various discs, tapes, and magazines in the store. He selectively forgot the fact that he always liked to read behind the counter. Colin's video store was no different from the video stores on Earth. There were all kinds of movies, discs of songs, as well as vulgar and thrilling third-rate films and even fourth-rate films. There were all kinds of entertainment magazines and cover girls. They were all exposed and hinted at, but the specific content was definitely different. The first website was m9bkuj.com. These things were all placed in the most conspicuous places, and the more serious movies and songs were all placed below. Basically, one could tell what the store was like. Xianxia rarely came into contact with these things, but he did not avoid or despise them. Instead, he looked through all the shelves with interest. In his opinion, this was also a part of culture and customs. A complete civilization would definitely have things of a higher level and a lower level. The elegant and profound, the vulgar and the superficial, the detached and dependent on material desires, just like the Tai Chi Yin and Yang. They complemented each other and were inseparable. When he studied folklore, he was used to looking at things in a dialectical way. He rarely denied or affirmed everything, so his acceptance rate was very high. However, there was only so much space here. Soon, Xianxia saw the single sofa that Colin had moved, and the TV that was fixed to the wall with a special bracket. Xianxia listened to the news on this television every day. He searched for it and found the remote control on the sofa. His hand felt greasy, and he knew that the remote control had probably been used by Colin for a long time every day to the point that it was covered with pulp. Xianxia tried it, but the TV was still working, so he went upstairs to take a look. The strangest thing was that there were a lot of refined salt, gold foil, and a few pearls on the table upstairs. There was also some unknown plant powder on the table, and there were a few stalks of hay that seemed to be the original body of the plant. Xianxia picked it up and sniffed it. He muttered, "It smells the same as the fragrance downstairs. Does Colin have a hobby of making incense? You really can't judge a book by its cover. It seems like I don't understand my neighbor well enough. Colin is really trying to thread a needle, being rough but also fine." But because of the refined salt in these materials, Xianxia had another idea. In the Western world, salt could be used to exorcise demons. So when he was mistaken for an evil spirit, Colin might have used this formula to exorcise demons. Xianxia wouldn't have this kind of association at first, but the Kandra king that he had exorcised in the treasure sword gave him a new idea, so he subconsciously had this idea. It doesn't matter if it is or not, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Colin is gone, so it doesn't matter. Xianxia put down the things and went down to the second floor. The rest of the place belonged to Colin's living area, so there wasn't anything to look at. He would have Edmund and the others clean it up later. He was planning on turning this place into a book bar attached to the bookstore. Xianxia's shop was filled with bookshelves and didn't even have a stool. Customers could only walk around and it was very inconvenient to read while standing. Adding in the fact that they were all unfamiliar books, they could only rely on him to recommend them. He was already used to the layout of the bookstore, so he might as well change the bookstore to store the books that he had already read, as well as some leisure and entertainment books and magazines. He could borrow them and buy them as he wished. He could also sell some milk tea and let Moan manage the bookstore. This place would become a bookstore that was more like a library. They all had their own advantages, so perhaps it would attract more customers. Xianxia went back to tell Edmund about his ideas. Moan's new identity had been taken care of, so the work of his followers was to renovate the second floor of the bookstore and the shop next door. When the renovation was done, it was already 3 days later. The people of the Bamboo Tree Chamber of Commerce also bid farewell to Xianxia. In response to Xianxia's enthusiastic promotion, Edmund said that Miss Chili was still waiting for their report, so it was not convenient for her to stay any longer. Xianxia could only regretfully give up. He left Mon to look after the shop and went to the newly built book bar. Alone. He touched the brand new bookshelf and asked tentatively, "Lackey?" Lackey's way of appearing had always been strange. This time, it was his shadow that was folded by the corner of the wall. The evening sun shone and the shadow deepened and lengthened, forming a new individual on the wall. Xianxia looked at Lackey on the wall and asked with a smile, "Can you do me another favor?" He had speculated that it would be good for Lackey to recommend his books to his ear. Then, he had just recommended his own coats of arms and totems to Doris's family not long ago, and it was more than 30 books in one go. It shouldn't be difficult to ask Lackey to add a few more books. After all, he had only recommended rituals and folklore to Wang Erda, and Lackey had taken the initiative to help him. Sure enough, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Lackey's whole body collapsed and turned into a black shadow to cover all the bookshelves. As Xianxia thought, different kinds of entertainment and leisure books appeared, novels, magazines, everything was there. The way to control the bookshelves was the same as the old bookstore. Great! Thank you. Xianxia looked around happily. When he looked up again, Lackey on the wall had disappeared. It really hid its merits and reputation, Xianxia muttered. He first returned to his own bookstore, and then asked Mon to come over and familiarize himself with it. The second floor had been changed into 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, a study, and a small gym. Mon lived in the smaller bedroom. Xianxia finally took back control of his bedroom. Because things went smoothly, he planned to go to bed early to celebrate. He lay on the bed and took out the coin of fate that he had been carrying with him. He tossed it once, and because the coin had the same front and back, he put a red dot on the side that was previously the lucky coin. Looks like I'll have a good dream today. Xianxia looked at the red dot on the corner of the coin in his hand, sighed, and turned off the lights to sleep. But he didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, he would see a familiar expanse of whiteness. The white-haired, silver-eyed woman smiled gently at him. Welcome back. In front of Xianxia was the slope full of irises, and not far away, there was a huge tree with a huge canopy and a trunk that looked like twisted blood vessels. Although it had been almost a month, Xianxia's memory of the dream was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, his dreamer Baiyin Wan was standing in front of him again. It was as if they had agreed to meet the next night. Although the next night was a bit late. But thinking about it carefully, Baiyin Wan didn't tell him which next night it was at that time, so it wasn't a big problem to wait for a few days. However, the most important problem now wasn't this, but that Xianxia really dreamed the same scene again. Because of the experience of Candela's dream, Xianxia instantly felt that something was wrong this time. He had already read Freud's book in its entirety, plus some other books and examples related to dreams, so this kind of serial dream was not unexplainable. But to dream the same scene and character twice in a row, and both times were lucid dreams, it seemed a bit unreasonable, and the changes in his body, in fact, thinking about it now, were caused by eating the fruit on the tree in the previous dream. At that time, he didn't think about it, but now that he returned to the dream again, it was as if he was suddenly awakened and connected the two together. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. If it was because he ate the fruit in the dream that caused him to have a perfect appearance, then this dream and Baiyin too in front of him, what kind of existence was she? Xianxia thought calmly while still smiling at Baiyin too. We meet again, how about the book I gave you last time? Last time in the dream, he gave her a book of Grimm's fairy tales that he imagined as a gift, hoping that she wouldn't be so lonely and read to pass the time. At that time, it was just Xianxia's romanticism acting up. After all, she was just a fictional character in his dream. Under normal circumstances, who would care what she thought? But now that things were not right, Xianxia felt that she might have read it. At the same time, he discovered that the holy sword that he had pulled out from Candela was actually in his hand. The body of the sword was like flowing white flames, bright and dazzling. The cross-shaped hilt was exquisite and inlaid with crystals. It looked like a magnificent piece of art. Hearing that, Silver chuckled and said, "It's an interesting book. It's a world I've never seen before. It's romantic and beautiful. Humans and demons can coexist peacefully. There's a clear distinction between good and bad. I really like the gift you gave me. It makes me feel for the first time that someone is by my side." She blinked her eyes, turned around, and lifted the hem of her white muslin skirt slightly. She walked slowly towards the giant tree and turned back to ask, "Do you also yearn for such a world?" Xianxia was just about to speak when he felt that something was wrong. He thought about it and realized that he was at a loss about what to do with the sword in his hand. After all, he was chatting with someone. Holding a sword in his hand made him feel like he was about to slash at the other party. It was not very friendly. Chi. He casually inserted the sword into the ground that was full of irises. Then, he nodded and casually commented, "Who doesn't yearn for such a world?" But in reality, it's obviously impossible. Humans are weak, but they have the most intelligent minds and the most vicious hearts. Demons. Well, let's call them demons for the time being. They have powerful strength, but it's impossible for them to be either good or bad like in the book. They can't help people unconditionally. They are also hopelessly stupid. Silver looked at him and smiled, "You seem to be very pessimistic. Last time when you advised me to be happier, I thought that you would be the kind of person who is positive, romantic, and optimistic." Xianxia laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "I indeed call myself a romantic most of the time, but it depends on the situation. I'm willing to believe in the goodness and beauty of human nature, but I don't believe in it. It's even the opposite. I often advise others to use the greatest malice to judge others. On humans, these two are indeed not contradictory." Silver did not dwell on this and turned his face. "This sword seems a little familiar." Xianxia looked at the sword that was inserted into the ground and explained its origins. He was rather speechless. "I also don't know why it followed me here." "Well, it's a dream. Silver was amused by his homophonic joke and reminded him, Chandra has already used his soul to swear to you that he will become your sword and your colt. This means that he will follow you forever, no matter in reality or in dreams. Xianxia vaguely felt that Silver seemed to know about Chandra and the Elfert's kingdom. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, you know him? Of course I know him. Silver nodded and walked over. He held the holy sword in his hand and pulled it out to size it up, the last king of Elferts, the mad king in the human's mouth, the source of the great plague, he also once prayed to me. But in reality, just like what he told you, there was no plague or madness. Elferts was completely destroyed by Chandra himself. Humans have mixed up this part of history with another part of history. Silver was originally an elegant and beautiful mature beauty. She always had a gentle and lonely smile on her face, just like a noble lady from the Middle Ages. However, when she held a long sword in her hand, she did not feel out of place. At that moment, she was like a queen who controlled life and death. There was a sharpness in her silver eyes. Praying. Xianxia thought of the collapsed White Hall, and the tradition of the Elfert's kingdom worshipping a god flashed across his mind. Could Silver be the god that Elferts worshipped in the beginning? Xianxia's mind was filled with an incredible thought, but what he said was, confused history? Silver held the longsword upside down and placed the hilt in Xianxia's hand. She walked sideways to his side and their fingers were still touching. She did not answer, but smiled and said, Chandra passed his memories to you, but you can't see the other parts clearly. Only the swordsmanship is complete, right? At such a close distance, the difference in height between the two was exposed. Yes, it's as familiar as my memories, but I haven't tried it yet. Xianxia did not look sideways. He felt that his line of sight was only on the left and right side of Silver's chest. Silver moved closer to him and held his hand tightly. She raised the holy sword and pointed the sharp and bright blade in front of her. Let's do another exchange. I'll teach you the swordsmanship. After you learn it, I'll tell you what they mixed up. Silver blinked. Xianxia was a little speechless. Okay. Xianxia was curious about the history of the second and third epics, as well as the instincts given by Chandra's memories. He was more than happy to be able to find out everything in one go. Moreover, this exchange was completely one-sided for Xianxia. He felt that he had no reason to refuse. However, Silver's first teaching question surprised Xianxia. She asked, do you know about ether? At the same time, the know-it-all faction of the Truth Society had begun their operation. Langdon Hood was an absolutely loyal and standard know-it-all. He belonged to the Truth Society's Department of Mechanics and was a panic-level scholar under Director Lowell Fitch. He was very accomplished in firearms manufacturing and was a fanatic for heavy firepower. Let me give you a hint. Director of Mechanics Fitch and Director of Alchemy Leonard were old friends who had a very good relationship. They were the ones who mocked and ridiculed each other in Andrew's office. Because Fitch was close to Andrew before, after Andrew was impeached and put under surveillance, he was questioned and alienated by many scholars. Moreover, the attack on mechanical samsara this time also meant that Fitch had committed a major dereliction of duty. If it were not for the other vice president who wanted to monopolize the power and pushed all the responsibility to Andrew, Fitch might have been directly removed from the position. Of course, the main reason was that the Clay Idol project had consumed a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources, but now, the best results had been directly snatched away. Furthermore, the remaining experimental products, as well as the laboratories and factories, were basically destroyed. This meant that all the previous investments had become someone else's wedding dress, and they had even lost a lot of money. How could they not be angry? In the Truth Society, there were already a large number of people who opposed the Clay Idol project. Now, they were cursing and directly canceling the Clay Idol project to stop losses in time. They tilted all the resources and focused on developing the more practical exoskeleton armor. In short, this attack made the already awkward position of the Department of Mechanics even worse. Fitch was even more disheartened. He said to the outside world that he had gone into seclusion to do research and did not care about anything for a long time. Even Fitch's subordinates suffered. Without funds, they had no projects. Before the new project took over, they were completely idle. Under such circumstances, the information about the bookstore that Andrew had revealed to the know-it-all suddenly became the main task of these scholars. Remember, http://m9bkuj. In fact, even if Andrew's order was not intercepted, they still had to go to the bookstore. For the know-it-all, there was nothing more fascinating than knowledge. If there was, it would be more knowledge. They were fanatics in general religions. They constantly chased after knowledge and obtained it by any means. They especially liked to directly plunder it from others. Some of the people who opposed the knowers even called them soul suckers to express their moral contempt for this group. However, the Guangxi faction of the Truth Society or the Secret Ritual Tower had no way of punishing them. After all, they had only plundered knowledge and did not cause any harm to the lives, wills, or souls of these people. And it wasn't that the knowledge of the plundered couldn't be recovered. They just needed to relearn it. It could be said that they were a group of outlaws, and they were right on the boundary where superhumans were not allowed to attack normal people. After all, if the actions of the know-it-all faction were considered a violation of the agreement, then the act of the superhumans erasing the memories of ordinary people was even more sinful. In the Truth Society, the know-it-all faction accounted for about 1/20 of the members, while the know-it-all faction, which believed that knowledge should be widely disseminated, only made up 1%. Therefore, the know-it-all faction could even be considered as a faction that occupied a large portion of the Truth Society and could not be underestimated. These people were not fools. Don't confuse them with the definition of ordinary people, those who were so passionate about knowledge that they couldn't even take care of themselves. On the contrary, they were ambitious, perverse, and paranoid. They did things by hook or by crook, and even disregarded human life. They were a group of lunatics through and through. When Andrew issued the second order to intercept, a few lunatics from the know-it-all faction, led by Hood, were already on Street 23. They cautiously chose to observe first. In the information that Andrew had revealed to them, there was the fact that the strength of the owner of this bookstore was questionable. Hood was very curious about this, so the observation time was extended. In fact, after observing for about a week and a half, Hood felt that this was indeed not in line with the normal concept of what a strong person should be like. Other things were fine, but even the renovation of the bookstore had to be done by the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild. This was too much. This did not look like a strong person at all, even if it was laziness. For a high-level strong person, wasn't this kind of thing at their fingertips? Wouldn't it be more troublesome if they had to talk about something and put on an act for something that was just a thought? If it was just for fun, then it could be barely explained. But it was slightly contradictory to the mysterious and unpredictable image of the bookstore owner who liked to push books to others. Because the people from the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild came and went in a hurry, they did not take any books with them. The know-it-all faction looked for a long time and finally unanimously confirmed that these people from the Bamboo Tree Merchant Guild were specially invited to repair the house. This was very strange. A bold conjecture emerged in the minds of several people who were called lunatics. Perhaps the owner of the bookstore, who was feared by many forces, was the person behind the scenes who had summoned the ancient elf king, but he didn't have any power. Without power, he was not necessarily an ordinary person. But for some reason, he might have lost or had his power restricted. These lunatics were inexplicably excited by their discovery and were full of anticipation for the next action. After several discussions, they decided to take action tonight and sneak into the bookstore. They would first test the knowledge of the bookstore and the owner of the bookstore. Another thing that Hood was very concerned about was the assistant of the owner of the bookstore. Under Fitch's command, Hood naturally participated in the clay idol project. Although his field of expertise was not in the field of creation, the clay idol project was short of people, so Hood worked in the laboratory for a while. He had an impression of those artificial humans. And coincidentally, he had seen this assistant before. Hood was almost certain that the scar on the assistant's neck must have been caused by removing the barcode. At night, soul suckers from the Truth Society pried open the door of the bookstore. Like a group of robbers, they came to steal the most precious thing, knowledge. You guys stay downstairs and check the contents of the books first. Once you find something wrong, immediately retreat. Understand? After Hood finished giving orders, he vigilantly raised the gun in his hand and slowly walked up the stairs. The lightweight exoskeleton armor did not make a sound. The invisible layer not only hid his whereabouts, but also made him as light as a cat and erased his breath. The owner of the bookstore did not even set up a basic protection array. This made his guess more and more solid. Hood carefully moved his feet and finally came to Linjia's bedroom. Linjia's gaze followed the dazzling blade all the way to the tip. The ash-like snow gently fell on the sword and quickly melted. Ether, as a folklore scholar who often came into contact with mysticism, Linjia had of course heard of this concept. Ether, or akasha. Both referred to space, sky, and the first basic element in the creation of the material world. Apart from earth, wind, water, and fire, it was the fifth element that all things in the material world lived within. Of course, this was the more mysterious explanation for it. In ancient Greece, ether was a substance envisioned by the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. It was a hypothetical concept of matter in the history of physics. Ancient physicists used it to think about some physical phenomena. Later, scientists had all sorts of explanations for ether. In any case, they used everything. But later, with the development of science, the theory of ether was gradually rejected. Linjia didn't know much about this. After all, he knew 9 out of 10 things in science. He didn't have much interest in it. Looking at it would just be asking for trouble. And based on the current situation, Silver was most likely asking about the mysterious philosophical concept. The first website was m9bkuj.com, but that shouldn't be the case. Linjia's mind stirred. This dream, is ether? Ether was the fifth element, and at the same time, it was the creator of the 4 basic elements. It was the root of everything, everywhere, and filled all things. And the place he was now, from various strange points, was definitely not a dream he had created. It was a real space that existed but was different from the material world. And space, wasn't it ether? This made Linjia have a guess. Could it be that in Azir, ether wasn't a pure philosophical concept, but a real energy, a stream of consciousness? Wait, Azir, Linjia's heart skipped a beat. This land was called Azir, but that was only a transliteration of Chinese characters. The real spelling was azure, which meant azure sky. It also meant blue sky, blue sky. This coincided with the blue sky represented by ether, the upper atmosphere. This was definitely not a coincidence. Linjia muttered in his heart. At the same time, he suddenly had a question that had never bothered him before. Why did Little Black let him transmigrate to this world? Obviously, no one could answer the question in his heart. Silver was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "It seems that you know it very well." Linjia decided to tell the truth and said very tactfully, "Actually, I'm not very sure." Bain said cheerfully, "Then let's move on to the next step." "I really don't know," Linjia screamed in his heart. He was very annoyed at his habitual vague tone, but if he continued to ask now, he would be embarrassed. Silver looked at the corner of his mouth that was moving slightly, and he secretly retracted his sly smile. He continued in a serious tone, "The reason why you feel that you are unclear about many things other than swordsmanship is not because Candila's memory is blurry, but because you are unable to understand it with your current knowledge. Therefore, to avoid confusion in your thoughts, these things that are beyond your scope are automatically blocked." What an intelligent memory! Linjia did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he heard that the transmission of a file could automatically filter and block out discordant content. Silver chuckled and looked deeply at him. He said, "Normal people do not have this kind of ability. Knowledge, memory, these things are closely related to consciousness. When it flows from a high level to a low level, it is like a flood. If the dam is not firm enough, it will be easily washed away." Linjia guessed that it was Little Black. He did not have this kind of ability. He was speechless. He then said in a speechless manner, "So if I want to obtain the complete memory, I have to first understand what this memory is talking about?" Wasn't this the same as the question of whether the chicken or the egg was the chicken? It was always an endless cycle. Silver shook her head and said, "You only need a key." As she said this, she raised Linjia's hand that was holding the sword and said, "Close your eyes and focus on the sword." Linjia had already guessed that what Silver wanted to teach him was the key, ether. He had no way of understanding Kandra's memories because he was a normal person. As for Kandra, From the situation of his dreams and memories, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth. The only way to connect the two was to let Xianxia also learn how to understand ether. There was no more suitable key than this sword. Candra's soul had merged with this sword and signed a contract of loyalty to Xianxia. The ether on this sword did not have any resistance to Xianxia and was the easiest to use. Xianxia slowed down his breathing and closed his eyes. His vision was pitch black, but he could feel that silver moved to the side. Only her slender and soft hand was still covering the back of his hand. In this state, his attention was naturally attracted by the ice-cold sword hilt in his hand. It was very strange. Even if he could only clearly feel the sword hilt, Xianxia could still faintly imagine that the complete sword was pointing straight ahead, as if it was an extension of his arm. "Relax, sink your consciousness into the sword," Silver said softly and then instantly let go of his hand. Xianxia was still thinking about how to sink it, but in the next second, Silver's hand let go. He keenly felt the change in the sword's weight. That feeling of sinking instantly pulled his consciousness over. She definitely did it on purpose. Silver's soft laughter was still in his ears, but he had already fallen. It was as if he had stepped on air and fell into an invisible abyss. Rumble, an indescribable majestic sound echoed in his ears, gradually replacing the wind blowing the leaves and the swaying irises. It was like a heavenly wind, like a flood. The entire dream was breathing together. Whoosh! When Xianxia came back to his senses and opened his eyes, he was still holding the sword in his hand. He was still surrounded by snow and flowers, but his eyes were filled with chaotic dark red currents. His vision was the vision of Candra's remnant soul on the sword. "This is ether?" Silver smiled. "This is ether, but this vision is temporary. You need to think of a space to store it." Xianxia nodded and said, "Just like this dream to you?" Silver looked at him and smiled, "Just like this dream to me." "And then?" "And then I will teach you how to use it." Xianxia did not know how long he had been busy in the dream. He felt that if he had a system, his swordsmanship skills would be crazily +1+1+1. As for the ether, he could only leave it with him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the sound of the bedroom door handle turning. His consciousness, which was still a little blurry, suddenly woke up. The door was opened. Moan would definitely knock when he came in, and he could tell that this person was taller and bigger. It was a man. He had been robbed. After the layout of the second floor was changed, Xianxia's bedroom was much smaller. The distance between the door and the bed was only 2 to 3 meters. At this moment, the situation was urgent. He picked up the long sword beside the bed and rolled on the ground. The flame-like sharp sword was accurately placed on the other person's neck. The thief naturally did not react. Half a second later, he turned pale with fright. In the darkness, the sword reflected half of Xianxia's face. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the strangely dressed intruder in front of him. "Burglary? Burglary?" When Huda heard this sentence, his brain didn't react. He thought that plundering knowledge was also considered a robbery, so he nodded subconsciously. Then, his expression changed. Oh no, the other party knew his purpose. Their operation had been exposed from the beginning. It turned out that the battle was already over before it even started. In fact, Xianxia's consciousness hadn't returned from the dream yet. His body was immersed in his sword instincts. When he placed the long sword against the intruder's neck, he finally woke up. Of course, this trace of confusion in his heart wouldn't be shown on his face. The person in front of him was a burglar, so he couldn't be careless. At this time, Xianxia had already taken the opportunity to size up the intruder's entire body. Only then did he realize that the so-called strange suit was actually a pitch-black steel frame. It looked like the mecha he had seen in the movies before, but it was cruder and more gaudy. The frame was engraved with all kinds of complicated patterns that faintly flickered with a dim light. It looked a bit unconventional. It wasn't that it was ugly, but Xianxia preferred clean and strong lines. The overall shape of this thing was neither fish nor fowl. In addition, there were even exposed wires. It had a strong feeling of a violent combination of magic and technology. At the same time, it was very Chinibu. Remember, http://m9bkuj. What kind of decent person would engrave such a mess on a mecha? Maybe it was a self-made native mecha. Xianxia gave the intruder's very Chinibu clothes a name without permission. But the clothes weren't the main point. Xianxia looked down and saw the gun in the robber's hand. This gun looked much more intimidating than the native mecha. At the same time, this was also the reason why Xianxia directly classified the intruder as a robbery and not a theft. So blatantly holding a gun, breaking into his house, and even planning to enter his bedroom. If this wasn't an assault, then was he planning to quietly cover him with a blanket? Thinking of this, Xianxia moved the sword in his hand forward, pressing against the intruder's carotid artery and throat. It was as if in the next moment, he was going to cut open a wound and cut off this person's trachea. He did this to let the other party understand that it was not a coincidence that his sword was placed on the other party's neck. As long as he wanted to, he could immediately take the other party's head. Of course, Xianxia was only acting in self-defense. A kind-hearted person like him would never harm someone's life. It was just that this kind of person who dared to carry a gun into the house to rob must be a bold and ruthless person. Coupled with a little Chinibu attribute, it was even more terrifying. They had to take the high ground from the start. Xianxia continued to stare at him and asked in a deep voice, "Your accomplice is downstairs, right?" He had vaguely heard movement just now and judged that there was someone downstairs, but then he heard the sound of Moan's bedroom door opening. Xianxia had already seen Moan's fighting prowess in his daily life. After his injuries were almost healed, he could carry out household chores effortlessly. He could even nail nails and dismantle furniture with his bare hands. Sure enough, they heard the sound of Moan jumping down the stairs, followed by a few screams. The shock in the other party's eyes turned into panic. He opened his mouth to speak, but his Adam's apple was immediately cut into his skin and blood oozed out because he used too much strength to resist the blade. Ho! Ho ho! Hood hurriedly made a sound from his throat, wanting to remind the owner of the bookstore that he couldn't speak while holding him like this. Xianxia said, "Put the gun down." Hood hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted the gun in his hand and moved it forward. Then he slowly squatted down to put the gun down. But he had only just finished the first step. Xianxia curled the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Then with a twist of his wrist, the long sword drew a silver arc diagonally and directly cut the barrel of the gun in half like cutting tofu. The blade made a full arc and accurately returned to Hood's neck. But this time it was only about a centimeter away. Hood was dumbfounded. His instinctive movement to step forward was forcibly stopped. His body stiffened, and his gaze fell on the smooth cut of the gun. Hood was very confident in the equipment on his body. These were all contraband products that he had personally created, using the best quality materials produced in the ruins of the lower city. The gun itself could withstand a full-force attack of a destructive grade, and when the attack power reached its maximum power, it could even be compared to a small Star Destroyer cannon. Of course, there was no safety or stability to speak of. These technologies were all new research projects in the field of mechanics, trying to fuse the runes of light magi and machinery together. If not mastered well, it could explode at any time, and it was close to being abolished. Without official support, Hood could only grit his teeth and use his own money. And now, the results of his painstaking efforts were destroyed by a sword just like that. Hood could not help but feel suffocated in pain. This was a product that he had long used his knowledge to create. It was like the materialization of his knowledge. This feeling was as if his knowledge had been robbed, but fortunately, he still had the armor on his body. This was the crystallization of his wisdom, the masterpiece that he was most satisfied with. Continue. The owner of the bookstore said calmly, with a strong sense of oppression in his eyes. He motioned for Hood to continue putting the gun on the ground. "You've already destroyed it, what else do you want?" This was no different from torture, Hood wailed in his heart, trembling slightly as he placed the remaining half of the gun on the ground. But just as he squatted down, he felt that something was wrong. Faint creaking sounds could be heard continuously. It was as if something was cracking open. Hood's expression changed, and he immediately realized that it was the armor on his body. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, in his vision, a series of cracks appeared on the armor on his hand. The chain effect was like an avalanche. The armor all over his body began to disintegrate from the middle, and pieces of it fell to the ground. Asterisk% hashtag yen and. Hood wanted to cry but had no tears as he looked at this scene. His face was ashen, and all kinds of curses that he could think of were running through his mind. Only then did he understand that sword had not only broken the gun in his hand, but had also disintegrated his armor. Xianxia said leisurely, "Okay, now, you can move your body a little." He glanced at the robber and found that the face behind the armor was younger than expected. He was probably only 17 or 18 years old, still a teenager. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul, and it was as if he had failed the college entrance examination. "Later, stay with your accomplice and wait for the police to come. You can do anything at such a young age, but you broke the law. Do you think that the things you stole belong to you? Wrong, these things belong to others. You will never understand the process of hard work in your life." Teacher Lin did not forget to preach as he led Hood away. However, this was not the right time to give him chicken soup for the soul, so he stopped there. He reached out for his communication device and dialed the number of Ku Lauda, a student of the USFU, who happened to be a police officer. Huda was startled at first, then he finally had the strength to speak. He said indignantly, I didn't do anything. You destroyed my work. Even if I stole it, I didn't do anything." Although the sentence sounded like sophistry, it was actually Hood's attempt to defend himself out of fear, but it was an incoherent reflection of his incoherent speech. Xianxia turned his head and smiled. "What? You're trying to defend yourself by breaking into someone's house? Your legs are on your body. Did I tie you up? From the sounds of it, the toys on your body and your gun are all self-made. That means that you still have talent. It's a pity that you didn't take the right path. You need to be properly educated. You should be glad that you didn't do anything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as teaching you a lesson." This kind of immoral and unrepentant teenager was the kind of person Xianxia hated the most. Huda didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of his broken armor and suddenly stopped talking. Downstairs, the lights were turned on. In front of the bookshelf, there were a few guys wearing the same native mecha, but they weren't as flashy as Huda's. The dark, matte alloy frame looked much more pleasing to the eye. Xianxia glanced down. There were about 6 people. Including the one he was holding against his sword, there were 7 in total. Well, it was really a gang crime. The website was M9bkuj.com. At this moment, there were some open books scattered on the ground beside these people. They were either hugging their heads or covering their eyes. They were curled up on the ground, rolling and groaning. They looked like they were in great pain. It looked like they saw that he didn't put any money in the counter and tried to search the bookshelf. The one in his hand ran upstairs directly. He was probably the leader. Mon stood in front of these people and watched silently. When he heard Xianxia coming downstairs, he turned his head with an innocent face. Xianxia praised, "Well done." Mon looked at the people who were hugging their heads and lying on the ground. He then looked at Xianxia, who was full of praise, and blinked. She hadn't done anything yet. From the moment he heard the commotion downstairs and arrived at the scene, he only saw these people lying on the ground with books in their hands, twitching all over, screaming in horror and trying to crawl out. Therefore, she thought for a moment and ran to close the door of the bookstore to prevent these people from escaping. Since the boss praised her, she should have done the right thing. So the girl nodded seriously and said, "What should we do next?" Xianxia looked at his communication device. It was still busy. "Hold on, I've already called the police." "What's the situation with these people?" Naturally, Mon could tell that these people were Truth Society scholars. Furthermore, they went straight for the bookshelves. She guessed that they belonged to the knowers. However, this time, it could be said that she had picked up a rock and smashed it on her own feet. She deeply felt the horror of these books. They are here to steal knowledge. Their lives shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Stealing knowledge, stealing books. Oh, no, stealing books? Xianxia was speechless as he looked at these guys rolling around on the ground. Kong Iji from another world. As for Mon's choice of words, he had already experienced the level of this child's chunibyo. Naturally, he translated the meaning. When Huda heard this, his eyes widened and the veins on his forehead bulged. He clenched his fists. It's plundering, not stealing. This is the creed of our knowers. How can we call this the Truth Society? Pa. Lin Jia slapped the back of his head with the communication device. Say that again? Huda, wait. Lin Jia came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes at Huda. Truth Society? Beep. At this time, Lin Jia's communication device was finally picked up. He gestured to Moan to keep quiet. He turned around and heard Kulauda's respectful voice from the other end of the line. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? His tone was still so sober even though he was calling so late at night. It seemed that being a police officer in Nuajin was really tough. However, when he thought about the three idiots from before, Kulauda was probably more dedicated to his job. Lin Jia glanced at Huda, who was trembling as he looked at his companions. He pushed his sword forward and said, Kulauda, I'm very sorry to call you so late at night. However, you're a disciple of the Yusefyu after all. It's more convenient for you to do things. It's like this. Just now, someone broke into the bookstore in the middle of the night. What? A shocked voice came from Kulauda's side. Then, there were faint sounds of explosions and screams in the background. Kulauda seemed to have moved the communication device a little further away. He then shouted and commanded, 2 teams, take the front. 3 teams, circle back. Where's the medical team? Treat the injured first. Hurry up. These damned bastards. They're dead for sure today. When I catch them, I'll definitely stuff their socks up their *C's. Then, there was another round of chaotic sounds. The corner of Lin Jia's mouth twitched. This was a live broadcast of the capture of criminals. Tonight's Nuajin seemed to be very peaceful. However, when Kulauda got excited, it did seem like he was personally taught by the Yusefyu. After a while, Kulauda picked up the communication device again. He took a deep breath and said, cough. Sorry. Recently, I noticed traces of Blood Feast reappearing. I just tracked down their meeting point and got ambushed. Now, I'm trying to catch a few who escaped. Oh, Blood Feast? Lin Jia frowned. He felt that the name was a little familiar. He thought for a while and remembered that Wang Erda had mentioned it before. Once, when old Wang came to borrow books, he mentioned that recently, an organization called Blood Feast invited me to join. Lin Jia casually asked what this organization did. Old Wang said that it was a group of people who had nothing to do. They gathered and played all day long, exchanging ideas with each other. Lin Jia felt that this organization was unreliable and had the tendency of pyramid schemes. Their motives were definitely not pure, so he advised old Wang a little. In the end, old Wang left it at that. He didn't expect to hear about this organization again. Moreover, its nature was even worse. Lin Jia originally guessed that it was a pyramid scheme. Now, it seemed that this was AF*King terrorist organization. It was even a terrorist organization that could fight with the Central Police Department. Just by listening to it through the communication device, he could feel that the battle was intense. Fortunately, he advised old Wang back then. Otherwise, he would have lost a loyal customer. But that's not important. Kulauda continued, Mr. Lin, what's the situation on your side? Lin Jia came back to his senses and said, there were 7 robbers who called themselves the Truth Society. I've already caught them. After thinking about it, it's better to let you handle them. Kulauda said, Truth Society? Could it be the solipsist sect? Lin Jia did hear this term just now. He nodded and said, yes, it's the solipsist sect. Kulauda was speechless. The situation that his teacher tried to prevent still happened. The bookstore owner and the Truth Society had met, so he could only hope that the Truth Society would be fine. I understand. It's just that I can't get away for the time being. Can I handle it during the day? Of course. Lin Jia exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up the phone. He looked around at the hooligans and finally set his eyes on Huda, the only one who was still conscious. Okay, just wait for the police to come and pick you up. But before that, I have a few questions for you. Lin Jia asked Moan to remove the earth mesh from the people lying on the ground. After removing the armor on their faces, it could be seen that the intruders who were crying and crawling on the ground were generally young. As he had guessed, Hood, who had gone up to the second floor, was the leader of these people. The other members' average age was around 20 years old. It could be said that they were a very young criminal gang. However, because of the purpose of stealing books, Xianxia's anger was slightly reduced. If these people were really planning to break into the house with guns and rob, Xianxia would have to teach them the principles of being human, instead of just tying them all up and chatting politely with their leader. Hood, who was treated politely, withdrew his gaze from the armor parts that were violently dismantled on the ground and fell on the blade in front of his neck. The group of scholars was somewhat similar to wizards. They all relied on external forces to drive ether. If they did not deliberately train their physical fitness, they would only be a little stronger than ordinary people. At most, they would reach an abnormal level of physical strength. In other words, they were now naked lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hood finally saw the painful howling of his companions and suddenly realized that this was not the work of the cyborgs. There were no external injuries on their bodies at all. When they howled, there were some indistinct ravings, vomiting, and scratching their bodies. They looked like they had gone crazy. This seemed to be a failure of plundering, and the soul had suffered a backlash. Hood looked at the fate of his companions in horror. It was somewhat difficult to understand. The failure rate of plundering knowledge was very low, and each of them had at most one book in their hands. How could they have failed? Remember the website, M9bkuj. Calm ether was the currency of blood and soul, representing the two directions of training with ether. As scholars, they specialized in the soul. The capacity and strength of the soul were far beyond that of ordinary wizards. There was a saying that a good scholar would definitely become a good wizard, but a good wizard would not necessarily become a good scholar. There were generally two reasons for the failure of plundering. First, the knowledge contained content that was difficult for them to understand, including taboo knowledge, ancient knowledge, high-level knowledge, and so on. It was beyond the strength of the soul. In such a situation, the consequences were more serious. It could cause the soul to be shaken, torn apart, and even cause unpredictable things to happen to the body. Secondly, if the amount of knowledge was too large, it would exceed the storage capacity of the soul. It would be like eating too much, causing the memories to be occupied and lost. At the same time, vomiting would occur. If the two coexisted, they would be like the group of people who were crawling all over the ground, completely losing their minds. In other words, they had only plundered one book from the bookstore, and they had temporarily turned into idiots. Are you people from the Truth Sect? Xianxia sat on the stool and raised the long sword on Huda's neck. The trespassers who were tied up like dumplings in front of him finally stopped shouting. Perhaps they had gradually regained some of their rationality. At this moment, they were lying on the ground with empty eyes, talking nonsense. Only Hood was sitting on the ground. Hood subconsciously felt his scalp go numb as he leaned back. The owner of the bookstore had destroyed his weapon and armor in an instant, leaving a psychological shadow in his heart. He raised his head and said, "Yes." The way Xianxia looked at him now was as if he had seen a student from a famous university come out to plunder. Although the amount of knowledge one had was not directly related to one's character, it was still very strange. Instead of taking the proper path, he chose to take this kind of dead end. Huda was all too familiar with this kind of gaze. The other scholars in the Truth Sect all looked at the solipsistic faction with this kind of gaze. He was naturally angry, stubborn, unconvinced, and resentful. However, when he recalled Xianxia's warning, he obediently chose to shut up. However, this was not because he was afraid. If the people from the solipsistic faction knew fear, they would not be called lunatics. However, being a lunatic did not mean that they were fools. A wise man submits to circumstances. He still understood this saying. Bear with it. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood, Xianxia then asked, Prit Hall and Trollop Rupert. Have you heard the names of these two scholars? Huda was stunned. He did not understand what the other party wanted, but he wanted to calm down first. Thus, he said, Prit Hall was the former director of pharmacy. Rupert was the last director of archaeology. He died 100 years ago. After his death, archaeology was in a mess. No one was willing to be a leader, so it was abolished from the Truth sect by the previous president 50 years ago. The two researchers in the fragmented information were actually directors in the Truth sect. However, even they were not qualified to borrow the history of the rise and fall of Elforts. It seemed that the level of the book was really very high. He had to think about it in the long run. However, there seemed to be something wrong with Rupert's death. If it was a normal death, it did not make sense that no one was willing to be a leader after his death. It even made sense that a discipline was abolished. Well, it could also be assumed that the two were not related. However, since there was no relationship, there was no need to add another sentence. There must be a connection and hidden story in the middle. Xianxia noticed that Huda seemed to have a special desire to show off his knowledge. When he said the last paragraph, his expression was naturally complacent. Xianxia suddenly asked, "How did Rupert die?" Huda felt that he had misspoken and kept quiet. Xianxia laughed. "I can ask them even if you don't want to tell me." He pointed to the group of people on the ground. Huda snorted. "They don't know." Xianxia rubbed his chin. "You seem to know a lot." "Of course." Huda sneered. "We, the knowers, are the true path to the truth. Our learning efficiency is much higher than theirs. As long as we plunder all the knowledge we need, sooner or later, we will be able to see the truth." Xianxia ignored him. "Since you can't say, then this matter shouldn't be made public. The premise of plundering knowledge is that there must be someone or information, right? Then who provided you with these things that shouldn't be known? Looking at your unscrupulous appearance just now, you don't seem to be afraid of being held accountable." He looked at Huda meaningfully and revealed an amiable smile. "Little Huda, you don't look like a big shot. Then there is only one possibility. Your parents have a very high position in the Truth Society. What do you say? How about I directly use you to make a deal with the Truth Society?" Of course, this sentence was a lie. Xianxia was a righteous, warm-hearted, and kind bookstore owner. How could he do something like kidnapping someone? As for asking Kulauda, an acquaintance of the police, to handle this matter, he really just wanted to increase efficiency. There was no other meaning. Huda's face stiffened. He looked at the blade that was getting closer and closer to his neck and desperately shook his head. "You don't want to?" Xianxia sighed. Actually, I was just joking." "Little friend, you don't have any sense of humor." Before Huda could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard him say again. "How about this? Didn't you always say that the knowers were plundering knowledge? Then I won't make a deal with the Truth Society. I'll play a game with you. You try to plunder my knowledge. If you succeed, I'll let you go. If you fail, I'll take it that your knowledge was plundered by me. Tell me the cause of Rupert's death." Xianxia smiled. "How about it?" Xianxia felt that his attitude towards a burglar was already very kind and generous. However, he still had to punish him. Disarming him was only the first step. Since this kid was actually a late-stage Chinibu, he was happy to go along with him and defeat him in his field of expertise. Teacher Lin knew that people who were immersed in their own inner world were very self-centered. It was impossible to convince them with your own logic. So, since he wanted to steal knowledge, then let him try. It was too easy to tell him that there was no such thing. He might as well let him prove it himself. Santa Claus and Kamen Rider are fake. JPG Xianxia smiled as he reached out and tapped his temple, indicating that the knowledge was there and that he could do whatever he wanted. Hood thought to himself, "Do I have the right to say no?" He looked at the expression on Xianxia's face. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Xianxia's smile was filled with mockery, coldness, and condescension. Xianxia's finger on his temple seemed to be hinting that if he didn't listen, he would end up like the gun that was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. This was a blatant threat. Remember this, http://m9bkuj. Obviously, he didn't have the right to choose. If he chose not to play this game, Xianxia would kidnap him and negotiate with the Truth Society. If Hood was just an ordinary scholar who specialized in mechanics, he would rather die than submit. He would tell Xianxia that it was useless to kidnap him. There were plenty of scholars like him in the Truth Society, so it wouldn't make a difference. If the Truth Society revealed such a secret because of an ordinary scholar's life or death, it would be his loss. Unfortunately, Xianxia's speculation was correct. He wasn't a big shot, but his parents were. Langdon Hood, 17 years old, was a lunatic from the Knowers, a mechanical scholar, and also the son of the Truth Society's president Maria's deceased sister. He was her nephew. In other words, this guy was actually a second-generation rich kid. However, because he chose to side with the Knowers and often caused trouble, although Maria wasn't close to him on the surface, she took care of him in private. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such a personality. Now that Maria was trying to break through to the god level, she didn't care about the affairs of the Truth Society. However, if she came out one day and suddenly found out that her nephew had been killed, the entire Truth Society would have to take responsibility for it. Things wouldn't be easy for her. Therefore, if Xianxia really did kidnap him to negotiate with the Truth Society, he might actually succeed. And no matter what the outcome was, the Truth Society had lost all face anyway. He would be more upset than those old men in the Truth Society. It was precisely because Huda understood this point that he was left with no other choice but to do so. Huda felt like he was a little butterfly that had fallen into a spider's web. The more he flapped his wings, the more he was entangled in the spider's web. His opponent had completely blocked off his escape route. No matter where he went, he would die. He had to play this game. Yes. Huda gritted his teeth and agreed. However, his heart was filled with sorrow. He felt that this wasn't a game, but a game. He heard clearly just now that the bookstore owner had called Colauda, the disciple of the invincible holy flame Yusefu. Letting an acquaintance from the Mai Tower come over to take care of things showed that this guy had even arranged the follow-up work properly. He didn't even intend to give him a chance to turn the tables. Xianxia smiled and put away his sword. He glanced at the rope on the youth's body and said deliberately, "You don't have to use your hands to plunder knowledge, do you?" "Of course not." What kind of tone was this guy using? Huda gritted his teeth in hatred. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enter a state of meditation. Normally, plundering didn't require the assistance of meditation. Normal knowledge could be obtained by directly using the spiritual touch, which was the method used by those people lying on the ground now. However, if he still used the normal method now, he would be courting death. Although Huda still couldn't guess what level the other party was at, the moment he entered the bedroom, he sensed a terrifying aura. It was enough to make him feel like he was about to die. It was also because of this that he froze on the spot. He didn't even have time to activate his armor before he was captured alive by Xianxia. Against someone of this level, even if he didn't set up any defenses and allowed himself to plunder, the difficulty was still very high. But my goal is not to plunder as much knowledge as possible. As long as I succeed in plundering, all I need to do is to use all my strength, touch the edge, and plunder a little bit of knowledge. This way, not only can I win the bet, but I can also ensure my own safety. I won't die on the spot like the others. Moreover, Huda comforted himself. Wasn't his goal in coming here in the first place to plunder new knowledge? Now that the other party had given him this opportunity, of course he had to make good use of it and make sufficient preparations before making his move. Phew, Huda meditated for a long time and adjusted his state of mind to the best. He calmed himself down and began his first test. Soon, he felt that something was wrong with the other party's soul. Is there really no defense? Huda thought suspiciously. He couldn't understand what was going on with this completely open soul in front of him. It was just like an ordinary person. Could it be a trap? For example, placing a soul spike or spirit shock here. Huda muttered to himself. However, he couldn't stop, so he continued forward. After hesitating and hesitating, he finally made up his mind and used his fastest speed to touch the edge of the soul with the strengthened spiritual touch that gathered all of his soul strength. Huda was overjoyed. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt a large amount of distorted, terrifying, and grotesque images appear before his eyes. They rapidly attacked and washed away his knowledge. Some indescribable things began to occupy his thoughts through the corners of his soul, the squirming deep space, the screaming oceans, the planets that opened their eyes, the singing universe and the starry sky. Endless darkness and chaos rushed at him and swallowed him instantly. This was a trap, all knowledge was a trap. There was no defense, no need to defend. Every bit of knowledge here was an irreversible poison to his mind. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I don't want to play anymore. Huda suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head in horror. He struggled violently and leaned back so much that he fell directly to the ground. He crawled forward and even broke free from the ropes on his body. However, what was more terrifying was that he couldn't get rid of those shadows. They were swallowing him up. After just a few seconds, Huda calmed down. Are you okay? Xianxia squatted down and poked the youth's shoulder with a finger. He felt some sympathy for him. He realized the truth of the world. Sometimes, it was just that cruel. Huda lay on the ground and panted a few times. He said in a muffled voice, "I'm fine." He's quite energetic. Xianxia smiled and turned to sit back down. It's good that you're fine. Get up yourself. Huda put his hands on the ground and slowly raised his head. Moan, who was standing not far in front of him, clearly saw a slit in the middle of the youth's forehead. Then, it suddenly opened, revealing a protruding eyeball under the eyelids. Third eye. Moan suddenly took a step back. He instantly had goosebumps on his back. The eye in the middle of Hood's forehead only opened for a moment, like a newborn baby peering around before it closed again. The crack also disappeared as if it had never appeared. However, Moan saw clearly that the intruder had grown a third eye after his failed attempt to plunder Boss Lin's knowledge. God knows what he saw in the boss's soul. No, in fact, only the two of them knew about this invisible confrontation. Hood was the one who admitted defeat. No one else knew whether the knowledge had been plundered or not. And if it was a success, would the mutated Huda who had obtained the knowledge still be the original Huda? If it was someone else, there was a high probability that they would be frightened by the scene and lose their mind. However, Moan had already been baptized by a large amount of knowledge. Although he had a better understanding of how terrifying his boss was, he was no longer very surprised. She turned her head and pretended that she had not seen anything. She thought to herself that her boss's desire for revenge was still so strong. Even if the other party was much weaker than him, he would still play with him very viciously before giving up. After Hood got up from the ground, he patted the dust off his body and sat back in his original position obediently. He even looked a little obedient. Xianxia was very satisfied. He felt that his corrective fist of middle school second grade was simply on point. The first website was M9Bkuj.com. Sure enough, if he wanted to make a teenager with middle school second grade to mend his ways, he had to stand in the other party's position and attack him. He had to make him deeply realize that his actions were meaningless. This was a lesson that truly shocked the soul. Today, he had saved another lost teenager. Xianxia said earnestly, "Do you understand now? Plundering knowledge and creating a solipsistic sect?" When he heard the name solipsistic sect and associated it with Kulauda's seemingly headache-inducing attitude, he knew that this must be a particularly difficult and stubborn academic group. They must have gathered in large numbers every day and were very disruptive to the public. Looking at the conduct of Hood and the others, he knew that they had gone too far. Huda looked at Xianxia with great respect and determination. He clenched his fists and nodded. "I understand. So this is the true face of the world. Everything I saw and knew before was fake. They were all deceiving me. My cognition was all twisted. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. This Chinibu disease, as long as the thing he firmly believed in was destroyed, he would be completely cured." The effect was unexpectedly good. Xianxia said with relief, "It's a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. Remember, don't do such meaningless and illegal things in the future. Robbery is wrong. Even if you steal books, it's something that doesn't belong to you. Do you understand? You're still young, and you still have a bright future ahead of you. Don't think about reaping without sowing. You have to learn to enjoy the joy of pursuing knowledge. Only when you obtain things through your own efforts will you have a sense of satisfaction. You definitely wouldn't have felt this feeling in the past." Huda nodded firmly and said thoughtfully, "You're right. The philosophy of the solipsist party is like rootless duckweed, a castle in the air. The higher it climbs, the more unstable it is. I need a more solid foundation and a path that belongs to me." Xianxia felt that this child was teachable. Then go and open up your own path. You can have this kind of awareness, which means that you're a wise person. And wisdom is something more important than knowledge. With knowledge, you can create new things, but with wisdom, you can create new knowledge. Wisdom. Create knowledge, Huda repeated, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. The way he looked at Xianxia was close to fanaticism. Xianxia finally remembered his purpose after spreading the chicken soup. He coughed twice and said with a smile, however, you still need to slowly understand this in the future. Let's talk about Rupert's problem first. Huda nodded immediately and said without hesitation, Rupert didn't die of natural causes. It's said that when he was studying the history of the second and third epochs, he went crazy because he saw a taboo secret and finally committed suicide. After he committed suicide, several archaeologists who tried to find out the cause of his death died one after another. After that, no one dared to touch the relevant information. They were even very afraid of digging up the history related to that period of time. The panic became more and more intense. There were even rumors that the Great Plague of that period of time would spread to reality across tens of thousands of years. In order to stop the spread of panic, it led to the abolition of archaeology. It was indeed strange that the research of related information led to continuous deaths, but it was also possible that there were things in that period of time that subverted the knowledge of these scholars and made them feel that it was unacceptable. Xianxia pondered for a moment and asked, has the relevant information been sealed? It's all sealed. In the Truth Society, there is the most complete book, The Dark Age, The Rise and Fall of Elferts. It's said that Rupert went crazy after reading this book. The access level is set very high. Huda said everything he knew and even said enthusiastically, if you need it, I can bring it to you. Xianxia was a little surprised. You can get it? Huda nodded. His eyes flickered and his face was slightly proud. The president of the Truth Society, Maria, is my aunt. She's in seclusion and doesn't care about anything, so she gave me the permission to borrow it. Well, I guess that this kid's parents must have a high position in the Truth Society, but I didn't expect it to be so high. No wonder he dared to come out and rob with a gun. There was someone behind him. Xianxia was speechless and reminded him, do things within your ability. Don't go overboard. Got it. Huda agreed. The few people on the ground also completely woke up one after another. They were all confused and even drooling at the corners of their mouths. They were showing signs of dementia. Xianxia asked Moan to help untie them. Only then did they stand up with each other's help. Fortunately, they all knew Huda. They looked at each other and bowed to Xianxia under the latter's organization. They also promised that they would no longer plunder knowledge or believe in the Only Knowers. After Kulauda rushed over and looked at the two obedient youths of the Only Knowers, he immediately understood that these guys were asking for trouble. Because they had already reconciled in private, Kulauda was only responsible for asking a few questions symbolically before letting them go. Huda led them out for a short distance before he turned back and said, did you all see it? The people following him all showed a fanatical expression and talked at once. I saw it. The real truth is in this book. Yes, how great. How beautiful. I'm deeply shocked. This feeling of being stuffed, I want to experience it again. That book is full of the gospel of wisdom. It's really great. Huda grinned, revealing his white teeth. The protruding eye on his forehead opened. He looked at everyone, opened his arms, and said, then, from now on, we no longer believe in the truth, okay? Everyone looked at each other and showed an infatuated expression. They said in unison, okay. Huda said, then who do we believe in? They looked at each other again and said happily, Mr. Lin said that wisdom creates new knowledge. We believe in wisdom. In the bookstore, Kulauda didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated and asked Xianxia, Mr. Lin, have you heard from Wang Erda recently? Wang Erda? Xianxia was putting away the rope used to tie people into the counter. He looked up and said casually, Yusefyu hasn't found the whereabouts of his old friend? Don't ask why there's a rope. It's used to tie books. He still remembered the first time Yusefyu came to the bookstore, it was to reconcile with Wang Erda. It had been more than a month, but they still hadn't found him. Their efficiency was too low. Wang Erda had already experienced the crisis of an empty nest old man being coveted by his unfilial children. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Wang Erda was deliberately avoiding Yusefyu. After all, the two of them had a conflict in the past. Although Yusefyu had taken the initiative to reconcile, it didn't mean that Wang Erda was willing to accept it. Yes. Kulauda's forehead was sweating. To hell with his old friend. The teacher wanted nothing more than to drag Wang Erda out and pour out his heart and lungs. But to be precise, it's not completely fruitless. We found some clues. He appeared near Street 52 some time ago, and he should have stayed there for a long time, at least a day. Street 52, Xianxia roughly calculated the location in his mind. He was slightly startled. Wasn't that the place where the second explosion and fire happened recently? Although it had been more than a week since the incident, the TV and radio were still following up on the incident. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. It was said that the incident there was even more serious than the gas leak explosion on this street. It seemed that the rioters had taken advantage of the heavy rain to place bombs in the sewer system. The series of explosions caused the foundation to collapse. In addition to the flooding water on the street, the destroyed central valve of the sewer went out of control, and the resulting flood directly raised several streets to the ground. Not only that, the rioters had made a diversion and attacked a research institute in the Central District. This was equivalent to humiliating the Central District, which provoked the Central Police to mobilize and conduct a large-scale investigation. This was the incident of the cordon a few days ago. However, Wang Erda actually stayed in the 52nd Street for an entire day. It should be known that the area was the most heavily affected by the waterlogging, and the residents had long been evacuated. Ordinary people had no reason to stay there, let alone for such a long time. Xianxia could tell from Kulauda's expression and tone that he was referring to the time of the explosion. In fact, it might even be the day of the explosion. Old Wang might be related to that attack. Xianxia realized what Kulauda was trying to say. Could it be that old Wang was stimulated by Charles and joined some newspaper organization? Unfortunately, he didn't come looking for me after returning the book last time. Xianxia didn't feel good. He felt that his old customer seemed to have taken a wrong turn. He asked, "Is it related to the incident at 52nd Street? You don't have to hide it, just say it." Yes. Kulauda heaved a sigh of relief. They had guessed that the owner of the bookstore was behind the incident with the white wolf, but it didn't seem to be the case now. However, it was hard to say for sure about Wang Erda. In terms of time, although they were all customers, Wang Erda had arrived earlier. Wang Erda's gift was still on the counter. The chances of getting the owner of the bookstore to help them deal with Wang Erda were too low. They could only hope that the owner of the bookstore could provide them with some clues. Teacher is currently investigating his whereabouts. I hope you can help. We can pay the price. The Mai Tower had conducted a comprehensive investigation of the altar in the sewers and its surroundings. First, they found the ether aura left behind by Wang Erda near the battlefield. Next, they found traces of Wang Erda through the blood sacrifice method used by the hunters. Yusefyu had dealt with Wang Erda for almost half his life. He knew the characteristics of his spells very well. If he said it was him, it was pretty much the truth. Xianxia frowned. Since old Wang had already used the word investigate, he was afraid that old Wang had already become a suspect. What on earth had he done? I'll try my best. However, since that's the case, I think there's something I need to say. Xianxia said, "You said in the communication device that Blood Feast is back in action, right? You're commanding the operation to capture them?" Kulauda nodded. Yes, this organization has existed for a long time. However, their actions are very secretive. The intervals between their actions are very long. Their members are scattered and their composition is complicated. The records can be traced back decades. We've been investigating them intermittently. Recently, we found traces of their activities. This was a pyramid scheme organization with a long history? That sounded really strange. However, to be able to cause the central police station to be helpless for decades or even longer, this must be a criminal organization with huge power. Moreover, from the sound that came from the communication device, it sounded like a fierce exchange of gunfire. It could be seen that this was not only a pyramid scheme organization like Xianxia thought in the past, but also an armed terrorist organization. Xianxia sighed. Old Wang told me before that blood feast invited him to join, but I stopped him at that time. However, he probably didn't listen to me. Some time ago, he told me that there was a party recently. He should be referring to this. Kulada was stunned. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. The annihilation-level black wizard, black-scaled faceless Wang Erda, was once invited to join the blood feast? This was big news. Moreover, Wang Erda's whereabouts had just been discovered not long ago, and the blood feast had appeared. Could it be that Wang Erda had ignored the bookstore owner's dissuasion and still joined the blood feast? This evil organization had existed in Nuajin for a very long time. Its members included various forces. After gathering members in a specific way, the initiator would issue missions and provide rewards. The participants would complete the missions together, and a middleman would be the witness and guarantee. The Mai Tower suspected that the blood feast was behind this incident. They originally thought that with Wang Erda's personality and identity, he would not join the blood feast. However, if this was really the case, then the blood feast would gather members again and carry out an operation soon. The Mai Tower needed to investigate this as soon as possible. Thank you for your reminder. Kulada stood up and bowed to Xianxia sincerely. He now finally believed that the bookstore owner was friendly and was willing to remind them of such an important matter. However, there were not many people in this world who were as high-ranking as the bookstore owner. Kulada sighed in his heart. Moreover, not only was the blood feast reactivated, but various hunter organizations were also starting to become restless. Of course, hunter organizations were restless. They had the blood of beasts flowing in their veins. They were naturally aggressive and barbaric, grinding their teeth and sucking blood. They were always ready for battle and would swarm forward at the slightest whiff of blood. Now, the most tempting blood had been placed on the table, the original recipe of the white wolf. Jijishu had already led the newborn spiders to take over most of the white wolf's territory. In less than half a month, they had already experienced 3 large-scale battles and countless small skirmishes. They had almost no time to sleep. They were constantly fighting, becoming stronger, and rapidly expanding. However, disadvantages were inevitable. Jijishu received news that the other hunter organizations were already planning a 4th attack. This time, it would be the most important battle. If they won, the spiders would gain a foothold. If they lost, they would lose everything, including their lives. The second week after Jijishu returned from the bookstore, Pale Night Watchman Ackerman came to the White Wolf's old stronghold and officially became a member of the spiders. Jijishu had been looking forward to Ackerman's arrival for a long time. This hunter, who had yet to be officially evaluated, was already more famous than a normal Annihilation class hunter. He would become Spider's strongest combat power. For a long time to come, he would be Spider's top combat power. Ackerman had accepted Wang Erda's bounty and then cancelled it, which made many people think badly of him. They thought he was not strong enough and was just playing to the gallery. But if one thought about it carefully, one would understand that the Truth Society would not give such an important bounty to someone who could not complete it. Before Ackerman chose to give it up, the Truth Society must have thought Ackerman had the ability to complete the mission. In other words, the Truth Society might have spread the news as revenge for Ackerman's actions. Thinking about it this way, Ackerman was undoubtedly a crazy and bold person who dared to challenge the Truth Society. However, for Jijishu, the most important thing was that he had been introduced by the owner of the bookstore, so Jijishu believed in his strength unconditionally. Whatever the owner of the bookstore said, it must be right. When Ackerman arrived, Spider had been surrounded by hunters in White Wolf's old stronghold for 3 days. There were hunters from other factions patrolling the area. Although these hunters were obviously much weaker than Ackerman, it would be unwise to alert them and start a large-scale attack. However, this was not a problem for Ackerman, who was good at disguising himself. He disguised himself slightly and hid his presence. Then, he met Jijishu. Remember this, http://m9bkuj. Calm welcome to Spider. Jijishu bowed to the seemingly ordinary hunter in front of her. Her cane touched the ground, and an elegant smile appeared on her beautiful face. Ackerman also followed the hunter's etiquette. He secretly assessed the spider leader in front of him with the eyes of an experienced hunter. Although she looked young, her eyes were sharp and her presence was steady. She was like a lone wolf patiently watching its prey. She hid behind the grass and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a lingering gaze. It made one's hair stand on end. This was an excellent and battle-hardened hunter. What made him even more surprised and excited was that her eyes were clear. There was no sign of her mind being affected by the tainted blood. Ackerman could feel that her condition was infinitely close to when he first broke through. That meant Xianxia was almost at the threshold of annihilation class. She was just one step away. However, this meant that the concentration of the tainted blood in her body was extremely high. However, she didn't show any signs of abnormality. In fact, she appeared very calm. Ackerman's body trembled, and he was excited. He thought of the new path that the owner of the bookstore had told him. It turned out that this was the real new path. It was not a new path for him alone, but a new path for hunters. There was no need to be tortured by the tainted blood, and there was no need to bear the fate of madness. Xianxia saw the change in Ackerman's expression and immediately understood what he was thinking. She said in a low voice, "I think you have already felt it, right?" Ackerman nodded and took a deep breath. "Is this the power that Mr. Lin gave you?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. Her eyes were deep as she said word by word, "The power to control the tainted blood." Ackerman suddenly could not control his emotions. He almost choked and covered his face. Praise the owner of the bookstore. This will be a path that will save all hunters. Oh, my God. My father, my mother, my teacher, my friends, they all died because of the tainted blood. I saw with my own eyes that their bones were gradually twisted. Hair and eyes grew out, but there was nothing I could do. That kind of despair made me break down. He talked to himself for a long time before he realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly calmed himself down and pointed at his head with a bitter smile. I am also affected. No matter what emotion I have, it is infinitely magnified. There is no way to control it. It makes me feel like a madman. Xianxia could understand how he felt. Before she had obtained blood and beasts, she had also been tortured by hallucinations. Now, everything will be fine. The owner of the bookstore will give the hunters good news. Under his protection, we will be reborn. Xianxia comforted him. In order to increase the trust between them, they also exchanged the power and guidance that they had received from the owner of the bookstore. In a harmonious and friendly activity to praise the owner of the bookstore, the two of them reached a deep consensus and became good friends. Until their subordinates reported that the hunters who had besieged Spider had finally launched an attack under the cover of the night. So far, there were only a total of 3 hunters in Nuajin. One of them was the former White Wolf. Now, the remaining 2 were all involved in the siege. They came aggressively. The outer defense of the old stronghold was quickly broken through, and the defensive line was quickly closed. Ackerman immediately stood up, ready to give these arrogant fellows who dared to obstruct the great work that the owner of the bookstore had bestowed upon them an unforgettable night. However, Xianxia stopped him and revealed a mysterious smile. "Let them in. I have a gift for them." Ackerman was puzzled, but he saw Xianxia raise her arm. A thin vine slowly extended around her slender white arm, and then a delicate and beautiful red rose quickly bloomed. Ackerman was stunned. Then, he trembled and pointed at the rose on her arm, swallowing his saliva. The terrifying experience in the bookstore still existed in his heart, and it had become an unforgettable psychological shadow. He did not expect that the owner of the bookstore would give the seed of desire to Xianxia. No wonder she was so confident. This was a trap that she had carefully prepared. The siege was just an illusion. The real trap had just begun. Xianxia gently stroked the swaying rose on her arm. In the blooming bud, the eyeballs revealed a greedy and bloodthirsty gaze. The rose's roots extended all the way to the soil. In this week, it occupied the entire old stronghold, and in the thick night outside, an unforgettable nightmare for the besiegers quietly began. When they smugly attacked the stronghold and saw the spiders retreating, fleeing in all directions, ready to kill, they suddenly found the ground trembling. At first, they thought it was an earthquake, but soon after, a large number of thick vines quickly drilled out of the soil and covered all the buildings. The vines wriggled, and their shapes were strange and terrifying. They were like the meridians of flesh and blood, growing eyes and limbs. These things were like a mixture of plants and humans. Just looking at them made them nauseous. Then, they crawled toward the invaders, grabbing their feet and hands, intimately entangling their bodies, and crawling into all the holes in their bodies. At this time, the people who were still awake could see an unknown object wriggling under the skin of their companions. It was in the shape of extra hands, feet, or eyes. It was so distorted that it did not look like a human, but the eyes were still looking at them with despair. But until this moment, they found that they had no desire to resist. They could only bear the intense pain and scream as they were torn to pieces. It was like a scene of purgatory in the human world. Jijishu stood at a high place, smiling as she watched the invaders being killed and chewed by the cage made of flesh and blood. The wriggling flesh and blood formed a huge flower, opening layers of petals, revealing fangs and mouthparts, and growling in satisfaction. The seed of desire swallowed the flesh and blood and mutated into an extremely terrifying monster. Minced meat was smeared all over the walls and ground of the stronghold. The name Weaver of Nightmares spread among the hunters after this massacre. Jijishu was enjoying the slaughter. As a hunter, the happiest thing was to weave a trap and complete a perfect hunt. Although she had used the seed of desire given by the owner of the bookstore this time, it was undoubtedly Jijishu's arrangement to spend a lot of time patiently luring the prey to lower their vigilance and leading them to make the decision to surround and attack. In the end, they fell into the trap unknowingly. She used the original formula to expand the number of members of the organization and used the soul of the rat Ruian, who was captured by the Iron Will, to control his former intelligence network. It had to be said that Ruian was indeed a terrifying person. It was hard to imagine that his spies were all over the grassroots of almost all the forces. In the Hunters organization, there were even moles who had infiltrated the upper echelons. If not for this, Jijishu's operation would not have been so smooth. While she was glad, she often felt scared. If the owner of the bookstore did not make a move and let the gargoyle kill Ruian, he could still use the loyalty brand that had been removed to deceive Jijishu and continue to hide himself as the underground emperor. He could even use Jijishu to turn from the dark to the light and realize his ambition and desire to control the Hunters organization. Fortunately, Jijishu was favored by the owner of the bookstore and was chosen as the pioneer of a new path for hunters. She received the help of the owner of the bookstore. In the end, she ushered in the great victory at this moment. The entire old stronghold was covered in a thick layer of minced meat. The thick smell of blood even seemed to have turned into a substance. Her vision was covered in a light red fog. Jijishu narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. The first website was M9 Bikuj. The invisible iron will that looked like a floating octopus wriggled behind her. Its tentacles stretched out and collected the souls of the dead. Although a part of these souls was incomplete because of the seed of desire, they were still excellent tributes because they came from transcendence. She planned to offer these souls to the gargoyle in the bookstore. Well, since the owner of the bookstore had helped her so much and she had nothing to repay, she could only silently feed them. The owner of the bookstore was very harsh on his pets and treated them completely as decorations. This wasn't Jijishu's random guess. It was Little Blossom, the name of the seed of desire, that told her about it after it regurgitated desire. Now, the seed of desire was greedy and tyrannical. Half of it was due to its nature, and the other half was because it was too hungry. Jijishu often wondered if the bookstore owner's practice was also a kind of domestication method, letting these monsters be in a state of hunger for a long time, and when they attacked, they would become particularly fierce. Ackerman stood beside her and looked down at the old stronghold. He shrugged and said, "It seems that you don't need me to do anything." His view of Jijishu had been refreshed. Previously, because of the bookstore, it was inevitable that he would treat Jijishu as a junior because of the difference in strength. But now, without his help, Jijishu had already made arrangements for the attackers. Such leadership skills were indeed worthy of the bookstore owner's appreciation. In his heart, he had already treated Jijishu as a friend of the same level. Jijishu shook her head and said, "This is the end, but there is something more important that I need your help with." "Please say it, leader." Ackerman changed the way he addressed her and bowed. For the will of the bookstore owner, I will do my best. Jijishu smiled but did not say anything. She just signaled him to follow her and brought him back to the meeting hall of the old stronghold. The spiders were counting the spoils of war and the captives. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was naturally left to the initiator. This time, the attackers were the real elite teams of the other two hunter organizations. From the moment they were completely wiped out, the situation of both sides was completely reversed. Ma Keisai and Kai saw her and immediately came to greet her. Both of them were her trusted subordinates who had followed her for many years. Now, they were promoted by her to be the deputy leader of the spiders. Naturally, when they came closer, they saw Ackerman and felt a faint pressure from him. Jijishu introduced them briefly and considered them to be acquaintances. The two of them looked at each other and were delighted. They did not expect to have such strong reinforcements. Although the young lady had that strange seed of desire, no one would dislike having another annihilation-level fighter on their side. Kai came over and whispered, "Young lady, Master Haywood has arrived. He is looking for you." "I know." Jijishu patted Kai's shoulder and smiled. "I was just about to look for him." "Where is he?" "Bring me to him." Ironwell had already noticed Haywood's arrival. Kai nodded and led the way. Jijishu said to Ackerman, "Please come with us. Mr. Haywood is a powerful light magus. He is also a guest of my father. He is not an outsider." Ackerman looked at Jijishu's meaningful gaze and understood that this was probably where he needed to help. He nodded and said, "I will listen to you, leader." Haywood was temporarily placed in an empty room. As a light magus who had been hired by Roar, he naturally did not lack money. In addition, with the unique nobility of a magus, he was even more disdainful of this shabby reception than a noble lady. However, when he saw Jijishu arrive, he still put on a smile and said, "Young lady, I heard that you wanted a new brand of loyalty from me, *whoosh. Jijishu's staff suddenly spun, and the blade popped out bit by bit. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "Yes, I want you to brand yourself with a brand of loyalty." Haywood's face stiffened. "You? What do you mean by this?" His expression quickly darkened. "This is an insult and provocation to light magi. I think that even your father would not dare to treat a light magus with such a reputation like this." Haywood was flustered and exasperated. Before he could begin his tirade, Ackerman had already silently appeared behind him and pressed a sharp dagger against his neck. Haywood's voice came to an abrupt halt as he trembled. "Please stop." Jijishu said, "Do you want your reputation, or your life?" Gulp. Haywood swallowed his saliva and broke out in cold sweat. Life. He now realized that the matter of him selling the method to break the brand of loyalty had been exposed. Jijishu said, "Then, may I ask why your brand of loyalty suddenly lost its effectiveness?" I'll talk." Haywood raised both his hands and said loudly, "It's all because of the Willow Tree Merchant Guild. They said that they would provide an absolutely confidential environment and absolutely safe trading partners. I was possessed." At this moment, the distant night of the bloody massacre and the execution of the traitor did not affect the tranquility of the bookstore. Xianxia used the light from the table lamp to flip open the book borrowing register and check Wang Erda's contact details and address. Xianxia had told Yusefu that he didn't have Wang Erda's address. This was actually a lie. But it was professional ethics to not disclose the customer's information. Although he was a folklore scholar, as the saying goes, love your profession. Opening a bookstore also required principles. After Kulauda left, Xianxia took out the register and began to search for Wang Erda's contact information and address. The register wasn't thick, but Wang Erda had borrowed books for a long time. Xianxia only remembered that he had written the relevant information when he first registered. Now, he only had a vague impression, so he could only look through it again. When he turned to the first page, Xianxia finally found the fixed communication number and address that Wang Erda had written down 2 years ago. 387th Street. This is close to the entrance of downtown. Old Wang actually lives so far away. It must be hard for him to come here every time. Xianxia glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh to himself. At this distance, it would take 3 to 4 hours to drive there. Even so, old Wang still came here to borrow books. This really made Xianxia more and more worried about the situation of this empty nest old man. Without a good spiritual sustenance, it would be easy to be deceived. Xianxia thought about it and decided not to call Wang at first. After all, he didn't know the specific situation between him and the blood feast. If he called him rashly, it seemed to be easy to act rashly and alert the enemy. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. When he got there, he would decide whether to call old Wang and what to do based on his situation. If old Wang was there and his rationality was there, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if old Wang happened to not be there, then he would wait a few more days and observe if there were any traces of the criminal gang. Anyway, now that Mon was looking after the store, he could go further and longer. If old Wang was really brainwashed by some criminal gang and became an accomplice, Xianxia had to get him back this time no matter what. Of course, Xianxia had considered the risks of going over like this, but he was sure that if Lao Wang had any doubts or questions in his heart, or if there were any changes in his life, he would definitely come to him first. Now, this was so sudden. There was no news from Xianxia at all. This meant that Lao Wang either had other plans and was in a stable situation, or he could not ask for help in time and had already fallen into the hands of the devil. In short, there were two extreme situations. One was that nothing would happen if Xianxia went, and the other was that Xianxia had no choice but to go. Although it's a little dangerous, according to what Silver said, I should be able to protect myself against ordinary people. Xianxia put down his pen, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. That fruit from last time, I don't know how it transformed my body. At the very least, my strength seems to have increased a lot. As for the rest, I can't really feel it for now. The effects of the swordsmanship in actual combat are not bad. I'll get Mon to make a zither case and bring the Candela sacred sword with me. When I'm done with the swordsmanship, Silver will be able to tell me about the history of the end of the Second Era. I'm looking forward to it. Next, there's the ether that I don't have a place to put for now. I need to first construct a dream that belongs to me, but I haven't made any progress yet. Dreaming is easy, but if I want to create a clear dream that is exactly the same as my own, the difficulty will increase exponentially. I'm a little suspicious that Silver deliberately chose the most difficult method for me. Xianxia's thoughts unconsciously turned to sorting out the current situation. After thinking for a while, he realized that it was late at night. He sighed, shook his head, and decided to go to sleep first. Tonight, he still met Silver in the dream. The darkness came as expected, followed by a vast expanse of white swaying snow and flowers. In the next few days, Xianxia kept learning swordsmanship and the construction of dreams from Silver. After he told his doubts to Silver, the latter's reply was that she actually did not understand how humans could sense and use ether. Therefore, she taught Xianxia the method she had always used, and she unilaterally felt that Xianxia would definitely be able to do it. Xianxia secretly complained that this was the most irresponsible teacher he had ever seen. He also knew that she was not human, but as for what she was, Silver did not say. Of course, he still had to be respectful on the surface. After all, he had now entered the process of simulating a battle with the monsters in Silver's dream, and the levels of these monsters were all controlled by Silver's thoughts. If Silver was unhappy, Xianxia would wake up the next day with soreness all over his body. Part of what he encountered in the dream would be fed back to reality. Silver used this to spur Xianxia on, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. However, during this process, Xianxia finally constructed the first prototype of his own dream. The nights were so full that it was even a little insufficient. Xianxia thought about it, and decided to allocate some of his time during the day, so that on the surface, he would seem to be sleeping all day long. According to his request, Mon created a zither case of the right size to hold the holy sword. Xianxia instructed Mon to look after the shop, and explained the process if someone borrowed the book, and embarked on the path to saving Lao Wang. Just as he walked out of the door, his heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw that not far away, at the edge of the dark alley, thin vines were growing on the wall, forming into words. Go here. That's right, the thin green vines were very playfully forming an arrow, pointing into the alley. Lackey? Xianxia instantly understood that Lackey had appeared again, and was here to help again. I feel that Lackey has been appearing more and more frequently recently, and has become very willing to help. He thought to himself, and felt that he must have done something to please Lackey recently. Xianxia had not been promoting his books recently, but he was very positive in guiding Hudet and the other juvenile delinquents to turn over a new leaf and walk a new path. He also pulled Father Vincent, who was half a step into the abyss of addiction, and made him full of hope to find the truth. It seemed that Lackey also agreed with his methods, and he had to practice more in the future. Xianxia thought as he walked into the alley. His surroundings instantly fell into darkness, and in a few steps, he walked out of the darkness. In front of him was a building that looked like a villa, and not far away was the door. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Lackey's power seemed to be a little similar to when he was sent over. No matter what, he had to see how Lao Wang was doing now. He reached out and knocked on the door. Wang Erda was in the middle of a new round of sacrificial ritual, and the ground was covered with the blood and limbs of dream beasts, and in the middle was Lizi's swollen and distorted body. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Erda's expression changed abruptly. He did not sense any ether fluctuations at all, just who had silently appeared at the door. He waved his hand, and the scene outside the door appeared in midair. The young man, holding a zither case and smiling, appeared out of thin air at the door, and then knocked on the door. "Boss Lin? Why is he here? Is it because of my unauthorized plan?" Wang Erda was stunned, then looked at his hands full of blood, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. This did not seem very dignified. Xianxia waited outside for a while before the door finally opened slowly. Meanwhile, Lao Wang, whom Wang Zhong had not seen for a long time, was wearing a loose black robe with complicated golden patterns and edges. He did not wear his trademark mask, revealing his old face that was covered in ferocious scars. He gave Wang Zhong a respectful and warm smile from behind the door. This wasn't the first time Xianxia had seen Wang Erda's true face. In fact, when they first met, Wang Erda wasn't wearing a mask. However, Xianxia didn't judge a book by its cover. He still chose to give old Wang some chicken soup for the soul and enthusiastically recommended the first book, Resurrection, to him. Wang Erda opened the door wider and gestured for Xianxia to enter. He cautiously said, "Boss Lin, why are you here? There's something I want to talk to you about, but you haven't come to borrow books from me recently. I just hired a new assistant to help me look after the store, so I had some free time, so I came myself." Xianxia smiled and walked through the door. "I hope I didn't disturb you by visiting?" Wang Erda hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's my honor to have you come in person." Xianxia smiled. "That's good. To be honest, you live a little far away. I almost thought I'd have to take the bus for 3 to 4 hours." Wang Erda closed the door. He couldn't help but think, "I clearly saw you appear at my door without making a sound. Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com." He laughed dryly and explained, I need a more secluded environment." Xianxia agreed. "I understand. If you don't have a good environment to do this kind of research, it'll be more troublesome. I know this very well." Wang Erda thought of the bookstore's remote location and nodded thoughtfully. Xianxia chatted with Wang Erda for a while, but his eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the old man's clothes. The robe looked mysterious and quaint, like a mage's robe. It was the kind of robe that ordinary people couldn't wear. Could this be Lao Wang's pajamas? Haha, this old man is already so old, but he still has a Chinibu heart. However, men are all youths until death, so Xianxia deeply understands. Wang Erda suddenly felt Boss Lin's gaze sweep past his robe, which represented Dark Emperor Augustus's faction. Then, Boss Lin cast a meaningful and friendly gaze at him. Xianxia was afraid that his gaze would be mistaken for prejudice, so he praised, "Old Wang, your taste in clothes is really good." Wang Erda's heart skipped a beat. Was he implying that his teacher was not bad and that he had chosen the right teacher? A bold guess that had once surfaced in his mind once again. Boss Lin was indeed acquainted with the teacher. Wild thought of the book that seemed to depict a bizarre world filled with magic, connecting the rules of life and death. It was difficult for him to understand void nirvana. Back then, the owner of the bookstore had once said that the book was written by a giant. However, Augustus was the last descendant of the giants who had survived from the first epoch. Apart from him, there were no other giants in this world. Therefore, either the book had existed since the first epoch, or it was written by Augustus. Perhaps? Just like how Wang Erda had given his proudest creation to the owner of the bookstore, Augustus had also given his proudest creation to Lin Jia. Regardless of which, the owner of the bookstore seemed to be even more mysterious. It was like layers of fog, making it impossible to see what the mystery behind it was. Perhaps, it was a real god. Wang Erda's mouth was dry from his own guess. Filled with shock, he guided Lin Jia to sit down and poured a cup of water for himself and Lin Jia. He drank a few mouthfuls to calm down. He put down the cup and decided to make his position clear. He said cautiously, "Thank you for your praise. I think so too. This piece of clothing has a very special meaning to me. It represents the most important period of my life. No matter what, I will never forget it." Lin Jia nodded. So that was how it was. He had kept it from his youth until now to commemorate his second birthday. What a sentimental old Wang. Sigh, no wonder he was deceived by his own child. He believed that such a person wouldn't help the evildoer. If he really came into contact with the Blood Feast organization, then he must have been forced or had other plans. In Lin Jia's view, old Wang's demeanor was more likely to be the latter. Wang Erda carefully observed Lin Jia's demeanor. He saw that his face seemed to soften a little and vaguely agreed with him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Did you come to me because of my unauthorized decision?" Lin Jia leaned forward slightly and put his hands on his knees habitually. He said seriously, "Yes, you have something to do with the blood feast again, right? Have you forgotten how I advised you in the beginning?" Wang Erda said solemnly, "In fact, I want to use their gathering this time to develop them into customers of the bookstore and your believers." Wait. Lin Jia stretched out his hand and couldn't help but ask, "My believers?" Wang Erda realized that he had misspoken. The owner of the bookstore never said that he needed believers. He had always recommended books to customers to guide them out of the past and regain a new life. What really made him understand Lin Jia's intention was the corpse feast cult's ritual. It was because of the various sacrificial rituals described in this book. The so-called sacrificial ritual must have a sacrificial object. The way the book described it was so cruel and tyrannical. If the sacrificial object was a god, then it must be an evil god. And Boss Lin, who wrote this book, undoubtedly held the position of a priest. But in fact, Wang Erda's guess was that the two were one. That was why he accidentally said it now. Cough, cough, I mean, believers of books. Wang Erda covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Then he said with a firm gaze, "I have been receiving your help all this time. I thought about it, a mere gargoyle is not enough to repay you. But everything material seems so insignificant. So, I decided to carry out your idea and let these people who have gone astray find the true meaning of life. Let them also listen to your teachings." Lin Jia's gaze was complicated. He didn't expect that old Wang would rejoin the blood feast for this reason. No, this couldn't be called rejoining. This was infiltrating the inner circle to instigate a rebellion and disintegrate the group. This was really too much awareness. Boss Lin was very moved. He felt that his 2 years of chicken soup were not in vain. But this matter was indeed too dangerous for someone of old Wang's age, so he decided to persuade him again. Lin Jia advised earnestly, "Old Wang, it's good that you have this intention, but," his gaze focused, looking over old Wang's shoulder and falling behind the partition wall of the room. A pool of dark red blood was flowing on the floor. "But what is that?" Lin Jia looked at the blood flowing on the ground not too far away, then turned to look at Wang Erda and fell into deep thought. From his experience, he could tell at first glance that it was blood and not ketchup or red paint. Looking at the continuously expanding pool of blood, the amount wasn't small. The source of the blood was either a large container filled with blood, or a large animal. Clearly, two problems had arisen. First, what animal's blood was this? Second, why was there such a large amount of blood on the floor of Wang Erda's home? As a normal person with a normal mind, Lin Jia's first reaction was, of course, shock. Then, he thought, could this be human blood? But then, he immediately rejected this guess. Because up until now, old Wang's expression was very natural, relaxed, and sincere. He even talked very enthusiastically with Lin Jie. This was definitely not how a murderer should act. And Lin Jie, who had known old Wang for a long time, was sure that he wouldn't lie to him. Even if he was lying, he would definitely act strangely. Secondly, and most importantly, old Wang's words had completely moved Lin Jie. It made him believe that old Wang's beautiful vision was genuine. The first website was m9bkuj.com. Let these people who have gone astray find the true meaning of life. Look, how thoughtful, how enlightened, old Wang could be said to have understood the essence of Lin Jie's chicken soup. While other customers were still waiting to be enlightened by Lin Jie, not only had he almost walked out of the haze of the past, but he had also put himself in the shoes of others. He planned to use what he had learned and inherited Lin Jie's will. He chose to guide other people who had gone astray to find the true meaning of life. What was great love? This was great love. Let them listen to your teachings as well. Look at how well Lin Jie said it. Not only did he apply what Lin Jie had learned, he even understood Lin Jie's desire for spendthrifts. No, he even understood Lin Jie's desire for customers that needed to be warmly enlightened. He was committed to bringing those who had gone astray into the path of pyramid schemes to the bookstore. They would drink Teacher Lin's chicken soup and cleanse their souls. What was a confidant? This was a confidant. Lin Jie was willing to believe that he had such a great friend who loved him dearly. He finally calmed himself down and decided to find out the truth of the matter first. If Lao Wang had misunderstood him, it would be a huge blow to the empty nest old man. Moreover, thinking about the existence of the organization Blood Feast, this blood could also be their doing. Lin Jie remained calm and collected. His hands were already placed on the piano case that had been placed in front of his legs. If it really was a blood feast, he wouldn't have to wait for old Wang to instigate a rebellion. Today, he would use all his strength to wash away their dirty and filthy hearts. Wang Erda, who was sitting opposite him, heard his words and saw where he was looking. His face suddenly changed. He stood up abruptly and turned around. Sure enough, he saw the blood flowing on the ground. Wang Erda quickly walked over in annoyance and apologized to Lin Jie. I'm very sorry. I just cleaned it up in a hurry. I didn't expect such a situation to occur. It's really too undignified. I'm really sorry for letting you see such a dirty scene. I'll clean it up immediately. Please wait a moment. Wang Erda's performance was so frank and natural. Moreover, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Lin Jie was slightly startled. He couldn't help but ask, what's the matter with the blood? Wang Erda smiled awkwardly. It had been a long time since he had a guilty conscience. It's over. Boss Lin must be very dissatisfied. He carried out the sacrificial ceremony according to the corpse-eating cult rituals that Boss Lin had personally compiled. It should have been a sacred and elegant sacrificial ceremony, but it was so undignified, Wang Erda explained himself in his heart. In fact, it was mainly because he was a dark magus who often engaged in massacres. His bones were filled with the desire to destroy. In addition, he wasn't proficient in his techniques, which led to his rough treatment of the materials. Next time, he would definitely pay attention to the ceremony. However, it was fine if no one was looking at him normally. Now that he had directly exposed his rough techniques in front of Boss Lin, it was too shameful. Boss Lin's words were reprimanding him for his carelessness. The dark magus, who was cruel and tyrannical in the eyes of others, was now like a student who had done a wrong step in an experiment. He carefully said, after I studied your book, I've been trying to try out those rituals. However, it's still a bit difficult for me. I often find it difficult to understand some of the meanings. It's also very difficult to completely replicate them, so, Wang Erda pointed at the blood on the ground. His expression became even more awkward. So that's how it is. Lin Jie was stunned when he heard that. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched. What the F***ck was trying, his book mostly recorded some of the traditional Chinese folk rituals and customs. Of course, it also talked about the origins of some rituals since ancient times. For example, ancient emperors used tailao, cow, sheep, pig, when they offered sacrifices to the country. The feudal lords used xiaolao, sheep, pig. Another example was that in the Taoist concept, the deer, and muntjac were the three animals of jade, which were enjoyed by the gods. Other folk rituals, such as going to the beam, Xianxia, and so on, had their own methods, tributes, and congratulatory words. He explained them one by one. In order to make the book more interesting, and because the Chinese ritual was also a food culture, he often quoted some food customs and practices from other sources so that the content would not be boring. Old Wang, he really had the spirit to study. Lin Jia had never thought that he would not only study the culture in the book, but also imitate the rituals in the book. What was this? A gentle old man who always wore a suit and leather shoes, looking like an old Western gentleman, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a kitchen knife, and killed a chicken, duck, or pig. Then, he held the chicken's neck, bled it, and removed its internal organs. The scene was so beautiful that he did not dare to look. Lin Jia did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, the trace of worry in his heart suddenly disappeared. No wonder. Wasn't there a problem? Everything in his book was about Chinese cuisine. Even if a Huaxia person with no cooking experience came here, it would be very difficult, not to mention a pure Westerner like old Wang. Lin Jia could almost imagine the messy scene behind the wall. Sigh, what should I say about you? Lin Jia looked at old Wang's embarrassed expression and sighed. He stood up and said, "Let me teach you how to cook." Wang Erda quickly waved his hand. "My cooking is too ugly. It will pollute your eyes." "Okay then." Lin Jia showed a relieved smile. He understood the feeling of a cooking novice who did not want to be seen a failure. "I'll give instructions from here. Tell me, how far have you gone?" Asterisk warning, if it doesn't happen, it means that I've restrained myself well. Wang Erda walked to the back of the wall and looked at the sacrificial ritual that he had yet to complete. The purpose of his sacrificial ritual was to extract the bloodline of the Empyrean wolf from Heelisi's body. With the help of the evil god's power, he could reverse engineer an Empyrean wolf that truly mastered the power of space. If he succeeded, he would have an annihilation-level dream beast as his familiar. For this sacrificial ritual, he chose the coffin of eternal sleep of prayer Morphe as the main altar. Using its resurrection ability and meaning would make the ritual simpler and more purposeful. This powerful casting tool of the leader of the Scarlet Sect had been fought over after her death. In the end, it fell into the hands of Wang Erda. In addition, the sacrificial offerings this time were the sun messenger with 2 legs and 2 wings with a red crown and sharp claws, the symbol of the original sin of greed, incompetence, and unwisdom with 4 white limbs and a fat body, and a liquid that could make people intoxicated and numb, causing them to gradually lose their rationality due to excitement and confusion, tempting people to fall. Wang Erda, as a knowledgeable dark sorcerer, naturally understood that these sacrificial offerings referred to the red sulfur pterosaur, the person who committed the sin of greed, and the depraved potion. In terms of the sacrificial offerings, it was not difficult to obtain them. However, the steps were much more complicated than the sacrificial rituals he had performed before. Coupled with the fact that there were many different categories, he had only just begun to try the 3rd round of sacrificial rituals. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the sacrificial ritual, Wang Erda naturally had to strive for the best quality of the sacrificial offerings. For example, for the person who committed the sin of greed, Wang Erda chose a prominent aristocrat in the central district of Nuajin, the patriarch of a family that was still relatively prosperous. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. This guy's real identity was actually just the son of a commoner. He had nothing to do with this family. That's right, he impersonated the identity of an aristocrat and finally became the patriarch. Back then, this family had encountered a crisis and turmoil, so they entrusted their youngest son, who was born at that time, to a trusted servant so that he could protect him from harm. The servant was loyal and devoted. He fled with his son, but he didn't expect that they would still be discovered. Thus, he handed his son over to his friend and his wife to raise, while he attracted the attention of the pursuers and died in the end. The couple also had a newborn child of their own, so they pretended to have 2 children and raised them together. Fortunately, that family managed to escape the calamity in the end and rose to power once again. Unfortunately, because of this turmoil, all of their successors died, so they sent people to search for their youngest son. The commoner's son accidentally overheard his parents' conversation. Suddenly, the greed in his heart grew. He proposed to his parents that the prince be swapped with a raccoon, but the couple did not agree. Therefore, because his parents objected, he killed his parents. After that, he killed the real noble's son, played some tricks, and took the token to enter the noble family under his identity. During this process, his greed grew day by day. He cooperated with the dark sorcerers and turned all the sisters and mothers who had taken over their identities into his slaves. He then killed all the people who might know about this and treated them cruelly before he died. In the end, he killed the original clan leader and replaced him, bringing the entire clan under his control. Such a wonderful experience made him a perfect sacrifice for original sin, a bloody corpse on the altar now. At this moment, most of the blood flowing on the ground came from this greedy man named Geoffrey Norton. Wilde approached the altar made of the coffin of eternal sleep. From the bright living room, he disappeared into the dark corner, causing his ferocious face to be shrouded in shadows. Only his dark green snake eyes were left, flashing with a cold light. It reflected the pale and fat limbs on the altar. He said with some annoyance, "I've only just reached this step of bloodletting. The rituals in your book are really difficult. The description in the language is very obscure. It makes me feel that I need some time and thought to understand. I'm really sorry. My aptitude is too low. I need you to guide me personally." Xianxia sat down again and took a sip of tea. He smiled and comforted him, "Don't be so sad, old Wang. I've said from the beginning that this can only provide you with some ideas. After all, the difference in language and culture is too big. It's normal that you can't understand. Everyone has their own specialization. Maybe you can find someone who's good at this to help you." This book crossed two worlds, so it was normal that old Wang couldn't do anything about it. There was also the matter of cooking, which required even more talent. Moreover, the cuisines were completely different. "You're right." Old Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia continued the previous topic and said, "Bloodletting is indeed difficult for a newbie. Actually, I'm not very good at it. I once made a mess of it all over the floor, ha ha ha." Old Wang laughed dryly. "You're joking." "Okay, I won't joke anymore." Xianxia restrained himself and continued, "Next, you should deal with the sacrifice and remove the internal organs." Remove the internal organs? Yes. Later, the internal organs have to be cleaned separately. For now, use your hands. Oh, you can't use tools for this step. Old Wang, if you think it's dirty, wear a glove and use your hands to dig out the internal organs. Remember to remove them completely. Okay. I'll try my best. Do you want all of them? Old Wang's expression was a little hesitant. Although he was a cruel dark wizard, he had never done such a cruel and perverted thing. As expected of Boss Lin, he was indeed an evil priest. He could easily do things that other religions couldn't. Yes, all of them. Remember to pay attention to the internal organs. It's best to stuff some heavy spices. I think that even gods don't want to eat sacrifices with flavor. Xianxia had a smile on his face as he made a small joke. Wang Erda responded, thinking that the spices should be referring to the fallen magic potion. Then, Xianxia heard all kinds of strange sounds coming from behind the wall. Generally speaking, it was the sound of cooking. There was nothing strange about it. Xianxia waited for a while. When he heard Wang Erda say that it was done, he smiled and continued, "These internal organs will be used as backup. Now, I'll teach you an interesting ritual. Cut off a large piece of meat, without the bones, and then use," he paused. He wanted to say chopsticks, but then he remembered that Wang Erda had never used chopsticks before, so he changed his words. "Use 4 slender wooden sticks and stick them straight into the meat from 4 corners. Then, wrap the intestines of the sacrifice around them to form a circle." Old Wang seemed to gasp. He hesitated and asked cautiously, What does this ritual do?" This cruel and bloody ritual seemed to have an ancient barbarism. It was full of strangeness, eeriness, and terror. Yes, this ritual has the meaning of blessing. It can bring luck and good relationships with people. Xianxia changed the phrase, "bless the future generations" to meet the benefactors on all sides into Mandarin. After explaining for a while, he smiled and said, "This is a special sacrificial ceremony in a certain area. I've mentioned it in my book before. Isn't it very interesting? Wang Erda was shocked. Was this the blessing of the corpse food cult? Using such a twisted way to treat the offerings, as if everything was a toy. Interesting, very interesting indeed. The dark wizard was deep in thought. He felt that he had stepped into a new world. Lin Jie instructed old Wang to disassemble and clean up the offerings, then arrange them in the proper way. However, the conditions were simple and crude, and old Wang was unprepared for many things. There were also some words he couldn't understand, so he had to rely on Lin Jie to translate them into Azir's language. But this way, the meaning of the ceremony would deviate from the original. Lin Jie had expected this to happen, which was why he had recommended this book to Wang Erda from the start only as a cultural reference before he started studying languages. Who would have thought that old Wang would study to this extent, and even practice the ceremony recorded in the book? However, to be honest, these special local customs were indeed very interesting. Just like never knowing what the next chocolate would taste like, in this vast land, there were many mysterious customs that were waiting for people to discover and explore. This was where the joy of Lin Jie's study of folk customs lay. Although Wang Erda might not be able to fully understand the meaning, Lin Jie was still very willing to patiently explain. By the time he finished his cup of tea, old Wang seemed to be almost done. Lin Jie suddenly slapped his head, remembering something very important. He put down his teacup and asked, "Old Wang, are your offerings done yet?" Wang Erda's expression was very excited as he looked at the strangely shaped offerings smeared with corrupted magic potions on the coffin of eternal sleep. The man of greed's limbs had been cut off, and the bones had been removed to become a clean and neat piece of white meat. 4 wooden sticks harvested from the temporarily summoned withered were inserted into the meat, and the crystallized intestines of the red sulfur pterosaur were wrapped around the sticks, forming a circle as if forming a special domain. The corrupted magic potions were evaporated by the invisible heat emitted by the intestines, and the dense fog slowly rotated in this domain, flickering with a faint light, like a vast nebula. 1 second to remember http://m9bkuj. The white meat below was quickly cooked by the residual heat, and even quickly formed carbonized cracks. Thus, the black warlock stared at the pitch-black meat and nodded solemnly. "It's cooked, it's cooked. It looks completely cooked." Wang Erda exclaimed inwardly. He seemed to understand the meaning of the sacrificial ritual. Wasn't it like the starry sky and the earth, with the universe as the image? This sacrifice was truly grand. No wonder it had the ability to increase luck. At the same time, the philosopher's stone embedded in the coffin of eternal sleep began to absorb the blood and energy from the red sulfur pterosaur, the fallen potion, and the greedy. The blood-red light grew brighter and brighter, forming a strange pattern in the air. It was as if a door had been formed above the altar. The sacrificial ceremony had officially begun. Wang Erda looked expectantly at Lizi's corpse on the other side of the coffin of eternal sleep. His blood flowed along the coffin and gathered around the philosopher's stone. After the blood was purified, it also gradually evaporated into a red mist. After it rose, it merged with the nebula-like cluster, gradually condensing into some branches that resembled nerve fibers and muscle fibers, flickering like lightning. At the center, a domain that resembled a black hole had been formed. This signified that the embryonic form of the Skycourt wolf was beginning to appear, perfect. Wang Erda couldn't help but cheer in his heart. As expected of Boss Lin's personal guidance, this resurrection summoning ritual was more stable and efficient than any other he had performed in the past. Furthermore, the addition of the depravity potion would weaken the will of the resurrected creature, making it easier for the spellcaster to control it. The red sulfur pterosaur's power made it more aggressive and explosive, while the soul of a greedy person gave it cunning intelligence and powerful initiative. Every sacrifice was just right to increase the resurrected creature's power and controllability. Wonderful. It's good that it's cooked. Lin Jie relaxed and suddenly said, "Ah, right. Old Wang, did you collect the blood that was released just now?" "I did." Wang Erda nodded. The blood that had just been collected was placed next to him. Lin Jie said, "Add water and salt to the blood, let it sit and solidify. After it's cooked and frozen, it can also be used as a sacrifice." Wang Erda was stunned. Then, he became excited. What a convenient way to store blood. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to perform the sacrificial ritual anytime and anywhere? Thinking of the past, when he wanted to perform the sacrificial summoning ritual, he often had to find the materials on the spot and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Not only was it slow, but sometimes the situation was very dangerous. He had to risk being exposed and make a move again. Why didn't they invent this before? Damn it, they were so stupid. In contrast, the corpse food cult's sacrificial ritual and method were so efficient and elegant that it was like art. His previous stiff imitation was too crude. This was the real sacrificial ritual. Thank you for your guidance. Wang Erda trembled and said almost piously and fanatically, I will definitely spread your work. This is a truly perfect masterpiece. It should be learned by more people. Flattery always worked. Old Wang was getting better and better at being a person. Lin Jia laughed and said, you don't have to be so polite with me. It's not that exaggerated. He suddenly paused and said, don't tell me you still want to go to the blood feast. Sigh, this matter is really dangerous for you. How about this? I got a coin of fate some time ago. The two sides represent good luck and bad luck. I'll use it to do a divination. If the result is not good, then don't go. In order to trick old Wang back, Boss Lin really put in a lot of effort. He took out the round coin from his pocket and looked at old Wang. Wang Erda was shocked. His pupils shrank as he stared at the coin. Could this be the legendary coin of fate? He actually used such a cruel and terrifying method to perform the sacrificial ritual. The black-scaled faceless is indeed worthy of being a destructive black wizard. In the shadows, the shadow assassin Deborah, who had merged with the darkness, appeared at the sacrificial ritual. She looked away from the bloody altar in disgust. Even if she had carried out assassination and interrogation missions all year round, she still felt nauseous and scared when she saw such a scene. She had always heard of Wang Erda's brutality, but she did not expect him to be so brutal. She carefully and quietly turned into a shadow. She hid all her breath and waited for Wang Erda to clean himself up. Then she walked into the living room and sat face to face with the young man. She then merged into the shadow of the teacup and quietly released the poison. Even a destructive black wizard can't withstand the poison of the sound of doomsday. He actually dared to use the tool that the higher-ups have cultivated for so many years as a sacrificial ritual. He really doesn't know what death is. Deborah laughed silently and viciously, quietly waiting for Wang Erda to drink the cup of poison. That was until the ordinary-looking young man took out a coin with a faint smile. Deborah did not have a surname of her own. She was a pure assassin. Ever since she was adopted and trained, her purpose in life was only to be a tool, a useful knife. Although she had undergone many years of cruel training, and her body had been completely transformed into a half-shadow creature to infinitely improve her hiding ability, she did not have any resentment. She thought that all of this was natural, and she was proud of herself for being able to provide strength to the organization. Even though she did not even have the qualifications to know the organization's real name, she could only firmly remember the organization's symbol in her heart, a long sword wrapped in flames. Deborah had a fanatical love for the organization from the bottom of her heart. She knew how powerful the organization was, how many tools were used to serve the organization, and how bright and righteous their path was. They had many enemies, and they would become enemies with the world, but their cause was absolutely correct, and they would definitely win in the end. For this reason, Deborah was sincerely willing to become an insignificant pebble in the process of developing a new world, even if it meant being unknown. This was the meaning of her life. All of the pain was a sacrifice for the great cause, including death. Therefore, when the higher-ups gave her the task of assassinating Wang Erda, she accepted without hesitation. Because of this, she even underwent an extremely painful second transformation, and temporarily became a real shadow creature. Between reality and dreams, there was a very special gap, the shadow realm, and the shadow creatures were the monsters that lived in it. Under normal circumstances, the shadow creatures were not aggressive at all. They were like plankton living in water, jumping and shuttling between the shadows all day long, devouring each other, merging, and being born again. They had nothing to do with the real world, but there were very few wizards who could control them, but the effect was only to change the shape of the shadow, or to make the shadow creatures leave the shadow. The first website was M9 Bikuj. Calm, however, the shadow creatures could not leave the shadow realm, just like fish could not leave the water, or they would die after a while. Summoning and controlling these monsters was useless, and over time, no one cared about it. Deborah was one of the failed experiments of the organization's new attempt to reuse the shadow realm. She was forcibly merged with a shadow creature, and existences like her were called shadow worms by the organization. The outside world called these mysterious killers shadow assassins. She could freely travel between the real world and the shadow realm, but when she sneaked into the shadow realm, she had to endure the extreme pain of having her soul torn apart. Many shadow bugs went crazy and committed suicide because of this. But everything is worth it. Those who stand in the way of the organization must die. Deborah knew that Lizzie's name was on a list. This was another tool that was different from hers. It had more uses and was more complicated to control. Therefore, the organization had to pay a higher cost of planning. Lizzie should have used the magic mirror egg to summon the god-level dream beast that the organization needed, and he himself would have used this opportunity to annex the Scarlet Sect, merging a large number of small and medium-sized hunter organizations into a more useful tool for the organization. However, due to Wang Erda's intervention, not only did Lizzie die and become his sacrificial tool, the White Wolf and the Crimson Sect perished together. In the end, the hunter force was integrated into a new hunter organization. The organization's many years of planning were all for naught. This was the information that Deborah knew. She wanted to eliminate all obstacles for the organization, so Wang Erda must die. The sound of doomsday will dissolve Wang Erda's thoughts and brain. He will slowly feel as if there are ants crawling on his scalp, then from his scalp, all the way to his cerebral cortex, gray matter, and brain medulla. That extreme itch will destroy his will. Then, he will begin to scratch, tear open his scalp, shatter his skull, and finally dig out his brain that is already riddled with holes. Only then will he be free. Deborah originally thought so. She was already intoxicated by the fantasy of the other party screaming in pain and struggling helplessly. After all, she was only one step away from success. Such a direct and efficient assassination was her style. She went straight for the target without any hesitation. As for why Wang Erda would receive an ordinary person, this was not within her scope of consideration. She only needed to hide and poison him. These two things were done well. However, just as she was waiting patiently, she suddenly saw the ordinary young man take out a coin from his pocket and throw it up with a smile. Ding! The coin that was spinning in midair stood upright. At this moment, the spindle engraved on it was like a pupil, and the entire coin was like an eye that had suddenly come alive. An indescribable feeling suddenly seized Deborah's soul. It was as if she was being watched by some unseen existence, or as if she was being clenched tightly by an invisible hand. At this moment, she felt her heart palpitate, and a sense of fear and oppression arose spontaneously. Run! Run! Her instincts were screaming, warning her to run away quickly. A great danger was coming. However, she had no time to react, nor was she able to react. The coin that had been frozen in midair for a moment had already fallen, hitting the edge of the glass in front of Wang Erda. It was unknown which key part of the glass it had hit, but the originally shallow crack on the glass expanded with a crack, and then spread to the entire glass. Bang! In an instant, the glass was smashed into countless pieces by the coin, and the translucent pieces scattered everywhere. The water in the cup instantly flowed out, covering half of the table and shrouding all the fragments. For some reason, the shadows of the fragments seemed to emit a soft chi sound, and all of them shook a little. Aha! Deborah let out a silent scream. The sound of doomsday instantly penetrated the barrier between reality and the shadow realm and landed on her body. If she was a true shadow creature, then reality would have no effect on her. If she was a complete humanoid creature, then the sound of doomsday would only corrode her brain and not damage her other body parts. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. She was a fusion life form and could be affected by reality. At the same time, because of the characteristics of shadow life forms, every part of her body was equivalent to an organ for thinking. Like ants crawling on her, an invisible itch swept through her entire body, burrowing into her body bit by bit. Adding another layer of pain to the original pain of shuttling through the shadow realm, she wanted to tear herself apart and crush herself. She began to dissolve and devour herself. Then, she was reborn on the spot in a daze. She screamed and screamed silently, forming a cycle. The scattered shadows on the glass didn't attract any attention. Deborah couldn't leave here. This darkness, despair, and pain would accompany her for an endless time, without end, without end. Ding ding ding, the coin was bounced to the ground, rolled a few times, and fell down. There was no red dot marked by Xianxia on the surface. Doom. Xianxia looked at the messy glass fragments on the table and twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Wang Erda stood up with a sudden change in expression. He stared at the shadows of the glass fragments with a malicious gaze, deep in thought. Wang Erda stood up with a swoosh, his expression solemn as he looked at the shadow on the table that seemed to have come alive in an instant. Ordinary people wouldn't notice this subtle change at all. When the water in the cup splashed on the shadow seemed to struggle for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Even if they saw it, most people, including extraordinaries, wouldn't understand why. However, Wang Erda was an extremely professional dark sorcerer, and he had some understanding of the rare and unpopular knowledge of the shadow realm. With his current strength, there were only a few extraordinary creatures that could appear right under his nose without him noticing their aura, apart from the existence of gods. And the shadow creatures happened to be one of them. Someone used the shadow creatures to poison this cup of water. Fortunately, Boss Lin came to visit today and gave them a taste of their own medicine. Otherwise, even I would have been poisoned. No. Boss Lin must have known about it long ago, which is why he came to save me. At the same time, he also taught me the correct method of sacrifice and gave me a reminder. Wang Erda's gratitude towards Lin Jia could not be any greater. Including this time, he had been saved twice, and his desire to repay him grew even deeper. But then he had another question, but the shadow realm shouldn't be connected to the real world. How could the shadow creatures be affected by the poison in the water? Moreover, at that moment, there was a trace of the smell of blood coming from the shadow. This was impossible. Shadow creatures were made of shadows, and they didn't have flesh and blood. How could there be a smell of blood? Remember the URL, M9 Bikuj. This didn't make sense. Wang Erda's eyes darkened as he stared at the shadow fragment. He already had a guess in his mind. This means that it wasn't someone who controlled the shadow creatures, but someone who used them for a synthesis experiment. As a dark magus who was quite accomplished in the field of creation, Wang Erda knew very well how dangerous and crude this kind of synthesis was. The synthesizer did not even consider the rationality of the process, and the synthesized products were probably consumables that did not have a long lifespan. But in terms of creativity, it's not bad, and it's used for assassination. If this thing can be mass-produced, the efficiency will probably be very high. Over the years, there have been cases of high-level extraordinaires being assassinated for no reason without leaving a trace. Could it be that they were poisoned by this shadow compound? Is this the true identity of the so-called shadow assassins? Wang Erda looked at the glass shards with a thoughtful expression, which made Lin Jia feel even more embarrassed. Cough. It wasn't his fault that something like this happened. Who would have thought that when he threw a coin, it would coincidentally hit the glass? Moreover, the glass was so weak that it broke into pieces after being hit by a coin. Was the coin too hard, or was the glass too fragile? This was great. He had only wanted to control his strength and throw out a misfortune to persuade Lao Wang not to go. But in the end, such a mishap occurred. The misfortune was thrown out, but it bounced off the glass. It definitely could not be counted. Moreover, it was rare for him to go out and visit a guest's house, saying that he wanted to throw a coin for divination, but in the end, he smashed a glass. This situation was too embarrassing. More importantly, Wang Erda's expression was so ugly, so he probably wouldn't ask him to pay for it. Cough. Wang Erda, this is purely an accident, a coincidence. I didn't expect this to happen, and you didn't expect it either, right? It seems that this coin is quite effective. I really feel very unlucky. Sigh, forget it, let's just forget about the result this time. Let's try again. Lin Jia walked over awkwardly to pick up the coin that had rolled to the side. As he patted the dust off the coin, he tried to change the topic. By the way, your old friend Yusefu found traces of you staying on Street 52 and is looking for you. Are you still going to keep hiding from him? He believed that he would be more interested in his old friend's affairs. At least, he would be more interested than a broken glass. Wang Erda stretched out his hand, and a corner of the sacrificial knife slid out from his sleeve. The tip of the knife touched the water and shadow on the table, and the complex patterns on the knife glowed red, absorbing the residual toxins in the water. For a black wizard, the sacrificial knife was an indispensable casting tool. Whether it was a sacrifice, an attack, an enchantment, or other spells, they all needed to be used. He used the sacrificial knife as a medium to analyze and store the toxins in the water. He quickly understood that this was the sound of doomsday, known as the spellcaster's nightmare. Spellcasters often used ether to enhance their intelligence, and the activity and sensitivity of their brains were several times that of ordinary extraordinaries. If they were touched by the sound of doomsday, they would almost certainly die, and it would be an extremely painful death. How vicious! To be able to do this, he must be a thorn in the opponent's side. He had been silent for so many years, and the only possible fuse was to lead Heelezi, the White Wolf, and the Crimson Sect to destruction. This matter was not simple, and there was someone behind it. It was a pity that the shadow assassin was directly bathed in the sound of doomsday by Boss Lin's coin of fate. He probably didn't have any rationality left, or else he could be interrogated. Wang Erda narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his dark green snake eyes. When he heard Xianxia's words, he opened his mouth and revealed a smile. Xianxia, ah. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I didn't hide from him. After all, we've known each other for so many years, and we'll meet eventually. It's just that now is not the time. When there is time, we still have to settle the score from the past. As expected, old Wang was still angry at Xianxia. Although he didn't know why they had a conflict, it was probably quite serious, and he was still brooding about it. But the main point was, the topic had changed. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief and walked back to sit down. He looked around and found a rag placed under the coffee table. He carefully wiped away the glass shards on the table and threw them into the rubbish bin. It's been so many years. Some things should be put aside. As a person, being happy is the most important. Wang Erda put away his sword and nodded. I understand. You're right. As long as he doesn't come to find me, I won't take the initiative to find him. But if he comes, I can't just sit and wait for my death. As expected, Boss Lin didn't want to have one less customer. After all, the one who had summoned the Candela spirit back then was probably the demon sword from Xianxia. But the cause of the conflict wasn't him. The Mai Tower had probably already detected his tracks. Perhaps he would be able to confront his old friend again very soon. Xianxia also understood that the conflict between these two old friends couldn't be resolved with just a few words, but it was good that the topic had changed. He still had a question in his heart. That's right, you were at Street 52 back then. What were you doing after staying there for so long? Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Wang Erda became excited. I'll show you my results now. I definitely won't let you down. A hair-raising sound came from behind the wall. It was accompanied by the licking and gnawing sounds of wild beasts, followed by a terrifying low growl. Awoo. Woof. Awoo. Awoo. Woof. When Xianxia heard such a ferocious and terrifying sound coming from behind the wall, he suddenly turned his head to take a look. Then, he saw a long furry tail sticking out from behind the wall. It swayed a bit before retracting back. After a while, it was replaced by a furry and curious grayish-white head. Its two ears were erect, and its tongue was sticking out at a high frequency. Its light blue eyes seemed to be filled with ferocious contempt. Its tail was wagging up and down, and it raised its claws from time to time. It seemed to be emitting a strong desire to tear down the house, but its straight eyes revealed an adorable look. Obviously, this was the legendary Let Go Away, director of the demolition office, and Husky, as one of the three silly sled dogs. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a very frightening and ferocious beast that would make one's expression change. Judging by its shoulder height, it was at least 1 meter, which was twice the size of a normal husky. It looked more like a wolf, and at first glance it was quite intimidating. However, the Siberian sled dog was originally an ancient and primitive dog breed. Its bloodline was very close to that of a wolf, so it would be strange if it didn't look like a wolf. In fact, many of the wolves that appeared in television dramas were actually played by huskies. However, its silly eyes still exposed its adorable nature. Xianxia looked at the husky that seemed to have astonishing destructive power and turned to ask Wang Erda, "This is the result of your harvest at Street 52? Wang Erda nodded with a serious expression. He could clearly feel the powerful and condensed spatial power condensed on the body of this elegant and smooth silver-white dream beast that was full of explosive power. It was like a small black hole that contained a huge amount of energy. Without a doubt, this was a real sky wolf. It could freely travel through endless space and time to capture any trace of aura. It could track and kill any creature that it was interested in until it died or relied on some method to escape from its pursuit. Yes, the reason I went to Street 52 was because of it." Wang Erda was a little proud of himself. Although Boss Lin had a part to play in it and he had used the sacrificial method, this was still his most successful and highest grade creation so far. This Sky Wolf's level was a genuine annihilation grade. That's right, he was at the same level as Wang Erda himself. Although it was still in its infancy stage and its powers were not complete, it could not reach annihilation class. However, as long as it was fed the flesh of superhumans, it would become Wang Erda's greatest aid sooner or later. However, the most important thing now was to sign a soul contract with it and make it his familiar. Wang Erda walked over and crouched down. He touched the Empyrean wolf's forehead with one hand and placed his other hand on the back of its head. He sneered and used a sword to suppress the giant wolf's tiny struggles. However, the process was smoother than expected. The dangerous situation that they had expected did not appear. In fact, after this guy was born, it seemed to be restless at first, then quickly entered an inexplicable state of playing dumb. "I'm afraid it's because Mr. Lin is here," the Black Wizard thought to himself. When the contract was established, he immediately understood why the Empyrean wolf was in such a state. The subtle trembling, the stiff gaze, the claws that wanted to lift, and the tail that swayed, all represented that it was afraid and terrified. This dream hunter, who was terrifying and cruel in the hearts of others, was actually afraid of the young man in front of it. It was as if it would die if it got a little closer and wanted to run away immediately. Wang Erda's heart trembled. He stroked the Empyrean wolf's neck and comforted it. His guess of Xianxia's, two of them as one, was even more firm. Xianxia looked at old Wang's gentle stroking of the husky and the kind smile on the old man's face. He understood and felt gratified. "Oh. It seemed that Yusefyu had completely misunderstood." Old Wang had stopped at Street 52 to take in stray dogs. He wanted to join the blood feast to let those criminals find the true meaning of life and bring them to the bookstore to drink chicken soup. This lonely, disabled, empty-nest old man's life had finally improved. He raised a pet and had a dream. It was simply a second spring in his life. Old Wang must be very happy. Xianxia looked at the coin in his hand and hesitated. Old Wang had finally found something he wanted to do. He had finally overcome the shadow of his appearance and wanted to go out and communicate with people and persuade them to do good. If he stopped him now, it would be a huge blow to old Wang's self-confidence. He had finally gotten a little better. He couldn't just frustrate him like this. As Xianxia was thinking, he saw Wang Erda bring the husky over with difficulty. It was difficult because the husky was obviously very resistant. It kept whining and wanting to retreat. Old Wang could only forcefully pull it over by the back of its neck. "Huh? Wait a minute, Lao Wang can actually fight against a husky by himself." Xianxia was stunned. His expression suddenly changed and he looked at old Wang with a new gaze. Not simple, the legendary Let Go was the master of dog-walking people. Old Wang could actually forcefully bring the dog over. He was really old but vigorous. It seemed that he still didn't know old Wang well enough. No wonder he dared to come to the bookstore so early in the morning. It turned out that his physical fitness was so good. Xianxia's opinion of old Wang changed greatly. It seemed that if old Wang only came into contact with the pyramid marketing department of the Blood Feast, it would be fine. Maybe he could ask Bai Yin if there was any way for him to protect others. Wang Erda pressed the dog on the ground and scolded, "Greedy, don't move." Xianxia's thoughts were attracted by the husky in front of him. He reached out and touched the dog's head curiously. He smiled and said, "It's called Greedy?" "What a cute name." Wang Erda nodded. By sacrificing the souls of greedy people, this sky wolf had gained a greedy and bloodthirsty personality. Greedy was the most suitable name for it. The originally restless husky's gaze became completely dull under Lin Jia's touch. It sat on the ground and didn't move. It even forgot to retract its tongue and let out a pitiful whimper from its throat. Lin Jia said curiously, "This dog is quite obedient, although it still had the temper of a husky and its body size looked scary, it was actually much more docile than expected." He patted the dog's head twice and looked at the husky's pitiful, helpless, and weak eyes. He smiled and said, "Haha, old Wang, your dog is very suitable to be a pet. You have good taste." "Huh. You really know how to joke. You're probably the only one who calls an annihilation-grade sky wolf a pet dog." Lin Jia reached out his hand and smiled warmly. "How about a handshake?" Greedy stretched out its paw stiffly and gently and placed it on Lin Jia's hand. Greedy shook it a few times. Then Lin Jia changed his hand and said, "Here?" Greedy was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Sorrow rose from its heart. It then stretched out its other paw and wagged its tail. The dignified sky wolf had been reduced to a pet dog. Wang Erda's mouth twitched. He turned his head to look at the scenery and chose to ignore Greedy's pleading eyes. "Boss Lin seems to like you, so just bear with it." Greedy was speechless. Lin Jia played with old Wang's newly adopted husky for a while. He felt that the dog's personality was very gentle, and it was able to carry out orders very well. This showed that it had been trained before. Lin Jia speculated that Grady was probably raised by someone in the past, but something happened and it became a stray dog. Old Wang then coincidentally adopted it. The explosion at number 52 Street affected such a large area, so its original owner must have met with some misfortune and could no longer raise it. Although it was a husky breed and its size was quite big, it might unexpectedly be suitable for an old man like old Wang. With such a big dog, it could probably protect old Wang well. Lin Jia thought about it and suddenly looked at the wall in shock. He understood the reason for the chewing sounds just now and could not help but ask, "Those tributes were eaten by Grady?" "Old Wang, how could you put the meat in front of a husky?" "Yes." Unexpectedly, Wang Erda nodded and smiled. "Those were originally prepared for Grady." Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. Since old Wang was aware of this, it seemed that he did not need to remind him of anything. But thinking about it, old Wang was a very calm person. How could he not make sufficient preparations before adopting it? He must have investigated the husky's habits in advance before making the decision. "That's good. I was worried that you and your new pet would not get along well, but it seems that you have made sufficient preparations." Lin Jia rubbed Grady's head again and sat back in his seat. He smiled and said, "Blood feast is not simple. What you need to come in contact with is only a part of it. If you must go, it's best to bring Grady along. If necessary, don't hold grudges. You can contact Xianxia and let him settle it. He has been investigating Blood Feast with his disciples recently, according to what old Wang had told him before. The people who invited him were a group of people who had nothing to do all day long. Therefore, in old Wang's cognition, the Blood Feast should be a pyramid scheme organization formed by the idle people of society. However, according to Xianxia, this organization was a dangerous criminal organization. Moreover, when he was talking to Kulauda, the screams and explosions in the background undoubtedly indicated how dangerous this organization was. This meant that this organization should have a cover, or a peripheral organization to recruit new members. There was also a core organization with armed forces. Old Wang was a linguist. Bloodfeast must have taken a fancy to him because of his professional identity. Perhaps they needed an expert in deciphering codes or translating languages. Lin Jia guessed so. This way, the danger would be greatly reduced, but he still had to be more cautious. Wang Erda asked Grady to lie down beside his feet and stroke the Empyrean wolf that was emitting resentment to comfort it. After thinking for a long time, his eyes flickered as he said, "Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful." He had just joined the Blood Feast and encountered the Shadow Assassin in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he almost failed miserably and died because of this. He had two guesses about the origin of the Shadow Assassin. First, it was because he induced Lackey to perform the sacrifice and made the White Wolf and the Scarlet Sect kill each other and perish together. This made the mastermind behind the magic mirror egg feel uncontrollable, so they decided to send someone to assassinate him. Second, the Blood Feast noticed that he was preparing to pretend to join, but in fact, he had other plans. It might cause the Blood Feast to fall apart, so they made the first move. In fact, these two guesses did not contradict each other. It was very likely that the Blood Feast was also a part of the mastermind behind the whole thing. After the Rain Egg incident, the Blood Feast quickly regained its activity. This was one of the pieces of evidence, but it was just a guess. However, since Boss Lin had spoken, it proved that this guess was correct. Boss Lin had repeatedly reminded him not to be reckless. The other party's power might be greater than he had imagined. The assassination this time might happen again, so he needed to be fully prepared or hide his identity. Since the Xianxia was investigating the Blood Feast, it meant that the Mai Tower paid a lot of attention to the Blood Feast. It was a very good target to make use of. Wang Erda thought to himself, Boss Lin's intention is actually to divert the trouble. When the time comes, he will mess up the Blood Feast, win over the believers, and release the news to the Mai Tower to give them a headache. When the Mai Tower and the Blood Feast fight, he can take advantage of the chaos to reap the benefits. Maybe he can even directly fish out the mastermind behind the scenes. What a sinister and vicious plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As expected of Boss Lin, Wild prostrated himself in admiration towards Boss Lin's foresight and ability to see the big picture. Furthermore, he had completely seen through Boss Lin's thoughts. Boss Lin's hatred towards Joseph was too deep-rooted. He only wanted to revisit the sincere friendship between the two of them. He would even subconsciously avoid using Boss Lin. It really was necessary to let go of the grudge. The Black Wizard said respectfully, "I'll listen to you. Bring Grady along and we must be careful." Xianxia said solemnly, "I hope to gain more customers, but I don't want to lose an old friend like you. It wasn't easy to see you alive. Don't let me see you dead again." Wang Erda was touched and quickly said, "I won't." Okay, don't be so serious." Xianxia smiled and took out a coin. "I'll throw it again and see how lucky you are this time." He said it was a test of luck, but in fact, he was planning to manipulate the coin to increase Wang Erda's confidence. Wang Erda's heart was numb. The Coin of Fate was a powerful spellcasting tool, but it was so easy to use it consecutively. Even a god-level spell couldn't do it. Normally, the activation of this ability would require an altar to the goddess of fate and a sincere prayer. After activating it, a large amount of ether would be consumed instantly and the user would be in a weakened state. How could it be as easy as throwing a coin? You are actually the goddess of luck, right? Ah, it's luck. Looks like this trip will be successful. Xianxia looked at the side with a red dot in his hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious. Nothing needed to be said. The apostle allows you to have an audience and confess your sins. The white-robed waiter said with a cold expression. Thank you. The travel-worn Vincent hurriedly drew a semicircle in front of his chest, but the attendant had already turned his head away and didn't seem to care about him. He withdrew his hand awkwardly and raised his head to look at the domed church in front of him. This was the domed church of the 7th parish and also the residence of the new 7th apostle. Vincent had just left here a few days ago, and now he returned here with the excuse of asking for atonement. Once, when Vincent looked up at this place, his heart was filled with reverence. But now, he still had the Holy Bible of the Sun in his priest robe. When he looked at this magnificent church again, his feelings were very complicated. Only believers of the moon could exist in the church. All heretics would be rejected and eliminated, but the Holy Bible of the Sun was safe and sound. Vincent had a lot of thoughts and walked into the church. Vincent carried the Holy Scripture of the Sun and his heart was full of questions. He walked in the silent temple, the painted rose glass windows around him shining on his priest robe. Because it was night time, his face was still covered with a cloth to avoid looking directly at the moon. He once felt that this was a necessary reverence, to show the humility of the believers and the price they had to pay to obtain the protection and power of the moon. But now, more and more questions appeared in his heart. The believers should indeed maintain their reverence for God, but it seemed a bit strange that they couldn't even see the true appearance of the god they believed in. They believed in the moon and chanted the moon's name, but who knew if they were worshipping the moon or not? Vincent suppressed the thoughts of blasphemy that were growing like wild weeds. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind and empty his mind. He quickly walked along the straight corridor to the confessional room where the seventh apostle lived. The temple of the seventh parish was very large. The high dome symbolized the greatness of the divine right. Colored windows and white sculptures could be seen everywhere. It was both magnificent and exquisite. There was a round dome skylight at the top, and moonlight poured down. Everyone who entered the temple could feel the gift of the moon. The main worship hall was in the center of the entire church, enough to hold over 1,000 people. On both sides were the residences of the clergy. The apostles in charge of the parish lived in the confessional room of the church. Normal people had no way of coming into contact with them, only the powerful and the priests of the parish could enter. The Dome Church was currently the most widely known religion of Azyr, and it was also the extraordinaire organization that normal people came into contact with the most. On the surface, they were naturally very good. In reality, the only people that the apostles really received were the extraordinaires. The Dome Church was made up of the Pope, saints, apostles, evangelists, priests, and clergy/nuns. Remember the website, m9bkuj. Com. Among them, there was naturally only one pope, chosen by the oracle. There were 2 saintesses, representing the light and dark sides of the moon, in charge of conveying the oracle. There were 7 apostles, named according to the phases of the moon. They were the new moon, first quarter moon, night moon, full moon, last quarter moon, waning moon, and dark moon. They each had their own authority. Vincent was in the parish where the dark moon apostle was located. The evangelists wandered around the world, spreading the faith of the Dome Church to everyone they met. Their work was no different from that of a priest, just like a priest who was sent out. The reason why the evangelists were ranked higher than the priests was because they were actually combatants of the Dome Church. In other words, they were priests who specialized in combat. Compared to the priests who specialized in healing, evangelists were more favored by the higher-ups. Priests, on the other hand, were more like defective products that had lost some of their functions. They could only be sent to spread their faith to ordinary people. As for the priests and nuns, they were superhumans with even lower abilities. Although there were more of them, they could basically be ignored. Vincent placed his hand on the wooden door of the confessional. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly pushed it open. Creak, the soft sound of the door opening sounded, and it was even clearer in the silence of the empty corridor. The confessional was a small, almost sealed room. There was only a small window at the very top. Faint silver moonlight shone down, enveloping the red-robed apostle standing at the very front. The newly appointed dark moon apostle was a lady named Vanessa. She had long chestnut-colored hair, and a gentle and beautiful face. The corners of her mouth seemed to hold a smile at all times, and she looked gentle and amiable. Like Vincent, she was also blindfolded, but that did not stop the calming aura from directly striking at one's heart. This was the authority of the Dark Moon Apostle, Silent Domain. Of course, this was only the effect of the surface leakage. When the real ability was activated, simply put, it was the ability to silence everyone. Within a large area, the ether would lose its activity and be unable to be used. It was simply a killing machine on the battlefield. The previous Dark Moon Apostle had unfortunately been martyred when he went out to fight against the invasion of the Dream Beasts. Thus, the Saintess and the Pope had chosen a new apostle from the evangelists and given him the authority to become the new 7th apostle. Vincent lowered his head slightly and walked over to salute. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Apostle, I have sinned." Vanessa had just been appointed, and this was the first time a priest had voluntarily come to her to repent and atone for his sins. However, this kind of thing was actually very common. Because the belief in the moon was generally extremely devout, there were often clergymen who could not bear the remorse for their small sins and chose to confess and repent to their superiors, begging for forgiveness. She smiled and said gently, "Father Vincent, what sins have you committed? As long as you choose to tell the moon the truth, sincerely repent and change, and always be vigilant in your heart, the moon will also give you the most benevolent forgiveness." Vincent was all too familiar with these words. He had often used these words to say to his believers, but now he was the one being said to. For a moment, he felt a little strange. He dispelled these emotions and focused on acting. The owner of the bookstore was right. He could not let himself show any hesitation. As a priest who completely trusted the church, he had to immediately report these abnormalities truthfully so that no clues would be discovered. Vincent followed the script he had prepared and said, I've been feeling very uneasy recently. Vanessa's expression changed, and the corners of her lips curled down slightly. Uneasy? Vincent looked terrified and said, Yes, I'm uneasy. I often feel anxious and irritated, unable to calm down and meditate. I have difficulty breathing, and even tremble all over. Also, I often have auditory and visual hallucinations. Wait. Vanessa's faint smile did not change. Father, this is not a sinful thing. Vincent hurriedly shook his head. Please let me finish. I thought it was just because I've been too busy recently, but in reality, the situation is much more serious than I thought. He first described the symptoms in detail, and then said in fear and trepidation, Lord Apostle, I saw the moon in my hallucinations. I have sinned. Vanessa's expression changed, and her eyes turned cold. However, she then returned to her amiable self, and comforted him. You saw the moon? Are you sure it was the moon you saw? This? I've never seen it before, but from what others described, it should be the moon. It's in the water. Vincent asked, Lord Apostle, what should I do? Am I not devout enough? Vanessa put on a smile, and said, It's all right. This is just your delusion. That's not the real moon, just your imagination. You've never seen it before, have you? Don't worry. What you need is a good rest. Oh, right, you should be one of the recipients of the holy moon brain that was given out a while ago. If you feel uneasy, use it more often. I think you should have already felt its effects. If you feel that you're not devout enough, you can let it lead you to the protection of the moon. Vincent acted as if he had been successfully persuaded, and chatted with Vanessa for a while more before leaving gratefully. Vanessa watched him leave, and the smile on her face disappeared immediately. She coldly said, Check Vincent's surveillance records. How has he been recently? The servant beside her suddenly appeared, and respectfully handed a white candle to Vanessa. Vincent hadn't expected that the clergy who had been bestowed with the sacred moon brain had actually been secretly monitored through the sacred emblem all this time. Vincent's adverse reaction to the brain of the holy moon is essentially because his compatibility with the moon is too high. After using it continuously, his spiritual perception was boosted rapidly. That's why he can see the moon. This is actually normal. Also, he came to report it himself, so the possibility of suspicion is lower. But this is a serious matter, and we have to be careful. So, we have to ensure that his abnormality is not discovered by others. Vanessa muttered to herself as she took the short piece of white wax from the servant, and then dismissed him. She reached out her slender, fair hand and touched it lightly. The wick of the candle was lit, and white smoke rose from the flickering flame, gradually twisting to form a white screen. Most of the lower-ranking priests in the domed church did not know that the holy emblem that had a part of their soul merged was not only their best casting tool, but also a surveillance device for the higher-ups to monitor them. As long as they went through baptism and held the holy emblem, they would definitely be included in the monitoring range. Their every word and action would not escape the control of the higher-ups. The white wax in Vanessa's hand was melted from the mold used to cast the holy emblem. The material was special, and had a mysterious connection with the holy emblem. As long as the white wax was burned, everything that the person being monitored could be seen. Of course, it was from the perspective of the holy emblem. So, under normal circumstances, the holy emblem was required to be worn on the chest or held in the hand. Vanessa chanted the prayer, and a slightly shaky and dim image was conjured on the screen. It was a relatively plain church with people praying. In the lower view, there was a man's hand on the head of a believer. Vincent's gentle voice came from it. She could hear that he was chanting scriptures. Then, it was the image of a travel-worn journey. He came to this church to visit the new dark moon apostle, which was Vanessa. There were also images of exorcism mixed in. Remember, http://m9bkuj. These were all images of Vincent handling various matters in the small church of the parish. It was very ordinary and did not have much value. Vanessa had a thought, and the image froze on the last message. It was the exorcism request from the music store owner, Colin. Then, it was another image of hurrying. Finally, the priest came to the music store. After meditating at night, he had some doubts about his condition, but still went to the bookstore to complete the mission. Everything was normal until the camera moved up and the image of a dilapidated bookstore appeared on the screen. And this bookstore was even more ordinary. It looked just like an ordinary bookstore. Vanessa frowned, and then relaxed. She couldn't help but think, maybe I'm overthinking. Vincent only absorbed Xianxia's brain too quickly because of his physique. His inspiration was much earlier than his obedience. That's why it's like this now. Let him use it a few more times. After a long period of ingestion, he should be able to reach a balance. Just as she was thinking about this, she looked up and saw that she was in the bookstore. The first thing he saw was the old wooden floor of the bookstore. Then, he moved up and saw the counter and the stool beside the counter. Finally, he saw the owner of the bookstore sitting behind the counter. Vanessa was stunned. She blinked her eyes hard, and her pupils shrank to make sure that she wasn't seeing things. The person sitting behind the counter. No, that was not a person at all. What was sitting was clearly a black silhouette with a human silhouette. A chill ran down Vanessa's spine, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Her heart was beating wildly, and her temples were throbbing. Her gaze was still fixed on the image before her. What on earth was going on? Vincent acted as if he didn't notice anything. He walked up and chatted with that black silhouette. He laughed and chatted unknowingly, and his identity as a priest was seen through at one glance. He was forced to come into contact with the gargoyles and the seat of desire like a warning. That's right. This seemingly ordinary bookstore was actually like a demon's den. Everywhere he went were high-level demons. Vincent could obviously recognize those things. That was why he couldn't help but scream in fear. However, he still didn't realize what he was facing. Vanessa saw that black human silhouette grab Vincent's wrist and lock him down. When the distance between them was infinitely close, her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. This was because the endless darkness was like a bottomless abyss that kept churning and churning. Vaguely, it was as if there were millions of eyes that kept flashing, like a galaxy. There were also wriggling tentacles squeezing together, as if they would expand at any time, surging out from the silhouette of this human figure. No, no. I'll die. I can't sit here and wait for death. I have to fight back. Vanessa screamed in her heart. She firmly believed that this was some kind of spellcasting illusion. She tried her best to activate the silent territory, wanting to freeze all the ether around her. However, just as she activated her authority, all the eyes stared at her at that moment. The invisible tentacles were sticky and slippery, wrapping around her ankles and neck and tightening. She felt suffocated. Vanessa's limbs were cold, and her body was stiff. She didn't dare to move at all. Compared to that, the gargoyles and the seat of desire on the counter were nothing. Although just these two things alone were enough to scare Vincent half to death. In the image, Vincent was still communicating with that human silhouette. The words exchanged between the two were distorted into sharp noises by an invisible force. However, it was obvious that Vincent seemed to have learned something and became very agitated. Finally, a book was handed to Vincent. Vanessa's gaze was attracted by that book. Just as she was about to see the title of the book, the restraints on her body disappeared instantly. Her authority was activated. The candles were extinguished, and the image was cut off. The silent territory, field spread, and the active ether all quieted down. Only Vanessa's heavy breathing was very obvious. Her face was pale, and she was bewildered. What is that? A dream beast, a monster? Or, a heretical evil god? After a long while, Vanessa's firm belief in the moon took over her heart again. Her wavering emotions calmed down a little. She closed her eyes and opened them again. But no matter what, Vincent, this guy must have sensed something. He was ordered to test me. And that book, it's giving me an uneasy feeling. I have to take action. A cold glint flashed across Vanessa's eyes. Then, she summoned the servant. The servant half knelt on the ground respectfully. She stretched out her hand and stroked the servant's hair. Revealing an incomparably gentle and infectious smile, she softly said, "Go, Hyman. Help me kill him and snatch that book. Don't leave any traces behind, and don't reveal any flaws." Just like before. The servant's eyes were filled with infatuation, reflecting Vanessa's beautiful and gentle face. He slowly knelt down and kissed Vanessa's feet. With a fervent expression, he said, "I will. It's my honor to serve you. It's my life's mission and pursuit." Vanessa nodded and watched as the servant disappeared. She walked to the water mirror in the corner of the confessional and drew a circle with her hand. In the ripples, an elder in a luxurious platinum robe was praying. He opened his eyes and said, "Seventh Apostle, what's the matter?" "Pope, there's an abnormal situation to report." Phew, Vincent walked out of the confessional and looked at the long, dark corridor through the eye of the moon. He let out a long sigh of relief. Judging from Vanessa's behavior, he shouldn't have revealed any flaws just now. This newly appointed seventh apostle wasn't as gentle and amiable as she looked. The feeling she gave off came mostly from the authority of the silent territory. The rest was a disguise she purposely showed to her believers and subordinates. Vincent wasn't making baseless guesses. Even in the Dome Church, there was no lack of gossip, so Vincent had long heard about the temper of this apostle candidate. Every apostle would train their successor in advance. Vanessa was already the servant and assistant of the previous Dark Moon apostle in charge of the 7th parish. After the previous Dark Moon apostle was martyred, she was naturally promoted. Therefore, the priests in this parish weren't unfamiliar with her. Vanessa's personality was actually very bad and harsh. It was said that she would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and act swiftly. Her tolerance was basically zero. If Vanessa had discovered the suspicion and rebellion in his heart, she would have immediately called for someone to lock down the confessional and then call for the evangelist to silence him. This was to prevent the news of Xianxia having a problem with his brain from spreading, which concerned the reputation of the entire church. But now, Vanessa didn't do that. Instead, she comforted him and asked him to use Xianxia's brain more. This meant that she didn't discover Vincent's intentions of probing and was deceived. She thought that he had reported because he was terrified. But at the same time, this reaction basically meant that there really was a problem with Xianxia's brain. There were many people like him, and Vanessa was very familiar with this. When she answered just now, the silent territory had already been activated. She was trying to use her authority to make Vincent listen. The first website was m9bcoj.com, but she didn't expect that when her authority was discovered to be in contact with Vincent, the priest would be in a daze for a moment. He immediately felt the Holy Sun Bible in his arms absorb the ether waves from Vanessa, waking him up. Vincent's thoughts sank. It seemed that the owner of the bookstore was right. Perhaps they had been deceived for too long. However, Vincent had not yet escaped from his past. He still could not accept the collapse of the church that he had believed in since he was young. He hesitated. Did he have the ability to tell everyone the truth? Did he have the ability to bear the consequences? Vincent's mind was in a mess. He did not know what to do next. He chose to stay in the residences of the clergy on both sides of the church. He decided to make do for the night and come up with a plan the next day. That night, he tossed and turned, and finally fell asleep in exhaustion. In his sleep, Vincent's vision was hazy, as if he had stepped into a strange and beautiful dreamland. Beneath his feet was a calm lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. The velvet-like curtain of night was reflected in the water, and the river of stars was incomparably resplendent. The girl in the black dress standing in front of him had no face, and the sun and moon were floating in her hands. For some reason, he felt that this young girl was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but soon, Vincent's attention was drawn to the miniature sun and moon. The sun was like a scorching and dazzling fireball. Countless high-energy explosions occurred and were annihilated within it. The surging vitality and power were almost suffocating. The moon was quiet and peaceful, exuding a faint and gentle glow that comforted one's heart. Most importantly, they all seemed to have their own vitality, giving one the feeling that they were constantly growing. This was completely different from the pale and silent divine power of the moon that Vincent had felt in the past. It would have been fine if there was no comparison, but once there was a comparison, the divine power of the moon that he had felt in the past even gave off a cold and damp feeling, as if it was covered in moss and mold. It was nauseating. "Chosen one, you're finally here," the young girl said indifferently. Vincent was a little confused. This scene was already very magical, and the words "chosen one" were like a heavy hammer that smashed into his heart. The only thing that could be considered as being chosen was that the owner of the bookstore had sold him the Holy Scripture of the Sun, and he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the young girl was a little stiff when she spoke, as if she had just learned the lines and was not very familiar with them. But at this time, Vincent did not have the time to care about these details. He asked with some fear, "Who are you? Where is this? What do you want?" The young girl said, "You don't need to know my name for now. This is my dream, my territory. I pulled you in because we have a common enemy. Use your heart to feel, and you will know the answer." Common enemy, then it could only be the moon. There were two moons, and the Dome Church believed in one. The one in front of him was real, and the other was fake. Could it be that the young girl in front of him was the real moon goddess? Vincent's instincts and thoughts told him so. His eyes were completely attracted by the sun in the young girl's hand, and a strong desire sounded in his heart. He wanted to have it. "Give it to me." Thinking this, Vincent had already reached out his hand, and his fingertips instantly touched the scorching heat of the sun. Then, slowly and irresistibly, he clenched the sun in his palm. The young girl's gaze seemed to be indifferent, and she reminded him, "Remember, there is no turning back." He understood that this was an extremely dangerous thing to do, but he could not control himself. His body seemed to be pulled by some force, and the entire sun was brought over. Boom! The scorching heat spread from his fingertips to his entire body, and the explosive high temperature swept over. The dazzling white light quickly expanded in his field of vision, surging and swallowing everything. Vincent felt as if he had become the sun, emitting endless light and heat. Hyman secretly followed Vincent, arriving at the room where the clergymen were resting. For safety's sake, he first hid for a period of time, and when he confirmed that Vincent had fallen asleep, he showed himself, and took out the poisonous dagger from his sleeve. He concealed himself, and quietly approached the priest who was sleeping soundly. Then, he raised the dagger in a practiced manner, and a vicious cold light flashed through his eyes. This was all for the great apostle, for the church, for the great moon. Every time, Hyman would always say this to himself before he made a move. But this time, just as he was about to stab down with the dagger, the Holy Sun scripture in Vincent's bosom suddenly erupted with light. Hyman suddenly froze, unable to react at all. The moon divine power in his body was instantly ignited, transforming into an unimaginably high temperature, burning his flesh and clothes. Boom! Ah! The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and then he screamed in pain. He was like a torch, burning fiercely, and within the twisted flames, his two eyes turned into holes, making him look like a visitor from hell. Vincent woke up with a start and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a completely carbonized corpse in the flames, followed by a sea of bright red flames around him. Voila! The room collapsed, and Vincent jumped up in bewilderment. He recognized that the clothes on the corpse in front of him belonged to the Dark Moon Apostle attendant who had received him at the door. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loud shouts came from outside, and a wave of chaotic footsteps sounded, getting closer and closer. There was a sudden fire, and the charred corpse of a Dark Moon Apostle's attendant stood in front of him. The clergymen who had heard the commotion outside were shouting, "Enemy attack!" As a victim who had been forced to participate in the church's conspiracy, he had reported his abnormal reaction to his superiors as a test. Furthermore, he had the Holy Bible of Sun, which was enough to be regarded as a heretic and cause death. What should he do in such a situation? Run, of course. After a moment of panic, Vincent suddenly became extremely calm and made a prompt decision. Before the clergyman arrived, he turned and ran to the window of the room. He opened the window and jumped out. In such a situation, there were only him and his attendant. One was alive, and the other was dead. There was also a dagger on the ground. Any normal person would have imagined a plot, and he would not be able to defend himself. And Vincent already understood why this servant would appear here. Vanessa must have guessed something, Or she didn't want to let go of any uncertain factors, so she simply sent someone over to kill him and end everything once and for all. Therefore, it was obvious who Vanessa would side with. As long as he was caught, there was only death waiting for him. There was only one choice left, and that was to run. Bang! Where is he? He ran away. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Vincent jumped out of the window and rolled pathetically to reduce the force. When he staggered out of the sea of fire, he heard the sound of the door being knocked open behind him, as well as the sound of metal armor moving. He turned around to take a look. The house was completely collapsing. Outside the door stood all the preachers of the gospel. They wore silver armor and were covered with white cloths with the shape of the moon. They held long swords in their hands. There were at least a dozen of them. Behind the helmet, the leader's cold eyes met Vincent's gaze through the charred corpse of the attendants that had been reduced to ashes and the raging flames. Then, he raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Attendant Hyman has been killed. The arsonist is over there. He is the renegade priest, Vincent. Chase. Everyone, listen to my orders. Split into teams and flank him. Inform all the clergymen of the 7th parish and the court of heresy to lock down the parish and kill the heretics. Damn it. They're coming for me." Vincent was both shocked and furious. As he scrambled away, he cast all sorts of divine spells on himself while cursing Vanessa for being ruthless. She indeed lived up to her reputation of being swift and decisive. One moment, she was talking to him with a gentle smile on her face, and the next, she sent Hyman to assassinate him. If Hyman succeeded, then everything would be fine. After all, Vincent was just an ordinary priest with no status or ability. If such a person died in the process of eliminating a demon, it would be perfectly normal. As a dark moon apostle, Vanessa had 10,000 ways to cover up the truth and make everyone forget about him. What's more, behind her might be the entire church. If Hyman was unfortunate enough to fail and was killed instead, she would immediately turn the tables and have the evangelist kill him on the spot, then deal with him as a heretic. Anyway, no matter what he did, he would still be dead in the end. It was hard to imagine that Vanessa had already made a foolproof plan to kill a small ant like him in the short amount of time they had spent together. Perhaps the only thing that exceeded Vanessa's expectations was the holy scripture of the sun in his arms, which was constantly emitting light and heat. The owner of the bookstore told me to report to him immediately if I discovered anything unusual. Oh, right, that young girl in the dream just now looked a little like that assistant in the bookstore. Could it be that this was also within his expectations? Was this all part of his plan? If that's the case, that dream just now, when the sun was placed in my hands, was it hinting at the power of the holy scripture of the sun? It was this power that saved my life from Hyman's dagger, and caused this chaotic fire. Vincent stumbled and climbed up pathetically. He realized in shock that he had become a chess piece that could be lucky or unlucky in this game of bigwigs. Vanessa easily grasped his actions, while the owner of the bookstore had already predicted Vanessa's actions before everything happened. No, perhaps what he really saw was the purpose of the entire church. Vincent trembled as he gripped the holy scripture in his arms tightly. He looked at the blazing sea of fire in front of him, and heard the sound of armor shaking the ground coming from all directions. A sense of danger and nervousness surged in his heart, causing his back to be covered in sweat, and his heart to thump wildly. The evangelist's ability was far beyond his. If not for the raging flames blocking him, he would not have been able to run more than a few steps. It was the holy scripture of the sun in his arms that had been emitting intense heat and endless power, splitting the flames into two sides, allowing Vincent to directly ignore the sea of fire and pass through smoothly. The sea of fire was their greatest obstacle, but to Vincent, it was unobstructed. However, the evangelist had already completed the encirclement and was shrinking the circle. If he could not break through, he would still end up being captured and executed as a heretic. Before this, Vincent was just an ordinary priest. He had never seen such a scene. He gritted his teeth and ran for a while. Now, his legs were a little weak, and his whole body was trembling. There were hundreds of evangelists in the 7th parish alone, ranging from the abnormal to the panic level. Any one of them could kill him more than 10 times over. The heresy court of inquiry was an incomparably terrifying existence, and now the entire 7th parish was on lockdown to hunt him down. This was a dead end. Vincent's vision almost turned black. He swayed for a while, then stared fixedly at the holy scripture in his hands. The thick and solemn book emitted a blazing golden light, forming a spherical field. At this moment, it was constantly flashing, as if there was a huge force stirring, brewing a storm. "Open it. Open it," there was a voice calling out to him from the unseen world. Vincent took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. He had no choice at all. The priest took a deep breath and reached out to press on the edge of the book, slowly flipping open the first page. At the same time, the evangelists broke through the sea of fire and surrounded him in the middle, forming a formation. Swords and spears glittering with cold light were pointed at him. The leader raised his right hand and waved it down without hesitation. "Kill him." The swords and divine spells arrived in the blink of an eye. Vincent flipped open the holy scripture of Sun, and the dazzling light instantly burst out. The pages of the book moved without any wind, and the strange golden words on the book left the pages and floated up, surrounding him. The power of the book was poured into his body. Time seemed to have stopped. Ah! Vincent felt that his whole body was burning. His skin and flesh seemed to have turned into scorched earth, and his blood was like magma. His eyes were burning, and he was in extreme pain. His body was like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but there was no way to do so. In this constant suppression, he thought of the sun he was holding in his hand in the dream. Just as the thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt heat in his hand. He lifted it up to take a look. It was a small fireball as hot as the sun. Twisted light and flames were constantly flowing out from his palm, making the fireball bigger. Vincent's body relaxed, and he felt that he had found a breakthrough. All the power suddenly flowed into the sun in his hand. It was getting bigger and bigger. The evangelists looked in horror at the heretic in the middle of his raised hands. The fireball that was like the sun was constantly expanding, and a terrifying wave of power was emitted from it. 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters. The dazzling sun that was more than the height of a 3-story building was shining, illuminating the night, abnormal grade, panic grade, until it was destruction grade. Clang, clang, the weapons in the hands of the evangelists fell to the ground, and some of them could not help but tremble and retreat. Vincent, who was floating in the air, was completely blind. He was filled with blazing white light, and the skin all over his body was cracked and bleeding. The light seeped through the cracks, emitting a terrifying heat. He looked up at the fireball and suddenly felt extremely warm and at ease. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Praise the sun!" As if responding to his call, the huge sun suddenly shrank, paused, and then suddenly exploded. Endless light and heat poured out, engulfing everything. Aha! The evangelist was the first to be engulfed by the red light, and turned into ashes in an instant as he screamed. Then, a spherical force field wrapped in flames and high temperature expanded in all directions like a tsunami, pushing forward and wiping out everything on the ground. This is what happened. I suspect that the bookstore is the stronghold of a heretic evil god, and he has already found clues about the brain of the holy moon, and wants to use this to shake the faith of the moon. I understand. Continue to pay attention. This bookstore is not simple, and we need to plan further. Remember, it's best to be careful. Yes. Vanessa nodded respectfully. When the image on the water mirror disappeared, she heard the servant report that Hyman's assassination had failed, and that Vincent seemed to have hidden power. But she did not take the explosion and fire to heart. In her opinion, an abnormal grade priest could kill Hyman instead, and that was already the limit. How could he create more waves? Vanessa sat on the seat in front of the confessional. She supported her head with her hands and narrowed her eyes, waiting for the news from the evangelists. Boom! Suddenly, the entire building started to shake slightly. Vanessa had just stood up in shock when she sensed an annihilation class energy wave. All the windows in the church lit up with a blinding red light. Then, they all shattered. The huge force field destroyed all the walls and pillars. Fire and light filled her vision in an instant. What's going on? Vanessa's expression changed drastically. She instantly activated her power, wanting to silence the surrounding ether, but the violent ether power was like a wild horse out of control. Plus, the area was huge, and she could only form a completely still space around her to isolate that terrifying power. She clenched her teeth and held on for a while. Suddenly, a second wave of white light came like a wave. The silent territory that she had hastily completed was broken through by the endless high-temperature flames, and she was engulfed in the flames that swept over her, losing her consciousness. Only then did the terrifying, earth-shattering sound arrive. Boom. Boom. The seventh church was razed to the ground. I didn't expect that the real controller of the bookstore on 23rd Street would be a heretic evil god. But only the moon is the real god in this world. The others are all fake gods that live in dreams. But according to Vanessa's description, this evil god's power can't be underestimated. It must be eradicated. The image was cut off, and the image of Vanessa bowing her head respectfully disappeared in the ripples. The old man in a gorgeous platinum robe looked away from the holy water pool in front of him. He stood up with a serious expression, and the 3-meter-long golden scepter in his hand struck the ground with a dull thud. Tobias Rodney, the current pope of the Church of the Dome, one of the few god-level extraordinaries in New Augene, the scepter in his hand was the symbol of his identity as the pope. The 2 golden concentric rings on top of the scepter represented the holy daughters of light and darkness. The decorations of the moon on the rings represented the 7 apostles. The one pierced by the tip at the top was the complete plenilune. The right side of the outer ring was the new moon, first quarter moon, and night moon. The left side of the inner ring was the last quarter moon, and waning moon. The scepter could use the powers of all the apostles and holy daughters. In other words, these powers were bestowed by the Pope and could be taken back at any time. The old man walked to the center of the church. There was a slanted circular hole in the middle of the huge dome. Moonlight shone down from it, illuminating the holy object enshrined on the stone platform in the middle, the silver placenta. Rumor had it that it was the remnant of the first holy daughter's birth of the moon. In addition, in this church, there were 2 sacred objects, the ancient ring and the sleeping sun of the moon. In the surrounding niches, there were full-body sculptures of the popes of the past. They were solemn and respectable, causing one to feel deep veneration. The evil god needs to establish faith. Rodney stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing. In other words, that Lin Jia, who appears to be the owner of the bookstore, has been in frequent contact with various factions. But in fact, he is secretly cultivating believers and strengthening himself. He is waiting for the right time to establish a new religion, and he is trying to use the brain of the holy moon to shake the foundations of the church. At the same time, this means that the evil god is not powerful enough, so he cannot expose his true identity. He has to hide to prevent himself from being discovered and killed in the cradle. However, he probably didn't expect that Vincent's holy emblem would become an opportunity for him to be exposed. Rodney faintly smiled and gently stroked the silver placenta enshrined on the stone platform. He shook his head and said, "The effects of the earliest batch of sacred moon brain have already solidified. They will become the most fanatical believers of the moon, they won't fear death. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Very soon, you will be able to try it out. Very soon, you will be able to descend from the dreamscape, and you will no longer have to fear the ugly gazes of the world." The Pope's gaze was fervent and benevolent, as if he was looking at his own child, staring at the strangely shaped silver placenta. The placenta-like object wriggled slightly. It was as if it was alive. Suddenly, Rodney frowned and turned his head. Through the painted glass window, he saw a faint light flickering outside. His heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. He squinted his eyes and saw a line of light at the end of the horizon. In the middle of it, there was a round spot of light that was particularly dazzling, as if it was the rising sun. But it was clearly the middle of the night. That direction. I remember it's the direction of the 7th parish. What happened to Vanessa? Before Rodney's voice fell, he heard a sound like strong acid melting. Sizzle, his gaze paused, and he raised his head to look at the moon ornament at the bottom left of the inner ring of the scepter. The ornament that represented the dark moon was melting on its own, the metal melted into a heavy golden liquid, dripping down drop by drop. Before it even dripped down, it was as if it had been directly vaporized by the high temperature, disappearing without a trace. The entire dark moon ornament was gone in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Rodney's expression instantly became extremely ugly. It was frozen, horrified, and shocked. This moon ornament was not only a symbol, but also a crystallization of authority. Even if Vanessa died, the authority would only return and not disappear. And the current situation not only represented Vanessa's death, it also meant that the other party's power, on the level of the laws, had completely wiped out the authority of the Dark Moon Apostle. Rodney reached out to press on the gap of the scepter, but he immediately retracted his hand from the heat. He trembled as he looked at his palm. That extremely hot temperature was just the surface. What was being burned along with it was the divine power of the moon. Your Holiness, the 7th parish has been attacked. It's suspected that the heretic Vincent caused a large-scale explosion. It's confirmed that all 233 priests, including Dark Moon Apostle Vanessa, have been killed. We've already notified all the other parishes to issue the highest order of arrest. A beautiful woman wearing a white nun's habit silently appeared in the corner of the church and bowed to Rodney. It was one of the two saintesses, Shirley. Rodney took a deep breath and stared at the wound on his palm. He said, "That means Vincent escaped, right?" Shirley lowered her head even more. "Yes." Rodney's gaze was cold, but the smile on his face was kind. "I remember that this is a good child. He had a good relationship with his baptismal priest." "Oh, right, I remember that old priest. He lives in the 7th Parish's Church of Compassion, right? Let Waning Moon go over and ask him." The 6th Apostle, Waning Moon Buck, was the leader of the Heresy Tribunal. He had the power, Heresy Tribunal. If Vincent panicked and didn't go to find the old priest, then he could use him as a threat. If Vincent went to find him, then it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Shirley nodded and disappeared. Huff. Huff. Finally. "I'm here," Vincent stumbled as he ran, panting heavily. He almost slammed into the door and slid down, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. His face and body were covered in charred wounds. His eyes had become bloody holes, and blood kept flowing out. His priest's robe was tattered. The power of the Holy Scripture of the Sun had not only flattened the entire 7th parish, but it had also ignited all the divine power of the moon in his body and expelled it. At the same time, it had also changed his body into something unknown. However, there was no doubt that before he could find out, he would first have to endure the intense pain of his entire body being torn apart. After escaping from the 7th Church, his first reaction was that the church would definitely lock down all the areas and issue an arrest warrant. Now that he was heavily injured, there was no way he could escape to the bookstore. It was too far. He had nowhere to go, except for one place. Vincent raised his head. There was a sign above the wooden door that said Church of Compassion. This was a small church of the Dome Church located in the slums. There was only an old priest and 2 priests. There were very few people, and the place was very small. He had received his baptism here and joined the Dome Church. Vincent grew up in the Dome Church and spent his childhood in an orphanage sponsored by the church. Many of his companions, like him, later became priests who dedicated themselves to the church. As a teenager, after he was baptized and became an official priest, he worked in the Church of Love to help the poor and lived a poor life with the old priest. The old priest's name was Terence. In Vincent's heart, he was an ordinary but great old man. He selflessly treated the sick and injured of the poor for free. Although his own level of magic was at the bottom of the abnormal level, his medical skills were very exquisite. The Church of Love was also very poor, and even the church itself was an extremely rare wooden church. In fact, it was just an ordinary wooden house that suffered from rain leaks and insect damage all year round. It looked very dilapidated, and the living conditions were sometimes even worse than those of the poor. But Terence was not discouraged by this, and often encouraged the priests who followed him. It was their duty as priests to help others, and under the gaze of the moon, the gratitude of others was the best reward. Although some might have been inspired at the beginning, as time passed, they gradually could not bear this kind of life and chose to be transferred to another parish. Even Vincent was the same. He was already the child who had followed the old priest for the longest time, but after all, he had the ability to leave here and benefit more believers. Vincent was deeply influenced by the old priest, so when he carried out his duties as a priest, he often strove to do his best. He was completely different from his colleagues who avoided as much as possible. Because of this, he was deeply loved by the believers and was quite famous in the 7th parish. If there was one place in the world that could make Vincent feel absolutely at ease, it was only this small church of love. He believed that perhaps the old priest would not believe him, but he would definitely protect him. "I'll hide for a night and leave immediately." "No, as long as my injuries are healed and don't affect my movements, I'll leave. I can't implicate the old priest. But I need to explain the matter of the brain of the holy moon to him and let him be vigilant, so that he won't be controlled." Calm, leaning against the door, Vincent panted and pondered. He heard shouting and knocking from afar. The lights in the houses were turned on, and people woke up to check on the situation. Then, there were exclamations and messy footsteps. Vincent's heart sank. As a priest, he naturally understood that this was a situation where the people spontaneously responded to the order to encircle and annihilate the heretics. These voices came from several kilometers away, and now he could hear them clearly. Vincent immediately understood that his body was completely different. He touched his eyes that were still burning in pain. Although his vision was pitch black, he knew which house had its lights on. No one knew better than him how powerful the dome church was. And now, he was fighting against such a colossus. The sound of chains being unlocked came from behind the door. The security in the slums was very poor. Even if there was nothing worth coveting, the door of the church still needed to be locked. Creak, half of the door opened, and Terence put on an old priest's robe and hurriedly stepped out. When he saw the dark figure lying by the door, he was shocked. "Who is it?" "Vincent?" The old priest was shocked as he recognized the child he had been guiding. Then, he saw the bloodstains and wounds on Vincent's body, and when he raised his head, there were 2 hideous bloody holes on his face. "Vincent, what happened to you? Did you encounter a dream beast or an evil spirit, and fail to slay the demon? Or did you encounter the heretic that caused the entire parish to be locked down?" The old priest hurriedly helped Vincent up and moved him into the church, placing him on a bench. The old priest was very experienced in treating people. He took out a medical kit and began to quickly clean Vincent's wounds, bandaging them with divine power. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. The wounds on Vincent's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Divine power only accelerated the process slightly. His bones, flesh, and blood were all wriggling and growing, intertwining together to form a very terrifying and shocking visual effect. The charred wounds on his skin were quickly scabbing over, hardening like scorched earth. The cracks all over his body emitted a faint golden red light, flickering slowly. It was as if all the organs in his body had come alive, and were breathing rhythmically. Terence subconsciously took 2 steps back, knocking over the medical kit. His eyes were a little frightened. "Vincent, my child, what is going on?" This was definitely not what a believer of the moon should look like. The moon had always been dark, quiet, and deep. It would never have such explosive characteristics. He thought of the heretic arrest warrant he had heard outside just now, and an unbelievable and terrifying conjecture emerged in his heart. The small church fell into silence. The people outside had already gathered spontaneously and knocked on the door of the church. Terence had just unlocked the door. Now, as long as he said the word, the people outside would rush in. In this silence, Vincent felt the old priest's gaze. Perhaps it was fear, perhaps it was disappointment. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt hoarse. He suddenly did not dare to speak the truth. To the old priest, the good deeds he had done in his life were all because of the faith in his heart. He firmly believed that the moon brought peace and harmony to people, and he was committed to spreading the gospel of the moon, making people believe in the moon and wash away the sins in their hearts. This way, the world would become a better place. If the old priest believed him, it would be the same as denying the meaning of all the things he had done before. "I'm sorry." Vincent got down from the chair and knelt in front of the old priest. He lowered his head and said with difficulty, "I have failed you. I have betrayed the moon. The heretic wanted by the church is me." Terence almost fainted. He trembled and gritted his teeth. His eyes were angry and disappointed. He took a few deep breaths and slapped Vincent's shoulder in exasperation. He said, "So, why are you still here? Do you expect me to cover up your crimes like I covered up your naughty pranks in the past? I am a believer of the moon." Vincent lowered his head even more, letting the old priest push him. "Remember, this is the last time." Terence grabbed Vincent's collar. His expression was angry, as if he had aged more than 10 years. When he saw Vincent's empty eyes, he pushed him to the door of the prayer room. "Go in. Hide. If anyone finds you, I'll immediately hand you over." Vincent knew that the old priest would help him, but he was not happy. He turned around and said, "I'll leave soon. There's one more thing I need to tell you." A pitch-black light flashed, and bright red covered his vision. Vincent's gaze instantly turned sluggish. Fresh blood splattered on his face, still emitting wisps of steam. There was a huge wound on his chest. The waning moon Apostle Barker floated in the air, wearing a black mask on his face. His eyes were cold, and the huge black scythe in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Chains sealed the entire room. The old priest's head rolled to the corner, tears remaining in his old eyes. Waning Moon Apostle Barker was one of the only 2 Annihilation-grade apostles among the 7 major apostles. He was also the oldest apostle still alive. He was the controller of the Heresy Tribunal. He was cruel and cold, and he was known as Life Reaper and Death Messenger. However, more people were more willing to call it the Dead Nation because it was rumored that more than 10,000 souls had died under its scythe, including many superhumans. Not to mention the countless heretics who had been cruelly executed by the Heresy Tribunal. If all of them were resurrected, they could fill up an entire nation. This was the origin of Barker's name. In addition, he wore a black robe all year round. He wore a black mask that looked like a skeleton, and he used a giant scythe as a weapon. He was like a real death god, silently harvesting lives one by one. This added to his mysteriousness and terror. Barker was an extremely loyal apostle. After receiving the Pope's order, he immediately left the Heresy Tribunal and rushed to the Church of Love as quickly as possible. His mission only had 2 requirements. First, if Vincent did not make it to the church, he had to capture Terence as a threat. Second, if Vincent made it to the church, he had to ambush him and kill this traitor who was a huge threat. In the second situation, it did not matter if Terence was alive or not. In other words, such a priest who was no different from a normal person did not exist in Barker's eyes. The target of his attack was only Vincent. The only reason for Terence's death was that he happened to be standing in front of Vincent, within the range of the attack's trajectory. That was all. Barker raised his scythe. The dark moon god power was like a black flame, wrapping around the blade. The flowing light sliced through the air, turning into a bright crescent moon, showing the sharpness of the scythe. He was ready to unleash a second attack without holding back. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. Although Barker knew that the first attack had almost slashed Vincent into 2, and that with the level of his ether waves and the toughness of his physical body, Barker still chose to act cautiously and ensure that Vincent was completely wiped out. Barker was not a reckless person. Before he came, he had already analyzed the current strength of this traitor named Vincent based on the available information. Although he had relied on an unknown secret technique to launch a destructive attack and raise the 7th parish to the ground, Vanessa had unfortunately been martyred and died an unnatural death. However, the new Twilight Moon Apostle, Vanessa, had just taken up her position and was only at panic grade. Moreover, her authority, Silent Domain, was a completely support-type authority. Her combat strength was very low, so it was normal for her to be killed. Furthermore, he could tell that Vincent was in a terrible state, which meant that he was suffering from the aftereffects of using a secret technique. Even if he had Annihilation class power, it was just a new Annihilation class that had used a secret skill to level up. To an Annihilation class elite like Barker, he was nothing to be afraid of. Barker did not reveal any of his thoughts. His eyes behind the pitch-black skull mask were cold and emotionless as he swung the scythe down. Destructive, deathly, and gloomy divine power of the moon surged forth like a tidal wave, carrying with it a sinister killing intent. Everything it came into contact with was killed from the very source. Even space itself was disintegrated and distorted. Instantly, a rotating black hole appeared in the middle of the church. At the same time, the Heresy Trial Authority was activated. The shadow of a waning moon appeared behind Barker. There was another important reason why Pope Rodney had sent the Waning Moon Apostle here. Barker's authority was also at the rule level. It carried the will of the moon. Even if the other party had rule level power, it was enough to fight back. As the name suggested, as long as the divine power of the moon determined that the other party was not a believer of the moon, as long as their power was lower than Barker's, they would be killed instantly. The other party had already betrayed the church and was definitely not a believer of the moon. Using this authority to deal with Vincent was perfect. Die under the light of the moon. It's your honor. Barker looked down and announced Vincent's death in a loud voice. In that short moment, Barker's scythe had almost landed on Vincent's neck. The next moment, he saw Vincent slowly reach out his hand and grab the blade of the scythe. Vincent's hand was covered in blood and charcoal like black scabs. At that moment, because he had used too much strength, they had all shattered and turned into ashes, revealing the flesh underneath that looked like lava. The golden red light was blinding, releasing a terrifyingly high temperature and heat. Chi-chi, a palm-shaped dent appeared on the scythe from the heat of Vincent's fingers, and it quickly melted. The edges were bright red from the heat, and the high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. Vincent's body also reignited with flames. One bright, the other extinguished, and he suddenly charged at Barker. What? Barker's pupils constricted. The heat from the scythe was extremely terrifying, and the power was also beyond his imagination. However, he did not panic. He immediately twisted the blade and tried to use the curved trajectory of the scythe to directly cut off Vincent's head. Vincent raised his head and did not dodge. He reached out with his other hand and suddenly pressed it against Barker's face. Crack! The strength was so great that it directly crushed his mask. Shock appeared on Barker's pale face. Vincent, who was burning like a demon, was reflected in his pupils. It was only at this moment that he realized a terrifying fact: his authority did not take effect. Are you very surprised? Why is your authority useless? Vincent's hoarse voice rang out softly. Then he laughed and said, because the light of the moon is the afterglow of the sun. Barker opened his eyes wide. Everything he knew was destroyed by this sentence. Fear and disbelief surged into his heart, causing his entire body to tremble. He felt an extremely powerful and burning power enter his body from Vincent's palm. It was like throwing a lighter into a pile of oil. The moon god power was instantly ignited. The thing that killed him was the moon that he believed in. Boom. Ah 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 ah. Violent flames crazily flowed out of Barker's body. In the blink of an eye, the void black hole that was condensed from the moon god power in his body and around him exploded in an instant. An annihilation class was instantly detonated. Regardless of whether it was the range or the power of the explosion, it far exceeded the explosion of the Seventh Church. The star-like ball of light spread outwards, and the night sky was lit up. The entire wooden structure of the church quickly turned into charcoal and was pushed outside with the other debris, disappearing into the white light. Vincent stood quietly in the middle of the church, holding the old priest's head that was gradually turning into ashes. Golden flames flowed out of his empty eyes, dripping into the soil. Xianxia was startled by the slight tremors on the ground. He had not slept for most of the night because he was studying the book, The Dark Age, The Rise and Fall of Elforts, that Hood had used his authority to bring out from the Truth Society. Just as he was engrossed in reading, he felt the table start to shake, and his legs started to shake. He did not have the habit of shaking his legs when he was reading, so he immediately sensed that something was wrong. At first, he thought it was an earthquake, but when he looked up, he saw that there was a bit of light outside the window. Xianxia was stunned. He pulled the curtains open to take a look. In the distance, he saw a small patch of bright white light on the intercity line on the horizon. There was also a faint rumbling sound. Another gas explosion? The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He looked at the scene outside the window and felt inexplicably guilty. He touched his conscience, and after confirming that it was safe, he muttered to himself, "The first 2 times I was a little close, so I could say it was because of my bad luck. This time, it's at least a few dozen blocks away. It can't be because of me, right?" He still remembered the last time he said, "I hope everyone can cross the distance." In the end, after one night, the gas exploded across the street and turned it into a pile of ruins. He hadn't said such auspicious words recently, right? Xianxia shook his head, put down the curtains, looked away, and returned to his desk. Sigh, things like gas explosions were actually a daily occurrence in Nuajin. In the past 3 years, he would see reports of gas explosions on the news almost every month. These gas plants would explode every 2 or 3 days. It didn't seem like they were producing gas, but rather explosives. Nua Jin's tabloid media were even more ridiculous than this. They even speculated that these so-called gas plants were actually secret military factories of the Luo Air Resources Development Group. Every explosion was actually a test of a new weapon. As for the slightly more reliable ones, it was said that they had secretly interviewed the higher-ups of Ruo Resources. The information they received was that this gas was actually a very unstable new energy source that had been discovered in the lower city area. It was still in the research stage, so accidents often occurred. There were different opinions, but in short, the perennial gas explosion was one of Nua Jin's urban legends. In any case, if you asked the higher-ups of the central government about this matter, you would only get one answer: don't ask. If you do, it'll be a gas explosion. Remember, http://m9bkuj. Xianxia's gaze fell on the book on the desk again. He reached out and gently stroked the pages. Usually, he would have gone to bed by this time, but today, he was accidentally engrossed in reading and almost didn't notice the passage of time. If it weren't for the fluctuations caused by the gas explosion that disturbed him, he might have been reading until dawn. It's rare to stay up late, Xianxia sighed. Then, he put a bookmark, closed the book, and prepared to go to bed. However, the book was indeed a vivid and detailed account of the history of the Elforce kingdom. Because of the large amount of mythical and magical descriptions, the book felt like a combination of mythology and history in ancient China. It was very interesting. However, because Kandra, the last king of Elforts, appeared in the book, and his early deeds were exactly the same as what he saw in the dream, Xianxia felt that the content written in the book was mostly true. It was just that it was too old to be verified. Xianxia watched as the dark age descended and the sun and moon were devoured. He felt a trace of doubt in his heart. This was because the sun and moon were both hanging in the sky, perfectly fine. It didn't look like they had been swallowed. But in the blink of an eye, it occurred to him that the sun and the moon here might each be a symbol of a certain god, and this could mean that they were dead. The sun was extinguished and silent, and the moon's skin was stolen by a beast. This kind of ambiguous and strange description is too ambiguous. There are too many possibilities if I just rely on my own guess. Boss Lin had a headache and muttered to himself. Silver said that he would tell me the so-called truth. Learning swordsmanship doesn't mean that I know it. I have to master it first. Sigh, what a trap. He turned off the light and lay on the bed. But what's worse is the construction of the dream. The prototype of the first dream had been constructed, but it was only a completely dark and endless space. There was nothing, and it could only allow Xianxia to walk around. Xianxia put all the ether he collected into this dream. Only in the dream could he enter the special state where he could feel and see. Ether like before. Other than that, the progress was almost like a snail's crawl. It was really difficult to construct an object that was infinitely close to reality in the dream until he believed it was real. But today, Xianxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a way that might reduce the difficulty and make the construction of the dream easier. Xianxia opened his eyes again, and he was already standing in darkness. Then he reached out and pressed down slightly. He felt that he had pressed down on a flat surface. He looked down and saw that there was an old mahogany table in the space. On the table was a pile of messy books, a few lesson plans, a pair of glasses, some small instruments and pens, and an ancient scroll of parchment. Xianxia curled his lips and knocked on the table with his fingers, making a knocking sound. The touch and texture were no different from the real thing. It really works. Then, he took the opportunity to sit back and was naturally caught by a chair that appeared out of thin air. The chair he had custom-made was as comfortable as ever. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and leaned back slightly. At this moment, the floor under his feet had become wooden. Looking up, the familiar ceiling came into view. Lowering his head, Xianxia looked around. The place had become a study full of bookshelves, and the air was filled with a slightly moldy smell. Not far from the desk, natural light seeped in from the window. Dust was flying in the air, and outside, the leaves of the parasol tree were green, swaying and rustling. Xianxia had no doubt that if he walked over and opened the window now, he would see the wall covered with creepers and vines. But if he turned his head and opened the door, he would see a long corridor with a staircase at the end. In terms of familiarity, of course, he was more familiar with the home he had lived in for more than 20 years. The construction of the first dream was complete, he could feel that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to construct the next dream. Xianxia looked at the parchment on the desk, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea. What if he could construct a character in the dream? He shook his head and gave up on the idea that had only appeared for a second. When the sky was slightly bright, Mon got up and washed up, then put on an apron and started cooking. He also acted as a human alarm clock to wake Boss Lin up. While eating, Mon secretly looked at Xianxia's side profile, then lowered his head and took 2 bites, then looked at his side profile again. Then, his eyes met with Xianxia's. Mon suddenly paused, then stared at Xianxia without blinking. Because the food was still in his mouth, his cheeks were puffed up, and he was quite self-righteous. Xianxia's mouth twitched, put down his chopsticks, and asked patiently with a smile, "Is there anything you want to say?" Children of this age would always have some difficult questions to ask their parents. He understood that at this time, he must be patiently guided, only then can he smoothly pass through puberty. Mon hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I want to be the moon." "Yes, just like that." Xianxia's smile was a bit stiff. "Little brat, you also want to be a beautiful warrior?" Xianxia had a deep understanding of Mon's Chinibu nature. Previously, when he let her hold a dictionary to learn the basics, every time he checked on her homework, it was like a Chinibu meeting. Although he wanted to complain, but thinking about it, it was also a hobby teaching. Since the child liked it and her learning efficiency was high, then let nature take its course. It was a good thing. Xianxia's teaching method had always been open and generous, teaching according to the student's ability. He was definitely a good teacher that everyone praised. Although it was also because his profession was too obscure, there was nothing to be strict about. However, Mon's sudden Chinibu early in the morning really surprised him. More importantly, this idea was too childish. Ha 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 ha, it was like when a teacher asked, "Children, what is your wish?" and then they would answer all kinds of weird questions, such as Ultraman and all kinds of non-human creatures. He originally thought that Mon's personality was indifferent, and his past was very secretive, so he would be more mature than his peers. He did not expect him to be so childish. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, imagining Mon's face hanging on the moon like the sun in the Teletubbies, then he could not help but turn his head and laugh. Mon looked at Boss Lin, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and felt that he was inexplicably stupid. His cheeks puffed up even higher. Last night, with the cooperation of Wapu Jaisai, she had directly given the remains of the sun buried in Wapu Jaisai's dream to Vincent, who possessed the holy scripture of the sun, allowing him to obtain the remaining power of the sun. This led to the intensification of the conflict several times faster, which alarmed the Pope of the Dome Church, but also made the church, who did not know the reason, not vigilant enough. The first website was M9bkuj.com. Taking advantage of the other party's poor information and arrogance, they destroyed a parish in one go and killed 2 apostles. This was the first step of Mon's agreement with Wapu. Although for them, this was almost a perfect start, to force the fake god out, it was not enough to rely on their current power. The moon's power had been stolen by the other party, and Wapu's remaining power was only enough to maintain the dream and let the dream descend. They could not interfere with reality at all. The naive little Mon deeply felt that he had been tricked by Wapu, this old witch who had lived for God knows how many years, but now there was no room for regret. Therefore, they chose to rely on Vincent. Vincent had the divine power of the moon, which came from the same source as the sun, so he could accept the divine power of the sun. His foundation was very solid, and with the holy scripture of the sun as a medium, he was a perfect fit. More importantly, as a victim of the false religion, he was on the edge of the cliff against the Church of the Dome. It could be said that if Mon had not given Vincent the remains of the sun last night, Vincent would have faced an even more tragic situation. In the eyes of the church, he would be an extremely strong and hateful insect. They would use all means to crush him repeatedly. According to Vincent's soft and compromising nature as a member of the church, the people involved would not be limited to those from last night. Mon and Wapu agreed that this was the best choice given by the owner of the bookstore. Although he didn't say anything, He had already pointed out the way and was only waiting for them to consciously cooperate. He knew everything, he just didn't say it. Furthermore, Wapu had vaguely indicated that he smelled the scent of silver on him. His former colleague must also be looking for a way to return to reality. It was very likely that he had reached an agreement with this mysterious bookstore owner. They were on the same side. But adding fuel to the fire and speeding up the progress was ultimately their own initiative. Perhaps it had a negative impact on Xianxia's plan. Mon thought carefully for the whole night. He was still uneasy about his own actions, thinking that he might have ruined the boss's plan. That was why he asked Xianxia's opinion with a heart full of uneasiness and hesitation. He wanted to test him. But now it seemed that the boss didn't particularly care about the change in the fate of others. Every time, he waited for them to come back on their own before continuing to instruct them on the next step. It was as if he had casually plucked the string of fate of others, and then waited with interest for a unique echo that was different from the rest. Furthermore, he seemed to have heard something amusing. Mon was inexplicably discouraged. He felt that what he had done was just a child's play in the eyes of Xianxia. She puffed up her cheeks and swallowed the food silently. She said, "Why are you laughing? What's wrong with wanting to be the moon?" Xianxia immediately sensed that there was a trace of grievance in Mon's tone. He was throwing a tantrum. Ahem. It's okay. This idea is quite good. Yes, I support your wish. Xianxia waved his hand and coughed twice. He restrained his smile and tried to make his expression more solemn. But there was a smile in his eyes, and he still looked very kind. He felt that he had really adopted a cute little child. Wasn't she very cute? Would a normal child want to be the moon? Mon said, oh. No matter how he heard it, it sounded perfunctory. But since he said so, it meant that he approved of their actions. Mon's uneasy mood suddenly calmed down a lot. Xianxia thought about it and decided that he might as well take the opportunity to instill the right values in the child. He put down his chopsticks and said softly like he was coaxing a child, but it's not an easy thing to become the moon. We have to come up with a package plan. Oh, first, tell me, how did you come up with this idea? Or rather, why do you want to be the moon? Mon was stunned, then carefully thought about it and said uncertainly, because it's beautiful? When she was pulled into the dream by Wapajusi, that was the first time she felt a feeling called shock and throbbing. She only felt that the dream that contained the starry sky was unbelievably beautiful, so she had the idea of taking it for herself. She agreed to Wapajusi's request. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Then he felt that this reason was really King impeccable. There was no way to refute it, children were indeed straightforward like this. They could see through the surface to see the essence, but as the chicken soup divine hand, he would not admit defeat. Do you know how the beauty of the moon is created? Xianxia explained, the moon itself does not emit light. The beautiful moonlight is actually the reflection of the sun. But the sun's light is always so aggressive and cannot be looked at directly. Although it is warm, it cannot reach the depths of one's heart. The moon uses its own body to transform that light to create the beautiful brilliance to be appreciated. Dedication, humility, gentleness, tolerance, these are the qualities and characteristics that belong to the moon. If you want to become the moon, these are indispensable. In addition, the moon is the link that connects people to each other. In the dead of the night, when people think of their hometown or miss them, they will always see the moon when they raise their heads. Therefore, the moon bears the primitive and pure feelings and beliefs in people's hearts, supporting the deep emotions in countless people's hearts. Xianxia reached out and patted Mon's head. He said earnestly, the moon is not a heartless and dead thing, but a person who is entrusted with it. You need to understand this to become it. Xianxia's idea was very simple. Since Mon wanted to be the moon, then he would go along with her ideas. This was the same way he was used to winning over customers. Whatever the customer's needs and ideas were, he had to go along with them. As the saying goes, honest advice is unpleasant to the ears. If some questions were asked honestly, it would be unpleasant to the ears and would easily cause disgust. This was very disadvantageous to winning over customers. Moreover, if your words were so harsh, even if it was true and good, who would listen to you? Therefore, even if he wanted to change the other party's mind, Xianxia was inclined to use the other party's logic to persuade the other party, then use his words to guide the other party smoothly. Of course, this also depended on the situation. If the other party was an idiot, then Xianxia wouldn't mind using a set of personality correction punches to influence him. After all, studying was for the sake of calmly talking to the stupid, beep, and working out was for the sake of letting the stupid, beep, talk to you calmly. This was the reason why Xianxia didn't forget to work out on time every day even though he had transmigrated. I digressed. In short, it was the same principle when educating children of this age. Although it was effective to blindly force and threaten, it would often have a negative influence on the child. It could be their personality, or it could be their thoughts. Both were the same. Teacher Lin believed that childlike innocence and playfulness were good qualities that were worth preserving, but he had to prevent this Chunibu from going down the wrong path. If one day she suddenly felt that the moon was like the Chibaku Tensei, and then tried to hope that people are fine to make Nuajin disappear, and started working hard in this direction, then it would be over. Therefore, he had to set the value orientation right from the beginning and go in the direction full of positive energy. Remember the website, m9bkuj.com. The moon itself was actually a very good entry point. It was better to continue on this foundation and let Mo and find the right value and quality to learn from it. Xianxia felt that he was the light of the righteous path. Mon nodded thoughtfully. She didn't fully understand, but she vaguely understood 3 points. The first point was the connection between the moon and the sun, as well as the significance of the moon's existence. The most important aspect of the moon to the sun was conversion. This was the core of the moon's power. It could convert the power of the outside world into one's own power and power. In truth, this was not limited to the sun, but to the entire cosmos. It was just that the sun's influence was the greatest. The boss really does know everything. His understanding of the relationship between the moon and the sun is almost exactly the same as what Wapu and the others said. The second point was the quality that the moon should have. Or perhaps it was related to the third point, which was more like a dogma. Because of the eternity of the moon, she was destined to become a god revered by tens of thousands of people. Thus, she was bound to have believers and followers. Just like the Church of the Dome. Mon vaguely felt that the boss was mocking the actions of the Dome Church. Thinking of the decisive and ruthless actions of the Dome Church last night, it was not like a proper religion that believed in the peaceful and gentle moon, but more like a cruel cult. They only want to maintain their dominion over the minds of others, without the slightest consideration of the so-called dedication, humility, gentleness, and tolerance. The Dome Church could not tolerate any heresy. There were still countless internal victims like Vincent. They were all unknowingly controlled by the church using the brain of the holy moon that was suspected to be addictive. The third point was naturally in the field of faith and power. They needed to rebuild a pure new religion to re-establish the bond of faith and soul and obtain the power of faith. Currently, because of Vincent's sudden attack, 2 apostles had fallen. The 2 powers of silent domain and heresy judgment had been reclaimed. Of course, the latter's original name was origin death. It was a rule-type power that wiped out the origin of all things, the true domain of God. However, in the hands of the Dome Church, for some reason, it became a pure wiping out of different origin powers, referring to the moon god's power. The scope of the concept was infinitely reduced, and the power level dropped by more than 1 level. It was no wonder that Wapu and the others scoffed at fake gods and even called them beasts. Other than the fact that they had great power, they were actually chaotic. They were like primitive beasts that did not know how to use these powers at all. Xianxia looked at Mon's expression and felt very pleased that she could be taught. He retracted his hand and patted her shoulder, saying, "That is why, it is not easy to become the moon. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. There is nothing in this world that is difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as you are willing to put in the effort to do good deeds, one day, you will become the moon in everyone's heart." Xianxia smiled mysteriously. He secretly changed the way he said it, replacing the real physical moon with the moon in people's hearts. He believed that this way, this girl would not really want to go to the sky, right? But then again, it would not be bad to dream of becoming an astronaut. Okay. Moan looked at the smile on Linjia's face and obediently lowered her head. Linjia said with satisfaction, I believe you can do it. As for the specifics, well, help me solve the problem on Vincent's side first. If the Dome Church is really using addictive drugs to control their members, these guys are really rotten to the core. They must be eradicated. He was still worried about Vincent's situation. A few days ago, he sent someone to test him, and now he did not know what the result was. Coincidentally, this was a huge counterexample. Of course, asking Moan for help was definitely not to let this child do anything, but simply to help investigate some information or something. Moan, you see, this so-called moon is fake. It is destined to be destroyed. Lin Jia thought of the beautiful warrior moon hair again and said, the moons I saw in my hometown were all beautiful warriors. Their catchphrase was destroy you on behalf of the moon. It meant to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Therefore, the moon is also a representation of justice. So he concluded that beautiful girls were justice. He glanced at Moan. For the sake of the dignity of a parent, he swallowed this sentence back. Moan felt that Boss Lin's gaze was strange, but at this moment, her mind was more immersed in his words. So this was the boss's wish. She understood now. She would build a new church and overthrow the Dome Church, but she didn't need to be worshipped by the masses. She didn't have such thoughts. For her, her biggest wish seemed to have been born the moment she escaped. She wanted to be free, a real person, and now she had a new idea. In the 1 year left of her life, she wanted to be remembered by more people. She wanted the world to remember her existence. I will. Moan's eyes gradually became firm. Help Vincent, execute, justice. Lin Jia said with satisfaction, yes, that's right. Moan took the opportunity to take an afternoon nap. When he returned to his dream, he saw Wappa sitting on the crescent moon. Her black dress flowed down, revealing 2 round and white calves and slender and beautiful bare feet. The tips of her feet stirred up circles of ripples on the water surface. She tilted her head and rested her chin on her hand, as if she was deep in thought. Moan moved closer. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the side of Wapu's face was a little red. She seemed to be muttering, beautiful girls. Moan waited for a while before calling out, Wapujisi. Wapujisi was stunned for a moment. She stopped unconsciously shaking her legs, turned her head and coughed lightly. She sat up straight and said, what's the matter, Moan? If Moan hadn't seen it with her own eyes, with her honest little brain, she would never have imagined that the woman who was lying on the crescent moon with her chin in her hand and the mysterious and elegant original which was the same person. Moan watched as the blush on Wapujisi's face disappeared. She was stunned as if she was watching a Sichuan opera. She now had a deeper understanding of the changeability of intelligent creatures. But it's so strange, Moan could see that Wapujisi was happy because the boss said the moon is a beautiful girl, but, although she vaguely knew that Wapujisi was actually superior to the moon and the sun in terms of rules, it was just that when she was too bored over the long years, there was a time when she personally acted as the moon, so she could barely be considered as the moon. Wapujisi was indeed beautiful. It was a kind of beauty that surpassed the limits of human beings, almost to the point of perfection, enough to shock anyone. However, what was the relationship between her and the girl? The cyborg girl couldn't figure it out. The original witches were the first intelligent life forms born in Azir. They had great power and were in charge of everything in the world. In terms of age, they were much older than this land. Remember this, http://m9bkuj.com. He did not even know what the original form of the original witches was. Their current appearance was only to blend into human society and highlight the characteristics of their creation. That was why they had turned into a female. By human standards, they were already at the level of their ancestors. Wapujisi's expression gradually froze under Moan's puzzled and contemplative gaze. Although she didn't know what the child in front of her was thinking, she felt that something was wrong. It was better not to know. She maintained her smile and decided to pretend that nothing had happened. She said, Moan? It's about Vincent, right? I heard everything just now. Wapujisi walked down from the crescent moon elegantly and calmly. See, I told you he had expected it and was waiting for you to make a move. He will definitely agree to what we are going to do next. In fact, he even helped us with Vincent's matter. This is his purpose. When Vincent arrives, we can work with him to start the second step of the plan. Moan nodded and looked at her. For justice, the Dome Church must be completely overthrown. Wapujisi reached out and stroked Moan's cheek. Since you don't want to establish a new religion and have no intention of being worshipped, Vincent will be the most suitable candidate. Let the Holy Sun Church to replace the Dome Church. Moenti asked, must the Protestant Church exist? Watts didn't expect Moan to ask such a question, so he asked in surprise, what do you think? She threw the question back to the android girl in front of her to think more independently. After all, she had already given the dream to Mon and tacitly agreed that he would inherit her power, just like a disciple. Mones, who was cruel because of his and was because of his JIS. They all believed in the same creed, they were all blind, but the difference was like night and day. She was worried that the new religion would end up like the Dome Church, so she asked this question. Would it be better if there was no church? Mon still couldn't think of an answer. It was too complicated. It's not that gods need believers, but that humans need faith. Wapujisi smiled. To the sun and the moon, the mere faith of insignificant humans is nothing to be concerned about. But humans need a spiritual sustenance, a shelter, that is the true meaning of the church. At least, for the believers of the Dome Church, they are already used to such a life. If you only destroy without building, they will collapse overnight. You need to make them understand that they are not deceived by faith, but by humans. Emoan's face was blank as he listened to him in confusion. Wapujisi chuckled. And pushed Moan to sit on the crescent moon. That beast just found a beautiful dress for itself, while humans use it to do all kinds of bad things. Oh, no, it's the creed of the new religion. Just let Mr. Lin make it up, he seems to be very good at it. What you need to do is to do what you need to do. That's all. Moan steadied himself on the swaying moon. Aren't you an original witch? Why would you care about what humans think? She touched the illusory moon. It felt like an elderly rocking chair. Wapujisi had no idea what the cyborg girl was thinking. I once made an agreement with the humans to shelter these weak creatures in the night. I can't go back on my word. Oh, by the way, the Dome Church should be in panic now. If they know what they are facing, they should run away. But they believe in false gods and have no wisdom. They can only be incompetent and furious. Out of fear, they want to get rid of this great threat as soon as possible. So, they will probably chase Vincent to the bookstore. In fact, the Dome Church was not just panicking now. They were almost pissing their pants. In just one night, no, in less than half a night, the main church of a parish was razed to the ground, and 2 apostles were turned into flattened fireworks. One of them was even the head of the heresy tribunal, one of the 2 strongest apostles in the world. It was impossible to block the news even if they wanted to, because the commotion was too big. Only ordinary people would be fooled by such a stupid excuse as a gas explosion. The extraordinaire forces and groups were all in a frenzy. Those who did not know would think that the moon had sent down God's wrath and punishment. Those who thought they knew would think that it was a heretic who had obtained the power of the rules. And those who knew, it was indeed God's wrath and punishment. But the one who did it was the sun, and the moon was adding fuel to the fire. The Dome Church issued the highest arrest warrant as quickly as possible. For a moment, all the extraordinaire groups in Nuajin were in an uproar. The major forces might be waiting to see what would happen, but the lone extraordinaires had already started to move. After all, even if they provided clues, they would be rewarded handsomely. In the morning when ordinary people were still discussing the gas explosion in surprise, the extraordinaire world was surging with undercurrents. And Vincent, who was the focus of the entire Nuajin, simply stayed in the center of the explosion for an entire night. The next day, he concealed his presence and began to flee. Those flames had the effect of countering the moon god's power. The Dome Church did not dare to approach, and no one thought that he would wait in the center of the explosion for an entire night. Just like that, he avoided the most dangerous moment. At this moment, Vincent's gaze moved up and landed on the window of the bookstore. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter. Vincent looked like a mess at the moment. The priest robe he was wearing had been completely destroyed by the exploding flames, be it from himself or waning moon apostle Buck, so he had changed into a hooded black robe. Of course, the robe he was wearing was just a standard robe. It would be strange if it could survive an annihilation-level explosion. As for where his clothes came from, it was all thanks to Buck, whose ashes did not even exist anymore. The waning moon apostle's black robe was probably some kind of high-level rare item. It had been enchanted at least 30 times. All sorts of destructive spells covered every nook and cranny of the robe. With spirit vision activated, the plain and simple robe was dazzling enough to blind anyone. The material of the robe itself was very special. It could survive the annihilation explosion without any damage. Its defensive power was definitely shocking. Unfortunately, Buck had been detonated by Vincent from the inside. This robe could not do anything. Otherwise, he might have been able to resist for a second or two. Vincent could not help but think sarcastically. It was also because of this black robe that he had been able to escape from the encirclement of the Dome Church and Transcendence when he was at his weakest. After hiding and adjusting for almost a day, Vincent had more or less understood his new body that had been completely modified by the sun's core, as well as his new power. The sun's core was the thing that the girl in his dream gave him that was like a miniature sun. After it was completely modified, he naturally received the countless knowledge that it contained and understood what had happened to his body. First, it was the sacred sun scripture. This book had already become one with him. The runes that had been detached from the scripture were the power of the sun. The first website was M9Bikuj.com. He still could not fully control these powers. Currently, he could only use 3 of them. The first was Praise of the Sun. This was the power that had been activated at the very beginning. When he received the sacred sun scripture, he already had this power. So, after being attacked by Vanessa's servant, Hyman, it caused Hyman to self-immolate. When he was cornered, he completely activated the holy scripture of the sun and activated his authority. When he praised the sun, he received the power bestowed by the sun and killed Vanessa with a small sun-like fireball. The second was greater domination and natural suppression of the divine power of the moon. Most of the moon's power came from the sun, and the false gods of the Dome Church had no foundation of their own. They were all oil drums that could explode at the slightest touch. Buck had died under this authority, and Vanessa's death was mostly due to superior domination. As for the third one, it was activated flame body. After receiving the core of the sun, he was destined to never be a human again. His heart had been replaced by the core of the sun, and his entire body had turned into boiling magma like the sun. In his complete form, the outer layer of his body was shrouded in a gaseous fire mist with flare and black spots. The surface of his body was flowing with liquid and semi-liquid magma, and the interior was a high-temperature golden solid. Other than that, the internal organs and other tissues had all disappeared or been replaced. Activating this authority would make him look like a human-shaped sun or a living, fiercely burning flame. Of course, under normal circumstances, he could still maintain a normal human form. Originally, the holy scripture of the sun that the owner of the bookstore had given him did not give him such a strong authority, but with the addition of the core of the sun, it was like adding oil to the fire. Once it was out of control, the core of the sun alone had pushed him straight to panic grade. Panic grade was not to be underestimated. According to the Truth Society's APDI classification system, the definition of panic grade was the transcendent level that could cause mass panic. In this general definition, it included the new leader of the hunter organization like Xianxia and the remaining 5 apostles of the Dome Church. They were already the best of the best, far surpassing the average transcendent. This was under normal circumstances. If he activated his authority, it would not be difficult to destroy a low-level annihilation grade. But after that, he would fall into a weakened state for a period of time. And it was impossible for him to recover in a day like now. In an emergency situation, he had used the core of the sun to recover his power, causing it to shrink. In layman's terms, he had shortened his lifespan to heal himself. But it is still not enough. At most, I can fight against an annihilation grade. But the Church not only has the light and darkness saintess, but also the God-level Pope. Rodney. Right now, they are just afraid to attack me. If they realize that I am not as strong as I appear to be, they will immediately kill me at all costs. So, with just my power alone, it is far from enough. After a night of thinking, when the burning hatred cooled into the toughest edge, Vincent's emotions became calmer. He knew very well that the advantage he had now was a temporary illusion. Fortunately, Vincent finally had time to rush to the bookstore this time. The moment he stepped through the door, he heard the owner of the bookstore say welcome from behind the counter. Almost involuntarily, he breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves, which had been tense all this time, although he no longer had such a thing, relaxed, and he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Although he did not know where this sense of security came from, as long as he thought of the gentle smile of the owner of the bookstore, even if he was surrounded by enemies, he would feel at ease. Coming to the bookstore again, although it had only been a few days, it felt like a lifetime ago. Vincent took off his hood and raised his head to look. His eyes had evaporated when he received the core of the sun. They were filled with light and heat. When he opened them, it was like a light bulb was shining, so he chose to close them and put on the blindfold again. The owner of the bookstore was still sitting behind the counter, flipping through the pages in his hands. The welcome was completely out of reflex. Now, he closed the book and raised his head. When his eyes met Vincent's face, he frowned and sat up straight. "Father, welcome back. You don't look so good." Xianxia chose his words carefully. Vincent did not just look bad. He was haggard. More importantly, his expression was tense, showing an indelible will. It was as if his whole person was burning at this point. From his past experience, there was only one situation that could make a person change like this. That was hatred, plus, he had been gone for a few days, and when he came back, he had taken off his priest robe. Obviously, the church's use of addictive substances was not enough to make a priest who had been a believer of the church for many years to leave his faith. He might have encountered something even more subversive. Xianxia had previously suggested that Vincent hide his situation and report his situation truthfully to test the church. In theory, the risk was the least, but it was possible that Vincent had encountered problems in the process of carrying out the plan. And maybe it was because of this that the church had sensed something. They tried to control him and did something even more insane, which made Vincent develop a strong hatred. In the end, he decided to betray the church and escape to the bookstore. Xianxia put the book aside, crossed his hands, and made a guess in a low voice. "You escaped. Did the Church of the Dome attack you and the people around you?" Moan poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the counter. "Sorry for the delay." Vincent's mouth twitched. He reached out to close the door and walked over to sit down. He could not help but look up at Moan. Now that he was close, he was even more sure that this was the girl in his dream. She had an aura that made him feel close to her. It was like a family member that he could completely trust. For Vincent, who had just lost his family, this was no doubt like a clear spring in a dry desert, comforting his hate-filled heart. Then, she should be the real moon. Moan also met his eyes behind the black cloth at this time. He nodded slightly, and it was an official meeting. Phew. Vincent let out a long breath. He secretly thought that the owner of the bookstore must have deliberately let Colin next door find out that something was wrong in order to help her. This led to his exorcism, and then led him step by step to discover the true face of the Church of the Dome. What a far-sighted plan. But speaking of neighbors, the one next to the bookstore was no longer a video store, and there was no breath of life. The person seemed to be gone. Sure enough, after using him, the owner of the bookstore naturally took this ordinary person away. The Church of the Dome is indeed using the brain of the holy moon to control the priests in the church, and Vincent closed his eyes. The old priest who I saw as my father, who had baptized me for the first time, was killed by them. He died because of me. If I had been more rational at that time, maybe things would not have turned out like this. But there were no ifs, and he did not dare to think about it. When he had just arrived, the waning moon apostles had chased after him, obviously heading straight for the Church of Love. This meant that their target was the old priest. If he had not gone, they would have used the old priest as a hostage, and the consequences would have been even more unimaginable. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Although he had guessed with the greatest malice, he did not think that the Church of the Dome would be so cruel. They killed as they pleased, as if they had no scruples at all. But he thought about it again. From the information he had occasionally gathered over the years, the Church of the Dome was already the largest sect in Nuajin. This kind of sect, in a sense, was even more terrifying than the Raw Resources Development Company. They had a spiritual monopoly, and had a large number of followers. If they killed a person, they would be labeled as a member of the evil cult, and there would even be people who would cheer for them. Sorry. Xianxia pushed the teacup over. He could see that Vincent did not want to say more. After all, the joys and sorrows between people were not the same. From Vincent's expression, he could see that what he needed at this time was not comfort, but recognition and support. What do you plan to do next? I can do my best to help. Yes, my assistant will also come along. Xianxia said solemnly, since the Church of the Dome is able to do such a thing, there must be more secrets behind it. They have not only deceived the members of the church, but also all the followers in Nuajin. Countless people have been silently killed, and now, perhaps only we know the truth. To be able to casually kill people, this church was simply a den of thieves. Such an existence, standing in Nuajin for so many years, just thinking about it was terrifying. Mo nodded. Following Wapu and Xianxia's words, he said with a serious face, they believe in a false moon, a beast that has stolen the moon's authority. They use the moon's name to hide their unjust deeds. We need to make the truth public, and overthrow the Church of the Dome. This is a righteous cause. Xianxia looked at Mo in surprise. Not bad, little comrade. He was able to apply what he had said so quickly, and even helped to fill in the background. He was a talent that could be molded, a talent that was molded. His history of the rise and fall of Elforts was usually kept in his study, and he supposed Moan had peeped through it. Her version of the story was about the same as the one in the book, but he did not quibble with her, for she was so intelligent. This is a righteous cause. Vincent repeated, gritting his teeth, I will definitely make them pay. Xianxia sighed. The role of hatred was really big. A few days ago, the priest was still honest and gentle, but now it seemed like he was burning only for hatred. Don't let hatred get to your head, and don't let sorrow drown your mind. Xianxia reached out to the bookshelf, and said slowly, calm down first, then think of a way. Your current strength is far from enough, you need to borrow power. Vincent took a deep breath, and calmed the boiling magma in his body. He frowned, borrow power? That's not the point. Take it. Xianxia took out a book and handed it over. His gaze hard, you should calm down first. Vincent was stunned. Xianxia had already stuffed the book in his hand in front of Vincent, and said, what you need to do now is to maintain your sense of self, and find more meaning in yourself. Your goal now is firm, but in fact, it's all on the surface. When you're done with your revenge, you'll fall into confusion, understand? You need to find more things to do, things that can support your life in the future. His gaze was deep, after all, after the night, the sun will still rise as usual. Yes, the priest's current state of mind was obviously that he had fallen into a quagmire that he did not even realize. It was very strange. With Xianxia's level of spreading chicken soup for the soul, he would probably be crippled by the time he was done with his revenge. Revenge was one thing, but he couldn't just lose her. Therefore, the most important thing now was to let Vincent set his sights in the future. Xianxia chose Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises, and it was in Braille, as the introduction. Reading makes people wise. Although the story itself looked a little depressing, the essential spirit was the yearning for fairness and freedom, the liberation of one's personality, and the tenacity of an independent personality. He believed that Vincent could understand the intention behind it. Vincent reached out and picked up the book, caressing the book cover. Listening to the teachings of the bookstore owner, he could not help but feel a great shock and confusion in his heart. He set his gaze on the distorted title of the book, paused, and an untimely question arose in his heart. Do you really want me to calm down? Are you sure you're not encouraging me to destroy the Dome Church? On the cover of the book, it was written, Eternal Doomsday. Vincent could not help but say absent-mindedly, I should find something more to support my life in the future. Xianxia took a sip of tea, feeling that he was about to save a lost lamb, and nodded, saying, that's right. His gaze encouraged, read it? Xianxia encouraged him. Don't be stuck on hatred. It's just something you have to do. It's not everything. In fact, life isn't just about what's in front of you. There's also poetry and the faraway fields. Look further, and your life will be more exciting." He paused and chuckled. "Of course, before that, we have to deal with those beeps from the Church of the Dome to comfort the souls of the deceased in heaven." Vincent nodded and made up his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the book. The book filled with forbidden and obscure words slowly opened. Vincent's body trembled slightly. In an instant, he felt a terrifying aura spread out from the book. Then, he was attacked by an indescribable illusion. He was so shocked that his vision turned black. It was as if he had fallen from his chair into the abyss of the universe. He felt a high-speed sense of weightlessness. Everything in his field of vision was spinning, and Vincent's eyes widened. High temperature hit him in the face. The burning red burned his eyes. The huge and shapeless cloud of living flames was stirred by an invisible force. In the middle of the spreading cloud of flames was an indescribably huge fireball surrounded by countless light spots. The mottled dark orange surface was covered with ugly black spots. On it, there were violent storm vortexes and spinning flames that were constantly spurting out. They were like giant pillars that reached the sky. Those black spots were constantly moving, changing unpredictably. Some grew bigger and bigger, colliding with the storm and devouring each other, turning into huge blazing cracks. Some became smaller and smaller, eventually turning into nothingness. The entire fireball was filled with the aura of destruction. The core was constantly collapsing. The fire mist and clouds were constantly contracting and expanding as if they were brewing a monstrous fury, letting out a silent roar in the eternal universe. Remember the URL, M9bkuj. This was a sun that was heading toward destruction. Silently and sorrowfully, Vincent was deeply shocked. Amidst his shock, he was drawn towards the huge fireball. His body was also ignited as he continued to absorb the other party's power, establishing a vague connection between them. He suddenly understood. This was the end of the path of the sun. Collapse, destruction. This was the end of the world. But the sun would not die. When one sun headed toward the end of the world, it meant that another sun would be reborn. As the sun grew, it emitted eternal light in the universe. Is this the eternal apocalypse? Vincent was shocked. He thought his power was strong enough. Just the authority he had was enough for him to use all of his power to kill an annihilation-class being. There was no need to even mention the rest. It could be said that if he could completely master the core of the sun and the sacred scripture of the sun, it would be equivalent to stepping into the god level. This was already the peak of the known power classification. However, the owner of the bookstore had opened the door to a new world for him in the blink of an eye. Vincent realized that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well, and a broader road had been revealed in front of him. As long as he did not stop, the path would continue to extend. He could feel the weak will of the sun in front of him, but it did not have intelligence. Its consciousness was very chaotic, with only some fragmented thoughts. Vincent's heart skipped a beat. If he could establish a connection with all the suns, would something different happen? Would he become the real sun god? Could this be what the owner of the bookstore meant by more things to support his future life? Vincent felt that he understood what the owner of the bookstore meant. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of fear. It turned out that the god level was not the limit. It was just a definition of the limit of what a small human could imagine. In this endless universe, there seemed to be no limit to how strong one could be. And for the owner of the bookstore to casually give out this level of knowledge, what level was he at? Was he one of them? Vincent felt that under the human surface of the owner of the bookstore, there was probably an inhuman inside. Xianxia saw that Vincent's face was serious as he read the book. It seemed that he had calmed down a little. He cleared his throat and said, "I just said that you borrowed power because your personal power is not very useful. Even if you go to the door now, you can only fight 10 people. In the end, you can only fight 10 people. But the Dome Church has countless followers. And this is too dangerous. Using your precious life to exchange for a few scumbags is really unnecessary." Vincent seemed to be stunned. He sat in his seat and listened. Now, he shuddered and came back to his senses. His head was covered in cold sweat, and he looked very scared. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head randomly. "You're right." Xianxia saw that the man had thought it through. He continued, this idea obviously won't work, but you obviously have the biggest weakness of the dome church in your hands, don't you? Vincent immediately reacted. The brain of the holy moon. The owner was right. It was impossible for him to rely on his own strength to overthrow the dome church. More importantly, he had to reverse and shatter the false belief of the dome church. Unfortunately, the brain of the holy moon had been destroyed in the explosion and fire. Not even a speck was left. He told Xianxia the situation, but the latter shook his head. One is not important. What's important is the source, the composition, and the evidence. Even these are not important. The important thing is to let the people believe. Xianxia crossed his hands and supported his chin. The raw material of this thing must have a special channel. Then it can't be separated from the Willow Tree Chamber of Commerce and the Ruhr Resource Development Company. I'll get them to help investigate. As for how to spread the propaganda to shake the dome church, I think a priest like you should be more familiar with it than me. Ah, right. Speaking of which, the dome church is probably thinking of how to silence you. Maybe they'll be here soon. Xianxia patted his head. He first dialed Colauda's number and said directly, hello, 110. The dome church has a problem. Vincent really did return to the bookstore. That god level who suddenly appeared is the mastermind behind all this. He was wondering how an ordinary little priest could suddenly obtain such a strong and seemingly targeted power, and be suspicious of the brain of the holy moon. All of this was probably like what Vanessa had reported before she died. The owner of this bookstore must be an evil god's lackey. He actually wanted to shake the rule of the dome church and replace it. If that was all, it might not be enough, so what if he was god level, who wasn't a god level being? Pope Rodney narrowed his eyes and looked at the top of his scepter. The part that had been melted appeared again, but the color was a little dim. He had no choice but to use the holy item, sleeping son of the moon. It was equivalent to the son of the moon and had a part of its authority. He waved his hand and dismissed the person who reported the information. He muttered, surely. Yes. A beautiful woman in a pure white nun's robe responded. She had an incomparably holy and inviolable noble temperament, but at this moment, she actually had a big belly. Her expression was gentle, and she emitted the radiance of motherhood. Rodney asked, how's Barker's pregnancy? Shirley stroked her belly and smiled. Very good. I will bring him back from the dark side. As she spoke, her expression changed. She clutched her belly, and a large amount of blood gushed out from between her fingers. Her forehead was full of cold sweat, and her expression was painful but gratified. Life, and death, reincarnation. The dead will obtain. Ah. Shirley fell to the ground. Her bulging belly was dug out from the inside by a hand. It was clearly the hand of an adult man. Immediately after, the revived Barker walked out of Shirley's belly. But then, two snow-white hands that belonged to a woman reached out from the almost completely split Shirley. These two hands supported the ground on both sides as if they were supporting someone to stand up. Shirley's entire body, starting from her belly, completely flipped and formed the appearance of another woman. Dark-side Saintess, Angelina. Just as the baptismal prayer said, we are with the moon. We are born on the bright side and die on the dark side. The moon completes a cycle of alternating light and darkness. Life and death reincarnation. The dead will obtain new life. Barker knelt down in front of Rodney, his eyes filled with fervor. This time I will not fail again. Culauda was dealing with the information about the blood feast. The documents on his desk were piled up like a mountain, sorted according to priority and relevance. Some of them had been sorted out and stamped with seals, waiting to be handed over to other departments and elders. There was still a large part waiting for him to deal with. The priority of the information related to the blood feast was very high, which meant his work in the afternoon had just begun. In the morning, he had just retreated from the battlefield of a cleanup operation and rushed back to work without stopping. It could be seen that the intelligence department of the Mai Tower was not an easy job. These words were actually so euphemistic that it seemed like a lie. The truth was that Culauda felt that he might go bald at a young age, and his hairline was very worrying. Every day when he got up and lifted his hair to check his hairline, Culauda's resentment towards his teacher would reach its peak, and black smoke would almost come out of his head. Sometimes I really suspect that he took me as a disciple just to have more free labor. Cultivation muttered bitterly, sighed, and slammed a document on the pile that had been dealt with. Beep, at this moment, the communication device suddenly rang. Cultivation was stunned, and then immediately took out the communication device from his pocket. When he looked at the screen, his face immediately became solemn. 1 second to remember, http://m9bkuj. Boss Lin, Cultivation picked up the phone, and the first sentence he heard was like a thunderbolt. Hey, 110, there's a problem with the Dome Church. Cultivation was stunned, and his hand almost slipped and dropped the communication device on the ground. The Dome Church? What happened to them? How did they offend this person? Wait. Could it be that the attack on the Dome Church and the destruction of the church in District 7 was done by the owner of the bookstore? In this case, everything actually made sense. Come to think of it, only Boss Lin could have such power. Why did they offend him for no reason? Not long ago, Cultivation had been called over to deal with the nephew of the president of the Truth Society. Those brats from the know-it-all faction went to the bookstore, and when they woke up, they became obedient and became the store manager's henchmen. Cultivation did not believe that they had not been taught a lesson. Boss Lin had god-level martial prowess, persuasive persuasion, and an entire bookstore full of knowledge. She was the perfect counter to the Truth Society. The elders even speculated that the bookstore had something to do with a god related to the field of knowledge. It was very likely that the bookstore's goal was to correct all the greedy and misguided people in the Truth Society to the correct path of belief. Right now, the Truth Priest's face was still covered in dirt. How did the Church of the Dome bump into him again? Boss Lin. Can you be more specific? What's wrong with the Dome Church? Cultivation was very careful. Lin Jia's voice came from the communication device, explaining the ins and outs of Vincent's situation. Of course, he emphasized the evilness of the Dome Church and the danger that Vincent was in now. They were the victims, so naturally, they were waiting to be protected and saved. The brain of the Xingyu, Cultivation's expression became more and more serious. He did not doubt the authenticity of the news. There was no need to lie to someone of Boss Lin's level. Moreover, if the brain of the Xingyu was really showing side effects, then with the power of the Mai Tower, they only needed to investigate to verify it. The brain of the Xingyu had only appeared recently, and the blood feast had also started its activities recently. If there was a connection, then there would be a lot of trouble. If something happened to the Dome Church, at least thousands of people would be implicated. This was a serious matter, and Cultivation could not deal with it on the spot. He needed to ask the Yusefyu, and then go through the elders. He stood up, put on his clothes, and walked out, saying, Boss Lin, please wait a moment. If possible, I hope you won't cause too much of a commotion. I'll go ask for permission now, and I'll be there soon. Lin Jia expressed his understanding. After all, they could not act rashly and alert the enemy. Moreover, they were a group of weak and powerless people, so the situation was very dangerous. He hoped that they could send someone quickly. Cultivation's expression was very interesting, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he agreed. What else could he say? At this time, he only needed to smile and give his blessings. That night, Buck floated in the air not far from the bookstore. He had changed into a new black robe, almost completely blending into the darkness. There were no openings or patterns on the airy black mask, and it looked especially terrifying. The sickle drew a sharp arc in the air, like a crescent moon. He faced the bookstore, and could feel the life activities inside. Now, 3 people seemed to be asleep. Vincent was hiding in this bookstore, and the remaining 2, one was the owner of the bookstore, and the other seemed to be the bookstore's new assistant. In terms of ether strength, one was more ordinary than the other. Especially the owner of the bookstore, who was completely dim, like an ordinary person. But everyone knew that this was a complete disguise, a naked and even fake disguise. In comparison, there were many strong ether waves around, as dazzling as light bulbs in the dark night. Those were the extraordinaires who had gathered around because of the bounty offered by the Dome Church. Perhaps they were all eyeing covetously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Of course, because of Buck's arrival, these originally restless ether points were all dormant, quietly waiting for the destined battle between the Dome Church's waning moon apostle and the legendary owner of the bookstore. Everyone knew that dead Kingdom Buck had been killed by the apostate in one blow, and then resurrected by the Holy Maiden. That was the most humiliating battle of his life. This time, Barker had the authority bestowed upon him by the Pope and the Saintess. His power had been greatly increased, and he had almost overdrawn his power to forcibly raise it to the level of a god. Now, his ether waves were like a cluster of raging flames of death, and the surrounding space was being consumed by the black ether energy. He felt better than he had ever felt before. The traitor's power against the moon god was indeed strange, but it also consumed a lot of energy. It could not be used continuously, and Vincent's current state was indeed very weak. He could not attack again. Buck's real target was the owner of the bookstore, but he was not afraid. He believed in the Pope. Even if the other party was really god level, the Pope was also god level. He had nothing to fear. A true believer of the moon would not fear death. He was with the moon. Buck was silent for a while. His body flashed, and he was already on the street not far from the bookstore. He walked forward slowly, waved his scythe, and opened the door of the bookstore. He was like a black sandstorm, crashing into the bookstore. Suddenly, a blinding white light lit up in front of him. It was beyond Buck's expectations. He could not help but stop and cover his eyes. What is this? Buck endured the pain and opened his eyes. Tears flowed down his cheeks. No, wait. Tears? He was shocked. Ever since he had become Annihilation class, he could control the movements of his entire body. He could no longer cry like a normal person. Buck looked at his hands, clothes, and shoes in a daze. He realized that he had returned to a long, long time ago, when he was still a normal person. He raised his head again and saw the appearance of the bookstore clearly. No, there was no bookstore here. It was replaced by an old villa. Outside the closed windows, some golden sunlight shone in. At this moment, it was supposed to be night. It was like a dream. Damn it, he should have sensed that something was wrong. Barker looked around at the completely unfamiliar environment. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, retreating cautiously. The hall in front of him looked like the first floor of an old villa. He could vaguely see the stairs around the corner. There were bookshelves full of books on the left and right. There were a few rooms on the side, and in the center were sofas, tea tables, and other things. The windows were all closed, and he could vaguely see the scene outside. But the terrifying thing was that there was an invisible sense of being watched everywhere. It was as if someone in the dark was watching everything in the room, watching his every move. He felt that the divine power in his body had evaporated and disappeared without a trace. There was no active ether around him. He couldn't even sense the existence of ether, let alone use it. It was as if he had really become an ordinary person. At the same time, Barker felt that the emotions he had lost because of the countless revivals and the cruel and lofty power all came back like a tide. Anger, confusion, fear. It was as if someone had suddenly broken out of the water after being underwater for a long time. His dull senses were all restored, and his emotions had never been so clear. But Barker didn't need these things that he had long abandoned. It was these things that made him fall from the altar of recklessly judging the lives of others into the bottomless abyss. It made him feel that his heart was shaking and collapsing. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios calm without power, he felt that he had lost everything. The sense of superiority from being able to judge lives from a high position was quickly replaced by empty fear. No, impossible, this must be an illusion. I have to calm down. As long as I find the clues and the sense of irregularity, I can break the other party's power. I still have my divine power. Barker tried to comfort himself. He turned and saw the tightly shut wooden door. He took a deep breath and tried to twist it. Kacha, kacha, the sound of the door locking came out. No matter how hard he tried, the door didn't move at all, as if it was fixed to the entire space. The panting Buck suddenly stopped and stared at his hands that were gripping the doorknob. The slight trembling was so obvious. Barker realized that it wasn't just his hands. His wrists, arms, and even his entire body and legs were shaking and going soft. How is this possible? Impossible. How can I be afraid? The deep sense of helplessness in Barker's heart gradually turned into a trace of despair, causing him to become somewhat hysterical. He let go of the doorknob as if he had been electrocuted. His chest heaved as he forced himself to calm down and turned to look at the staircase at the corner. The spellcaster must have set up such a scene so that the victim would take the role of the spellcaster and think that it was real. If he followed the other party's train of thought and started to look for clues on this floor, he would fall right into the trap. His subconscious mind would become more and more convinced that this scene was real, and he would never be able to escape. Barker sneered. He was all too familiar with this kind of illusion art. Therefore, the only way he could get out of this situation was to continue his investigation on the first floor. That's right, Barker had no intention of going up at all. What he had just deduced was exactly what the spellcaster wanted the victim to think. Most people would definitely go upstairs, but in reality, they would fall into the trap. How could the spellcaster place the clues upstairs so openly? He would definitely make the upstairs more realistic, or set up more traps that would cause flaws to appear in the walls of the victim's heart. Step by step, he would eventually break down the victim's mental defenses. Therefore, by thinking in reverse, only the first floor was the most fake. Don't be fooled by the fact that the layout here was so realistic and that there were so many books. In reality, this was the part that was most difficult to construct using illusions. Any book, as long as he could find a loophole, then the illusion would be broken by itself. Barker took a deep breath, and his mentality that was about to collapse stabilized again. He muttered, "So what if I don't have any power? My will is firm, and I have the wisdom that I have gained over a long period of time. These will not disappear. If you want to use this level of illusion to defeat me, you are still far from it." He walked step by step towards the bookshelf. His gaze was sharp, and his footsteps were firm. The aura that belonged to the dead kingdom had returned to him. "Let me see what kind of trick you're playing." Barker stood in front of the bookshelf and reached out to pull out a book. Xianxia felt that there was a visitor in the dreamscape he had constructed. This was because Bai Yin had said before that when the dreamscape was not completely constructed, it was not strong enough, or if there was no permission set, it was possible to inadvertently involve some creatures in the dreamscape, or the souls of other people in the real world. But don't worry, these visitors are not dangerous to you. If you take a fancy to a dreamscape creature, you can even keep it in your dreamscape as a pet. That was what Bai Yin said. Therefore, Xianxia was not flustered at all. He even activated the God's view to observe the visitor's actions with great interest. He could not help but complain, "This guy is really ugly." It felt like a person who had been dismembered and pieced together and molded into a humanoid creature. It should be some strange dreamscape creature. Forget it, it was better to kill it quickly. Otherwise, if he looked at it for too long, he would have nightmares. Oh. I am dreaming now. Wait, if I think about it this way, could this be the source of the so-called nightmares? Is it a dreamscape creature that invaded the dreamscape of ordinary people? Xianxia was deep in thought. However, although he made the decision quickly, he did not act immediately. The strange humanoid creature's actions had attracted his attention. The creature seemed to be afraid and tried to open the door to escape. It even fell into deep thought. It looked like it had intelligence. However, this did not change Xianxia's thoughts. He still wanted to experiment to see how far his dreamscape could go. Of course, if it was a human soul, Xianxia would definitely wait for a while before sending it out. After all, he knew what would happen if a person lost their soul. He did not want to become a murderer for no reason. It seems to have stopped in front of the bookshelf? Xianxia was stunned. He saw the humanoid creature take down a book and widened his eyes. It is actually interested in astronomy. If that was the case, could he open a bookstore in the dreamscape to serve the dreamscape creatures? Before Xianxia's thoughts could continue to develop, he saw the humanoid dreamscape creature suddenly distort. It was like the people in the oil painting the scream. It screamed and screamed. Then, like a pile of firewood being ignited, it exploded into a raging fire and turned into a pile of ashes. Boss Lin, whose ambition had just risen, was confused. He blinked his eyes and did not know what had happened. Under the cover of the night, all the transcendents who had gathered because of the bounty offered by the Dome Church were now dormant. They quietly looked up at the Annihilation class elite who was emitting a terrifying presence. They were waiting for the waning moon apostle, who had titles like Life Reaper, Dead Nation, and other titles, to take his revenge. Everyone knew that the traitor who had destroyed a church and killed 2 apostles in one night was now in the nameless bookstore not far away. This confrontation, in everyone's eyes, was a silent contest. Once Barker made a move, this would become a great battle between gods. However, 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. The figure standing in the void above the sky was like the Grim Reaper, but there was not a trace of movement. What's going on? Is Lord Barker still not making a move? The sky is going to be bright soon. What do you know? How could a battle between gods be so easy? This is a battle of structure. Impossible. Barker had clearly prepared to make a move. He even took a step forward. Why did he suddenly stop for so long? Look, he's moving. In the midst of the transcendence discussion, the figure in the sky finally moved. The waning moon apostle in a black robe trembled and stretched out his hands to cover his head. He silently used all his strength to scream. Then, silently, from head to toe, he slowly turned into ashes with little sparks. It was like a bonfire that had been burned out. In the night sky, it was blown away by the wind, nothing was left. In an instant, the superhumans were first stunned, then their bodies went numb. A chilling fear seized their hearts, and the more timid ones fell to the ground, their legs giving way. There were even some who broke into a run for their lives. In the silence, they fled in panic. No one dared to say anything about entering the bookstore. An annihilation grade had been turned into dust right before their eyes. There was no earth-shattering battle like they had imagined. There was no loud commotion, and there was no unnecessary chatter. After only an hour of silence, Waning Moon Apostle Barker, the controller of the Heresy Tribunal, an annihilation grade transcendent known as the Dead Nation, and one of the top fighters of the Dome Church, had quietly welcomed his death. Even his ashes had been scattered. This could be said to be at the top of the Nuad Gene fighting power pyramid. Yet, in front of everyone's eyes, he had died as casually as a minion with no sense of existence. If it was the 2 sunrise-like explosions from before, the traitor who had killed 2 apostles had given people a shocking feeling, but it was reasonable. After all, such a big commotion had been witnessed by all transcendents. Everyone could feel the power of the 2 explosions. What was even clearer was the ruins of the 7th church that had been razed to the ground. At most, they were shocked. No wonder even the apostles could not block it. After all, even if their fighting power was multiplied, under this level of attack, only death would await them. This kind of shock was the shock of knowing the difference in power. But now, there was no movement at all. This was true terror, the terror of the unknown. Remember the website, M9BKUJ.com. Right before everyone's eyes, without any ether waves or signs, an annihilation grade had died on the spot. He did not even have a chance to fight back. This meant that the other party had completely crushed him, crushing an annihilation grade. No, after Barker had been resurrected, he had the support of Pope Rodney. He would definitely use his power to bless Barker. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was half a god. Even so, Barker had still died there. He had not even entered the bookstore. It was too scary. Because of this, the onlookers were all scared out of their wits. Their scalps were numb, and they ran away like birds and beasts. They wished they had 2 more legs or even wings. If they ran too slowly, they might have been killed like Barker. Hence, Cultivation, who had rushed over with his men, stopped where he was and looked at the superhumans who were running for their lives. His gaze was filled with resignation, and he ordered his men to capture a few of them. These extraordinaires were so busy running for their lives that they didn't expect a group of people from the secret ritual tower to suddenly appear. In their panic, they couldn't react in time and were quickly subdued and brought to Cultivation. The few people who were caught obviously knew the blonde young man in front of him. Their faces were full of resentment. Who called the police? And anxiety and resentment. I'm running for my life, don't stop me. Cultivation did not have a good impression of these bounty hunters who wanted to stir up trouble and relied on the bounty money to make a living. He asked for the details expressionlessly. When he learned that Barker was dead, his heart could not help but skip a beat. He was a step too late again, but when he learned that Barker's death was as beautiful as an autumn leaf, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Culada couldn't help but look around. He saw that the surrounding houses were still intact. Boss Lin was true to his word. He didn't make a big commotion. Not even a single building was damaged. Compared to the mythical scene of the disaster last time, his method this time was as gentle as the spring wind and rain. But, from the way Barker died, it seemed that Boss Lin didn't need to go to such lengths to deal with an annihilation-grade being. They weren't even on the same level. But, when Culada walked near the bookstore, he found that the doors and windows of the bookstore were tightly shut. The lights were not turned on either. It looked like the surrounding houses, indicating that the residents inside were sleeping. It seemed that Boss Lin had been disturbed in his sleep and was angry when he woke up. So, he didn't even bother to say a word. He directly crushed the big one and killed it. At the same time, he also intimidated the reckless little bugs around him. Then I won't disturb you. I'll come back in the morning when the store opens. Culada looked at the bookstore and felt that he should follow his heart. Although he was on the bookstore's side, and it was the owner of the bookstore who called him over. But there was no guarantee that the owner of the bookstore, who was angry when he woke up, would not take care of him as well. It shouldn't be to the point where his life was in danger. But there was no way he could visit him now. It's a good time to catch those guys who have gathered here. I think I saw a few wanted criminals trying to take advantage of the situation. It's also a good achievement. Culada called his subordinates over to assign tasks. He told them to act on their own and to remember to calm the ordinary people who were alarmed. He murmured thoughtfully, "So, this is what Boss Lin meant when he said, there are weak groups here. The situation is very dangerous. I hope you can send people over quickly." In the eyes of Boss Lin, these bounty hunters who fled in panic were weak groups who couldn't even truss up a chicken. Facing a terrifying existence like Boss Lin, their situation was indeed very dangerous. So, he hoped that Culada could come over quickly and take away this obvious achievement. He didn't want them to run too fast and not be able to catch them in time. When he wasn't doing anything, Boss Lin was indeed very friendly and considerate. The teacher and the evaluation specialist sent by the elders were not wrong. But to his enemies, Boss Lin was probably the real devil. Culada looked at the sky. There, the apostle waning moon Barker had been completely wiped out. At this moment, it was empty. Not a single trace was left. According to the witnesses, there was not even the slightest fluctuation of ether at that time. Culada took a deep breath. His eyes were solemn, and he slowly exhaled. What kind of method was this? The reason why the truth theory rated Azir as abnormal, panic, annihilation, and God was that until now, there were only these 4 levels of extraordinaries in Azir. No one could go one step further. He now somewhat understood why the elders had been in seclusion until now to discuss how to deal with and contact the owner of the bookstore. Perhaps what they really wanted was the non-existent level. Puff. Rodney spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dull, and his expression was one of disbelief. He looked at his scepter. This time, it didn't melt like the last time. On the contrary, the moon ornament on top of it didn't have any abnormalities. It was just that the faint moonlight that it originally emitted had dimmed in an instant. At the same time, he felt that the power of the moon had been completely cut off from him. On the sacrificial altar, the silver wriggling placenta violently contracted. It seemed to emit a sharp cry like a baby. In an instant, it was torn apart, and a large amount of blood gushed out. A tumor-like piece of flesh on the placenta burned and turned into ashes with sparks. Rodney's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He threw himself in front of the altar. No. Rodney stared at the altar in front of him, his hands trembling as he tried to reach out to touch the silver placenta. He didn't even care about the bloodstains on his body. After the strange situation just now, the silver placenta seemed to have shriveled up, and the frequency and amplitude of its wriggling became very weak. The part that had turned into ashes was covered with blood, and there was something like blood, flesh, and tendons growing in it, but the speed was very slow. After staring at the silver placenta for a while, Rodney's ferocious expression suddenly became gentle. He carefully wanted to touch it but didn't dare to. He walked around the altar and asked softly, "Are you frightened? Who hurt you? Let your humble servant help you solve the problem. Please give me the power again." His voice was hoarse, and his tone was slow. "Please, give them back to me." The silver placenta violently contracted a few times, like a deformed heart. The part that had been burned to ashes was covered with a fresh layer of skin, and the wound was healed. Then, it emitted a faint light again. Rodney's scepter also lit up as if it was responding to the light. However, the moon that represented the waning moon didn't light up. Instead, it dimmed forever. Combined with the damage on the placenta, it meant that this time, it wasn't the power that was being worn down, but that it had been completely gouged out from the body of the moon. Rodney's heart sank, but he still put on a kind and amiable expression. He said softly to the silver placenta, "You did well. Your humble servant will always be loyal to you, begging for your blessings and God's grace. He will also eradicate your enemies for you." He looked at the silver placenta that was gradually calming down. After staring at it for a while, he turned around and called the Holy Virgin. The Holy Virgin's beautiful face was very pale. She looked panicked, and her eyes were full of fear. She knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Your Holiness, I can't find Barker's soul. It's as if he doesn't exist. Someone completely erased his soul. He had sent Barker to kill Vincent, and he had confronted the owner of the bookstore. This meant that the current situation was all caused by the owner of the bookstore. Not only did he kill Barker, but he also burned God's power from the source. Who the hell was he? When he did such a scary thing, all of Nuajin was calm. Even if it was God class, killing an Annihilation class would require a lot of effort. The Annihilation class was able to easily destroy an entire area. That was why it was called the Annihilation class. Why was it being wiped out like cutting vegetables? Rodney's face was gloomy and unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "I know, you can leave first." The saintess excused herself, and the Plenilun apostle came in to report. He recounted everything that had happened in front of everyone. The more Rodney heard, the more shocked and angry he became. His hand that was gripping the scepter became paler and paler. His knuckles were protruding because he was using too much strength. How could there be a God class that could casually kill an Annihilation class being, or had the owner of the bookstore reached a level that did not exist in the legends? Impossible. That level could only exist in dreams. Primordial witches and gods were all in dreams. No one could reach that level in the real world. Otherwise, what I've been pursuing all my life is wrong. I can't be wrong. Rodney's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. "Of course, it can't be wrong," someone suddenly said. Rodney was stunned. His voice was low and magnetic, with an inexplicable sense of convincing. Rodney turned his head and saw a man in a black robe standing in the corner. The man's face was blurry. It was as if he was shrouded in fog. Only a pair of silver eyes could be seen. In the center of his black robe, there was a strange pattern that was full of magic power. It was a long sword wrapped in flames. Rodney read the name of the pattern in his heart. It was the Road of the Flaming Sword. The man in the black robe walked over. He looked at Rodney and said, "Rodney, do you have no confidence in your beliefs?" "Of course, I believe that I am right." Rodney retorted loudly at first. Then he hesitated and said, "But the owner of the bookstore, that guy called Xianxia, what is going on? Vincent's power completely suppresses the Dome Church. You have seen it now. We have no way of dealing with him. What about you?" He angrily said, "Didn't you say you could help me?" "Stupid." The man in the black robe said, "Do you want the Dome Church or the power that surpasses the gods?" Rodney was scolded in the face, but he didn't dare to get angry. With a shiver, he woke up and realized that this wasn't a situation where he could be angry. The dignified Pope lowered his head and said, "Of course it's strength." The man in the black robe said in a low voice, "Then don't worry about anything else. Focus on the ritual and help the moon escape. As long as it can come out of the dream, we can expand the crack in the dream and obtain the power of the dream. We will continue to provide you with raw materials. Now we have to speed up. The Oak Tree Merchant Guild is about to be exposed. You still want to mess around. Remember, your first task is to help the moon come out of the dream. Do you understand?" Rodney unwillingly nodded, yes. The man in the black robe walked to the window and looked out at the dark night. He continued, Xianxia's matter will be dealt with by Lord Michael. He has already ruined our plan twice. He is a great enemy of the Road of the Flaming Sword. Naturally he needs to be eliminated. As for what Vincent wants to do, or what will happen to the Dome Church, it is none of your business. He turned his head, his silver eyes cold. Remember, we let you ascend to the position of Pope from the Pope's attendant, not to protect the Dome Church. You don't have the qualifications. Rodney remembered the identity of the man in front of him. It was the first Pope who founded the Dome Church at the beginning of the Third Era. He was now one of the 10 founders of the Road of the Flaming Sword, codenamed Gabriel. In comparison, he did not have the right. The next day, Cultivation was busy all night. He finally paid the bookstore a visit when it was time to open for business. The bookstore was the same as before, but there was one more person. The blindfolded priest's mental state was much better. It was due to the new faith he found in the book Eternal End and the countermeasures he discussed with Moan in the dream. The two reached a consensus and decided to establish a new church. As for the followers, they still needed to do some work, especially with the cooperation of the Mayu Tower. After Claude entered the door, he first greeted Boss Lin and thanked him for his cooperation and help. Xianxia had the expression of a warm-hearted good citizen as he said with a smile, of course, upholding justice is everyone's responsibility. He pointed to Vincent beside him and said, the person involved is here. You can ask for the details. I still have to open for business. You can go next door to discuss. Next door? Yes, I plan to open a shop next door. Xianxia smiled. Moan will be in charge. Assistant store? Cultivation's gaze froze, feeling that he had come into contact with an incredible piece of new information. Recently, he had been so busy dealing with the blood feast that he hadn't noticed that the music store next door had closed. He had thought that it had finally been scared away by the frequent occurrences here, but it turned out that Boss Lin had developed it into an assistant store. To the owner of the music store, this seemed to be a good thing. When he thought about letting Mon be the store owner, his heart skipped a beat. Since Mon was Boss Lin's assistant, that meant that he was very likely to be someone that Boss Lin intended to nurture. Assistant store owner was already a clear indication. It wasn't as if he didn't intend to let her set up her own store. Now, he wanted her to participate in the Dome Church's matters. If the Dome Church really did use addictive drugs to control its followers, then its collapse would be unstoppable. At that time, for the stability of Nuo Jin's citizens, there would definitely be a new religion to replace it. Even if there wasn't, other forces would have to recommend a new religion. Boss Lin's words had a deeper meaning. As a smart person, Cultivation thought of many possibilities in an instant. The first website was m9bkuj.com. However, he would have to ask Vincent and Mon about the specifics first. Anyway, Boss Lin had already placed the answer in front of him and was waiting for him to ask. It would be foolish of him to guess blindly. But on second thought, Boss Lin's generous move seemed to be to test the Mayu Pagoda's attitude. Cultivation thought to himself, why are you still testing us? Our hearts are all yours, you can order us around without worry. The elders are still lusting after your body, no, it's your realm. Of course, he wouldn't say such Lackey words out loud. Cultivation coughed twice. He still had to cooperate with Boss Lin. Mon and Vincent were not close to him, so they might not tell him some information. However, Boss Lin still had a relationship with Mon and Xianxia, so he asked tentatively, what kind of shop are you planning to open? Xianxia thought about it and said, the place next door is bigger. Anyway, most of the books are on the bookshelves here. If you want to borrow books or buy books, you can just use it here. Over there, you can use it as a book cafe. It will provide coffee and tea. There are more seats, so it will be more convenient for you to chat. As for the customers, it will depend on Mon. The main business of the two shops had to be separated so that they could attract more customers. The main business of the shop next door was actually to sell coffee and tea. The business of buying books was still here, but the other side provided a place for people to rest and read. As for the gimmick, the three-faced beauty shop owner was a very big attraction in itself. Just putting her there as the owner's wife was pleasing to the eye. Therefore, the customers all relied on Mon. Presumably, Mon was naturally more attractive than a man like him, at least on the surface. I see, Colada was deep in thought. Did this mean that he wanted to develop communication between the borrowers? He heard from his teacher that the business of the bookstore was very bleak. Coupled with the time span of returning books, the customers basically could not meet each other, so there was no communication between them. The people that the owner of the bookstore had secretly cultivated and contacted were definitely more than what he knew now. Therefore, the power of the bookstore might be beyond their imagination. It was just that it had been very loose before, so it did not reveal itself. And now, with this shop, did it mean that the owner of the bookstore had the idea of forming an organization of borrowers, and letting Mon take the lead? Did it mean that this assistant would be pushed to the position of the bookstore's representative? With all kinds of speculations, Colada followed Vincent and Mon to the new shop next door. The decoration of the new shop was very novel. The layout was natural and elegant. There were vines on the partitions, as well as a few pots of spider plants and decorative plants. It was completely different from the gloomy bookstore next door. Of course, the craftsmanship of the people of the Jishu Chamber of Commerce was excellent. Xianxia added some of the book cafes he had seen before, and the decoration was very modern. Compared to Azir, whose aesthetic was still in the 80s and 90s and whose technology tree was a little skewed, this new artistic style was very novel and eye-catching. As for the original bookstore, it was originally like this. In the past, they did not have the money to renovate it, but now they were used to it and did not change it. But the new shop was a money-making machine in the future, so they had to consider it carefully. Colada was used to seeing many shops in the central area that catered to nobles and even extraordinaires. When he walked into the new shop, he was stunned by the style at first glance. It was not that it was very beautiful, but it was unprecedented and comfortable to look at. Is this also designed by Boss Lin? Colada tried to talk to the girl who looked cold. Although this assistant of the bookstore's only job was to serve tea and tidy up the books, and she looked very docile, one could feel an extremely dangerous aura from her after just a little contact. Especially Colada, who often dealt with criminals like the extraordinaire police, he knew that she was in a state of being unrestrained and unrestrained. She was like a sharp sword without a sheath. As long as she wanted to, she would do it. If it was not for Boss Lin, this girl would most likely become one of the most wanted criminals out there, and she would most likely be one of the top ones. Mon nodded and glanced at the decorations in the shop. His expression softened and he said, "Yes, it's all designed by Boss Lin himself." In the past few days, Xianxia came here every 2 to 3 days to supervise the people of the Jishu Chamber of Commerce to make the effect he wanted. He did not even put in so much effort to decorate his own bedroom. Colada sighed. As expected of Boss Lin, he was truly omniscient and omnipotent. Vincent was more taciturn than before. His expression was solemn as he casually found a seat and sat down. He started by recounting what he had experienced. Vincent and Mon's current idea was to first publicize the crimes of the Dome Church, and then promote the new religion to the people he had saved from the former parish. Because of the reputation he had accumulated in the past, the chances of the people believing in him would be higher. But there was one thing they needed, and that was the cooperation of the Mai Tower. That's not a problem. If the Dome Church reports the appearance of an evil cult to us, we can just make an excuse. Colada asked, but the problem is what methods you will use to promote the new religion. I believe you know the status of the Dome Church in Nuajin better than I do. Also, the doctrine and name of the new religion must be officially recorded. I've already printed out the information for the record. You can take it back. Mon displayed the high efficiency of a bookstore assistant. He said with an indifferent gaze, as for the methods, you don't have to worry about them. Vincent took out a crumpled cigarette from his bosom and said in a low voice, after I escaped, I got a sample of Xingyu's brain from one of my former colleagues. You can take it back and test its composition. Although he was blindfolded, Colada could feel a faint pressure of being watched. Another dangerous person, all right then. Colada sighed. The Mai Tower will do its best to cooperate. If the Dome Church really does such evil deeds, we won't stand by and do nothing. But it will be difficult to get rid of such a huge monster. We still need to work together. Then. He reached out his hand and looked at the two of them. Happy working together. Vincent looked at Mon instinctively, but Mon didn't move. He paused and understood that he was about to face a bigger situation, so he stood up. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Lin Jia was waiting alone in the bookstore when he suddenly received a call from Cherry. He took out his communication device and remembered that the little girl had said that she would come to visit him in person. Now it seemed that she had finished dealing with the things that had delayed her schedule. He connected the communication device. It was indeed the little girl's tender voice from the other end. Mr. Lin. Just by listening to the voice, he could feel that the child was full of vitality. But her tone seemed a little anxious and not particularly happy. It was very similar to when she had asked him for help in the past. Cherry? Lin Jia smiled. You finally finished dealing with your things? Or do you want to ask me for help again? Cherry hesitated for a while, then lowered her voice. I did encounter some difficulties. My spy got a book from Congreve, my stupid brother who always wanted to seize power. But nobody could understand the words in the book. So, I want to ask you for advice. Congreve, Lin Jia's gaze froze. His hand that was placed on the table subconsciously tapped the surface of the table. He knew that Cherry had achieved a high position in the Tree Chamber of Commerce through her own efforts. Of course, it was also because her father favored his illegitimate daughter. It was an old-fashioned story of the first wife's marriage and the third wife's true love. At the same time, it was not easy to imagine that Cherry's life was not smooth either. She had several brothers and sisters who were eyeing her covetously. In addition, the Bamboo Tree Chamber of Commerce was a business organization established by several clans. Roughly speaking, each of the three branches was controlled by a clan, and they kept each other in check. Therefore, if she wanted to develop further, she would definitely be restrained. It could be said that she had enemies both inside and outside. Among them, the guy called Congreve was the most aggressive one in the internal struggle. Of course, Congreve had his reasons and confidence. Before Cherry returned to the Chapman family, Congreve was the most likely person to inherit the family business. He already had a group of loyal supporters. If Cherry hadn't risen so fast, she would have been suppressed at the beginning. Even now, Congreve's power couldn't be underestimated. Although Cherry had a big advantage, she could only suppress it. She was always in danger, so she had to be cautious about his actions. Now that Cherry mentioned a book she got from Congreve, she was definitely not talking about it without thinking. It was very likely that the book recorded or proved something that could defeat Congreve, or even his supporters. That was why Cherry came to him. Remember the URL, m9bkuj.com. She did that because she trusted him, but, with Cherry's current position, she must have many capable people around her, but none of them could understand that book. Although Lin Jia boasted that he knew a little about everything, cryptography wasn't his specialty. Lin Jia had to say euphemistically, I can try, but I can only try my best to help you. After all, I'm not good at cryptography. Cherry's tone immediately became cheerful. Great, thank you very much. I'll take the book to your place right away. Hey, don't talk like I've solved the problem. Did the little girl hear the last two sentences? Lin Jia facebombed and sighed. His face was gloomy. It sounded like she just wanted to come over. She didn't seem to care about the book. What a typical child's temper. However, as a responsible adult, he still had to be concerned about the situation. Wait a minute. You got the book from Congreve. It's very important to him. It might be the key to taking him down, right? Lin Jia asked. Cherry said, yes. According to my informant, this book is very likely to be Congreve's real support. It's even more important than his other supporters. Meanwhile, it's also related to his recent abnormal behavior. He thought of you because he determined that the content of this book is written in some ancient language. She added, recently, he intercepted several batches of goods. The route is unknown, but he did it secretly. My informant can't get any evidence for the time being. Lin Jia muttered, don't be careless. There's no reason for him to not take precautions for such an important thing. Although your position is stable now, from the fact that you haven't been able to completely get rid of him, his henchmen are still very strong. Don't underestimate him. If he's really an idiot, there's no reason for others to support him. He paused and suddenly raised his eyebrows. From your tone, you didn't encounter any big obstacles to get the book, did you? Cherry was stunned. She immediately realized that Xianxia was reminding her that the book might be a trap. Indeed. Bella had reported Congreve's abnormal behavior not long ago. Her informant got the book a few days later. It was too fast. If it was under other circumstances, she would definitely suspect that it was deliberately arranged by the informant. But her disdain for Congreve in the past was too deep-rooted. She didn't think too much about it. And there was another point. That informant was the one she trusted the most in Congreve's eyes. He used to be Congreve's confidant. Later, he was cleansed by Cherry's seal of good spirit and became her loyal follower. The seal of good spirit was the ability Xianxia gave her 3 years ago. As long as she communicated with the other party to a certain extent, the extent depended on the other party's spiritual strength. She could force the other party to have positive thoughts such as pity, love, tolerance, admiration, loyalty, and so on. Or in other words, it didn't have to be positive, but it had to be kind to her. The reason why she was called Chapman's Witch was because of this ability. Anyone who came in contact with her would be unconsciously infected by her personal charm. That informant was the same, so she didn't doubt his ability and loyalty. Cherry hesitated. No, there isn't, but if it was a trap, it meant that there was something wrong with the informant. The trap was very obvious. And that informant was a member of Congreve's think tank. It was impossible that he didn't know about this level of stratagem. In other words, Congreve might have regained control of the informant and let him be a spy. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's better to believe it than not. Have you ever thought that since you can't understand the content of the book, he might write false information in the book that is unfavorable to you and then turn around to report and frame you?" Cherry's face became solemn. She frowned and said, "If I think of this book as something that can topple him completely and keep it to study," Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "then you may be in danger." Cherry felt goosebumps on her back. If Xianxia wasn't there, according to her character and her disdain for Congreve, she would probably think that this was a chance to defeat him and then continue to study him. If her opponent suddenly became smart and claimed that the book was hers, it could really hurt her. That wasn't Congreve's level. Xianxia had guessed from Cherry's silence that she must have reacted and was a bit nervous. He soothed her and comforted her, "But it's just my guess. Show me the book first. It's safer here." Cherry nodded. Xianxia nodded. Well, it was safer with his own policeman. Cherry readily accepted his advice. "That was my plan. But now it seems that Congreve might really be scheming against me," she sneered. "Good. I will let him know what real pain is." Xianxia frowned and thought that her tone wasn't good. It seemed that the aristocratic life had changed this little girl a lot. She was cruel and merciless now. He had given the book Nonviolent Communication to Cherry because he wanted to leave a seed of love in the heart of this little girl who had suffered misfortune in her family. Using violence to curb violence was always the last resort. It couldn't be the normal way. But now, it seemed that she had gone astray. He cleared his throat and decided to help Cherry recall her original intention. "Do you remember what I told you that year?" Cherry nodded. "Of course. You told me to use the language of love and wisdom to communicate with him instead of violence, unless I can't help it." "Did he say that year?" This wording was a little too direct. Xianxia gave a hollow laugh. "Seems you remember it well." End of chapter 161. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.